right here. Let's see what I recorded here. Favorite to anyone, right? He praised him because he was so bold and he would take on anyone. Unfortunately, he would ultimately take on the person who hired him, which is not a good idea for the new rabbi in town, right? The new rabbi in town should not take on the president of the board. Basically, what happened is this. In Babylon, you have this position called the exilarch. Right. The exilarch term is in Hebrew, in Aramaic, Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. This was a government position, as it were, a state-supported position, which was given to a member of the house of David, right, from the lineage of David, and the Babylonians recognized that person as the head of the Jewish community. Exilarch, word archos in Greek means leader, and exile, of course, like diaspora, exile. So he's the leader of the exile. And he had the right to appoint the chief rabbis of the, I have to be careful, the president of the synagogue is in the room. So, and the assistant rabbi's in the room too, so I have to be doubly careful. We'll just rewind that and we won't put it on the internet. But the exilarch hired Saadia Gaon to be the head of the academy, and they wrote a contract. And included in the contract was a non-disobedience clause, which Saadia agreed to. And then what happened is Saadia was asked to rule on a monetary case that involved the exilarch, his boss. Saadia ruled against him. Saadia refused to support his erstwhile boss, which ended his tenure at the yeshiva of Surah. And that was a huge blow for him. And he was forced to endure, I think, 20 years without a position. And during that period of unemployment, he was incredibly creative. And he produced some phenomenal works which have lived for a millennium as a result. So there's like a hidden bracha in this sudden unemployment. What kind of things did he contribute? We're going to see some of the texts from Rabbi Trump, but just to break it down to 6 basic areas. The lexicography, he did a huge amount with Hebrew grammar. He let us understand what's going on with the Hebrew language, which again is an extremely important thing. The language was not codified nearly to the degree we have in the 20th century. Great titles like Explanation of 90 Difficult Words, also known as icebreakers for Babylonian parties. A rhyming dictionary, the Song of the Letters, that was like a poem about what each of the letters meant, what they had to say, building on a tremendous Gemara in Shabbos Kuf Daled. He wrote the first siddur, the very first actual liturgy in a printed form, a manuscript form that we have. Biblical commentary, of course, the Rabbi Saadia on the Talmud is fascinating. The polemical literature against the Karaites, we already mentioned. A lot of halakha, and finally, philosophical works, which is perhaps his most best known. Did I include it in the? Yes, I did. I'll just go through this here. One of his most important books is this codification of Jewish thought, the Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he writes in this kalam mutazilite style of the numbered paragraphs, this is what we believe. This is emistic what we actually believe as Jews. Of course, the Rambam will disagree with a lot of those points, and we'll have lots more literature to continue with. So that's my very quick overview of the life of Saadia Gaon, and now we're going to have an introduction to his thoughts from our esteemed Rabbi Trump. And it is a distinct pleasure to follow that. Let's try to get the other side of the equation. We are essentially these evenings trying to meet people we don't know, we haven't met, we're not going to meet within this world, but hopefully after a little bit of time that we spend together, we'll get to really know who they are. Because although they've been gone for a very long time, we get a sense of who they really are through where they came from, through their background, and through what they actually say. Hopefully get a sense of the voice. What I like to do is I like to get on some of the ideas that Dr. Abrams talked about, and let's see examples of what he actually did. Let's see examples of how he expressed himself in the words he uses. So we're going to go through 5 different domains. We have the texts in front of you in the packets, but they're also going to be on the screen as well. We're not going to read all of them. Instead, we're going to read some of them. We're going to deal with 5 different aspects. His parshanut, how his perush on the Torah, his idea, his polemics, as Dr. Abramson mentioned, as it relates to the Karaites, his halacha as a halachic leader of the generation,
his Siddur, and we're going to talk about his philosophy as well, just as examples of what Rav Saadia Gaon said. Now, it happens to be some people add in the Rav Saadia Gaon. It's not really necessary, as like Emerson admitted it, because Gaon itself is the term for the greatest rabbinic post of the time. Right? So it isn't really necessary, but you'll notice that some books today have Rav Saadia Gaon as well. It's sort of like adding Hillel and Shammai, adding Rav Hillel. So it detracts sometimes to say that. But nonetheless, let's jump straight in. So the first thing I'd like to start with is actually in his Parshanot. But I came across, I was going through a lot of the work, and I came through a fascinating story, which I really think he says something about him. This is a story which was actually related by Rav David Azulai. Right? So Rav Azulai says a very interesting thing. He says a very fascinating story about Rav Saadia Gaon. So here it goes. Ready? So he says he recounts the following. He says that Rav Saadia Gaon or Saadia Gaon one day was having an interaction with a tailor, and he said to the tailor, "How many stitches did you stitch today?" And the tailor's response was, if you go into the text itself, he says, "Achayat heshivon," and the tailor responded, "Don't ask me how many stitches I stitched today. How many letters are in the Torah? That's your domain. Do you know your domain as much as you expect me to know my domain?" And he was very upset because the first question he wasn't able to answer. First of all, it just says something about either the caliber of questions or the caliber of the person answering. And he was very upset about this. So what happens? What happens is that he recited the name of Hashem in some way, and an angel came to reveal to him the number of letters. He was extremely happy, and in fact he writes them down. So just in case you're wondering, he has a whole list. I'm just going to give you examples. So for instance, the letter Aleph, the letter Aleph appears right? And he goes through each letter in the Torah, and he tells you how many times it appears. Now, the reason why this story is fascinating is, first of all, you see a number of interesting things. Number one is that he obviously knew a lot of answers to a lot of questions, number one. Number two is about it. It wasn't that the questions were just simply his resume or his portfolio. Also, he really actually cared about the material that was being asked, and to a degree, and also you see the specificity. He just said everything in his mind, as Dr. Emerson said, everything in his mind was in systems. Everything fitted into a place. There was no random information which was fitting into a miscellaneous file. You know, we have in our filing systems, we have all the files, and then we have a miscellaneous file. There's no miscellaneous in his type of thinking. And this is the type of thinking that we see coming out from Rav Saadia Gaon. So let's turn to his Parshanot itself. As we do this Ramban, first thing you want to know about the book is, where do you go? Read the introduction. It's the instruction manual. He's telling you what he wants to do with it. It happens to be Saadia Gaon had two Pirushim on the Torah. One is called the Pirush HaKatzar, the short explanation, and one is the Pirush HaAroch, the longer explanation. Unfortunately, we don't have much of his Pirush HaAroch. It's not extant in its full. We do have much of the Pirush HaKatzar, the shorter explanation. They differ slightly. The audience of the Pirush HaKatzar was actually the Hamon, not even Jewish people. It was really a basic understanding of the Bible. And part of the reason why that was important he felt, for the masses, Dr. Emerson, to have access to the real meaning. And in his mind, there was no gray area. It was black and white. He wanted to understand exactly what the Torah meant, and he therefore translated it. You'll see a few examples. Here's what he says when it comes to his introduction to his explanation, and it really gives us a very fascinating insight into him. Now, it's interesting, as opposed to Ramban, the focus of his Pirush is not going to be overlaid on Rashi. Why is that? Yeah, because Rashi is not born yet. So Rashi is certainly not the centerpiece of his Pirush, but he does say the following. This is really something which is emblematic. The more you read about Saadia Gaon, the more it corroborates itself. Everything is completely self-substantiating. Everything is completely in sentence. And this idea affects his philosophy and his linguistics and his polemics. Here we go. So so you reader, about to engage in reading this Torah, because I'm just helping you read it. You're reading me, you're reading it, so I'm helping you gain access to it. Listen, it is on its own plane. This book, the Sacred Torah, is not similar to any other books, even prophetic books. Even though it's explained very, very impenetrable ideas, בכל זאת, אין משהו לאלוקים להאמין, כי אין להסברה ויסעלה עליהם מופס, אחר זו לא סוף. There must be another system which is above and beyond the system of the Torah, which helps us understand the Torah. Meaning, don't read this book as if this is the be-all and end-all. There must be another system or systems which we can use in congruence with the written Torah itself in order to understand what God really wants. Okay, he says there's another two systems that we need to consider when reading this book and understanding how it affects our lives. System one, this is so fascinating. This is really a remarkable point. It speaks to who it is. Harishon, system number one is, it precedes the Torah, is logic. Fascinating. He said the Torah operates within the system of logic. And in fact, if you go to the end of this paragraph, apologies, if you can go down here, you go to the next part, the end of this section over here, he says, we have to believe that God is righteous, Hashem would never have placed a system of Torah into our logical realm that doesn't work with our logical realm. He would never give us something which is illogical, which doesn't work with it. He gives two examples. Tzedek is like righteousness, and yosher, straight honesty. And that's all the questions for just a second, okay? But just to give a little bit of inertia over here. He says that we have to understand and read the Torah in the system of logic. That's an unbelievable point. An unbelievable point is this, but it's tempered by a second system. And the second system is Hashniya, the second system over here is Mouchar Mofes HaTorah, is after the Torah was given, he says it is how the rabbis had the tradition of how the system works. So he goes on to say, how to perform those commandments. The logic won't help us get there. These traditions of how to do it are not written in the Torah. So he gives examples. The Torah tells us to pray. How many times we pray? So logic's not going to help you over there. So how do we know that? The Torah is telling us to do something, it's not giving us instructions of how to do it. Why? Because that part wasn't written down. That part was transmitted via tradition. So obviously there must be a tradition. Interestingly enough, footnote over here, when you read the introduction to Siddur, he tells you how you know that. He actually records that in the Torah it talks about 18 people praying. And he says, of course, that's the format of the 18 brachas. Right, and fascinating, it's one of his 5 reasons, because he has 5 paragraphs of reasons why there's 18 brachas, and that's one of them. Okay, just as an example. And he says, what does it mean? Charities. So what type of charity? How much? From what? In what? In cash? Will it be labor, in time, and energy? How does it work? What malacha is not to do on Shabbos? You can't transgress Shabbos or into a capital punishment. But what's the malacha? So his point is that you have a system which precedes and a system which follows, and these two systems regarding some themes of all understanding all Torah. Of course, over here, embedded over here is, of course, his response to the Karaites. You only have one system, and that is logic in Torah. You don't have the other system, which is tradition. And that's, you see over here, something which the ability to balance that Greek philosophy, the logic, pure reason, at the same time as tradition, and that's where he stands. Let's take a very quick example of what his Pirush HaKatzar looks like. Here's an example of what the Pirush HaKatzar will look like. It's a short paragraph just to be found at the bottom of page 2. On the screens over here, he will essentially quote the pasuk, and he will give a little explanation of it. So let's take an example. So this is after the bris that Abasarim, the covenant that Hashem has with Abraham and Bereshit Perek Zayin. This is Vayachal Ledaber Itoi Vayal Elokim El Abraham. God finishes speaking to Abraham and he ascends. So now here is Rav Sadigon, Vakasher Kilab Ledaber Itoi. His name or Elokim El Abraham. As God finished speaking, the light of God ascends. What is Sadigon added to the pasuk over here? What is he helped us with? What is he trying to transmit to us extra? In his explanation, very, very terse, very simple. So what he said over here is, what specific word over here is the visual word that he's adding to this pasuk, and that is or light. Why is he saying that the light of God ascended to heaven? Couldn't you understand that God, in whichever vehicle God decided to ascend to heaven, God ascended to heaven? Why is he adding in the word or? Because what he's doing is he is now, based on tradition, we know that God, this is what's called an anthropomorphism, where God is being described as doing a human action to ascend. So he is moving away from that ascent, like Onkelos will do in a week's time. He is moving away from anthropomorphism in this particular case. So he's inserting tradition into his explanation of the Tanakh. That's an example of one of the systems, the Mofes Hasheni, which he talked about over here. And he's making it very clear. Remember, in Rav Sadigon's terms, everything is black or white. Everything is very clear. There's no gray area, and there's no anthropomorphism. If it's the Orlok, the light of God, or the cloud of God, or wherever else God is represented in. There we go. So that is the example of Pirush HaKatzar. One specific idea. Let's go into polemics over here, because as Dr. Edmondson said, he was a fierce arguer on the side of traditional Judaism, and that expressed itself in many of its explanations. So here's an example of his Pirush HaAroch. Famous pasuk tells us in the Torah, one of these, which is still practiced in the culture of Islam, more literally, is ayin tachas ayin, shayin tachas shayin, yad tachas yad. So Torah tells us that should you remove somebody else's hand, then what happens is you have a very simple quid pro quo, and you have your hand removed at the same time. And if you remove their eye, their eye is removed. Now, interestingly enough, is this in practice in Judaism, traditional Judaism from time immemorial? Is this something we practiced? Never. Right? The Gemara tells us that the Gemara actually tells us that this means money, the monetary loss that a person experiences by losing a body limb through your interactions, what you pay them back. Okay, that's what the Gemara tells us. So in his Pirush over here, this is a quotation of Rav Sadigon, and he says the following. Let's take a quick look at it over here. He says the following. He says, look, this just doesn't work. It can't be that you're moving the person's eye. Now, why? If you had to finish the sentence, why? What would you say? Why isn't? Because why? Why is it that we do not practice this? Okay, so one second. So the reason that the Gemara gives a lot, the Gemara Baba Kana has a whole laundry list of reasons. What he does not do is he does not quote the Gemara Baba Kana. What does he go to? He goes to logic. Okay, coming back to his introduction, he says the following. As was mentioned, you partially blinded another individual. Right, so don't do this at home without close supervision. He says, so how are you going to get the exact precision? How are you going to blind them to a third of their vision? And they give them give it back to them. He says, what happens if you excessively blind a person? Right? What happens if you talk about burns or beatings, So how exactly do you approximate that kind of thing? He just says it's an impractical measure to be able to impose. What's he using to prove that this cannot be logical? This cannot be, as its shut would indicate, logic, right? So he's not going to tradition, because the people he's interacting with don't believe in that second system, so you have to deal with logic. Let's take it, and he goes further, then he says the following. He says, Amali ben Zuta Hatzidaki. And he now records a conversation he has with an individual called Ben Zuta. Ben Zuta was a Sadducee, which Sadducee in the times of the Gemara were the people who adhered only to the written text. And in his generation, as Dr. Edmondson mentioned, there were Karaites. And he says, so the Sadducees said, well, there's another passage said that which it seems to indicate if you inflict a wound on another person, then you will get it back. Sounds like the Torah itself is very much for might is right. Let's apply that. And the Rav Sadigon responded, Yesh on the base tachas al, a very So it's specific linguistic note that he says, Keninos Lalon Onesh, but in Zita Atzidokiation, or another Sadducee can Zita respond to him, Kasher, sorry, but the same one, Kasher also can Yasanai. He goes on to a linguistic argument, and finally he closes it up by saying, Shimshon Omar Kasher also can Elohem. Later on in Tanakh, you believe in Tanakh, right? Yes, you agree with that? Absolutely, because you're a Karaite. So now, later in Tanakh, Shimshon was wrong. People did terrible things to him, right? When he married his first wife, and not this is before Delilah. He married his first Philistine wife, and they tricked him, and they did terrible things. They took away his wife, and then they killed her family, a whole bunch of terrible things. And he said, I'm going to do to them as they did to me. He didn't take away their wives, he didn't burn down their houses. What he needs to say is, I'm going to exact justice from them. And then the conversation goes on, and the Sadducee says, well, the Karaite says, is it worse to be a poor person? What happens if the person is poor and you're trying to exact money and you can't get money out of the person? And Rav Sajigon says, poverty is something which changes, blindness doesn't. And what's fascinating about this entire discussion, which is between Rav Sajigon and this particular Karaite, is it's all within the confines of logic, not tradition. Because again, the conversation he's having is with a person who disregards tradition. So therefore you'll see times in his Pirush where it'll be more inducing the tradition or more inducing logic depending on who he's recording. He has a specific case in his writings of this Zutta individual, okay, which is it has risen to a degree where he felt that he needed to reach out in terms of hilarious. That's one specific example which the Karaites have. In terms of halacha, one of the biggest jobs that a Gaon had, a person of his stature, was to answer all the letters of all the questions of all the people in his under his jurisdiction. And you have to remember, there were not, as Dr. Emerson said, there were not a lot of yeshivas. There was Surah Pabdis and Ardar, those were the main areas, and all letters, all questions would be essentially funneled through these yeshivas. So although his job, where he did lots of things, a lot of it was tending for the flocks abroad. And he has an example of one of his books, which he has. This is the top is actually, if I'm not mistaken, in Arabic, and the translation is Sefer Ben Yosef Yogon Ben Yosef Piyuni, and it is with an additions of Natan Yosef Dirinsberg, who is now publishing this. So this is an example of somebody who has responses. So let's just take one example of the response that he has. Let's give you a sense of what's going on in culture today. He has a fascinating question he was asked. This is a short one. He says, Shalta, you asked me, Bar Yisrael the Yahav Berivsa, Lagoy, Shari Oy Asar, a Jew who's given to a non-Jew, can they loan to a non-Jew with interest or not? Is it mutar or asur? Is it permitted or prohibited? Is reshus the neshamute or no? Or no? Do you have the permission to excommunicate such a Jew? Meaning, not only is it good or bad, but the question's leaning towards it's really bad. Is it bad enough to excommunicate such a Jew? This question is fascinating on numerous levels. First of all, what languages are asked in? Aramaic, because he's living in Babylon at this point in time. Okay, so this is why it is very important to this is the lingua franca right over here. But more than that, I apologize. This is Arabic, but it is asked which I would assume is still in some form of usage at this point in time of Arabic. Number two is the interesting thing is that it tells you about an interesting relationship between the Jews and the non-Jews. Those questions are really leaning in the direction of assuming not good, right? To excommunicate such a Jew. This would never be a question asked in England at this point in time. Okay? Actually, in fact, at this point in time, I'm trying to remember when the Jews arrived in England. I don't think the Jews were in England, but let's say a century or two later, when the Jews were allowed into England. The only way the Jews were able to survive was as money lenders. That was the only trade that they were allowed. Because the only trade they were allowed, therefore they were all squandered as these terrible money launderers and these wealthy people who are gaining on the honors of society. Even though under Islam is a very completely different picture at this point in time, which is a fascinating point to ponder. So here's his answer. He says the following. He says, this is what I would suggest, said Sadia Gaon. 1 second. Yes, okay, I'm just getting into it in the actual text in front of me. It's really easier to see this one. Here we go. She says, to read this to go, killer, the leka the shamute, to rachona by also the boy rice, the meat and the readers to go. Look, the Torah didn't explicitly outlaw it, so you can't put a person in excommunication status for that. It says don't use interest against your brother. And there is an ability you can, if need be, to take usury to take interest from a non-Jewish loan. By the way, this is not seen in terms of where you put the default. Does that mean to say that we're allowed to take advantage of other people, or we're allowed, or in the Jewish system they've got to take it out? And you say, what's the default? Default loans are that loans have interest. That's how you earn money. Money and time are worth money, are worth something. So the Jews are given this dispensation out. Does not seem that doesn't mean to say that you shall go fire and take advantage of non-Jews. It means to say that the normal system of the world is in place when in relationship to a non-Jewish loan. He says, and he goes on to quote a Gemara, and he says, a person who's careful about their matters should not loan to a non-Jew with interest. That's what he suggests. He goes on to say, based on the Gemara, which he quotes in Al-Mitzvah, that the Gemara concludes by saying, describing a very special or pious individual is a person who never uses interest. And he goes on to say, he's not even giving misery to a guy, to a non-Jewish person. This is very fascinating because this is indicative, first of all, of the types of questions he gets, the contract questions, death and inheritance questions. This is embedded among them. And the question is also indicative of the type of times that he's dealing with as well. Very fascinating and aspect of Rothschild, which is not usually actually focused on at this point in time. If we go further, let's take an interesting look over here. Rothschild is one of the earlier people who actually produces a text of the Siddur that we have today. So this is one of the earlier origins of the Siddur, although we know that the prayer Siddur structure has been there, but actually to have a book itself, we don't see that until really in his times, the late part of the first millennium. Here's an example of what his reaction to it is. So let's just take a quick look at what he's talking about over here. You'll notice on the right-hand side, it is written in Arabic. That's Arabic. Arabic in Hebrew script, because that's what the populace are reading right now. And the translation is on the left, meaning to say that the original is on the right, and the translation is on the left. That's the Hebrew. So those of us in the room who are proficient in Arabic, feel free to try the right side and tell me if I'm mistranslating. But in the meantime, here is the reason why I decided that's important to write. It's a very lengthy introduction. This is a more practical part. He says the following. Hashem is above all description. Since we cannot find in our actual scripts the prayer service itself and the actual words we say on a daily basis thrice, he says, therefore, the as many aspects of the Torah not written in it, coming back to the notion that the Torah is tradition and written, right? This is an example of tradition. Okay? Therefore, it's necessary to have this as part of the tradition. לפי משמעו אינו יכול לשמש תפילה מפני שהוא אולם עם ציווי והאזהרה והבטחה ויהיו בכל פרק ופרק. And the tefillas that we do find in the Torah are so entrenched in a particular situation that we can't really extract them just wholesale and use them, skipping two lines. And in both of these things, כלומר, בתפילה ובברachos, when it comes to both tefillah and the blessings we say, סמכו על מה שקיבלו אנשים במסורת מנביאי השם. There were two sets of traditions about the tefillah. What were they? There were two traditions of prayer. One during the time that we lived as a sovereign nation in the land of Israel, one in the times of the goddess. He gives an example actually earlier on in this introduction when he says, for instance, with a bracha, which we say Tekah b'shofar gadol, what we call kibbutz goddess, that everybody should be brought back to the land of Israel. He indicates that was only a tefillah which was said, of course, in exile, but it was in fact the prayer which supplanted that at the times of sovereignty was succeeded our wars. Fascinating, right? Two sets of tefillos indicates. And it was important to bring these all together, to congregate them. But to rush moment to write them down. But in fact, why is it so necessary now? Why out of all centuries do I need to do it now? Three things are happening as I watch it, says Rothschild. Abandoning the prayer, vow supper, additions to the prayer, v'hashmata, and leaving out sections of prayer. And I'm concerned that there's going to be abrogation of the tefillah. So I'm going to now create the canon of what it's going to look like based on the original tradition. And he goes on to talk about when he moved around and the hashmatot and the omissions which he was seeing in society at this point in time, which therefore catalyzed his need to write the Siddur. And today we can thank Art Scroll and Koran and all the other printing companies who are doing such a great job with the Siddur. We can thank 1,200 years ago, essentially, Rav Sajid for starting the process of canonizing the Siddur as we have it. Another very important aspect of his work. Coming to we left out, I didn't have a chance to get to his dictionary, the 90 words. One example, one of those 90 words, just as an example, is he says the word pre-Eitz Hadar. The Torah tells us that on Sukkot, one of the things that the commandment is to shake or to lift on Sukkot is pre-Eitz Hadar, this beautiful fruit. Now, how are we supposed to know what that is? You know, you go to the supermarket, you ask for pre-Eitz Hadar, what are they going to give you? So notice that the word Hadar, if you in Arabic, actually means a citron. Okay, so he says, how do you understand it? If you go to the Arabic, which is a beautiful example of the logic system also superimposing itself on the Torah system, as he mentions in introduction. This is an example of how he uses the culture around him to have access to the Torah itself. One last idea, and this is in philosophy. Of course, his magnum opus is Emunat Deot, his book which talks about belief and opinions, which is exceptionally dense and hard to access book. Here's one example of something which has transformed the way we look at philosophy and is in fact still our belief system today. He asks, this is a question actually starts many centuries before him, and it's a pasuk in Yechezkel, which is in the 33rd paragraph. It says the following: Hatzofer. Let's say you have a small village, and you have one person who's in charge of watching the village for attackers at night. And he notices that there is a band of people approaching the city. So Lord talk about shofar, and nobody blew, and he didn't sound the alarm. He didn't press the button, he didn't blow the horn. For Avon Isar, the people weren't aware of the approaching enemy. But Tovoi, and there was a fatality owing to his not performing his duties. He will be killed in his sin. The person who was killed deserved to die, but I will demand recompense from that watchman who did not do his job. Now that is what we call, or is a dialectic which has been at the heart of many philosophical discussions. Here you have a person who's killed because the watchman never sounded the alarm. So did the watchman kill him? What would have happened if the watchman had sounded the alarm? Would that person have died otherwise? Was that person deserving of death? Or how do you look at God's plan and your involvement in it? What happens if he'd woken up, he'd had a coffee that night, and he blew the horn, and the person had been saved? So would the person have died otherwise? That's the question which has been plaguing us for centuries. Here's the simple explanation. Rav Sadiq says, again, Emunat himself, in the fourth ma'amar, in the fifth paragraph. He says the following: people ask me, so let's say a particular individual has a spiritual X on their head. They've done something which has now crossed a red line. So in God's books, that person is walking dead. Or they deserve some form of challenge from God. So what happens when you have a particularly evil individual comes along and does the job for God? Right? They perform a Mahakim operation of God in this particular thing, and she kills all these prophets.
Jacob, how are you? Can you hear me? Hey, go. What's good?
So, מה יאמר אומר במעשה זה? רבים ליחסנו. So who we attribute it to? We say, look, at the end of the day, the person must have death because they died. At the end of the day, she pulled the trigger. Right? So what do? Where do you lay blame? And these are the words of Rav Sajagon, which essentially has become entrenched in our philosophical underpinnings, which are disputed by some commentaries like the Orachaim later on. But this is really mainstream Jewish tradition. That is. On Orim, we say, says Sajagon, Kiamoves, Maaseh Hashem, death is God's department. Va'retzach, Maaseh Resha, but murder is human's department. That's a fascinating dialectic. Death is God's department, and murder is the human department. ואם כבר קיימו רוחו מזו, אם לא הזיד הרוצח הזה בהרגו, היה מייס מסיבה אחרת. He would have died somehow in another way, if it weren't for this person letting him live. But you don't want it to be that way. The point is, this is a famous philosophical debate, and the way that he passes it out is God has got a plan for everybody he needs to take. You need to make very sure that you're not going to be the vehicle of that. Because if you choose to, you're culpable for making the choice to murder, even the
Are you talking about you speak English? No, you speak English. How are you? There you go. Can you hear me? How is your day going? There you go. How are you? There you go. What are you doing today?
even though the death was on your hands. Which means to say, essentially, if you take the crime scene and you split it into two, and you see the person pulling the trigger is what the person is responsible for, not the death. That's what that Sajagon is essentially saying here. And he talks about it in more specific terms, let's say about thievery or loss. And this and the reflection of this on a responsible daily basis is that when something happens to us, I was driving down the road a few days ago and a stone hit my windshield and a small crack which every day grows bigger. So I can get up there, I can curse and think about that terrible person who on the other side of the street was driving too fast and must have shot up that rock at me, or I can say no. What he did, in this case had nothing to do with me, was his business. What happened to me is God's business. And passing out reality, therefore, actually now separates other individuals from their harm that caused you, and rather it's your relationship with Hashem, which is a completely different way of looking at life. This is an example of what Rav Sajagon does in his philosophy. So what we did is just to get a brief mapping out of what we did. We followed to Rav Sajagon through some thoughts in his introduction to Parshanot, the two systems he adds to understand Torah. We looked at it as he expresses of human polemics as he relates to the Karaites, in the specific instance of Ayin Takas Ayin. We talked about Halakha. Halakha, we saw an interesting historical aspect of his life as he responded, his contribution of the Siddur as we have it to today, and finally in his philosophy, one very specific example of how that affects our day-to-day life today and mainstream Jewish tradition. This has been something which helps us gain at least a little bit of a foothold in the life of somebody who changed our tradition. Thank you very much.
Most great, I learned a lot. I forgot to mention one story, just to sort of humanize this superhuman individual. You will recall that he was fired by the president of the academy, right, the XR, David Ben-Zakkai. It happened that many years later, after he was fired, like 20-odd years with unemployed, David Ben-Zakkai passed away and left behind a young orphan child. And Rav Sajagon took the child into his own home as his adopted son. So even though he could have had tremendous bitterness against David Ben-Zakkai, he nevertheless showed tremendous kindness to his son, who grew up I've been very devoted to studying them.
That's good. That really is sort of.
Thank you. Our kind sponsor, Sharon and Owen Rothschild, on the occasion of the Shloshim of Sharon's mother, Rabbi. And again, thank you very much for your attending. Tonight we're going back in time significantly. We started this series with Rashi because whenever you're learning Torah, of course, you have to start with Rashi. And we're trying to work around some of the major commentators over the first 6 weeks, and then as we move on, we'll explore, God willing, more esoteric commentators as well. But today we're going to look at perhaps the most significant and certainly the most antique of the commentators, and that is Onkelos. Onkelos has a fascinating biography. We only have a few snippets, but they are quite illustrative of a very unusual personality. And he is significant primarily because it's not a commentary that he's written. He wrote a translation. And as Rabbi Teitelbaum will speak about in his half of the presentation, commentary, this translation is in itself a commentary. I believe it's Ibn Dawud who says, "Show me a translator and I'll show you a liar." Because translations in themselves have to choose one of many different meanings of text, and that in itself is denying the other possible translations of a given word. So Onkelos is always printed on the margin of the text in contemporary Chumashim. It's a translation into Aramaic of the Hebrew text of the Bible, and reading Onkelos is actually a religious requirement far above Rashi and many of the other commentators, as we shall see over the course of the next 45, 50 odd minutes. So let's go straight to his biography. The first thing I have to tell you, and this is, I have to say, a little bit of an anticlimactic statement. We're not sure who Onkelos is. There are two candidates for the title Onkelos. There is a figure who we know popularly as Onkelos, and there's also a figure known as Aquila. The reason why these two figures are confused is because in some of our sources we have references to an individual named Onkelos, and others, also equally respectable sources, we have references to a man named Aquila doing very similar or identical things in their lives. And so there's a debate among scholars that has raged really since the 4th century as to whether these are two people or one people. We note also, of course, the phonetic similarity of Onkelos and Aquila. It's possible that as the stories traveled to Babylon, the Latin term Aquila became sort of Babylonianized. That's a real word, I just made it up. It became Babylonianized to Onkelos. But what do we know about them? And as we shall see, there are ways to solve this dispute as well. They're both 2nd century Roman converts to Judaism. They both come from highly influential families, the stories surrounding both of these figures and such. And they are both, of course, great scholars of Judaism who produced very important texts for our purposes. The Babylonian Talmud and the Tosefta, which is an ancient collection of documents similar to the Mishnah, has all these biographical details that refers to Onkelos. And the Babylonian Talmud, as I'm sure many of you are aware, has much more primacy in the Jewish canon than the Jerusalem Talmud, generally studied much more actively. And so the term Onkelos tends to have much more currency as a result. But in the Jerusalem Talmud and in Midrashim that can be dated specifically to Israel, the name used there is Aquila. So there's a lot of questions about exactly who are we talking about. The 4th century church father, and it's strange that we have a church father who's involved in this, his name is Epiphanius of Salamis. He was very famous for making processed meat in sort of cylindrical shapes. Thank you. I'm glad some people are paying attention. No, I just made that up on the spot. You can tell spontaneously. But Epiphanius of Salamis was a church father who was involved very much in Jewish ecclesiastical history And he argued that it's the same person. Onkelos and Aquila are the same person. Their names were just pronounced differently, and they're confused. It's still a little bit of a question because there are key biographical details that vary, perhaps in type rather than in, or perhaps in detail rather than in type, as we shall see shortly. But let's place them in historical context. Both of them lived, or let's just say it's Onkelos. Let's say it's one person will follow Epiphanes of Salamis because we all enjoy good deli. Onkelos lived sometime around the turn of the 2nd century, a period of tremendous conflict and upheaval in Israel. Just to recap some of the major events, you have in approximately the year 70, you have a disastrous war with the Romans that ends in the destruction of the temple. You have the remnants of a zealot-inspired revolt that has its last stand on the fortress of Masada. You have in the year 135, more or less, another upheaval, another Roman-Jewish war, this time led by Bar Kokhba, that also failed and resulted in phenomenal reprisals from the Roman government under the Emperor Hadrian. It is to this period, the Hadrianic persecution, that we have the story of the Asara Hruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state that we read on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, the Eila Esker, Rabbi Akiva's death, and so on. So a really terrible time. We also have phenomenal messianic upheaval. The most significant in the Jewish tradition is, of course, Bar Kokhba himself, who Bar Kokhba was widely regarded as actually a Mashiach, the Mashiach Yisrael. Rabbi Akiva himself felt that Bar Kokhba was definitely the Mashiach. His colleague said to him, Akiva, your grass will grow from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah. A very cold statement, which in fact turned out to be the case because Bar Kokhba was defeated by the Romans. We also have another fairly significant messianic movement that did not create such a huge ripple effect in its time, but ultimately was much more powerful, and that is, of course, the messianic movement surrounding Jesus somewhat earlier in the 1st century. So this is a period of phenomenal upheaval, tremendous danger for the Jewish polity, and huge risk for the complete disappearance of the Jewish people as a whole. So, turning to Onkelos himself, according to one version of the story, he was the nephew of Titus, or Titus, shown here. Of course, he is the general who destroyed the temple itself. In this coin, you see how he, as a Roman soldier, standing over a Jewish soldier who was forced to kneel. This coin is from the year 79. He's also associated with the famous Arch of Titus that commemorates this battle against the Jews and the ultimate subjugation of Israel. And I'm sure you've all seen this very famous bas-relief that is actually sort of on the inside corner here that shows purportedly Jewish slaves taking the menorah and under Roman standards off to the Vatican, where it will be, according to some legend, hidden away forever. I'll take questions at the end, okay? So this is, according to one version of the story, Titus was his uncle, definitely a very high-level person related to Vespasian, who would become the emperor. According to the other version of the story, his Midrash Tanchuma says that his uncle was actually Hadrian himself, the emperor that persecuted the Jews so severely in the middle of the 2nd century. As the story goes, he went to Israel and was so impressed. He was at the wall, and someone went up to him and asked him if he'd like to spend Shabbos, and he ended up getting Makarev into or Sameach Eish Torah Chabad, the whole thing, and he ended up becoming a ger. There's a fascinating story that I rather enjoy that is recorded in the Maseches Avodah Zarah. I was thinking of maybe reading the whole thing through to you, but basically what happens is he becomes converted, and his uncle, whether it's Titus or whether it's Hadrian, very upset with him. This is what they call in Latin ashanda, that he should, ashanda for the youth. So they send a battalion over there to try and bring him back. And the battalion ends up talking with him, and they're so impressed with everything that he does that, in fact, they decide to convert too, and they stay there. And so he sends another battalion, and the same thing happens. In the third battalion, he says to them, whatever you do, don't speak with Onkelos. If you can't engage in any conversation, don't speak with him. And as the story goes, it's not exactly the way it appears in the Gemara, but they walk straight into the base medrash, they pick him up, they walk him out of the base medrash. As he's walking out, he touches the mezuzah. One of the Roman soldiers says, "What's that?" And it was all over. But anyways, these are the kind of stories associated with him. There is also an interesting censored account in Gemara Gittin, which is quite fascinating. In the 13th century, not really for our discussion today, but in the 13th century, the church, thanks to the intervention of some Jewish converts to Christianity, the church discovered the Talmud and engaged in quite active study of Talmudic texts and also engaged in heavy interference with the publication and dissemination of the Talmud. Within a couple of centuries, as printing became popularized, the church was also very involved in controlling the actual texts that would be published as Talmudic. So Jewish publishers tended to engage in heavy self-censorship so that these documents would pass the censors' evaluation and they would be able to be published. And so that means there's a whole bunch of material that is missing from our traditional Talmudic texts from about the 13th, 14th century onward until the 20th century. And among those texts, by the way, are preserved in Talmuds that are studied in Muslim lands, and many scholars are able to, bring them back and put them into modern Talmuds or into collections. Anyways, one of those, the kinds of things, by the way, that would be removed tended to be anything that smacked of criticism of Christianity, the biography of Jesus, Rome in particular, anything associated with Rome. It could have been talking about pre-Christian Rome, doesn't matter. The Jewish printers would say it's safer just to take that whole section out. And one of the sections that they took out dealt with Onkelos' own thought process as he was contemplating conversion to Judaism. According to the version that was removed from Gittin, he had kind of a seance and communed with the dead spirits of Bilam and with Jesus and one other famous figure who I can't recall. And he asked them, what's going to happen if I convert to Judaism? And they all said, that's good, it'll be fine if you become Jewish, the Jews are on the right track and so on. And after communicating with them, he decides to, in fact, become Jewish. Fascinating, and you can see why the Jewish printers would remove that section from the Bible. Titus, the third one. Thank you, Titus. So this is a very high, Boaz, you're paying attention here? This is like a really high-level class. It's scary for me. The Roman Empire, we also have to place the context of the tremendous pressure that Onkelos must have felt by joining this strange people under these conditions. I just want to take a minute to give you the contextualization of anti-Semitism. I really would like to speak a lot more about this, perhaps maybe Tisha B'Av, we're going to have a longer discussion. But scholars have basically identified 4 distinct ideological periods of anti-Semitism. They're all really quite different. I'm going to give you all 4 right now, but we'll speak a little bit longer about the Roman period in particular. The first period of anti-Semitism is generally known as classical xenophobia. The word xenos in Greek means stranger. Xenophobia means fear of the stranger, fear of the different. And the Jews were clearly a highly distinctive and unique people in the ancient world. And as a result, a lot of hatred was directed to them. We'll unpack that after we go through the next 3 very quickly. The second period is early Christian anti-Judaism, and this really evolves in the early 2nd century till about the turn of the millennium. This is essentially a dispute between religious movements. It is born out of the unique mother-daughter relationship of Judaism and Christianity. As Christianity is struggling to identify itself as a separate body of faith, it criticizes somewhat harshly the original faith. As Rosemary Radford Luther, a very important Protestant theologian, once said, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology, by which she meant that as the early Christians wanted to promote Christianity, one of the major tools they had was to demote Judaism at the same time. Just like a daughter striving to achieve her own independence has to somehow criticize her mother in order to emerge from the cocoon of that protective maternal shell. But at this point, early Christian anti-Judaism is largely nonviolent. It's largely ideological. Imagine kind of like debates between rabbis and priests. Those kinds of things go on in this period. The third period is when anti-Semitism kind of goes off the rails, and that's medieval Jew hatred. This is something that begins around the turn of the millennium. It really gets a lot of energy with the 13th century, and this is where certain beliefs that are just completely pathological, the idea that Jews drink Christian blood, that Jews engage in vicarious crucifixions of an imaginary Jesus once a year on Passover, all kinds of bizarre, folk ideas sort of imported into anti-Semitism. It becomes much more violent. And as I wrote in one of my articles, it's at this point, by the way, that it tends to change genders as well. Early Christian anti-Judaism, the vocabulary is very much about the female, about women, about representations of ecclesia and synagogue. But once you get to the medieval period, then it becomes about men. And the women who literally pictured in the center of earlier renditions are actually shunted off to the side. I'd like to talk more about this, but not tonight. And the fourth period, which we enjoy still today, is a form of anti-Semitism that is born out of the late 19th century. And anti-Semitism as an ideology is quite fascinating because it's somehow like a virus, is able to adapt itself to the unique climate of its host. And it's able to find those kind of like tags to affix itself as a cancerous growth. I'm sorry to use so many medical metaphors when there's so many medical doctors in the room. But the idea is the virus is able to adapt to its circumstances under very uncanny means. So, for example, as religion declines with the Enlightenment, let's say 17th to 18th century, and all of these ideas of deicide killing of God and in league with the devil and all kinds of things that people no longer take seriously anymore, anti-Semitism becomes secular, and it acquires two distinct characteristics. It becomes very racist in nature, attaching itself to the body of ideas that the Jews constitute a unique race, separate from other races. And our genius, by the way, as a race, is supposed to be that we are parasites, that we are able to live off other beings until we suck away their energy and move on to a new host. And at the same time, with racism, there is the idea of a conspiracy theory, that all Jews are locked together in this conspiracy to enslave Christians. So those are the four basic periods. But if we focus on our task right now, which is classical xenophobia, none of this was born at this time. The Jews were feared and hated primarily because they were...
You told me. How'd you find out about it? How did you find out about it? Okay, very cool. How are you? Excellent. We're just watching Jewish history like Chris. Enjoy, my friend. You're welcome.
So different from the Romans. And let's place this in the context of Onkelos' conversion. The Romans took off very few days during the year, especially if you were a slave, which was most of the Roman population. You would have off the emperor's birthday, vernal equinox, just a handful of days a year. The Jews were accused of being slothful, lazy, because we took off 1 day in 7. Can you believe it? 1 day in 7, we refused to work, we refused to handle money, we refused to engage in commerce. That was just seen as intolerably lazy, unproductive kind of people. We were accused of being impious at the same time because we refused to participate in the civic religion of the day. We refused to just perform the very basic obeisances of just bow down to the idol. What's the big deal, Like, if you can imagine going to a baseball game and there's some guy who refuses to stand for the national anthem. And there's a lot of criticism directed at that person because just stand up. What's the big deal, right? So we Jews will refuse to do these kinds of things that were markers of basic citizenship in the society. We were accused of being clannish, of refusing to associate with non-Jews because we would not eat with them, we would not drink wine with them, we would not, like, we didn't eat their food, we have our own kosher food, we wouldn't drink wine with them because the laws on touching wine that's not completely ruined by boiling. That was a joke too. I thought it was funny. What was the last thing I was going to say, boys? And also we were accused of being misanthropic, of hating humanity, primarily through circumcision, which was considered such an offense to the Romans, especially because of the Greek love of the human form, the human body. So imagine this is the kind of environment in which Onkelos converted. It's like converting to be such a misanthropic, clannish, such a complete, Yotze Dofen, off the wall, kind of exceptional, moving the reverse of everything that the Romans held dear. So placing in that context, his conversion really takes greater importance. Two details about his personal Yiddishkeit, which are kind of interesting. He was noted for his scrupulosity. This is a word I've been dying to use for at least 2 weeks now since I've been thinking about this lecture. Scrupulosity is actually used by psychologists who treat Jews, Orthodox Jews, with obsessive compulsive disorder. It's actually a diagnosis because, unfortunately, our religion does include a tremendous amount of details. Wash the hands this way, put on the shoes that way, all kinds of things, and people can fall into nebuch of mental illness where they're completely obsessed, doing it exactly mamish right, which in many ways we admire and we represent in a positive light, and as a result, it can actually push people further over the edge. So, not saying that Onkelos was associated with this, but for example, two things. He tended to be firmer than the rabbis in many ways. He was noted for eating all of his food al taharas hakodesh, meaning he would eat it with the same stringencies as if he were a Kohen serving in the temple, meaning he would not allow any food that had even normal defilement that could be consumed by a regular Jew. He would refuse to touch any of it. He would only eat it as if he were a Kohen, even though he was not. He himself, of course, was a convert. And secondly, he had a dispute with Rabbi Gamliel, of all people, who wanted to go to the mikvah in Ashkelon, which is a territory that was traditionally associated with the Philistines and not necessarily part of Israel proper. Onkelos felt that a mikvah on non-Israeli land was not good enough because it was not, by traditional biblical definition, part of the land of Israel. Even though it was a mikvah there, it would not purify, and he preferred to go into the ocean. He says, Rabbi Gamliel, you can use this mikvah, but I'm going to use the ocean. I don't know if you ever met converts like that who tend to be more religious than the rabbis, but it is a known phenomenon. So Onkelos, as an individual, you see he's definitely very contrarian, definitely very principled, but he dedicated his life to the Jewish people, and as a result, he has left a phenomenal legacy in his translation of the Chumash. And at this point, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
Thank you, Dr. Edmondson. Good evening again, everyone. We're going to begin with a question. Who wants, with God's help, to live a long life? Good. All with it 100%. Those with whom we're not, we'll discuss it later. My office house, So everybody would like to have a Rikasam Vishon. And this idea of a Targum, fascinatingly enough, holds with it the promise to just that. We are introduced to the idea of reviewing the Targum. Now, it doesn't say which Targum, but we'll see in a moment. The Gemara will tell us which Targum it is. We should be complete in reading all of the Parshios, in the Tzibur, meaning week by week with the Tzibur, the Parsha of week Shnai and Mikra, the Echad Targum. which may not necessarily have a specific title attached to them. Shekol Hamash Tashiosaf Imatzibur Ma'arichin Lo Yamav Shno Sof. It's going to grant us long life. It's a part of Talmud Torah to such an extent that it's included in the promise of it's part of that promise that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, and that we believe in, we daven, we say, that's what we will fill our days with, and then they will be long days and blessed years. Now, we have to understand that the idea of doing this, Shnayim Mikveh Echatagim, needs to be understood on two levels. Why the number 3, and why the Targum specifically? Can we fulfill this with any translation or any compilation of commentary? We'll get to that, but let's just focus in on the idea of the 3. Shnayim Mikveh Echatagim, twice the text, once the Targum. The Maral of Prague says, "V'yeshlama ki matzinu sha'Torah nitna b'har Sinai v'nishneis b'al moed v'nishtal shav Moav." He says, look, the Torah was given at Sinai, and then it was taught all over again, and then in Aros Moav, hayabeir haTorah v'tichsiv Moshe be'eretz haTorah. So that's why we have this idea of Shnayim Mikveh Echatagim. The implication of this already is that some kind of a Targum existed even then. That the Targum has origins that go back to the generation that was the Yotzei Mitzrayim and those who came into Eretz Yisrael. How do we know what it is that we mean when we say Targum? That our Targum so the Gemara Masechet Megillah says, Amar Rabbi Yirmiyah, v'yisem Rabbi Chiya bar Abba, Targum shel Torah unklis hager amro mipi Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. So we have the dating of the Targum, and we have the authorship of Onkelos as the authoritative Targum. Of course, we know that Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer ben Hilkias were, of course, in the generation immediately after Churban by his shaming. Now, the Gemara goes on to discuss, well, we have rayas, we have proofs that this was even more ancient than anything that could have been taught by Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer in the first century, end of the first century. And you're right, this is Sinaitic in origin. But Shakchon was forgotten. They were forgotten, and then Onkelos Hager once again brought back somehow the ancient understanding, translation, interpretation of Torah that had been with us, that was extant in the time of Moshe Be'eretz HaTorah. The question is, we ate for what we ourselves ate for breakfast. How does Onkelos Hager come back with what was the original in Aramaic of some 1400 plus years, 1500 years ago? Ruach HaKodesh, Sheni, days of the Tanoim. Well, there's an interesting Zohar. That's a little bit of a pun from the idea of saying that, yes, must have been HaKodesh, with the Zohar dates Onkelos to Hillel. It's an obscure Zohar that says, Yenuchon of the Alma, rest in peace, Hillel and Shammai, the Happy Alma of the Onkelos, Yudai Raisa at the Izah. Basically, if you used to teach any Torah, that was the So we know that there were these famous stories of Cain coming to Hillel and Shammai and saying, I want to become a Jew. One of them was Onkelos. That places Onkelos, of course, much earlier, turn of the first century. Well, within that period when Ruach HaKodesh, Holy Echletus, was amongst us and the spirit of Kedusha obtained amongst the Jewish people, Beis HaMikdash was still Kaya. Now, we were mentioning earlier, as Dr. Abramson said, that there's a question about what exactly is Targum meant to be. So it's Onkelos' Targum, that's what we have to read twice the text, once the Targum. What is it? Is it a translation? Is it an explanation? Is it both? And what do we do practically if we don't understand the Aramis, if we don't understand Aramaic? Halach and Shulchan Aruch, Halacha Beis, in Lamat HaParsha B'Perish Rashi, Chashuv Kimo Targum. V'Yeresh Shamayim, Yikhu Targum V'Gam Perish Rashi. This is the tours confined by Yosef, originating with the tours from Rush. I mean, Usher, the great 13th century decisive of Jewish law, laid down a fantastic idea and said, you can't understand Targum, do the Rashi. And that means that the Rush understood Targum to be far more than translation. Obviously, if you're replacing Targum with Rashi, and Rashi is the farthest thing from translation, obviously Targum has in it so much more depth and has a wealth of information. It is not just translation, it's a compilation of meaning and understanding, and that therefore, if we cannot access it, Rashi might be a replacement. Now, there's an important Taz, the Torah Zohar, who says to us, quoting again from the Tur, because of the Tur, I will encourage Bishar Laz if you use any other language, which would be the most natural thing to do. English translation. Lo Yotze. You're not able to do Shnai and Mikra B'Echad Targum by reading the Chumash, and then English. Not even Art Scroll. That's not English, actually. Sorry. I didn't say. I mean, you can't use any other language because obviously there's a Ruach HaKodesh aspect. You can't replace something which has, first of all of the holy explanation, like a Rashi's, bringing of Medrash, bringing of the Gemara, all of the holy tradition of what the pasuk means and what's entailed in understanding the message of the pasuk. And second of all, in terms of just looking at it as simple translation, if one is Ruach HaKodesh, nothing can replace that. Nothing can replace that. We've begun to discuss this challenge of the Aramaic. And it's important to note that early Rishonim conceded that we have a problem with Aramis. They discuss how clearly there were communities, as we read in the Gemara, every Shabbos, the laming was a pasuk, and then a targum, a pasuk, and a targum. The cholent were almost as hot, maybe a little cooler, because you would have every pasuk translated by a dramaturg. There was a metargim for every pasuk. What happened to that? What a fantastic idea. Don't tell me that instead the rabbi gives a speech, because we would much rather hear from Onkelos than from the rabbi. The answer is, Nira, Shehem Hoyu Regilim Lefarish Lahamon Ha'am Shoyu Medavrim Aramis. It was done because the people understood Aramaic. We're not going to read it publicly. And then he says, Lomar Nilmod Lehem Lefarosh La'am B'Rashar Sheyavinu. Do not suggest, well then let's read the pasuk publicly out loud from the Torah, then have someone explain it in whatever language we understand. Again, the Yeshloma Targum Shani Shemitkan Ruach HaKodesh. So you have here the Rishon, the Tur, saying to us, look, that's what Gemara ultimately means. We understand the Gemara Megillah, which we saw earlier, Chazru V'Yasnu, that Targum Onkelos is that which is based upon the original Sinaitic Be'er HaTorah of the Midbar of the Yotze Mitzrayim. That's because he was granted Ruach HaKodesh to be able to recompose and reconstitute that ancient Talmud. Taz says that you can read Penudei HaTorah. And that, right, but that's indeed what the Taz says there. He says you can replace even the Rashi, but it would have to be not with the translation, but he says B'Feirush or B'Feirush HaTorah, correct. Now, we move on to something that again indicates to us how unique Aramis really is, and why it might be worth our while to struggle through the Aramaic, even to acquire books, translations of the Aramaic. There's a fantastic Hebrew translation of Aramis, written by, it just so happens to be an uncle of my father-in-law, Rav Tuvia Wine of Rehovot, composed Yain HaTov Al HaTargumim. But there are, I believe, English translations of the Aramaic and commentary on Targum, so that we can really reacquaint ourselves with the wealth of, and the treasure of what Targum is all about. The Zohar says a fascinating thing. The Zohar in Lech Lecha says that the Malachim, the angels in heaven, as we know, shun Aramaic. It's a language that's meant to be uniquely ours, and what we express in that language is not for the ears, if you will, of the Malachim. It's a discussion for another time why that's so, but the strong language used in the Zohar is that it is ma'us, it's really shunned, it's something that's very, very negative, if you will, in the eyes of the Malachim. And he says, and that's how it should be, because this Aramaic Torah, which is Targum, is ours. It's uniquely ours. And there's no more envy of the Jewish people. Remember that famous Gemara in the Medrash that says that the Malachim didn't want the Torah to be given to us at all. And the answer was, Lo Bashamayim, it belongs on earth. That's where it's lived, that's where it's practiced. And yet the Malachim are envious. So we have not only the practice of Torah, but the study of Torah in a language that they will not be envious of. So that it is uniquely ours in its study, let alone in its practice. And that study, that is uniquely the Jewish study of Torah, that is here on earth, and that is sanctified by the Jewish people in a way that the angels in heaven cannot study, cannot sanctify Torah, is the Aramaic of Echad Targum. Let's take a look at one of the great accomplishments of the Targum. The Rambam in Nevuchim makes a point over and over again, telling us how incorporeality, the fact that there is no physicality to the God of Israel, that we believe in a omniscient, all-present, all-knowing, makomo shel olam, that is the fill of the universe, that the universe takes up a small physical space within the greater non-physical truth that is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This incorporeality is something which a ger, a proselyte, would want to teach and show again and again and again. So there's a protective measure that the Targum takes anytime there's something that is implying motion or movement, action of a physical kind by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Targum says, no, let's not translate, let's explain. And you will see in two simple explanations, examples from this past week's Parsha, where revelation takes place before all of the Jewish people at Har Sinai. And the prophet says, I'm going to come to you in the thick cloud, and Targum says, I will manifest or be revealed, I'll be experienced prophetically, my presence will be known. But it doesn't say I'm coming, because that kind of a movement, that's a human anthropomorphism that the Uncles would not even abide in his translation. So it's not a translation. It's a very important kind of explanation, and one pointedly aimed at precluding us from making any kind of mistake about that which he saw all of his life. He doesn't want us to make the kinds of mistakes all the people around him used to make. There are gods that you can imagine, that you can talk to. There are gods you can see. Pantheon of gods, gods you can bow to, gods you can embrace and kiss. No, that's not the truth. That's not the reality. And he's trying to show that again and again. There's another example in the very next page. The day of Matan Torah will be there when God will come down, from the top of the mountain. There is no coming down. There is going to be revelation. There's going to be the vision that we will have, the experience of Matan Torah. But this is very protective, the Rambam says, of making sure we don't get any of that wrong, so we have an understanding of the truth of HaKadosh Baruch Hu being Hashem Echad. There are halakhic implications of what it is that's written by Onkelos, and we have here just two out of hundreds and hundreds of instances in Shalos and Shubas and other Sfarim where people derive from Onkelos' commentary something very practical. The first one by the Chatzal, for the great scholar, really the most important, singularly important Jewish scholar of Central Europe of the first half of the 19th century, and his Talmidim and their yeshivos have impacted the Jewish world so greatly. The Chatzal writes in a Shuva where he's discussing the latter part of Mila, after the foreskin has been removed, the small thin membrane that also has to be pulled back. He says, well, if that wasn't done, would you make a bracha? Because since the Mila hasn't been completed, so you've cut off the foreskin, but you haven't done that free. He's discussing this technical issue, and he brings a proof from the Targum on the pasuk, Umar Hashem et Slavamcha ve'Slavam Zarata. Ya'adi, I will remove, not cut. Ya'adi, tipshus removal, he says, is a bona fide understanding of what Mila means. So Mila, Umar Hashem et Slavamcha, doesn't have to mean Zar, cutting. It means revealing that which is otherwise enclosed or hidden. And therefore, for Kriya, while the cutting has been done, but that revealing of what lies underneath yet is going to be done. You make a bracha on that. And he's bringing proof texts and support from an Onkelos. Now it's fascinating that his Rabbi, Rav Nosson Adler, similarly once said something fascinating about the Aseret Dibros. Everybody knows that in the Aseret Dibros, Lo Tignov means kidnapping. Yet the Torah doesn't say specifically kidnapping. We have a Rashi in Parshas Mishpatim that implies that it includes all kinds of theft. And it would be nice to see in the Ten Commandments that God is saying not only kidnapping, but thievery of any kind is so forbidden and so abhorrent it even has a place in the Ten Commandments. Sure enough, at Siva of the Klosenberg Rebbe, he quotes the Sefer Nesina Leger, fascinating name. Nesina Leger, meaning something given or gift to the Ger. The Ger is Onkelos. Nesina is Nosson Adler. That was his name. The great scholar Nosson Adler wrote this Targum to Targum. He wrote a commentary on Targum Onkelos. And he calls it Nesina Leger. And the Klosenberg Rebbe quotes it as saying that, look, when it comes to Lo Sirtzach, it says Lo Tikto Nefash. But when it comes to Lo Tikno, it just says Lo Tiknuf. And that implies that according to Onkelos, Efshad the Behemoth over Onkelos the Koi Gama Gneva Sulama. But L'chain, you don't got to the stomach without Nefash, without saying a person. It doesn't say theft of a person. He just left it at theft. When it comes to Lotitzach, homicide, he added Nefash, the murder of a person. So we are being medayik in Onkelos, where he did add a word versus where he did not add a word. And we're saying, therefore, Onkelos seems to say to us, Lotigno is not just technically kidnapping, but any kind of theft is also included in the Aseret Dibros. So we see that the tremendous amount of study that great scholars engage in when looking at the texts of Onkelos give rise to halachic implications to this very day and have done so really through the ages. Let's conclude with looking at some of the examples of where his translation / compilation of commentary explanation have really enriched Jewish life, where his meaning to the words have such great ethical and moral implications. We'll have them in order as they appear in the Torah. This is probably the most famous of them all, where in the creation of man, the Torah says, "Vayihi ha'adam nefesh chaya," and man was this living being, but no, that which the Okla says is so much more important and so much more broad and gives us such insight into the greatness and potential within man. That is that God's breath manifests the harvest. God's breath manifests in man. It's given expression through that which man speaks, through the spirit in man, as that spirit comes to expression when a human being verbalizes his thoughts, his aspirations, his hopes, his fears. And that is one of the most important of all of Oklas's translations, obviously explanations and interpretations of Torah. We'll look at another one that comes from this week's Parsha, Parshas Mishpatim, where the Torah says, if you see your enemy's chamar, your enemy's donkey, it's breaking down under its tremendous burden, and you need to help the animal, this beast of burden, and the owner of the animal is an enemy of yours. You would desist from or refuse to help this fellow just because you've got some kind of a disagreement with him. Help and help again, make sure that the person and the person's animal can be reloaded and safely on their way. Says the Targum something fantastic. You know, in modern Hebrew, if you have some kind of a complaint, and you keep airing the complaint, and you're complaining, when somebody wants to tell you stop, what will they tell you? Azov. Leave it alone. Tafsik means stop, but to leave it alone means let it go. Azov. So here you have the source for that. You see, because Azov, according to Talmud, this pasuk means Mishvak Tishbok, leave alone Magdivipoch Alohi. Let go of what you have in your heart. Let go of all of that old, contentious, and negative feeling you have in your heart. Whatever it is that you harbor against your fellow Jew, let it go. And help it. So that we have a completely novel interpretation of the pasuk, but one that addresses the fact that you really don't like this guy. You really don't want to help him. And when the Torah repetitively says Azov to Azov, Targum says, because it doesn't just mean to help, it means Azov, let go of, release all the negative feelings you may have, the resentment that you have, and then to Azov, go help it. And finally, something that really helps us all of us work hard, all of us trying to earn a living, all of us know we can't take credits for our successes. Because Rothschild tells us very pointedly, we have to remember, it's not it's not because I'm so smart, not because I got my great degree, not because I've worked so hard that I've amassed my fortune or that I'm successful. No, we have to remember, because he is the one who gives you the ability, the energy to succeed, to valiantly succeed. Now, you might not be able to read readily into this and say, well, how about somebody who's in business and applies his great mind, his business acumen, and manages therefore to succeed or practices his or her profession with proficiency, and where in the pasuk does Hebrew and also where does it say that it's about my ability to use my mind well and practice my profession or pursue my business pursuit successfully? Says the Talmud. And remember, this is Sinaitic in origin. The Ruach HaKodesh in the first century and second century, says Unkelos, Arehu, Yahevlach Eitzah Lemikne Nichse. The Eitzah, meaning the ideas, the thoughts that allow you to move on to acquire what you need in life. Lemikne Nichse means to buy what you need, to acquire what you need, to succeed in your business, in your profession. You know what that comes from? The Eitzah comes from the higher intellect that's granted the Chacham Abina Das, the Abina Bahaskel, that you daven for Shemona Esrei, when it's provided by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's where and how we can succeed. So we see from these examples how rich and how important some of the commentary of Targum is, let alone how important it is to recognize it as a basic translation of Chumash, but the accessibility combined with the broad interpretation of Torah that's presented to us through Targum gives us an understanding of how great and important Targum really is and why we try to access it and must try to access it in Spanish and Aramaic. If the people in the Midbar could do it, we can do it too. Thank you.
It's a great honor to be here for the fifth installment, the penultimate installment of the Letters Flying Free. Oh my gosh, the Rebbitzin is here. I see the Rebbitzin over there. I just scanned it. Oh, now I'm in trouble. She is going to tell her father about this. I'm really nervous now. We'll start all over again. Okay. We're in the penultimate meeting of the Letters Flying Free. I sent out an email, if you're on my constant contact list, to get a survey of what people thought of this series and the series we did in Brooklyn to get a sense of how we can improve. And if God willing, we will move forward with this. There seems to be a certain groundswell of enthusiasm for these subjects, but we want to do it wisely and in a way that meets the needs of our viewing audience, both live and on the internet. Rabbi Teitelbaum has prepared an absolutely fantastic shiur for the second half of this hour. So I'm going to speak really quickly to give him maximum time. He's really going to take us deep into the ideas of the Ibn Ezra in text, and I think it's going to be quite fascinating. I'm actually recycling a class that I gave about 2 years ago, which was sponsored by the Hermes, and I believe they're members of this shul, so it's ironic that we get to reuse their original sponsorship when I was in Bell Harbor. Our topic of the day is the incomparable Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was a phenomenal individual with a tremendously complex life, a life of great sadness and tribulation, and a life of genius and exceptional achievement in Torah scholarship in particular. I think one of the most fascinating things that I take away from his life is the fact that Ibn Ezra that we primarily know as Jews and by the people who study him most of all the various fields of inquiry that he inspired, from poetry to astronomy to mathematics to linguistics. He really only began his career as a Torah scholar, as a publishing Torah scholar, when he was about my age, when he was in his 50s and he was exiled from the Iberian Peninsula. At that point, he had to change careers quite late in life, and it was only then that he really explored his genius. As we discussed a few weeks ago when we were looking at Sadia Gaon, he had to get fired from his job as the Gaon of Surah in order to start writing, and ultimately it was his writing that made the greatest contribution in life. I'm reminded as well of a role model in my own life, Rabbi Dr. Rabbi Rothschild, who only started Touro College when he was 54 years old, and it's become such a massive enterprise, and it's affected the lives of so many tens of thousands of people. There are these people like that, Ibn Ezra's, who are able to change their lives midstream when other people are sort of looking down towards moving down to Boca or something like that. They're thinking about what else can I achieve. But Ibn Ezra is such a person. He lived a life of tremendous penury, and he complained about it with some eloquence. So I'll share with you, for example, one poem that he wrote. These are translated from the original Judeo-Arabic. Unfortunately, I forgot the name of the translator. And the other, I'll write it when I put this on the web. The exact translator. But he writes a poem called "My Stars." On the day I was born, the unalterable stars. If I decided to sell lamps, it wouldn't get dark till I died. Some stars, whatever I do, I'm a failure before I begin. If I suddenly decided to sell shrouds, people would suddenly stop dying. Right? So he definitely had a very kind of pessimistic, dark view of the universe that seems to pervade much of his writings, although not universally. We'll see how it is. Now, what was he doing for a living? What was so difficult about his life? He was what we would call in Yiddish, in many ways, a Luftmensch, a man who lived on air. And this is a term that really is better applied to 19th century Eastern Europe. And it refers to people who somehow eke out a living without any clear sense of what their revenue stream really is. In medieval Spain, in the golden period when he lived, he was a professional poet. And he would, compose works of poetry, which was hugely in demand in Spanish culture, Arabic Spanish culture. He would compose, what they would call a boast poetry, in which people would compose, these poems that celebrated their business acumen or their military strengths or, various achievements in their life. He would have composed curse poetry that was used as an imprecation against people you didn't like, and this was a business. This was kind of like graphic designers for the internet today. He was a poet for hire who do these things. But it's a difficult job to have because once you write the poem, it's over. You get paid once, and then you've got to write another poem. You can't use the same poem again because they were in circulation. It was part of the culture to repeat poetry. We happen to live, it's sad, in America in the early 21st century. We live in a very poetry-debased society. We have very little poetry in circulation. I spent time with boys. My son, who was not here, by the way, I really have to give it to him. He and I just spent some time studying The Second Coming by Yeats, and it was fascinating to actually walk a young mind through the meaning of that poem. But we are bereft of these things. I'm sorry for going on like that. Anyways, he eked out a career as a professional poet, and he was essentially going from wealthy person to wealthy person to try and flog his wares. He would make a sale every now and then. Here's one of his poems in which he describes what it's like. This is called The Patron, which is referring, of course, to his supporters. When I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he has already ridden away. When I come in the evening, they say, he has already gone to sleep. He either climbs into his carriage or climbs into his bed. Woe to the poor man, woe to misfortune. Right, so we get the sense that for most of his early adulthood and his middle age, he was a person who just managed to live on the sidelines. Definitely a huge Talmud Chacham, definitely someone who's very conversant with Torah scholarship, but not publishing. He didn't have the personality really to be a community rabbi. He was kind of irascible and difficult and sometimes a little bit pugilistic. These are not characteristics that we admire in rabbis in general. We want them to, find ways to make pshara and shalom. He was not that kind of a person. And so this was his life. For reasons that are not entirely clear, he ended up fleeing the Iberian Peninsula when he was about 50, perhaps exiled. He was very well connected. In fact, he was married into the family of Yehuda Halevi, but his son Isaac apparently moved out to the Middle East and converted to Islam, which was a huge shock for him. There's some debate over exactly what happened. It's possible that Ibn Ezra even sat Shiva for his son, although the dates and the documents that support this are still under dispute. At any rate, possibly the reason why he left, we don't exactly know, was the expansion of the Almohads. It's a very extreme form of Islam that chose to move away from the traditional tolerance of dhimmi, of Jews and Christians as people of the book, towards a more intolerant and demanding form of Islam that would not brook the presence of non-believers in their midst. Maimonides, of course, would also flee the Almohads and make his way across the coast of North Africa to Egypt. In the case of the Ibn Ezra, he would actually make quite a tour of the Mediterranean basin, all across the coast of North Africa, into the Italian peninsula, and well into continental Europe, trying to put together a livelihood living in great straits. During this time, it became clear, this is his period of wandering and also his period of greatest creativity. He found that he could no longer make a living as a Judeo-Arabic poet in Christian Europe. Surprising, right? If they're not speaking Arabic, and the culture of Christian Europe does not have the same respect and admiration for poetry that the Muslims did. And so he had to switch careers. He could not be a pulpit rabbi. He could not be much of a teacher. He didn't have that kind of patience in his personality. So he took to scholarship. And he would sell his writings. Quite often, he was so broke, he actually had to sell his original manuscripts. That's why we actually have multiple copies of many of his works, because he would sell it, the original. He had no more money even to buy more writing instruments, and then he would have to write it again from memory. And so the second version usually tended to be quite a bit bigger and quite a bit more expansive. But this is the kind of living on the edge that he enjoyed during the periods of his greatest creativity. And this is when he really came into his own as a Hebrew scholar, as he wrote his greatest works on astronomy, on grammar, and of course in Torah scholarship, which Rabbi Teitelbaum is going to speak of in quite a bit more detail. I'm not going to go into it in much discussion here at all, but I will say that the Ibn Ezra's commentary on the Torah is uniquely fascinating, and it provides tremendous grounds for future exploration by scholars like Spinoza and eventually the 19th century biblical critic Wellhausen, who saw in his rationalist approach to the Torah the possibility of much larger ideas that were definitely contrarian to the Orthodox point of view. In fact, Ibn Ezra's point of view is pretty much the maximum extreme you can go and still remain inside the camp ideologically, as we shall see in the second half of this out. He has a big problem with Midrash. He tries very hard not to rely on Midrash as a source for biblical commentary. This puts him at tremendous odds with figures like Rashi, of course, figures like the Ramban, who we spoke about early in the series. And it's a unique approach to Torah that is really unparalleled by anyone in his generation. Halakha, nevertheless, let us not mistake the fact that he remained very much an observant Jew, very much adherent to halakha, and was often engaged in heavy polemics with anyone who would impugn the value of halakha. He had significant arguments with the Karaites, a movement that started a few years earlier that argued that the oral Torah was a human rabbinic invention and it was not actually divine in origin. And his approach against the Karaites and his rationalist arguments proved to be extremely useful to Ramban later when he had the dispute that we discussed earlier in this class, because these rationalist arguments could communicate across cultures and could be used in a disputation with the church. So his approach to these things was exceptionally significant. So to try and wrap up and give you a sense of his life as a whole, and also to give plenty of room for the in-depth text that we will be shortly, we should understand him as essentially a poet who had to make a major transition from that way of life to becoming a scholar. Without having an official position of any kind, he was forced to eke out a living as an independent scholar, composing treatises which he would later sell, often right down to the original copies, but nevertheless they gained quite a bit of wide circulation with these things. He was canonized as a commentator. We have him on the page of the Mikros Gedolos, but his opinions nevertheless are quite a bit on the extreme of the Orthodox spectrum. His extremist opinions had a tremendous impact on later thinkers. His thought actually crossed over into the Christian world as well. His poetry was translated into Latin, other languages, such that even in the 19th and 20th century, you see examples of his work. Robert Browning wrote a poem which cites a Rabbi Ezra, referring to Ibn Ezra. Of course, Ibn, son of, and so it's not quite correct to call him Rabbi Ezra because he is Abraham, son of Ezra. But Browning wrote a beautiful poem, Grow Old With Me, which is an ode of homage to the great biblical commentator. And in fact, even John Lennon in our own times wrote a song that was based on Browning's poem, which later was back to the Ibn Ezra. His work in astrology, which I can't possibly comment on with anything intelligent, was nevertheless recognized commentator, and in fact even John Lennon in our own times wrote a song that was based on Browning's poem, which later was back to the Ibn Ezra. His work in astrology, which I can't possibly comment on with anything intelligent, was nevertheless recognized by scholars of that field as being something quite significant. And if you look over here, there's actually a crater on the moon. Next time you look at the moon, just pay attention to this little red spot here. You can notice it if you look very carefully. You'll see there's a red circle around it. And this is called the Ibn Ezra crater, is a close-up of it, that is specifically named after this 12th century scholar in recognition of his tremendous achievements in the field. Okay, so I've compressed my remarks because I think it's really important that we study the text. We have a lot of great text to come, and I'm going to turn it over at this point to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
To look at Ibn Ezra's magnum opus, which is his Parish on the Torah, which is known as the Sefer HaYashar. We call it, of course, more commonly Ibn Ezra. And you can see just from his opening remarks how proud he is of the work. On one hand, you also begin to sense how facile he is in the language, in Lashon HaKodesh. He says here, Sefer HaYashar, Avraham Hashar, to Avraham the poet, U'avosos HaDiktuk Nikshar. He says that all of my writing, all of what I will be presenting will be bound by ropes of grammar. So from the onset, he is making it clear that he's going to be a literalist, if you will. Those with intelligence will see that this is really the right way to address the Torah and to comment on the Torah. They will see fit to follow in my footsteps. Those who take this, and maybe he is saying those who support this kind of work, he always was lacking in the kind of support he would have liked, they will be very, very fortunate. We're going to continue to look at his Hakdama. What he does is introduce his parish by first describing so many of the other paths that he says are incorrect, describing the paths that he will eschew, that he says these are not the ways of proper parish on the Torah. And the first that he says is not quite what we should be following is the path of, let us call it, lengthy exposition. By the way, all of his Akdam is written in poetic line. Beautiful, beautiful favorite for Lashon HaKodesh. He says that it is very long and long-winded, and most people can appreciate it and gain from it. He says, if truth and what we're trying to arrive at is that bullseye, that point at the very center, then going into expansive, long, lengthy dissertations on Torah, that's like maybe getting at that circle surrounding the bullseye, but you're never really reaching the target. And then he goes on to say, for instance, he talks about the Rabbi Yitzchak HaYisraeli, and some of what he wrote. He writes how in other words, he wrote treatises and barely got through much of the Torah at all, he then criticizes the Rav Sajigon. But Mesila Hazos, Allah Rav Sajigon Hagola. So he obviously has great respect for Rav Sajigon, but he says Rav Sajigon also, in his parish, follows this long-winded style without really explaining the pasuk, its true meaning, its basic meaning. He gives an example of Perish Shehim Oros, Tichnis Deos Acheros, L'das Amidos Amiskaros. It's there about all kinds of issues about celestial bodies, things that are not pertinent to the explanation of the pasuk itself. Here, from Gracious, Eric Bays, pasuk Aleph, where the Torah describes the great rivers. So Sajigon identifies this river as the Nile. And how do you know it's the Nile? Asks Ibn Ezra. He suggests, perhaps Sajigon saw it in a dream. There are all kinds of mistakes that have been made. In Cain, we will not rely on things that he dreamt up, but he does defend Rabbi Sajigon and says, look, he had to say something. It's being translated, after all, by Rabbi Sajigon into Arabic and with their alphabets. Therefore, he needed to say something and he needed to give some explanation so that otherwise people are going to say, what's he hiding? Or is this not a really true reflection of what is in the Bible? The fact is that Ibn Ezra, importantly, is the first great Spanish commentator on Torah, where there had been none in Hebrew, what had preceded his work, all had been in Arabic in that part of the world. Another example, however, of his beautiful writing, his scientific ability to mix astronomy, astrology, and Torah. It's long-winded, though. He was allowed, I guess. He permitted himself that. And that is that in Parshas Yisro, he actually shows how each of the Aseret HaDibros connects to a specific constellation. And as you get closer and closer to the more basic and human kinds of issues of Rothschild, and finally Rosachmon, they are the lowest constellations, and he explains this all very beautifully, but of course it's a philosophical approach, and it's more of a long-winded approach than the literalist approach. Then again, he wrote a Dir HaKotzer. He had a shortened version originally, and only wrote the more expanded version of his parish. The one we have is on Shmos. Most of the rest of it has been lost. Now, the next path that he says we should not follow, the second of the four paths that he negates, the path of the Karaim. As we heard before, the Karaites deny that there is a Torah Shabbat path. It's a rabbinic confirmation. He calls it Derech Psal Tolim. Haderech HaShinyan, the second. B'chru Psal Tolim, those crooked people in Israel, if Jews take that path, if they think they're getting to the truth, they don't even know where to look. And then he talks about the founder of the Karaites, Binyamin ben Mashiach, Yeshua. They don't believe in the works of the great Chachamim. They don't believe in Torah Shabbat. So therefore they end up erring to the left, to the right. Everybody says whatever they'd like about how to understand the pasuk. They don't even know Hebrew. So again, you see him really saying how important it is to have a real good grounding in Ivris, in Lashon HaKodesh, in Hebrew grammar. Otherwise, you can't possibly come to understand the Torah. But you also see here how we completely and utterly reject those who would say that no, we have to just study Torah Shabbat and Torah Shabbat is not something that's divinely ordained. You here see that he was an absolutely believing Jew in every way. Torah Shabbat, Torah Shabbat. Some of the examples in which he says something almost critically, really, it's more than jocular. He is actually ribbing the Karaites. The pasuk says in Bereshit Chavtes, the Einei Leah Rakos, Leah's eyes were somehow watery. She was tearing up constantly because the Medrash says she was destined, she thought, to be married to Esau. So here he quotes Ben Ephraim. Ben Ephraim is a character. Ben Ephraim, Shigukos or Aleph, Rakos is missing an Aleph. It should be Aruchos, Tamo, Aruchos. She had long, narrow eyes, and that was the problem. And Ibn Ezra says he's wrong. V'hu hayachos or Aleph. It is he, Ephraim, who's missing the Aleph. So instead of Ben Ephraim, his name is Ben Panim. Anox. Let's go to another example of that kind of, let's call it, his a rejection, if you will, of the Karaites. You know, the Torah says that in Mitzrayim, that the Jewish people were to eat because they had to leave the Chipazon, they should be dressed and ready to leave Eretz Mitzrayim. So he says, it seems to be a city in Algeria, in Argolan. They eat their Seder dressed that way, ready to go. The Eila Toy Ruach, they're all mistaken. And he says, when the comes, let them go, let them leave. Let them go into exile. And finally, another example, where in Parashas Mishpatim, you have the famous psukim of Yigov Shor Ish as Shor Ehel, and it's about one ox going another ox. The ox of one Jew goes the ox of the second Jew, and he says Ben Zuta actually interpreted or misinterpreted this to mean that the ox gores its fellow ox, when actually correctly it means that the ox of one Jew gored the ox of a fellow Jew. So he says, he didn't realize Kishar Ish Samachu, it's the Ishar of a man, and so to Shar the ox of his fellow man, Ben Zuta Levado. You know, oxen have no good friends except for Ben Zuta. He's okay. So we have another path, a path of mysticism and a path of, let's call it obscurity, where that which we don't understand in Torah is hidden and meant to be hidden. And most of Torah, therefore, is allegory. And he says, no, that's not our job. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah. God gave us the Torah to understand, to live by. And you can only live by it if you first understand it correctly. By and by, however, in this case, when he talks about this Derech Choshech V'Afela, he said it's entirely it's outside that circle entirely, let alone getting to bullseye. Outside the circle entirely, he says, they think it's all, some kind of a riddle and some kind of a parable or allegory. I'm not even going to go into much length as to rebut any of what they claim, but what he does say, importantly, is there is one thing that they are right about. Every mitzvah, every precept of the Torah, we have to apply our hearts and minds. Or, yes, Natua. That is, in our hearts, with God's wisdom implanted in us, that we are to study the Torah. It's a fascinating concept. We are able to come to the truth of Torah because we are Hashem's people, and He has planted within us the ability to understand the Torah. Therefore, since He has given us that God-given gift, let's use it. Let's study. let's mine the treasures that are contained within the Torah. And if we come upon psukim that we can't understand, he says, then maybe we have to say, well, it's mystical. But otherwise, he says before that, if we can't logically understand it, then we have to reject that which is illogical or that which is implausible. And then there are some obviously famous cases in which Ibn Ezra says that we have to make sure to read the Torah literally, understand what happened, for instance, at the Akedah, and not necessarily accept every opinion midrashically offered. And we'll get into why and how we can look away from some of the midrashim according to Ibn Ezra. But before we get into that, let's just look at this example. We have Yitzchak at the Akedah. How old is Yitzchak at the Akedah? Chachamenu tell us, he quotes, Yitzchak at the Akedah was Ben 37 Shanim. He was 37 years old. He says, look, in Divrei Kabbalah Mikabel, I readily accept it if that is a tradition from Sinai, generation after generation, fine. But he says, because if he's 37 years old, and the whole celebration of the courage and the devotion of Avraham Avinu should be actually the courage and celebration of what Yitzchak was ready to do at the Akedah. It should be all about Yitzchak and Yitzchak's courage, not Avraham Avinu's courage. He was 5 years old because it says in the Torah, the Torah says that it was Yitzchak who carried all the wood. He was 4 or 5 years old, Aviv carried the wood. So this is all a very logical approach to which he says it must be that ultimately he was Karov Liyud Gimel Shana. That's a heck of a way to prepare for your bar mitzvah, to go to the Akedah. But he was young enough and innocent enough to therefore follow, strong enough to carry the wood, but not old enough to be given all of the credit for that kind of self-sacrifice. Another example, famously, and Rashi quotes this, Medrash, Atzei Shitin, the great wood used for the crushing of the Mishkan. Yaakov Avinu planted them in Mitzrayim, Chachamenu tell us, and told us, when you leave Mitzrayim, you leave these for the construction of the Mishkan, take them with you. And Ibn Ezra asks, but how could the Mitzrayim let them go? Ostensibly to worship their God for 3 days? Why are they taking all this lumber with them? As an example of how rationally, Ibn Ezra says it just doesn't really make sense. He says perhaps there was some kind of a ya'ar, some forest, some area near Har Sinai where when they arrived, they were able to cut these trees, and that's how they had the crushing, the great wood beams that comprised the walls of the Mishkan. The fourth path that Ibn Ezra says we should reject is the path of Hamaleks, of Drash. And he says, with a very organized pattern in it all, he says, Krobel and Nakuda, it's close to the truth. Everybody runs after Medrash. We all enjoy it, we all learn it and study it. He says, from Greece and Rome, it's been a tradition that they don't use their heads, they don't think and weigh the relative value and meaning of the truth of the psukim. Number one, once you have these midrashim in Sifrei HaKadmonim, why repeat it? If you have it in Medrash, leave it there. If you're going to write a commentary on the Torah, don't just repeat what the Medrash says. That's number one. V'yesh drash, hefet drash. He says, secondly, you have so many contradicting midrashim. If you're going to use Medrash to arrive at the truth, well, then what's the truth? Then one Medrash says one thing, and another Medrash says another. And finally, he says, And so much of it is so hard to understand. It's mystical anyway. He uses an example, the famous case, the drash, Torah Kadma, Alpayim Shana Kadma. Torah existed 2,000 years before the world. If there's no world, then there's no physical matter. If there's no physical matter, so then there's no time-space relationship. How can there be time? How can you say 2,000 years if there was no universe, if there's no physical world? He asks. That's just one example. He goes on to give a number of examples. And of course, this was something that, let's say, it stirred up the ire of some of the commentators. Here you have a Tiferes Yisrael of the Maharal, where he quotes how Ibn Ezra criticized the famous drash about why the Torah begins with Beis, Bereshis, because Beis is the letter of the bracha. And it's an important idea. And we accept it, of course, as true. And Ibn Ezra says, no, Beis can stand for all kinds of things. And he gives lists and lists of words that are of a negative nature that begin with a Beis. Bitlu hatochanos. Koheles says, you'll come to your old age and your teeth don't work anymore. So it's with a Beis, Bitlu hatochanos. Does that mean that Beis is such a beautiful, wonderful letter? Ba'al Yid'un. Ba'al Yid'un means that nations of the world, people don't know, don't understand. They're bereft. So the Beis isn't such a wonderful letter, is it? Says the Maharal Mavadai, Harav Ibn Ezra, Ba'al Yid'un. He says, the one who didn't know was Ibn Ezra. Ba'al Yid'un Divrei Chachamim HaNe'emanim. He says, because Ki Devrehem Hein Emes B'Chachma. Who lo Hevin. He did not understand Divrei Chachamim. So there's tremendous criticism that Ibn Ezra invited by being so adamant about not following drash, not getting involved in it, not basing our religious life, not getting so involved with it, not just in commentary, but in philosophically guiding our lives based on so much drash. Ibn Ezra, was not one to really feel that's the way we have to build and construct our culture, our religion. Pru'uvu, we take it that the Torah says that it is a mitzvah. In the meaning of mitzvahs, that's another area, by the way. He did not say that I'm bound to believe that there are exactly 613 mitzvahs. He says that Pru'uvu is actually just a blessing. Milas Kirniv Adam Brachahi. Kamo Mibrias Hamayim. Rak hi mitzvah etikuha kadmon neinu. Zichronim Lebracha. Rather, it is written as a mitzvah by our rabbis. This is a typical of Ibn Ezra in that he says, look, the literal interpretation of a pasuk is not we have a commandment, be fruitful and multiply, have children, but it is a mitzvah. The rabbis in the Talmud say it's a mitzvah, then it's a mitzvah. But they have that by tradition. It's not because the Torah literally said so. Another example, the rehabilitation of Nimrod. What kind of a person was Nimrod? Oh, he was a very, very negative person. He used his powers to threaten mankind, not just Rabbi, but it was a Rothschild. He is Nimrod, and he was Elias Kibor Ba'aretz. As Rashi says, he was doing whatever he could with his gevura, rebelliously against the will of God. Well, according to Ibn Ezra, he says, Hekel Laharos Gevuros B'nei Adam Alachayos, Kibor Tzayid, was a tremendous hunter. V'tam L'fnei Hashem doesn't mean against God. It doesn't mean that he would say, I'm powerful, God is powerful, maybe I'm more powerful, as you might wish to interpret it. He says, Shayabona Mispechos, Umala Osam Hachayos, Olal Hashem. Nimrod captured animals and brought them on in his Beach. He offered them up to God. That's the truth of what the Torah is saying to us about Nimrod, about Drash, the Drash, that's a different path altogether. So that's a bit startling. Most of us are familiar with these interpretations as taught to us by Rashi. There's a very important mention of Rashi in Ibn Ezra's Stuff of Ruba, which is really a grammatical work, where he says, Ein mikra yotze midei pshuto v'hadrash hu tosefes tam. It is just an added flavor, an added sense of what the Torah might be telling us. The Hadaros Habayim, the generations that followed, Samul Kol Drash Iker V'Shorish. They've made so much out of Drash. Kireb Shlomo Zal, like Rashi. Shapiresh Tanach Al Derech Drash. He, Rashi, comments on all of the Torah and re-exclude him homiletically, and he says, V'hu Choshev. He thinks, Kihu Al Derech Pshat. He thinks he's writing Pshat. And then he says, Ve'ein b'svarov Pshat rak echad minei olef. Really, Pshat and Rashi, it's all Drash. 1 in 1,000. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but he's really clearly adamant about what kind of parish we should or shouldn't use as we study Torah. He says Pshat and Rashi is 1 in 1,000. So what he does say is the right path, is the path of the Hebrew grammarian and literalism. Haderach HaChamishis Musad Perushi Aleha Ashis. I am basing and founding my commentary V'hi HaYeshara B'Einai. It's what I think is proper. Nochach Pnei Hashem, Asher Mimenu Levad Le'ira. I only fear God. V'es Epanim B'Torah. V'achapes Heitev Dikduk Kol Mila Chol Ma'oti. I will look for the meaning, the true meaning of each and every word in the Torah. V'achar Kein Afarsheno Kefi Asher Tasig Yadi. I will then explain it as best I can. He says, wherever you find the word for the first time in Tanakh, that's its anchor. That's its basis. You shall extrapolate from there what it means and how it's applied elsewhere in Tanakh. So here we see in these first few lines how much he wants to tell us to emphasize studying literalism, studying the language, appreciating Hebrew diktuk. He says, as far as other interpretations, he talks about, where you have a word that's wale, a word that's chaser, it's with a vav, it's without a vav. He says, Rak Latinokos Alehem Tovim. For young children, that's the kind of Torah that you may want to teach. But as adults, really, we have to know the truth of Torah. We have to study it very carefully and with a great deal of emphasis on what he would say is literal understanding. Let's see where his literalism sometimes, however, led him. Goat's meat and milk. It says it 3 times in the Torah. Rashi explains how Gdi means a young animal, be it a goat or otherwise. Says the Ibn Ezra, no, a Gdi is a goat, period. Rabbi Shlomo Amar, Ki Gdi hu hakatan habach. But Ibn Ezra says, no. Gdi gadol, Gdi izim, that's why sometimes it's called Gdi, sometimes it's called izim, not that there's another kind of Gdi. A Gdi always means a goat. He explains, therefore, that the Torah actually never talks about meat and milk if it's not goat meat. But Chachamim Kiblu, there's a tradition from the time Torah was given. Torah Shabbat Peh, Shelo Yochal Yisrael Basar. But it's not something found verbatim in the Torah. Here he really says something that halachically is difficult to answer. It's basically unfounded, where he says that chalev, the parts of the fat of an animal that's otherwise kosher, that there are cuts of chalev that we are not allowed to eat. He says that's only if it's a korban. If that animal is a korban, then the chalev is not allowed to be eaten. And here, we have a real difficulty. We know that Chachamenu said chalev is prohibited, period. But he says, and here are his words, Haraya, the proof is, Raya Gemura, Shamar B'Sefer Eile HaDvarim, the Basar Taiva, Shehu Chol, it's not a korban, Sheyochlenu Kulo. It seems to say in Devarim you can eat all of it, V'lo Hotzi Rak as Damo Levado, B'Shlosh HaMakamas. Only the blood may not be eaten, but the chalev seems to be permissible. It is this kind of commentary that the Amshel Shlomo, the great Shlomo Luria of 16th century Lublin, says you just have to reject Ibn Ezra and cannot live Jewish life based on what Ibn Ezra says. You certainly will not follow his halachic guidelines. He says that although the Rambam, in a letter which might be attributed to the Rambam, seems to tell his son to study Ibn Ezra, Rav Shlomo Luria says, Asher lo haya bal Talmud, again, Rabbi Avraham Ibn Ezra, Asher lo haya bal Talmud, v'rov binyano u'pirusho al derech hatchuna v'ativim. It's all about astronomy, physics, science, the Kabbalah's chitzoni yusa. Tris bekama makomos keneged divrei chachmei haTorah v'Talmud. Therefore, there are things that are midaraisa, which Ibn Ezra mistakenly says are rabbinic. So he has a tremendous Ibn Ezra. He was not alone, but he was very vociferous. This is in his introduction to his Amshel Shlomo on the Second School. A final example of this literalism, and one that's a bit shocking. The Torah says,
Are you like a fan? Can you hear me? Yeah, I don't want to
literally slept with Bilhah, one of his father's wives. And of course, we understand it to have been heinous a crime as that, but it was that he had moved the bed of Yaakov out from where he had gone to Bilhah, Rachel's Pilegesh. He wanted jealously that his mother, Leah, should now be the preferred, beloved wife of Yaakov. In his commentary, Ibn Ezra says as follows. I commented, and they did a beautiful job on explaining, or in explaining what it is that happened. The Chotza Klon Arum, quoting from Mishlei, one who covers shame is clever. Meaning that what happened actually was quite shameful. And Chachamenu are covering that shame. In his Yisod Mora, where in his philosophical work, Yisod Mora, which is a very important work and deserves shiur unto itself, here, when describing the greatness of Yaakov Avinu, he says, Ki hasher b'no Beisel, Omar hasiru es Elohei hanechor, he left his flocks, his bodeg lavod Hashem. He became the holiest that Yaakov ever became on his return to Eretz Yisrael. V'lo yishtochav in Isha, he no longer had any more children, lived with no one of his wives, Ki Rachel Mesa, v'chulu lo Bilhah. And Bilhah had been violated. Therefore, the Torah says, Al Ken Siv, in the next pasuk, Vayigiyu b'nei Yaakov, Shneim Asar, L'hotia Shlo Shachat and Isha, Acher, Tzach, Al Ken Ro Hoylid, Oid. The Torah's point is that he really had been Bilhah. After that, Yaakov said, I will not be with Leah's concubine, not with Leah either, not with Bilhah, because she has been violated, and so he has 12 sons and no more. That's Ibn Ezra's literalist approach to those psukim. Ibn Ezra's legacy, as we heard earlier, includes how some have tried to, if you will, adopt Ibn Ezra to their cause. Most infamously, Baruch Spinoza, the great 17th century rationalist, claimed that the Torah was not of divine origin and claimed that Ibn Ezra had said as much. Shadal defends Ibn Ezra, does a beautiful job pointing out that it is not true. Kibo Moshe Kasav Sefer HaTorah. He emes ki Rabbi Ben Ezra Ramaz der Sod. He mentions in a very oblique way. Yesh the Torah Ksas Nikros no something Achrei Mos Moshe. Yes, he says that perhaps certain psukim, Haknani Az Ba'aretz, the describing of the bed that old Melech HaBashar had and where it can still be seen on display. Perhaps the were psukim added, perhaps, Ibn Ezra said. But otherwise, the fact that he adds to the last 8 psukim of the Torah, when you say that was written by Yoshua, Ibn Ezra says it's 12 psukim instead of 8 psukim. He says, Shadal, this is all not in any way to say that the Torah is not of divine origin. He says, in Hayabaliba Shesefer HaTorah, Moshe Kasno, Chased Tachbulos Haya, Ibn Ezra Limos, Machshavto, Kmo Shehi. And so he says, Chalila, to say that Ibn Ezra can be used to support the likes of heretical Baruch Spinoza. And that's a very important point, because what he did that way, Shadal, was make it clear that with all of the controversies surrounding, swirling about Ibn Ezra's literalism, he was a God-fearing, faithful Jew with complete and abiding respect of Chachamim and of Torah Shabbat. Yes, it was a nuanced view in which he would say, look, there is Midrashay Agava, which we do not have to take at face value, and there is Midrashay Halacha, which we will always take literally and follow completely, because that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu expects of us. And finally, I just want to point out that another great expression of how Ibn Ezra, say what you will about him, is a force to reckon with. We've been studying the Hakdama of Ibn Ezra's commentary. Let's look at the Hakdama of Nachmanides, of Ramban's commentary, where he's praising Rashi. He calls him Lo Mishpat HaBachora, Torah Be'egeh Ba'avasam Eshya, etc., etc. He does not discount Ibn Ezra, though. He says, "V'im Rabbi Avraham ben Ezra tiyalanu tochachas." We will openly disagree, and even vehemently so. V'ahava Mesutaris, but we will also keep love, not necessarily always expressed, but we harbor a great love and appreciation for what Ibn Ezra has done and what he leaves us in his masterful commentary, having us understand Torah and its language with so much more depth, with so much more clarity, that is the legacy of Rabbi Avraham Ibn Ezra. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Sorry, we're starting 1 minute late. I will speak faster to compensate for the time we lost. Tonight's talk is really fascinating. I think a very unusual figure named Rabbi Ben Gershom, known by the Latin term Gersonides, or son of Gershon, as we've seen with Maimonides, Nachmanides, and so on. It's a fascinating figure who really, in many ways, encapsulates the nexus of Jewish and non-Jewish work in his century, in the High Middle Ages, and the research that he produced, both in the secular realm and in the Jewish realm, are really amazing when you understand the context of 12th and 13th century France in particular. So my goals for tonight are to give you just a sense of the backdrop. We're going to concentrate on the ecclesiastical history and on the economic history of the Jews at that time, just to give you a sense of the kind of environment in which he operated. And then I'm going to highlight a few of the areas in which he was active as a scholar, and I'm going to basically leave aside all of the Jewish research, which is really quite fascinating and controversial, and I will leave that to my very capable colleague and friend, Rabbi Trump. So that is the plan for tonight. Okay, let's get started straight away then. So here's a great picture of him. That's obviously an Israeli stamp from 2009 to commemorate Gersonides' contributions to astronomy, and is associated with the development of this interesting navigational instrument called the Jacob Staff. I did a little bit of reading on Wikipedia to figure out what exactly is a Jacob Staff, and I'll explain it to you when we put it into the talk. But basically, it's a really fascinating navigational instrument to measure distances using solar bodies and a few other kind of cool things. Here's 1280 to 1344. That's like the high Middle Ages. It's the point of time in history when the church is at its peak. And I want to just really emphasize that because so much of our topic is going to revolve around that. One of the great struggles in the high Middle Ages is the conflict between the church and the state, between churches, the popes, and the kings. It's a tremendous amount of conflict. The churches generally try to stick with dogma and ideology, and that is generally not so good for the Jews, although in some interesting circumstances they actually would come to the defense of the Jews when dogma was favorable in that way. Whereas the temporal powers generally saw the economic utility of the Jews and tried to enact legislation that was appropriate to draw more Jews and encourage their settlement in European regions. We shall see that there are a lot of tensions involved in that between church and state, and the Jews eked out a very difficult existence quite often in the 13th century in particular as a result of this conflict. Let's go ahead. Okay, so first of all, here is just a quick overview of some elements of church history. The high point of the church's power in the 13th century is, without a doubt, the work of this man, Innocent III. It's a very ironic kind of title for a pope because he is widely recognized as one of the most anti-Semitic popes of history. He was quite obsessed with the Jews, and he enacted a lot of legislation, of papal legislation, that was adhered to through much of Europe, that restricted Jewish activity on a social and an economic and on a demographic level as well. Perhaps the most notorious of his innovations was a series of codes enacted at the Fourth Lateran Council early in the 13th century that, among other things, required Jews to wear distinctive dress. One of the most common expressions of that distinctive dress is this conical hat shown here that is known as the Judenhut, or the Jew's hat. It was not a complimentary look intended to accentuate the features, but it was kind of like a silly sort of hat that was designed to make the Jews ridiculous and also to stand out from others, because Innocent III was very concerned about the social fabric that would allow Jews and non-Jews to mix readily, and so the input was designed to be a specific marker that would help Christians avoid commerce with Jews, both intellectually, economically, and socially. He also, later on, the Fourth Lateran Council developed other forms of distinctive Jewish dress. The Jewish badge was developed at this time. It was not, contrary to popular opinion, the yellow Star of David that developed much, much later. It was typically a coin, a round badge, sometimes worn on the back of the shoulder blade, and sometimes on the shoulder, that was usually yellow in color, and it was a reference to the coins that Judas received for betraying Jesus. That was supposed to be the metaphor there. Also, sometimes shown are tablets, like the round top tablets, the Shnei Luchos HaBris of the Ten Commandments are sometimes used as a badge. But the Judenhood is perhaps the most popular. And it's actually a boon for art historians, because that means whenever we look at these kind of medieval images, we can always pick out who is a Jew. In terms of how the Jews conversing with some ecclesiastical figures. Here's another picture that shows the Judenhood in a form that you may see more familiar today. What kind of hat does that look like? It looks like a clown hat. That is a strange irony of history. That's not the answer I'm looking for, but it does look like a dunce cap, right? That's what we call it in Canada. Dunce cap. That's like the hat of shame, right? It's like the opposite of what you put around dogs' necks. Just turn around, put it on the head, kind of thing. And like the witch's hat, right? Because Jews in the 14th century in particular were very much associated with the devil and with the witches, and so we kind of secularized it and kind of made it fun with witches and Halloween Broadway shows, things like that. But in reality, it comes from the Fourth Lateran Council and the church's expression into first in Jews and then to other nasty people that we don't like. Here is one of the other developments in this period of time in the 13th century was the evolution of disputations. And you'll recall we discussed in the very first class the great disputation that the Ramban was involved in 1263. These were a regular feature of the 13th and 14th century, even going into the Tortosa disputation in the 15th century was an ongoing occurrence where Jews were forced to participate in these debates, which were show trials of Judaism. Judaism always was meant to lose in these debates. The dispute that Ramban participated in 1263 was quite unusual in that he really won the debate and humiliated the opposing side, but in reality, it was something that Jews simply could not win. They had to endure it. And the consequences of these debates were typically forcible attendance at churches to listen to sermons, sometimes ritual humiliations, like a yearly slap on the face to the head of the Jewish community on the eve of the holiday of Easter, things like that. And that's why you can see this woodcut. You can see ecclesiastical figures here, and Jews wearing the uniform again to identify them. The ecclesiastical figures here are using hand gestures, which in medieval art are very aggressive and polemical. This is considered to be a very strong gesture of instruction, of didactic instruction. And the Jews, meanwhile, are not making eye contact, and they're kind of like looking through their books, trying to figure out how to respond to the critiques and so on. So that was a feature of the 13th century. Pointing over here? Yeah, I thought you'd point that out, but that's a hard question. I'm not sure why. Okay. And finally, you have an ongoing attack on the Talmud in the 13th century, which is really quite nasty. We haven't explored it so much in these classes, but in the early 13th century, the church, as it were, discovered the Talmud. A convert to Christianity named Nicholas Donin explains to Pope Innocent III, hey, you know why the Jews aren't converted to Christianity? The whole thing is because they have this secret book that the church can't read because it's written in Aramaic. It's not written in Greek or Latin or even Hebrew. And if you read that book, you'll see there's so much indoctrination there. It's convincing the Jews to remain Jewish, not Christianity. There's all kinds of Biblists and plunderers saying about the founder of the church and so on. And so Innocent III gives him the nod, and there's a lot of investigation. Disputations go along with it. And ultimately, the Talmud is burned. These are precious manuscripts. These are not, bound volumes that are mass-produced. We're talking about handwritten manuscripts of incredible value, according to the early 13th century. In 1242, some 42, or maybe it was 24, and maybe the original numbers, wagon loads of Talmudic manuscripts were all burned in Paris. An incredible array of documents that lost forever. And so that was the first major one, yes. So these are kind of like the anti-Semitic, church-inspired, anti-Jewish legislation that occurs in the 13th century. Definitely a very inhospitable environment from that perspective. So that's kind of the ecclesiastical legislative environment. Let's look at the economic history of the time as well. Very important thing that actually reverberates throughout Jewish history is this piece of church legislation called the Graziani, or the Law of Gratian, who was a major church maker in the 12th century, shown here, who codified a law that had incredible economic implications for Jews. Basically, he read the book of Torah in the same way that Jews read it, when there is a prohibition on interest, past that phrase that says you're not allowed to charge interest to your.
It's good, girl. There you go. I was just thinking the Supremes. Do you know the Supremes? No question. The Supremes are amazing. Well, you go take care of that, and I'll take care of that money. But you won't. Take care.
To your brother. To the stranger, you may charge interest, but not to your brother. So Jews read that, and Muslims too, incidentally, read that as a prohibition of interest between co-religionists, that Jews may not charge interest one to each other. So he said, fine, but they may charge interest to Christians because they are not your brother, they're from another tribe, as it were. So Gratian said, fine, that makes sense for Christians too. Christians can now not charge interest on any loans to other Christians, but they may loan money to non-Christians and charge interest, and more significantly, they may borrow money from non-Christians and pay interest. Now, you got to realize, of course, that the only minority of any size in Christian Europe are the Jews. Everyone else is Christian. There are various varieties of Christians, and as you move further to the east, you have more pagans, really. But in continental Christian Europe, it's basically Christians and Jews and nobody else. So the only people who are going to be able to engage in this kind of commerce are Jews. So on the one hand, it sounds a little bit discriminatory in the sense that, the Jews were singled out for this one particular economic need. On the other hand, it was suddenly handing the Jews a monopoly in an incredibly important aspect of the developing economy. Remember that in an agrarian economy that is just emerging from a barter-style economy to a cash economy, when you have the ebb and flow of expenses and income, you put all of your assets into the ground during planting season, and then you wait for it to be harvested in the harvest season. If you have some kind of you have to make a chasana or something in the middle, and you don't have any income coming in, you've got to borrow some money. Or in the case, there's many more examples of this, but at any rate, he handed to the Jews in the 12th century a monopoly on any kind of interest-bearing activity, which was huge. Jews took to it with alacrity. Let us recall, by the way, there seems to be a widespread belief that Jews were money lenders because they could not own land. It's simply not true. Jews could own land in many parts of Europe. There were only limited areas where they had any meaningful restrictions. The truth is, Jews did not want to own land. It was much more practical to be in commerce. Commerce is portable. You can do it anywhere. And then that's very good because if you're subject to an expulsion, you can take your cash and take it with you. You can't do that if you have a massive farm and you're expelled from the country. You use everything. It allows time for someone to study because you can maintain banker's hours, and it's very profitable. And we're talking about interest rates that go from 30 to 50% in a medieval period. It's an extremely great way to make a living. It's intellectual work. It's not physical labor. It appeals to Jews. It also allows Jews to be urbanized. Jews are a gregarious people. We like to live in close proximity to one another. We have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, of a mikvah, or a Chinese restaurant. All these things have to be really close by. Now I this was extremely helpful for Jews because it gave them that kind of lifestyle. I'm a little bit worried about time. Let me just skip ahead because I want to make sure that we have a compliment. So, another great picture. You can see the wooden wood here. An interesting kind of take on it. But in some of the medieval art, you can also see the distorted physiognomy of the Jews here. The pronounced nose actually dates back easily to the 11th century. And here they are counting coins. This is a Jew and a customer. There's another customer dealing with the Jew based on the money, or perhaps that's a pledge, I'm not sure. And here's one of my other favorites. This is a woodcut dating a little bit later. You can see here that the nobleman is coming to borrow some money. He's got his hand out extended. Anyways, here's the Jew over here. The artist obviously didn't know Hebrew because he kind of put at the hem here this sort of imitation of what he thought Hebrew looked like. The Jew has his feet is relaxed. He has a big bag of money here. Anyone recognize what this thing is here? An abacus. Right. When I teach undergraduates, 18 years old, they're totally clueless. Oh, so maybe you had no idea what that was, right? Oh, right. Okay, very good. Sure. So that's the abacus. And that's a calculator, right? It's talking about, it's a clean work, it's the intellectual work, it allows them to come to study, it's a great way to make a living. However, it provokes a certain degree of animosity because everybody likes to borrow money, nobody likes to pay money, and absolutely nobody likes to pay interest. This is especially the case when people with power borrow money from the Jews, which happens frequently. Even kings and nobility would enter into these economic relationships with Jews, and what would happen is they would be, the debt ratio was raised a little bit too high, and so it became much more expedient for the rulers to simply expel the Jews. Then, of course, they would realize, wait a second, now we have no credit whatsoever in our society because of Rothschild. We better invite the Jews back. And as you can see, just from this list, and this is France alone, I haven't even bothered with the other countries, when legal historians look at the history of legislation, they see the same laws passed over and over and over again. It means that people are ignoring the law. You see so many signs, do not jaywalk, do not cross against the light. You know that people are crossing against the light all the time. And so France alone, you see between the 12th and the 14th century, there's 5 expulsions just in France because Jews become wealthy through their money lending, and the debt ratio is high, and nobles simply say, get out, that's it. You all have the risk of peasant revolts from below because Jews, especially as you move past the 14th century, when the Italian banking houses find ways around the law of Rothschild, then Jewish money lending tends to get much smaller. It's still quite pervasive, but Jews are, selling and buying generally, small implements and small amounts of money to peasants. Then you occasionally have huge peasant revolts, like the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century, for example, that are also quite devastating and also extremely violent as a result. Here's a map just to give you a flavor of what continental Europe was like vis-a-vis expulsions, and you can see they're happening all over the place. The smaller regional expulsions, temporary expulsions. This map also does not indicate the number of states that imposed restrictions where Jews could stay in place, but they simply could not engage in money lending for 10, 20 years, and then they would say, okay, money lending is good, let's do it again, and then that ratio would go high. It was a very tenuous and difficult time for Jews. And this is the period in which we have Gersonides active. The Ralbag is an acronym for his name, Rabbi Levi ben Gershon, but he's also known by the title Magister Leo de Banyol or Leo Hebreus. Banyol is a place, I'm not exactly sure where it is. Anyone know where Banyol is? I think it's in Spain, maybe, but Italy, maybe, Provence. That sounds reasonable. And Hebreus is the Jew, obviously, Leo the Jew. The Magister is an interesting title. It indicates a level of learning that is recognized by other masters. This is still a period when university studies as a whole were really quite primitive, and we're just beginning to emerge from the ecclesiastical circles to become secular institutions. He was recognized as a genius by his peers in secular realms of study. In math, he wrote a very important work called Maseh Choshev, also known as Sefer HaMizpah, the Book of the Number, which was translated into Latin, and that's the way that we have it today. We apparently do not have the Hebrew original, but the Latin translation, the Numericus Harmonicus, on the harmony of numbers, very poetic kind of approach to mathematics. He's also known as a very important conduit of philosophy, and this is a role that many Jews played in the Middle Ages because of their linguistic affinity for the Semitic languages. Aristotle was perhaps one of the most significant philosophers studied in the Middle Ages. The Rambam, of course, relied on him very heavily, referred to him as Ha-Philosoph. Rabbi Yonah said that Aristotle was one level short of Ruach HaKodesh, of divine inspiration. But Aristotle was often a closed book to Christian readers, until we have St. Aquinas in particular who brings him out. But many aspects of his work were not really widely studied at all, even in church circles. And Gersonides was an individual who borrowed them heavily and translated them to languages that people could read in Europe. He also relied heavily on the sort of crib notes versions of Aristotle that come from Ibn Rushd, also known as Averroes, who was a very important Islamic philosopher that translated a lot of Aristotle into Arabic that Gersonides could then access and discuss in Latin and other European languages. Finally, he was also extremely well known as an astronomer. Here we get to this great Jacob staff thing. He invented this instrument, which looks deceptively simple. I'm not exactly precisely sure how it works, but it's a way, it's got this crossbar here with measurements on this rod, and by eyeballing a fixed point on the ground and a fixed solar object, and lining up this crossbar to make sure that you can see both of them at the same time with no gaps in the line of sight, you can then make calculations as to how far apart these things are. And if you are on a moving ship across the ocean or something like that, you can use it to determine how far you have traveled vis-a-vis the relation. Check this out here. These are cool drawings. The resolution isn't great on this projector, but you can see here's someone who is actually figuring out with the Jacob staff the distance between the moon and a star. Here's some people using it to calculate the height of buildings. Really interesting applications of this very simple instrument that Gersonides invented. And by the way, modern surveyors use this technique even today. They're still working with this thing invented by the Rabbi some 700 years ago. This is a more modern version of it. You can see that it's a little bit more refined because it has several levels, but the markings are all on the same basic instrument that has tremendous usage. Now, what I'm not going to go into today because we have Rabbi Trump to speak in much greater detail about it, but he was also a huge polymath. And again, this is in a period of time where the division between the sciences was not altogether fixed. I mean, a person who was really smart was expected to be smart kind of across the spectrum. We didn't have such high levels of specialization of the sciences and the literature and so on. And so he was an incredible Talmud Chacham, viewed with considerable controversy in many circles. His most famous work, however, was this book, Milchamot Hashem, a title that's used by many authors, The Wars of God, and it deals with a whole range of questions in Jewish theology, borrowing heavily from Aristotle and Averroes in particular, as we discussed. Okay, Rabbi Trump, you ready? Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. Let's turn it over to the real panelist, Rabbi Trump.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the second half of Learning's Flying Free. And Dr. Abramson just walked out the room, so you have a chance to get to wish him and Ilana and Melbatov, just their daughters, just the engagement, just a week and a half ago. But, very, very beautiful to be able to celebrate the Simcha for people who do so much to enhance our community. And we wish you and continued mazel and nafas from your children. But I'll leave the comments towards the end. Let's start at the beginning over here. So what we see about the Rabbi, as Dr. Abramson has said, is the most remarkably varied individual. I mean, think about somebody who has the patent an instrument which is still in use today, and is somebody who is on the bookshelf of almost everyday smelling. You just have to think about the diversity of this individual. And what I'd like to do is explore a little bit of his thoughts in the next few minutes over here, just to appreciate how unusual an individual he was. So many times in our thinking, in our thought process in Judaism, the Rabbi will provide a very important anchor for us on the rationalistic side of Judaism. This is very important. I've had many conversations with many individuals over time, and I've found that there's a lot of people who are so some Jews are very big philosophers, some Jews are big pragmatists, some Jews are big Kabbalists, some Jews are rationalists. And the Rabbi, along with the Rambam before them, provide a very important foundation of what Judaism is and means to a very important group of people, and to all parts of every person's character. Let's explore some of those together. I'd like to add one interesting thing I just came across in my reading today, actually, just last night, about that I'd like to add to what Dr. Adamson said. And that is that, interestingly enough, in one of his books on trigonometry, in fact, he actually, it was called De Sinibus Cordis et Arcubus. And talking about a lot of the geometry of shapes. And he, in 1342, and he actually published it in honor of Pope Clement II, which is very fascinating because up to Pope Innocent and that terrible era, he actually had a very close relationship with the Pope Clement. And this particular Pope, as it happened 6 years later, was an individual who went out there and tried to defend the Jews against the latest craze in history, which was not the Christian, and not later than that, the bubonic plague. So why did the bubonic plague affect the Jews, the Black Death? Because the Jews weren't as heavily affected for whatever reason. Be it Tzilasodayim, that we washed our hands, whatever it was in history, the Jews were blamed for Black Death among everything else. And Pope Clement was in fact one of the ardent defenders of the Jews, and before that defense, he had a close relationship with Rabbi, whose brother was actually his physician, which is also a very fascinating historical record in terms of how much he contributed, just in terms of, as Dr. Emerson said, his personality and his gravitas in society. Let's start at the very beginning. There's so many different works that Rabbi works on, and as we saw in the works of Sadia Gaon, it is incredibly organized, orchestrated, point by point. In fact, when he starts writing his introduction to the Torah, he gives you the rubric and the schema for his books, his later books. He says, well, I'm going to write. And he tells you point by point of what he's going to write. A very incredibly organized individual. So here we go. Let's start at the beginning over here. So the first thing we're going to start off over here is just an interesting aspect of psychology. Usually when you have an academic of such proportion, certainly with the mathematical side of the brain, it doesn't often lend itself necessarily to the finesse or the soft understanding of the intricacy of emotions. However, I'd like to give you one example for just how profound an insight he has into human psyche. Here's where it starts. This is actually in his introduction to his Pirush on Torah. What we've been doing over the last few weeks is been focusing on the Rambam's introductions, because they are the introductions of these great thinkers, because it gives us a window into what they're trying to achieve. And he says an interesting thing in the middle of a very, very long introduction. He talks about a particular facet of his writings, which in fact is very infrequent in any other writer. You know, what he's about to describe is something you don't find elsewhere in a lot of writers. And that's what he says. I'm not going to the whole thing, he says today. And they all discover the brain. And the Baal Hator El Lois, Amagios, the Parasha, the Midos, or the Teos, or the Mitzvahs. What he says is, I'm going to write at the end of every section, and the way he does it, I'm going to write a to'eles. A to'eles literally means an outcome, a positive lesson that we can learn from sections in our Pirush. Now remember, when he's going through the actual section of the Torah, he's very didactically analyzing words and context and meaning. But he says at the end of that, I'm going to write something called Torah. These lessons that can be learned. So I'd like to give you an example. This is one of these examples. This is why it's so beautiful. You can go to Rabbi as a regular Mepharsh, as a regular commentator on the Bible. But then you can go in and have a completely different perspective on the same thing he already commented on because of his time. So here's an example. The context of this next excerpt is in Parashas Vayishlach. So here we have the parashas of Yishlach. This verse, of course, is very important metaphorically as well in terms of the relationships of Jews and Christians as well. Because remember, Yishlach is the parasha where you have Jacob is returning from his exile in the house of Rabbi, and he's going to now encounter his brother. And a lot of parashas spends the time preparing how they interact with each other. So he says, I want something important about this interaction, and that is the Torah Sarishon with the Kubaneros. The first one is a psychological insight. He says the following: if you have somebody who really have a relationship with X, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of baggage in that relationship. He says, you know what the approach to that relationship should be? Is openness, submission. And you tell the person what's going on, the things, your fears, your humility. It says, when you stick out your hand, as painful as it is, vulnerable as you make yourself, it says that's the greatest key in to breaking a relationship of power and anger of yours. That's a fascinating idea. How do we see this? He describes how we learn this directly from the interaction of Yaakov. Yaakov has now had 22 years of estrangement from his brother, and his brother feels, in his own realm, very rightfully wronged by Yaakov. And now his brother's coming back. What does Yaakov do? He extends himself, he makes himself vulnerable. He talks about his family. He sends him gifts. He opens himself up in what perhaps would be a counterintuitive move. He says, Rabbi, we can learn from this. How many times in relationships do we have a relationship where the response is to harden? Because that's perhaps the only way we can deepen our defenses. And what ultimately we're learning from this is a healthy human being relationship that ultimately does not resolve it. What resolves it is this. This is an example with the Rabbi we'll look into. And beyond his grandiose and his perspective and as an academic, he just says, on a humanistic level, in dealing with other people, you can think in the backdrop in his mind, Christians and Jews. Right? You can think about what he must be dealing with on a daily basis is be vulnerable. It's a very counterintuitive point, but something which has great impact in today. Everyone's an interesting part of his life. The Rabbi is going to be ardently rational, which means to say that any new kind of aspects of Judaism are going to be downplayed by the Rabbi and the camp of the Rabbi. So as an example, when we talk about supernatural beings, examples. So let's say any encounter we have in angels. Are there angels in the Bible? The answer is absolutely. The Bible talks about angels all the time. There's angels who are explicitly visited Abraham and by his tent. There are angels who are struggling with Jacob later on. There's lots of angels in the Bible. So how do you work with that? We are coming up from the camp of the Rothschild, who's heavily influenced, like the Rambam was, Aristotelian philosophy. And the world of the spirit is something which is completely devoid of any physicality. So how do you have a spiritual being have any physical interaction with a human being who is completely or almost interfacing on a physical level? So here's what he says. This is his commentary on the parasha of Yishlach later on, where Yaakov struggles with it. He says the following. This is in the third source. He says, "Nishar Yaakov lebado, and Jacob remains alone. La'avir ksas ki'eno shenisharu sham." So he's busy bringing over his extra belongings over from the side of the river. And what happens? What happens to Yaakov? That apparition appears where? In his dream, which means to say, take a snapshot of what's going on in Yaakov. What position is Jacob in at this point in time? He is horizontal. That struggle that's going on is in the head. It's not in the night time, it's not with some stranger. He says, and the battle that he has with the spectre in his mind is so powerful, it is a struggle of the mind, it's a wavering battleground. And he goes on to say, he says, so how is it that Yaakov the next morning was limping? After all, if he didn't have a real battle with him, with his angel, then so what's going on over here? How did he develop so he goes on in a very logical framework. He says two suggestions. He talks about, that when people are, let's say, having a terrifying nightmare, they feel like they're falling. He says you can measure that their muscles tense up as they are in that REM cycle, as they're falling, because it actually has physical symptoms to the psychological experience that they're going through. He talks about other aspects of relationships of man and wife where psychology can affect physics, which is fascinating because what he's saying is over here is that Yaakov woke up with a psychosomatic injury from a psychological.
What's that, son? We can wait on you. Let's do it. Yo, Doc. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, motherfucker. Sure, dog. How are you, Tim? Well, thank you. What's good with you? How are you? Oh, good with you. What's new? Nothing? Did you watch the UFC? Why not? The clips are enough? Okay, did you watch any clips? Okay, very well. Well, I'm glad you're here, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Where are your friends? You're welcome. That's okay. All right, well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
Experience. When we're in school, we're always drawing pictures. We're reading questions. That's right, good. When we go through school, what do we have? We always have the pictures, and there's this angel, there's dust, and there's a struggle, there's wrestling from the Torah, where we know it, from Yaakov. But according to the Rabbi over here, the picture of Yaakov was just sleeping in his bed like any other night, probably on the ground, and it's sleeping at this point in time. He's on a journey, but it's not as we imagined it. The Rabbi over here is avoiding the interaction of the physical being and the spiritual being, and there's reframing the classic as the Rambam would do this particular situation. Can I stay hold for a second? I'd love to hear. I just want to just get a little ground. As another example, so not only dealing with, let's say, supernatural beings, what about supernatural events? So you say, so how do you view that? Now the Rabbi over here, having written books on trigonometry, on algebra, he's creating instruments to measure elliptical orbits. He's a man of the cold and hard. He's a man who understands logic, who deals with the here and now and what you can measure, what you can understand, and what you can and what can be calibrated. So how do you understand the world of miracles? So he has a very unique approach, which often serves as the foil to most of the later Mepharshim, including the Malbim, the Leibush, to the Barbanel. Many of the people use the Ralpag as their foil, and he says that he has a very interesting approach. Here's the example we're going to take. This is his writing in Sefer Yoshua, in the book of Joshua. Why would you expect it to find in the book of Joshua? What miracle of note occurs? Okay, so there's a few things we can note. There's a few miracles. The first major miracle that occurs is that the Jordan River dries up. There's an occurrence, the Jordan River dries up and stands as a pillar, and the whole of Israel crosses the Jordan River. And this is when the Ralbach jumps in, and by the way, he jumps in by Exodus as well, because it's the parallel thing. And he says a very fascinating and salient point. He says the following. He says, the Shekfar, Hishrish is on the top line. Our sages invested into us the understanding that there's no new item in any equation which God sort of pulls out of the bag a rabbit out of nowhere.
For world peace? For world peace? For world peace. 100%. Not if Jewish. Shout out to Bulgaria. Yeah. Sophia, yeah, exactly. That's the capital. How's your day going? Yeah, I don't get political, so not my place. What's on your agenda for today? No. What are you doing today? What are your plans? Just chilling. Okay, very cool. Did you watch the UFC? Why don't you like the UFC? That's okay. No interest at all in the UFC? All right, that's cool. Very well. Well, we're just what? Oh yeah, UFC's tight. I'm just getting into it. But yeah, people didn't think last night's fights were very exciting, but I did. I thought they were cool. I don't really have one. Probably John Jones though. He's like he was like heavyweight champion forever. Arguably should have been undefeated. He's like 36-1. The only reason why he lost, yeah, the only reason why he quote unquote lost is because he used an illegal move, which is arguable that it's legal now, but it was illegal. And I just think he's probably the best fighter of all time. I'd like to see him fight again. I saw his last fight. He won on a, I guess like a skin kick. I don't know how to describe it. And just a big dude. So I hope he stays out of trouble. He's always just had an issue with getting into trouble. But if he can stay out of trouble, I think he has a legacy of being the best fighter of all time, pound for pound, the best. So I like him. I like what is this guy's name? Something Lucas. Uh, who else? Morano. I don't even know who that is. But, I like Khabib. I think he's from Dagestan or something like that. He might. I have no idea what he's from. I think he's anyway. Who else? Conor McGregor, I like his confidence, but he gets his shit tossed, which I think is hilarious. And who else do I like? I think even these one are the same person. So, who else do I like? I don't know. That's like everybody on that. There are others. There's like Sean Strickland. I don't really know too much about him. There's DDP. He got his shit tossed last night. Um, there's a guy who won last night. Rabbi or something. I can't even remember his name, but he did really well. He's the middleweight champion now. He won of 25 minutes that they fought. He controlled the other guy 21 minutes, which is just like a lot of time. And he landed like 549 punches, which is the most in the second record, the most amount of punches landed. So that was pretty cool to see. Or something. Anyway, it's hard for me to remember these guys' names because they're just kind of foreign. But yeah, but yeah, it's cool. Do you like soccer? Very well. What other sports do you like? Okay. Wait. You mean soccer, not American football? Okay. What position do you play? Oh, you don't play. You just like to watch. Yeah, absolutely. Do you play basketball? Okay. Do you play any sports? You're just a viewer. You've never played any sports in your entire life. Okay. Well, what? Okay. Well, in childhood, what position did you play in soccer? Oh, that's a tough one. Good for you. Excellent. Okay, so you're a goalkeeper, and then in basketball, what did you play? Okay, just soccer. Okay, very well. What are your interests? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What's your favorite stuff? Yeah. Okay, what video games do you like? Sure. What video games do you like? Oh, tight. Red Dead Redemption 2? Oh, excellent. Very cool. Do you like Grand Theft Auto? Excellent. You know, it's oh tight. Okay, cool. What's your favorite Grand Theft Auto? Yeah, a lot of people do. That that's one of the best games of all time. There was so much to do in that game, and even though the map wasn't super big, there were three different cities, and there were gangs, and there was just a lot. There was San Andreas, San Fierro, and Los Venturas. Oh, yeah, it's apology. Yeah, there was a lot. So that's a good one. I really like that game where you control all the gang members. That was tight, and I thought it was really cool. Like they made it, they made the map seem really, really big, and there was so much to do. There were three different cities. There was like country area. There was a big mountain. Just a lot of really interesting stuff. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6? Same here, man. It's like 250 days away. You know what day it launches? May 26th, 2026. Yeah, that's when it launches. So that'll be tight. And do you think they're going to do an island map or a peninsula map? Okay, so what happens when you get to the edge of the map? Yeah, that's what makes a peninsula map difficult. So there are several strategies that they've talked about. They've made it so that if you're flying a plane, your plane will just break up, or if you're driving a car, your car will just explode. Um, they've also talked about making it so you just hit a wall, just like an invisible wall. You can't go any further. They've made arguments that that's why they make them on islands, because you can just like keep adding water, and the player doesn't necessarily know that they're leaving the map or whatever. But eventually, because it's a peninsula, you have to either have the land continue or it needs to stop you somehow. So I don't exactly know what they're going to do, but they're going to do something. At least with Red Dead Redemption, they had mountains. You know what I mean? They had mountains that stop you, but that doesn't work as much in Grand Theft Auto, because in Grand Theft Auto you have planes, and so the planes would go over mountains and stuff. And you gotta work up. Yeah, same here. No, I get that, but sometimes you need the open world view option of it. So, all right. So from what I know, and I don't know this exactly, but I'm in the like Grand Theft Auto 6 subreddit, so I don't know if all of this is true, but you're gonna have it's gonna be Miami or Vice City, and then they're gonna have I think three other cities, or maybe maybe more than that. And then they're gonna have a bunch of little towns. They're gonna have like Tampa Bay and uh, which will be on the western part of the side, and then they're gonna have like the whole coast is gonna be like cities. I think they might have like a suburban city, not little towns. And then they're gonna have a lot of islands that are gonna kind of all have their own like uh, theme and stuff. And then there's gonna be like a part like almost like South America where you fly a lot of um, drug smuggling. So you're gonna be like a drug smuggling pilot, which could be cool. And like they don't leak a lot about the game until you see it launch. But there's going to be the main people are a man and a woman. This is the first game that's going to have a woman as one of the main characters, so that's cool. Her name is Luciana, I think, something like that. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know. I forget his name. Yeah, I forget his name. And the map's going to be bigger than Grand Theft Auto 5 was. And again, the whole argument is going to put it on an island or is it going to be a peninsula? I personally think it'll probably be like a peninsula-shaped island, so that you can go all around it. But I don't know. The city of Miami or Vice City is going to be bigger, and there's going to be a lot of like natural areas with alligators and crocodiles and the Everglades, which is like the national park, and a lot of water. So that'll be interesting. And I'll be interested. I think there's going to be a lot of flying planes. So I think that's going to be one of the main things that you do is like a drug runner. So you'll be flying to like a South American place. I think they might have something like a Cuba, but maybe not the whole thing like Havana, which could be interesting. And um, not a lot of mountains, so they're not going to have. Florida doesn't have mountains; it's the flattest state, and that kind of will be different than most than San Andreas. Um, so that's what I know. There are going to be a lot of bridges and speedboats are going to be big, like cigar boats. And what else? Helicopters will be big. They're going to have like gated communities that are going to be big and golf courses. Gated communities and golf courses. Um, there's always been a rumor that they would have kids, but I don't think so. But I think they will have dogs, animals, and I'm almost certain that. And um, a lot more guns and a really cool soundtrack. So like, did you ever play Grand Theft Auto Vice City? Excellent. So that one took place in the 80s. This one, it's going to be Vice City, but it's going to be modern. So that'll be cool. Yeah. So I'm excited for all of that. And I'm going to be interested to know who's going to be like the radio stations and the music. What you're going to be able to put. I do know this. They're going to have something where you can add your Spotify to the game, so you can listen to just your own music. If that's, I mean, some people would be interested in that, so that's cool. There's not a lot about the game that I speak out with, so that's what I know about it. Do you know anything more than what I just said?
I can, I can.
Yeah, but it's like it'll be here sooner rather than later, so that'll be cool. Okay, so you like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and do you like Grand Theft Auto Liberty City? Yeah, a lot of people don't, and I'm kind of a big fan. I know I played it, I know I beat it, but it doesn't stick out in my mind as like being very memorable. Um, Vice City was. Vice City was. Vice City was my favorite game. Um, really for the music. The music was amazing, and it was just a lot of fun. I really like Vice City. I didn't really like Liberty City. Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that one was a game changer. That was like revolutionary. And while a lot of people don't think it's that good of a game now, it at the time was like just extremely game changing, revolutionary. So then they had Grand Theft Auto Vice City, which was supposed to just be like an add-on, but they made it their own game. They made it in 8 months. They made it really quickly. But that was revolutionary, especially with like the music aspect of it. Even though it wasn't that big of a map, it was supposed to be bigger and to do a lot more with it. It still was just an incredible game, I feel. Okay, and they did a lot to make the map seem a lot bigger because they like closed down the bridges. When the bridges are closed down, like it makes it a lot more difficult to get around. And then we had Grand Theft Auto, uh, Liberties. Then it was San Andreas, I think. Yeah, and then that one was the first one where you could swim. I think, and that made it all different because before, when you have a car go in the water, you just your foot touched the water, you would drown, basically. Like you couldn't swim well. But that changed things, and then you could like dive in the water, and then also that one was the first one I think with helicopters. Is that true? It might, that was that was like a big change. Yeah. And then um, they had they had gambling in that one, and that one was interesting because you had to live your life with the guy like a lot more. Like uh, if I recall, like he had to eat, he had to work out, and he had to like work on his like how he could drive a car, and fly a plane, and ride a bicycle, and you could change a lot of his clothes, and like you could do a lot of custom stuff in that game, which was really cool, and I really liked that. And I love the fact that you could run your own game. That to me was the coolest part. And have guys come with you. Exactly. You could have guys come with you, and like you had teammates basically, but they were just computer guys. That was cool. And then the soundtrack of that one was amazing. Then we had Grand Theft Auto Liberty City, which I guess was just to me not that memorable. I know I beat it. It was just not that good. Then we had Grand Theft Auto 5, which was like 10 years ago, more than that. And that was a revolutionary game. It was a really big map, and you could play as 3 different people, and it had a lot of cool stuff to it. Abba Nagila.
Because of Ein Kochadas Tachatarash Shemesh. Because that's why in the Gemara, one of the sages, rather one of the central sages of the Talmudic time, was concerned how was it that God created this open earth where Korach falls down, as is described in Korach. How could this be that there's a new aspect of creation the Gemara has to deal with that? And then he goes through a number of examples. In the midst of his examples of miracles, and we'll deal with them in just a second outside, he says a very interesting point. And this is really essentially his argument by the underline. He says, "V'chein lo yitfu'al ba'asiyos davar ma she'mesiuso soser atzmo." God will never create a self-contradicting idea or concept in this world. What does that mean? So he says, for instance, God will never create a square where the diagonal is equal to one of the sides. Right? You should say that's a self-contradictory fact. God has set certain rules in motion. And although God did not call it Pythagoras when he created it, then you say that really exists irrespective of what will happen later on in reality. He says all it's in a triangle with more than 180 as a sum total of all of their angles. We're making cold fire. You say there's certain rules that God is in the world and God has in the world, and God's never going to change those things. And therefore, our perspective on miracles is we have to re-understand how a miracle is happening. So, for instance, he says, what about Korach? So it sounds like this in the Chumash describes the ground opens up and closes over Korach. So what's going on over here? So he says, well, we know, and we've done research, and we've seen that there's certain parts of the land that have instability, and we already see that from that area of the land there's smoke rising, which is an indication that we're on the Rift Valley. And lo and behold, this finite peninsula is on the Jordan Rift Valley, which goes all the way down the right side of Africa, down to where I grew up in South Africa. We actually see the end of the Rift Valley, just close to Pretoria, which goes all the way out the side of Africa. It's one of the tectonic plate shifts, which goes through Rift Ramon, all the way up through Israel. That is a tectonic plate. So he says there was such an area. What was the miracle? The miracle wasn't that God made something supernatural occur. It was that God allowed the natural to occur at the right time. And God wasn't putting anything out of the hat. God was simply allowing what should happen to work. And another example, he says, how is it that we know that in Tanakh, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, were these three individuals who were given the option of submission to the Babylonian overlord or to jump into the fire? They jumped into the fire and explicitly said that the verse said they were not harmed. So what was going on over there? How they miraculously survived? So he says, well, maybe the fire had cooled down to a point that it wasn't dangerous anymore. Maybe that they had anointed themselves with some sort of oil which prevented them being burned. I mean, this is the degree that the Rabbi was saying this now. Certain people don't read the books of the Rabbi because of this. This is an example of that people feel this is too much poetic license the Rabbi has is reading Tanakh. That's an Exodus. That was a pretty big lightning show. How did that occur? So he says the following. He says, here we are. As an example, there's a normal in this last paragraph. It would appear to me, he says, look, water not flowing is not something new to us. He says, the mind he says, look, anything, if the water's not flowing down, it must be there's something pushing it up. Right? So for instance, he doesn't use example, but when you're driving on the highway, the raindrops go up your windshield. Why? Because the inertia and therefore the wind speed is pushing them up the windshield even though they're not flowing down it. So there must be something else there. Maybe God created the boy face, but there must be some sort of heavily pressurized mist that was pushing the water upwards at the right time. Right? Always there, this is what a lot of people put at just the right angle or just the right speed. We're just putting the water in such a way that the water rose on either the exodus of Kriyas Yamsuf or by the Jordan River later on. By the way, Jordan River is a little easier. The Jordan River is a little easier to understand because the Jordan River only had to have one side taken care of. Meaning when you stop the river, the other side disappears. So the Jordan River, in fact, interestingly enough, I read a paper that have documented the times when the Jordan River has stopped running throughout history, right? And a number of times in the last century, in fact, where there was particular incidents, whether it be trees falling down or winds blowing in such a way that the Jordan River dried up. And you think to yourself, oh my goodness, how can we even think about that? That's just that is such a heretical way of looking at the Bible. And the answer is, as Gesal believes, the Rabbi himself believes that that's the way Hashem interacts in the world. Was there a miracle? What was the miracle? It wasn't that Hashem was breaking reality. It was that he was using reality at the right time. It's true that it could have happened. It's true that there was water pressure and air pressure and wind. But the beauty of the miracle was that Hashem facilitated all of that at the right moment for the right amount of time and closed the gate at the end. That's what Rabbi says. Very different way of looking at it. And this is just so important to appreciate. Sometimes we like to have a Judaism, we like to have a philosophy system which fits just the way we think. And it's important to remember that there's a very broad spectrum of thinkers in Judaism, and to some people this resonates a great deal, and to some people it does not resonate a great deal. But remember that's part of the spectrum, and to some people this is the way they understand the world, and this is what philosophy is understood to be. And it's very important to understand this part of mainstream Jewish thought to be here. This is an example of, again, his addressing is the supernatural, not in the form of beings, but in the form of actual miracles. Another example later on, we're not going to go to the actual text itself, but as I mentioned before, the sun standing still. The sun stood still in Joshua. Now, as far as you go, and as academic as you want to be, there ain't no way the sun is standing still, right? Everything is moving. Everything moving around everything. Gravity is always in operation. Nothing just stops. You know how fast the Earth is moving? It doesn't just stop. So there are bugs saying that stopped that Joshua was in fact a greater miracle bringer than Moses, right? Because nobody's ever stopped the sun before explicitly in all of the Bible. So what happens? So our bug says no. What it means to say is, again, it's about perspective. They were chasing the enemies. The enemies were running towards the hills and the caves. What Hashem allowed them to do was Hashem allowed them to chase the enemies in with such speed, with such alacrity, it almost felt like, those moments in life where time stood still and you're able to do so much in one day. He said it was the sun stood still subjectively for their actions, where time was no longer a factor as they achieved what God allowed them to achieve. And you just say, we're not talking about physical reality, we're talking about a psychological reality in terms of understanding it over here. Once again, don't necessarily take it at the face value of what the text is about. On the same note, I just found it very interesting to this translation actually from Rabbi Natan Slipkin. It doesn't come out so well over here. In his book, Milchamos Hashem. The book of Milchamos Hashem is one of his great works that Dr. Abramson mentioned just beforehand, where it's meant to be, if you read the most exquisite description of how much he wants to bring God's light into this world by this book. Essentially, it's about his philosophy system and his system of God's providence and how Hashem interacts with this world. We're going to see a little bit more of this at the very end. He likes this. It's very interesting things when he talks about the hierarchy of life forms, which is very fascinating because our Slipkin over here is addressing evolution, and in there's space for evolutionary thinking within Jewish forces. And the Rabbi himself says absolutely. The Rabbi talks about tiers of life forms, talking about how humanity is the greatest form or developed life form, which is already we're talking in the terms of the evolutionary chain that we have over here, well, a number of centuries well before Darwin came along to describe that there was these movement or progression from one to the other. The way the Rabbi looked at creation was a tiered progression as well, which is most fascinating insight as well, just in terms of the newness of his thinking. Let's move on to another really interesting point over here, and that is over here in terms of Parshanot. The Rabbi is a very interesting person in the following regard. The Rabbi is what sometimes you may call is a very normal parasha. Very normal, very chilled out parasha. What I mean by that, here's an example. So what we just did recently actually in the Sefer Shmuel is that the name Shmuel comes from the words, from the root what? Well, where's Shmuel's name come from? The prophet Samuel. What is the root? 3 letters. It is not Shema that God heard. It is all that May Hashem from God. I borrowed or requested him from God. So the Rabbi says, well, that's true. Then what should his name be? His name should be Shaul, requested. That's the most direct expression of the root of the word Shaul. So if somebody look at a question and say Shaul Raul, he can Shetikre Shma Shaul, Omar no Kilo Yadakta, Kol Korea Hashem is called Kaf. He says, not everybody was being so medactic. That's what they meant. Right? It was figurative language. They meant it. It sounded good. Right? They know what it came from the word Sha'al. And his name wasn't Shaul, Shmuel, is beautiful. What the Rabbi is essentially saying is don't make a castle. Don't make an enterprise on such a small deal. Some things you can just let slide. And you say the Rabbi is very much a linguist. But at the same time, there's certain things where you just don't necessarily build the whole structure on this type of insight. Just as an example, there he as opposed to perhaps David Ezra, would be somebody who would be willing to let certain things slide, which is actually a very unique perspective. Ethics and war, two very fascinating points over here, as we get towards the end of this. And that is ethics and war. Happens to be that one of the very difficult for any who will call modern reader of the Bible has a lot of trouble when it comes to reading the descriptions of Israel going to war in the land of Canaan. And then in Canaan they come in and they're told to liberate man, woman, child of these 7 nations, without exception, seemingly, which is really it's hard for the we'll call it the Western man to hear. But Rabbi says something which is really just a very fascinating insight into this. And we're reading through the verses. We're not going to do that now, but these are the verses in the Sefer Devarim, in Perek Chof, in the 20th Perek, where it talks about the description of going to war. And it seems that the Psukim actually have 2 divisions. There's regular nations. If you go fight against a regular nation, let's say for land, then you're often in peace. When you fight against the 7 nations of the land of Canaan, then it's a obliteration. The Rabbi goes out on a limb, and like the Rabbi later on after him, says the most fascinating, interesting insight, and he says that no, the Torah means that every war that is fought has to have a peace offer at the beginning. Meaning to say, there is never a carte blanche for Jews to walk into the land of Israel and to totally decimate another nation. No nation ever was destroyed without the offer of peace and subjugation before, which is a very fascinating, which is a revolutionary perspective, moving away from the perspectives of, let's say, predecessors like Rashi, Rabbi, who say that there's a division of labor over here, the Rothschild, and later followed by later Rothschild. There's more of a humanistic perspective to war, and you can imagine, as Dr. Evans been saying, he's not living in a very harmonious Europe. But at the same time, he is very much a forward thinker, and that perspective informs the way he understands, in fact, the mitzvahs of Yishuv Arts, the way the land is settled. Last and a very, very fascinating point, and that is about suffering and providence. I'm talking about the book of Job, of Enoch. This is the translation of his introduction to the book of Job. Rabbi says something which is quite remarkable. And I found that there's many different systems of dealing with suffering and injustice in this world. And what he suggests over here is something which helps some people and makes it worse for others. Okay, so just what he says is the following. In brief summation, he says, look, that there are bad things which happen because people bring them upon themselves. We need to say, let's talk about, on a more pragmatic level, a person who's got a life where they eat lots of sugar, they consume a lot of sugar, don't do a lot of exercise, have a lot of fatty foods, and there's no symptoms or consequences for that type of lifestyle. So the person can say, God, why am I suffering? And the answer is, well, because of the lifestyle you led. So it's a simple model of it. And he says spiritually as well, there's types of lifestyles which work like that. He says, but then there's things which happen which are beyond that, which clearly cannot be the workings or doings of the individual themselves. So he says the most fascinating insight, and this is where he says it. There are types of things, which is what he calls mikra, which is to say there's a system in place in the world, and that system, in fact, operates without specific relationship to individuals. Meaning to say, there's a cause and effect. The nature which God put into place is more a cause and effect nature, in a cause and effect way. And sometimes we, as the populace, may be governed as a nation by Hashem's providence, but as individuals, we don't have that providence necessarily all the time ourselves. It goes into how a person can inject themselves up into it. But on the default, the person doesn't necessarily have individual hashgacha, which is what he suggests in the introduction to the book of Job. Which means to say, his suggestion over here, which is a profound suggestion, is that some suffering, some misfortune didn't have a target. This is what he suggests in the book of Job. This to some people is something which is most, in a sense, liberating. Which means to say that sometimes when things happen, it wasn't because I was bad. It wasn't because that was targeted and destined for me. It wasn't because that something I did was terribly wrong. It's the way it was. For some people, that's devastating because that means to say that there are moments in time where I'm outside the sphere of that protection. Okay? Not that you can't get back into it, but then sometimes I'm ejected from that bubble of hashgacha, of divine providence, which is the most terrifying description. Let's read his own words over here. At the end, he says, In this way, it's possible to maintain the same uniforms that exist whose survival depends upon uniform elements found in the substances that compose them. The cause of the unity in the sublunar nature is the impact upon substances on heavenly bodies. We just say there's a system in motion over there. From this standpoint, then we can deduce that such calamities strike us as pure chance. Wow, that's a very, very powerful point over here. I mean, this is, to me, is a fascinating point in the sense that this is a convergence of both philosophy, mathematics, and psychology all at once. Whereas perspective on the human nature of suffering, at the same time as the academic, and we'll call the scientific side of how the world operates, and at the same time the philosophy of the rationalist of God, all converging into one point over here when he forms this. I think this is most fascinating for the following reasons that if we think about this, what we've covered over here, we covered a few very interesting and salient points. We talked about the psychology of the Rabbi. We talked about how his insights into making things other people, as an example. We talked about interacting with supernatural events, angels, miracles, and how he sometimes waters down those events from being in the same grandiose as we may have natural credit. We talked a little bit about war and ethics and dikduk, the Rabbi's willingness to be able to also read the Tanakh more laissez-faire, at the same time as also his perspective and his forward thinking in terms of ethics and morals. And finally, concluding with a much more heavier note, which is the notion of there being a system of Hashem's interaction in this world, which is the flip side of the coin of miracles, which is that there is a system which is always moving. And sometimes that system doesn't specifically notice the individuals. Once again, very good salient points of a great thinker who still adorns our shelves today. What I'd like to say is just to start at the end is just to say a very big thank you. Thank you so much to our very own one and only Dean Ehela Emerson. We put together what's really a remarkable series. I personally have grown tremendously just from the experience having learned and prepared for this. And I hope that you, everybody in this room, and everybody in the global classroom that are watching and continue to watch this astounding series of 6 have learned from this and continue to gain. And we thank Kilo and Ilana for an incredible investment in this community. I want to also thank our full crew on staff, Boaz, Aronson as well, who doesn't just do filming but does questioning as well, which I'll address in just a moment. And this is really a very exciting moment. Anyone has questions about furthering this opportunity, please speak to us afterwards. At this point in time, let's take questions, if that's all right. Yes.
These incredible people, I'm hoping that give us somebody, to share their lives. And secondly, who are their lives?
Absolutely. Now, International Women's Day. Shout out to International Women's Day. You're right. I don't think it's more directed to Dr. Abramson, actually, the historical side of things. But right. I know that he did actually get a lot of patronage for his inventions and his writings because it was so well sought after. I think one of the king's commissioned him to write. I don't know which book it was, but more than that, I don't know fully. So Dr. Evans, can you speak to that? Yes.
Just a question.
Yes.
I'm going back to Yaakov and the story of Mala. I've heard people say, being a Yiddish that I think of being a Yiddish I've heard people say that messing with David is psychological.
Yes, right, that's what I'm about to say.
He was sleeping, that he could be hallucinating.
Okay, that's what it is. But the point is, he wasn't in the lucid state. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm about to say.
Also, when it comes to the miracles, on the Rabbi was suggesting this or other stuff. I thought it could just be guys to be a double guys.
Which is the 8 guys in the science. That's the only difference from the guys.
Also, after I recall from surgery first class, after the boys go across the river and that's the behind to go back together. That's pretty fun. So he goes across the river and he goes back and decides to take it out.
Well, that's what seems to be, it's interesting. We actually, glides over that point when he describes it. It's very possible that the Tanakh doesn't go to the level or the stakes to the pain to tell us every stage is going to get scheduled. So it could be that it took it for granted that we knew that this was now in a sleeping stage. It could also be another possibility is addressing a point more for one. Is a lot of times when God interacts with human beings, the way the Rambam describes it, and we're very much in the Rambam canon here, it's almost like a experience, it's almost like a fit, an epileptic fit where the senses are almost destroyed from the experience of the magnitude of the divine. So it could be that he didn't fall asleep, but that as the way he describes this prophecy he set on, and when he set on, he collapsed. And so that's why we're not really described as yeah. Yeah, well, we're looking anachronistic. We're saying all we have today is epilepsy to be able to look at. When it happened in those days, we're talking about not so much as a medical condition, but rather a description of a human being or a physical being that cannot. What's that? True, I'm just saying, like, there are different subsets. We need to say that prophecy experience in those days was a bigger subset than what we call epilepsy today. Epilepsy today may not maybe our only perspective into what it means to be for human being to be in such a state. The Rambam describes it as being that is the typical nature of experience of the divine, simply because it's like the car. When you're going too fast in a car, the car starts shuddering. The car can't take the motion that it's in. It's too much. The body can't take. That's what's going on there. Possibly, and it's very definitely true. It could be the whole night as well. Could have been the facts, as unfortunately said. But one thing which interests me is that it's coming back to your point is that if it's a psychological struggle, I mean, it's not just a bad dream. It means to say that in his dream, he is struggling against something. That struggle was so hard it took him until the morning to break out. That's essentially in the beginning of That's how hard this experience was. Correct. So that goes to for sure. That goes to psychosomatic experience that he describes in the Torah notes at the end of the section. Exactly like you said, where he says how do these physical symptoms of a psychological experience. And thanks. Maybe we'll take the questions after you on that. Thank you. I want to keep it ready. Thank you so much for coming. Looking forward to seeing us the next opportunity.
Welcome to another series of Letters Flying Free. This is a very exciting series that we came up with last year, and it's based on a Talmudic passage in which Rabbi Hananiah ben Teradion is martyred at the hands of the Romans in the Hadrianic persecution. They wrap him up in the Sefer Torah. You're all familiar with this, but for the sake of the internet audience, I will repeat it. They set him on fire. They put him on top of a fire, and the students ask him, what he sees, and he says, well, the scroll is burning, but the letters are flying free. Very poetic statement, which is expressed graphically in the beautiful stained glass windows, which Rabbi Teitelbaum helped design outside. That's really the idea of this series, is that we're going to give a team teaching approach where I will give a little bit of historical data to place the figure in his, or in some cases, her historical context, and then Rabbi Teitelbaum or Rabbi Trump will follow with a much more detailed textual analysis to give us a sense of the way in which this particular individual shaped the Jewish tradition in literary form. That's the plan for the evening, so I'll have more or less the first 25 minutes or so, and then I'll hand off to Rabbi Teitelbaum to talk about the lift tonight. I am currently struggling with a personal challenge. When I used to give lectures publicly in Florida and put them on the internet, they used to always begin with a joke, and I enjoyed it tremendously. But then I slowly got a whole bunch of comments on the internet, stop with the jokes, go straight to the material. And I don't really understand New York. So when I came to New York, I said, that's it, no more opening jokes. And so for the past 2 years, I have not told any opening jokes. Now, maybe it's because New York is warming up to my style a little bit. I'm getting more and more people asking me, please, why don't you start with a joke? We heard your lectures in Florida. What's going on? So I will start with a joke tonight. Please laugh. It will, thank you. That will make me feel much better. But the idea is a joke is a good thing. In fact, there are various rabbis in the Talmud who always began the shir with a joke because it sort of opens up the mind, kind of like sniffing chlorine. It wakes you up, to get you ready for rest. So the joke goes like this. It has nothing to do with the subject. A man's been seeing a psychiatrist for many years, and he's had tremendous progress in his therapy. So the psychiatrist says to him, listen, Milton, you've been with me for a long time. I think we should cut back the number of visits per week because you're doing so well. And, it's a big expense. And I think that really you're ready to strike out on your own. And he says, but doctor, it's been so many years and I'm so attached to you. What will I do? This is part of my week. I don't know what to say. And he says, listen, we'll do it like this. Let's not meet next week. And if you have any moment at any time, day or night, that you need to reach me, here's my personal cell phone number. I leave it on 24/6. Just give me a call and I'll pick up right away. Doesn't matter what time or night. And so he feels relieved with that. And in fact, that's what he does. The next morning, he wakes up in a panic. Milton wakes up in a panic. And he calls his doctor at 6:30 a.m. He says, doctor, I hope I'm not disturbing you. He says, no problem, Milton, what's the problem? He says, I had this terrifying dream. I had this horrible dream. He says, what was the dream? He says, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother and that you were so overbearing. That you were forcing me to make all these decisions and not letting me have independence. And I know it's the opposite of everything you said, but doctor, I felt so terrible. He says, oh, that's awful. What did you do next? I said, well, then I went into the kitchen. I turned on all the lights and I tried to calm down. I said, what did you do next? He said, well, I ate a piece of dry toast and some neat tea to try and settle my nerves. And he says, what did you do next? He said, well, then I called you. The doctor thinks about it and he says, a piece of toast and wheat tea, that you call breakfast? All right, I don't know. Maybe it's better off with no joke. Tonight we're going to talk about the RIF. The RIF is one of the several acronyms that are used to describe Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi. His years are 1013 to 1103. One of the most important and creative thinkers in the halachic tradition. I won't spend too much time speaking about the content of his thought, because that's going to be handed over to Rabbi Teitelbaum. But my goal for the next few minutes is to give you a sense of where he comes from historically, place him within the broader contours of the world as the RIF knew it, and then we'll get, I think, more of a sense of what his unique contribution truly was. He's also known as Alfasi from the city of Fez in North Africa, because he spent most of his career there. He was not actually born there, but he spent about 35, 40 years studying in Fez. And as normally when a person has a place name for a surname, it means they originated there and they ended up somewhere else. So in fact, he ended up in Spain, in the Cordoba region, where he was the Rosh Yeshiva, one of the most important yeshivas in Spain at that time, in the glory days of the golden era of Spain. He mentored many students, including the Rabbi Gash, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, and thousands of others for the next millennia, because it is impossible to study the Talmud effectively today without consulting the RIF. He's one of the most important commentators of all time. I know in my first edition of the Talmud, when I went to buy one, it said on the cover, Talmud Bavli im HaRif, with the RIF, as if to say that everything else is a cheap imitation. That gives you a sense of how important the RIF is within our tradition. So let's put him within the context of the golden age of Sephardic Jewry, which is a topic that I find deeply fascinating. I'd like to just give you a very short introduction to it. This map didn't come out so well in reproduction, I'm sorry, but it gives you a sense, sort of the dispersion of Jews after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese incident of 1497. The arrows are going the wrong way if you look at the 8th century. Basically, the Iberian Peninsula is controlled up until the early 8th century by an extremely vicious Christian community called the Visigoths that practice brutal forced conversion of Jews and an absurd degree of persecution for backsliding new converts to Christianity, including a strange punishment called del calvatio, which may be shaving one's head or possibly scalping them. Horrible kind of persecution at the time. And in the case of mixed marriages, the Visigoths prescribed amputation for women who married Jews, Christian women who converted to Judaism and married Jews. They had their nose amputated. Men Jewish men who married Christian women or who had converted had another essential organ amputated. So it was a really horrible time, and the Jews were hating it. It was absolutely awful. Many fled to Navarro, to north of the Pyrenees, to France, elsewhere in North Africa, but they were just waiting for the Muslims to come along and take over the peninsula, which they did in the year 711. A very memorable day. Here in America, of course, commemorated with a chain of corner stores so that we can remember the great Muslim conquest of the year. It is. 7-Eleven, right? The stores, right? Slurpees. Right. Okay, thank you. It was widely believed through Christian historiography of much of the Middle Ages that the Jews had invited the Muslims. That is most likely not true. But when the Muslims came in, the Jews definitely aided them, primarily in the form of holding on to the cities that the Muslims conquered, manning the garrisons and managing local municipal government so that the Muslim armies could go on and conquer other areas and force the Visigoths out. Shortly after that, you have the onset of a golden era where the Muslims in Spain actually demonstrate a unique level of tolerance to the Jews that was, incomparable, certainly since maybe biblical times, and one would say it hasn't even been matched in America in some ways. But that's what we're going to discuss tonight. So the Rif himself comes from North Africa. He lived for a while at Kairouan, which is over here, not to be confused with Cairo, Kairouan. And then over here in Tunis, in the city of Fez, where he spent most of his life. And they ended up in Lucena here in southern Spain. So that's the trajectory of his career. The reason why the Spain got such a huge takeoff in terms of its scholarship. Everyone recognizes this famous photograph here, of course, of Moshe ben Hanok. No, just joking. That's actually the skipper who, went out on a 3-hour cruise. The real question I have is, why did Ginger have so many outfits for a 3-hour cruise? Now, what kind of professor is it who can't figure out the basics of getting off the island when he has all this equipment and know-how? That's one of those great historical puzzles. At any rate, Spain, if you saw in that poorly reproduced map a minute ago, is on the periphery. I'll go back to it for a second. The periphery, because this is where the center of the Jewish world is at the time that the Alfasi is working. It's in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers down here in what will be southern Iraq or Kuwait. You have the great Talmudic centers of Sura, Pumbedita, the Hardar, they're all mentioned in Talmud. And everyone living out here is in a vastly different orbit from Sura and Pumbedita. Anytime they had a question, Jews living out here in Spain, if they had any kind of question about the calendar, about kashrut, about observance, they were very troubled. Should we be eating rice on Pesach or not eating rice on Pesach? The Spartans just simply didn't know what to do. That was a joke too. I'm Spartans, Spain, but it's almost over. So they would have to write a question that would be delivered by hand, essentially, across the Mediterranean basin, all the way out here to Surin Pumbedita. It would take months, and then they would send money with it, so there was an economic relationship. And then Surin Pumbedita would send back a letter that would again take months. It would be a cause for huge celebration. We have descriptions of these ceremonies that were held in these Spanish communities when a letter came back from Sura or Pampita. They would gather all of the townsfolk in the synagogue. They would sit in special cushions, and they would bring it out on a special, wooden box that was specially made for delivery of the letter. The Rav of the Kehillah would receive it. They would have a special knife that was used to open up the seals, and then they would read it really, really fast to get to the bottom, and then they would spend months afterwards, and then it would be finished, and they would spend months afterwards deciphering the deeper meaning of the letter. So Spain was way out here on the orbit, but there was a bizarre circumstance when a Talmudic scholar named Moshe ben Chanoch was shipwrecked and captured by pirates, and he was held for ransom. This was actually a fairly common occurrence in the Middle Ages. Ransoming captives happened all the time. There are large discussions of it in the Talmud and in later posting. And the great Sephardic leader, Chasdai ibn Shaprut, spent a tremendous amount of money to rescue Moshe ben Chanoch. And then he said, listen, why do you want to schlep all the way back to, the equivalent of Brooklyn when you can live here in Boca Raton? It's beautiful in Spain, our climate and so on. Moshe ben Chanoch stayed, ended up establishing a new center in Spain that ultimately, for reasons which are beyond what we're going to discuss today, became the new center of gravity, eventually eclipsing Sura and Pampatita within about 300 years. So it all happened because of that one mitzvah of rescuing the shipwrecked individual. To give you a sense of the culture of the time, this is a period of phenomenal creativity. The Rif is writing halakha in a very, very unusual and distinctive way that would shape the intellectual tradition. But there's so many things happening in Spain and in the Spanish orbit that are attracting Jews to the Iberian Peninsula. The Rif was really caught up in a massive migration of Jews to the peninsula. This is, for example, one of the things that are happening is the rise of secular Hebrew poetry, which is mind-blowing. And some of it, I think about it on the train. It fascinates me so much. This is a short poem by none other than Yehuda Halevi. And by the way, one of the very special things about the Sephardic genius is that unlike really any time since the biblical period, you have figures who are absolutely stellar in their religious creativity and their religious piety and the things that they contribute intellectually. And at the same time, they are the masters of secular culture and affairs. Shmuel Hanagid wrote a fantastic commentary on the Talmud and was the chief general of a Muslim army for 16 years. How does that happen? Certainly nobody in Lakewood is serving as a chief of staff to run an army, a Muslim army nonetheless. And we can point out one after another figure. The Rambam is perhaps one of the best examples in the field of medicine. Yehuda Halevi also a very talented physician and a poet. So this is one of his what are called the Shirei Chol, the secular songs or secular poems. It's called Afra, and I think it's actually Opera. Afra means a doe, and much of his poetry is love poetry. One could interpret it allegorically, and in fact, Yehosef, the son of Shmuel Hanagid, said that that's how people should read his love poetry. It was all allegorical, like Shir Hashirim style, but some of it's really quite evocative, like Shir Hashirim, and I think it's hard to do that interpretation. Anyways, let's read it, because it's so beautiful. Afra תכבד את ידיה במי טיפי, ותשחט לשמש כזהרה. לא שאלה מי העיינות משתי עיניי, ולא שמש ליופי Ta'ara. Sorry, that's the national stuff there. So this is a translation by the brilliant Hillel Halkin, who wants to preserve the rhyme a little. It says, Oprah does her laundry in my tears and dries it in the sunshine she gives off. She doesn't have to take it to the trough or wait to hang it till the weather clears. That's a really beautiful translation. The idea is that Oprah is, and this is, by the way, a trope you see often in the secular poetry, the rejected lover who feels terrible about she's, and they wallow in that rejection. And it's so beautiful. It's so extended. It's really something exceptional. But if you look carefully at the meter, you see that this is standard Hebrew monoline with the words "in" and "enai" falling into the next stanza. It creates in the Hebrew a unique type of anticipation where you're reading along and then all of a sudden you fall down a step, like when you use your balance on the stairs or something like that. And it's a beautiful kind of falling feeling that emulates falling in love as well. Losing control. I'm losing control of this year because I'm having fun with it, but let's go further. A lot of this environment was created so because of Abd al-Rahman I and his grandson the third, who was a Muslim refugee from a terrible massacre. His entire family was killed in Baghdad in a coup, taking over the Muslim caliphate. And so he fled as a refugee in secret with just a few of his servants, and he made his way all the way across North Africa. As he was traveling through in many places, he found succor and shelter from Jewish individuals, and his attitude towards Jews turned to be very positive, and he held them in high regard. So when he came to Spain, although he was a very brutal ruler in many ways and would not suffer any kind of dissension, to the wise and loyal servant, quote unquote, Jew, he would often extend himself. And this was sort of like a trend that you see developing in Spanish culture, where particular Jews who are able to wisely administer the affairs of state are left to their own devices and are able to accumulate tremendous power. So you have this environment. This is the Mosque of Granada with its very distinctive architecture with the red and white blocks and kind of a mirror effect that goes on and on to infinity. You have this beautiful culture developing in Spain in which Jews are given unprecedented rights under Muslims, allowing them to be extremely creative in their religious affairs. This changes dramatically with the Berber invasion. And this was going to transition to the Rif's life because his primary creative activity was during the period when there was a dramatic downturn of Jewish conditions. He was, in many ways, at the very tail end of this period of coexistence and tolerance, and he lived in a period when there was increasing intolerance, when Jews were fleeing Spain, beginning to make their way to European shores, in the case of Yehuda Levi, to Israel, in the case of the Rambam, moving across to North Africa to less repressive Muslim regimes. But we should recall that the period of coexistence that existed in Spain was due to a large-scale affinity between Jews and Muslims in terms of their cultural vocabulary. More than this, we cannot say at this time because I don't want to go over. But it created this here. This is, for example, a view of the Alhambra, which is associated with, in a very important way, with one of the important Jewish leaders, Joseph, son of the Shmuel HaNagid. Okay, who are the Berbers? So the Berbers were North African Muslims. They were not Arabs. We should distinguish that there are many different kinds of Muslims. Islam is, of course, a religious designation. Words like Arab, Spaniard, Berber, those are ethnic designations. The Berbers were fearsome warriors. They were known for covering their face when they went into battle, which is probably where you get the kind of Lawrence of Arabia sort of thing with the, the turban and things like this. They also painted their faces. They were fearsome warriors, but they were also not sophisticated thinkers when it came to Muslim theology. And whereas in Spain, the relationship with Jews was actually extremely relaxed and in many ways contrary to Muslim law. For example, Muslims regularly held symposia, meaning drinking parties, with Jewish attendees. And of course, alcohol is forbidden in Islam. Allowing Jews to rise to positions of power above Muslims is also contrary to traditional Muslim doctrine. And yet this was happening in Spain because Abd al-Rahman III and others would recognize talent and would promote it to positions of authority. The Berbers, when they invaded Spain and they took over from the much more cosmopolitan Umayyads, they were not having any of this shit. and they insisted on a much more orthodox and doctrinaire interpretation of Islam, which frightened a lot of Jews and ultimately drove them to depart. So with the Berber invasions that we begin to see in the 12th century in particular, a change for the worse. And this is when the Rif is primarily active. The Almohads are one of the most important of the Berber tribes that make it up into Spain. They drive out the Umayyad Caliphate and they take over the entire southern region of the Iberian Peninsula and impose this new vision in which Jews really had to maintain their place. And it might be worth meditating on what is it about the downturn of a society that you get a flourishing of creativity. Another great example would be, just to mention it by way of passing, Ibn Ezra, who was a very celebrated poet in Spain, making a very good living as someone who wrote Arabic verse for hire. But under the Almohads, he also had to flee. He went to Europe, to Italy, and then later to France, and eventually to England. And the Jews there wouldn't pay him a penny for Arabic verse because they didn't read Arabic. So he ended up writing in Hebrew and writing in Latin, and he had tremendous success because he was forced out of Spain. And he complained about it a lot, but it was specifically the downturn that ended up being the moment of his greatest opportunity. So what ends up happening, so as I mentioned before, the Rif makes his way from North Africa, spends about 35, 40 years in Fez, and then eventually comes up to Lucerna, which is over here in the center of the peninsula. Here's a picture from the Cordoba region, which gives you a sense of the majesty of the architecture at the time. As a man, we don't know a lot about his family life. We don't know much about his wife, for example. We know that he had at least one son. We get a sense of his character in that he valued his primary student, the Migash, the Yosef Migash, as a superior student, and therefore he actually promoted the student over his own son to be the head of this important yeshiva. We know that he had a tremendous controversy. He was a strong-willed individual. He had tremendous controversy with other Jews in the various towns that he lived. In Fez, he was actually denounced to the authorities, quite probably by fellow Jews, that caused him tremendous anguish and in fact occasioned his flight to Spain. And despite the fact that one of his rivals, and possibly one that was involved with the denunciation, was a man named Yitzhak ben Baruch al-Balia, when this individual passed away and left a young son behind, the Rif adopted the son of his rival and enemy to be his own, and he took care of him and raised him in his own home. He is an example of a North African kind of severity, but transplanted into an environment in which the cosmopolitanism begins to fade. Many of the scholars of rabbinic history have looked at the life of the Rif and put it within the context of Talmudic thought, and have regarded him as the last of the Gaonim. In other words, the Gaonim, that's a term that was used for leaders of the yeshivas in Sura and Compadita, as they were beginning to fade, and as scholarship was rising in Spain, the Rif is kind of a transitional figure that cements the Iberian Peninsula as the new center of gravity, the new sun around which all things orbit, and Sura and Compadita fade in the background. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and your endurance. It's a tremendous honor to be here in this Kehillah and to be speaking with you about these things that I find so fascinating. And I'd like to hand the microphone over now to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
Thank you, Dr. Abramson. Good evening, everybody. Interestingly enough, we're going to begin with commentary on the Rif and his importance, his life's work. Sefer Halachos, as it is referred to. The Tzedel Derech of Menachem ben Aaron Ibn Zerach was a very unique kind of halachic work. Ibn Zerach in the 14th century found that there were many high-level government and business officials involved intricately and maybe too intimately with the Spanish population and with Spanish culture. And he wrote a description of halacha with a lot of explanation, with a lot of the moral sense of why we should or shouldn't do as we live, and wrote it specifically for those many people who were very involved in worldly affairs and very involved with the Spanish population. In his introduction, in his Hakzama, Ibn Zerach describes some of the great sources of halacha of his time, and they are, of course, still the great sources of halacha of our time. And if you could follow along, you'll see how he describes the Rif, discussing how he moved to Messina, Yoshav Shom Rabbeinu Yitzchak, V'chiber halachos, V'kotzer, he composed a halachic work, V'kotzer, with summarization, plus the Tigare, 3 orders, Yoshem, Mizikin, and Moed, think of the main orders of tractates of Mishnayos. Mishnayos are the 6 divisions. 3 of them were fully commentated upon and discussed by the Rif. And it's similar to what you might call a small Gemara, meaning a reduced or an extraction of the Gemara so that it is brought down to a point where all of the discussion and all of the give and take that ultimately leads to a particular conclusion is not included. And what the Rif does is he'll discuss the introductory remarks, the basic idea being we are talking about this issue and that issue, the opinions about the issue are, and then a conclusion, so that we understand that the place from whence the halacha is derived is this page of the Talmud. But exactly how the conclusion is arrived at is not necessarily as important as the conclusion itself. And therefore, the masa umata, the give and take, all of that which goes into the why and the wherefore, he removed and then got down to the pertinent, practical conclusions. But along the way, he does explain why he believes the conclusion should be as it is. In many instances, it is a unique conclusion. In many instances, it is an interpretive conclusion, meaning that he interprets a passage of the Gemara in a particular way. We will see later how he has a particularly important interpretation of certain halachos, and we're going to look at one particularly. And it's different from the way Rashi interpreted, perhaps, that line of the Gemara. He explains how he interprets it and what consequences there are halachically. And what Ibn Zerach here says is that the Ri, the great Tosafos, Amar Allah Rabbeinu Yitzchak Baal HaTosaf, Sheyu'eh ben Adam Lechaber Chibur Tamahu Zulasim Sheshchina Haisa Shara Allah. No one would be able to write this kind of work. No one can write the Sefer Halachos, as he called it, taking the Gemara, studying it, extrapolating from it the essence of what we would need to know, doing so with so much erudition, coming to the correct conclusion, and then guiding our lives based on the Gemara, but not in this coldly halakhic way, well, do this, don't do this, do this, don't do that. It's got a little bit of the Gemara flavor to it. It shows you exactly where it's coming from and why, yet it's very practical and does set forth the halakhic guidance that we need to live Jewish life. So it's very much Talmud-like, but yet it's somehow more definitive and more concise, far more concise. Now, another reason that I'm using this Havdalah is because he mentions here something that importantly Dr. Abramson referenced. Notice here he says, Mimos Rabbeinu Hai, from the time of the Gaon of Hai, Lo come to know, we have not had a halachic decisor and a rabbinic thinker and leader of such importance, who is Tazik Rebbe Kitzvei Ha'adama, and his work has been disseminated far and wide. It was on then to say that he lived 90 years, passed away in the year Tuf Pei Gimel, 4,883. The Hamid Talmidim Harbe. By the way, I believe that is that might be a mistake. I believe it was Tuf Samach Gimel. Correct. That should be Samach Gimel. The Hamid Talmidim Harbe, and the Gdolei Talmidim Harav Rabbeinu Yosef ben Menashe. It means Migash Yosef ben Meir. So what he is mentioning here is essentially what Dr. Abramson said, that he was the greatest man since Rav Haigel, and then had all of these students, such as the Migash. Now, let's understand, Migash was the master teacher of the father of Maimonides. So the importance of the Rif now is that he is that bridge, if you will, from the time of the Gaonim and from the accomplishments and achievements in the style of the Gaonim, on the one hand, to the period of the Rishonim, to the likes of the Migash, and therefore of the likes of the Rambam. And the difference between the Gaonim and their style and that of the Rishonim is that whereas the Gaonim would do far less in the way of commenting and explaining the rationale of a piece of Gemara, they would have tshuvas. They would answer questions about what practically people should do and why. But to comment on the Gemara and explain the reason behind the lines, behind the questions and answers of the Gemara, that was something that was rarely done. It was done by some of these authors, but not one tractate after another, not one Masechta after the other. And here you have someone sitting down and saying, let's study Shas and let's understand it line by line and let's explain it line by line. And then in that vein, others follow. But not only was it that he would comment on the Talmud line by line, Masechta by Masechta, but he would also gather the halachic ramifications by Masechta. It wasn't random questions and answers on various topics as in the Shuvas Hagaon. It wasn't as in the case of the Halachas Gedolos, there are 613 mitzvahs, so let's discuss the mitzvah by mitzvah. Here, it's a halachic work, and the pattern and organization is based upon the Talmud. So what he does, in essence, is return the Talmud to a position and to a place of importance where, as a foundation for Jewish life, it could be known and appreciated and studied. The Gaonim were answering questions and discussing Jewish life. He is returning us and bringing us back to the place where it all begins, and that's at the Talmud. So that's how he bridges the era of the Gaonim and introduces us and sets the stage for the very important period of the Rishonim. Here is a sample page of what the Rif looks like in the Gemara. It looks very much like a page of the Talmud. That was not his doing, but because of his vast success, you have those who published the Talmud treating his work like the Talmud itself. After all, it was the Ze'ila, the small Talmud, or the miniature Talmud, the summarized Talmud. So it's been treated that way by those who published the Talmud. So you have the Rif here, and then the Baal HaMa'or, the first to really take the Rif to task on many, many issues, controversially so. Here, the Ramban, Nachmanides, is defending the work of the Rif here in the Milchamos Hashem. And then later, Rabbi Nissim ben Reuven, one of the last of the great Spanish Talmudists, and the famous commentary of Duran here in the Shinsky Berlin here. Now you'll see Rashi here. Rashi did not write a commentary on the Rif, obviously. Rashi and the Rif were actually contemporaries. However, those who published the Rif said, well, wouldn't it be great if when you open up your Gemara and you want to look at the Rif, at the same time be able to see what Rashi had to say about the same issues. So they took some of the Rashis off the page and published them here, right next to the Rif itself. Now, a little bit about the Baal HaMa'or. He wrote two works, the Ma'or HaKatam and the Ma'or HaGadol, and began his work at the ripe old age of 18 or 19, and was really very, very hounded by people in his own hometown. How dare you criticize the works of the great Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi? And he stuck to his guns, as we say, and said, no, that's what you have to do. And interestingly enough, the Baal HaMa'or ben Yitzchak Halevi, when he published the Ma'or, made a point of saying that he does respect, verily, Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi. And he says, well, just because we respect and revere the man doesn't mean we cannot say we learned from him and now we learn so much we even know how to question him. He says, look at the great Jewish thinkers and writers, grammarians, even Yanach and Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. This is a great grammarian of the 10th century. And they had a back and forth about very important issues. The student said to his master, my wisdom is your wisdom. And therefore, it's fine and correct for me, with great reverence and respect, to question you and to question the wisdom that you've imparted to me, and to use my wisdom to hone and sharpen our wisdom. And here, Rabbi Nizrachia, the Yitzchak Halevi of Yulio, who wrote the Ma'or HaGadol and Ma'or HaKatam, says, with such words of reverence and respect, and even more so. Kol sheyesh lahosif ani hasafir, whatever I could add and say, Al Rabbeinu Harav HaGadol HaMuchar Rabbi Yitzchak ben Rabbi Yaakov, Baal HaHalachos HaMechuna Ibn Alfasi, I say as much as that and even more in respect and in reverence of his work. I need not go on and talk at length about his greatness. Everybody can see it. Everybody can look at his work and appreciate how well he put together this masterful work called the Sefer Halachos. He is Kishemesh B'Hatzi Hashemayim, like the sun at high noon. The convict is Kosov. Chibur del Chosam, Prusos al Dorosa, and the far-spreading wings of his righteousness are spread and will continue down through the generations. Al Kol Hadoros Haboyim Akarav. Kilo Nasa Chibur Nafek Kemohu B'Tap. The Talmud, Me'akarei Sisimo. There's not been a work as important and as beautiful and as correct as his since the time of the conclusion of the Talmud. We have to sanctify it and we have to purify it and whiten it. Meaning, let's take it and see if there's any way to make it even better. So that, yes, he wrote a way of, this is a way of saying that I'm going to write something that's going to even be an improvement on what the Rif has to say. And then, of course, as we said, the Sefer HaMilchamos and many others would rise to the defense of the Rif. And that's, again, very important, because what you are beginning to see then is this cross-pollination of ideas that really had not happened, that had not come to such a degree of prominence until the time of the Rif. Meaning that the Rif provoked so much Talmudic thinking and so much Talmudic examination and elucidation. And that was unprecedented. As we saw, as we looked at that page of Rif, he says, well, this is what the Gemara means. And then it begins. The Baal says, yes, no, and then Mokamos defends him, and then the Shukra says in Iran, this entire manner of discussing and of arguing and of then honing in on exactly what we might be able to say about a particular piece of Gemara, what it means and what its consequences should be, and what the halakha should be. This all began to happen thanks to the Rif. So that he is so important in that, what we would call the evolution of the study of the Talmud, even as he is so important in the evolution of halakha. To be so important and so significant, two great areas of Jewish life and Talmud study causes the Rif really to have a place unique in the annals of our history and of our Gedolei Torah and Chachamim. Here you have again another important Rishon, as we call them, the Rabbi, Avraham ben David of now that's
How you
how
living,
it's pronounced. From
What's good? Can you hear me? Yo. Yo. Can you hear me? Can you get some pictures in this fucking server? Awesome. I have no browser. I mean, I'm shocked. Hey, well.
from Provence, and the pronunciation, I went online to try to figure out how in the world do you pronounce it. I know that in our yeshiva, and in all of the yeshivas and Jewish life generally, we call it Pastvers. But Pastvers is somewhere in Lita, that's a Lithuanian name. It's not the real correct pronunciation. It's yeah. And that great town, now it's not even known by that name anymore. That's where the Rabbi was from. And the Rabbi is describing, again, how he will take the risk to task, and he will criticize the agree with him at times. But look at the way he phrases it. Reisi, he says things that are so wondrous and difficult for me to understand. Perhaps it's perhaps because I can't see straight, he says humbly. Perhaps it's because when one looks at a bright sun, you just can't. You had that eclipse a couple of months ago, you can't look at the sun. The danger of looking at the sun in its eclipses because the sun is so powerful and has certain rays that it's so dangerous for us to look at. But when you have no eclipse, you can look at the sun. But then you can't see it, you can't really understand it. So what he's saying is that the brightness of the rift can be compared to the bright shining sun. Truth is, there's a side to me that says I should have just looked away and accepted whatever the Rif says, kept my mouth shut, he says. There's a side of me that says I probably should have just followed whatever the Rif says, and to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, and not even question. But after all, we have to study and Abel Ki have lost Shemaim, have lost Midolah, and Kotachlis, lost Midos, Abel Osim, on the Kabel, Sparrows, Bain Mitzvah, Bain Shogeg, Alkain Lena, and Minei Tilu, Lachabes Aperos, Kasher Tasi, Yodge Kam, Restore Kam, Lachazek. Therefore, I do not stand aside and allow everything to just go by as is said by the Rif in any which way he wishes. I will comment, I will criticize, of course, we know the Rabbi was really the one who criticized it mostly. The Rambam will talk about that, God willing, in a few weeks. However, this very same Ravid, again, very important thing, proposed the work of Tamim Deya, less known than his commentary on the Talmud. These are longer pieces of explanation with halachic consequences, truths of the writing. And in the Tamim Deya, he is using Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi endlessly, constantly relying upon how Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi examined the Gemara, how Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi ultimately concludes with halachic conclusions based upon the Gemara, so that with all due respect to the Hasagos Haravid, you have here an example of almost an entire book of Shuvos that base themselves on the work of the Rif. Let's take one piece of Gemara in the seventh Rothschild profile as an example, so we can understand what it means to take a piece of Gemara and then, I don't want to say boil it down to its essence, because that's an oversimplification. But to take it and extract from it the most pertinent parts of it, and then derive the halacha, and then present that in this concise form known as the Rif. Here's the Gemara profile in the Second Brothers. Rabbi Yehuda. Suffolk Kara, Shema, Suffolk Low Kara. Someone is uncertain as to whether he already cited the Shema or not. That happens. You have one of those mornings. And you wake up somewhere with your phone on and you're in, Emes V'Yatzik, or maybe you're ready for answering and you're like, oh, where am I? How did I get here? Now you don't know. Did you say Shema? Did you not say Shema? Well, what do? Do you go back and repeat it, or do you not? So Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of Shmuel, hey, no closer. However, Suffolk Amar Emes V'Yatzik, if you're not sure whether you said the blessing that follows the Shema, that you have to repeat when in doubt. And the Gemara then goes on to explain my time up. Why? Because Kriyat Shema is Drabanan, the Gemara supposes. That's the explanation for Rabbi Yehuda. And Emes V'Yatzik, which is a description of Yitzias Mitzrayim, well, there's a passage that says, that's something you must say every day. That's in the Torah. The Gemara then goes on, however, to discuss this at length. A whole discussion about this idea of, well, is Kriyat Shema in the Torah, is it not? Here, the Gemara then goes to quote another opinion other than that of Rabbi Yehuda, and says, Rabbi Elazar Amar Safek Kara Kriyat Shema Safek Lo Kara Chozer V'Komer. You have to repeat the Shema if you're not sure whether you've said it or not. And in a similar type of situation, Safek Yispalo, Safek Lo Yispalo, Eino Chozer Yispalo. You're not sure whether you daven or not. Well, Tefillah, certainly 2 or 3 times a day is midrabanan. A Torah at most you have to daven only once. The Rambam says it is midrabanan, but only once a day. So therefore, if you have something whether you daven or not, you're not sure if you daven before Esrei or not. So then you do not have to repeat before Esrei. This Gemara is condensed, if you will, into these few lines by the Rif. But you got Shmuel, Safek Kara Kriyat Shema, Safek Lo Kara, Eino Chozer V'Komer. Suffolk Comer, and Sviats of Suffolk Lower, Kaiser Oima. Alma Kasama, Krishna Gabon, and Sviats of the Raisa. He skips all of the discussion of that issue. Is it a Krishna, is it a Torah, is it Mitabona? He goes straight to Rabbi Elazar Amar Suffolk Kara Krishna, Suffolk Lord Kara, Kozer Bakore. Suffolk is follow, Suffolk Lord is follow, Eino Kozer. Is follow. And then he says, Veles Hilchas HaKishmuel, the Amar Krishna Zavonan, the Kaimalon Krishna Doraisa, we shall follow the path of Rabbi Elazar. Kriyashma is a must in the Torah. It's a biblically ordained mitzvah. When in doubt, you will have to repeat the Shema. Maybe you find a repetition, like the first time you're saying it. So therefore say. Now, all of the discussion about how and why and where, that question and answer of Abaye left out. Because what he did was say, this is how we discussed it in the Talmud. There were two opinions. But in essence, we follow the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan, the opinion of Rabbi Elazar. And so the concise discussion of what to do when you have a question about what do I do with this Shema is here drawn in 5-6 lines instead of what is otherwise a half a page of the Talmud. That's just one example. Now here you have another example. We have Hanukkah coming up, and we have a question about what to do if your Hanukkah menorah blows out. You lit it properly, you put it where it should be, and you lit it all properly. Some circumstance out of your control, something unforeseen, and the Hanukkah can't be blown out. You may rewrite them, but you don't have to. So that's the statement here of the Gemara. But this is actually here asked as a question for Kafsa Ein Zakakla. You don't have to rewrite it for a minhil. It's Vasa, Mishashaka Hakama, Ashatikla Regal Hashaka. We have this rice, we have a Tanaic statement telling us that you are to have your Hanukkah menorah lit from the time that the sun sets until people are no longer walking in the street. My last becomes other matzah. Isn't it the case that like that statement? Isn't it the case that that statement is basically telling us that you have to have it lit from the point of time where the sun has set to the people are no longer in the street, and that the menorah has to be lit the whole time? What do you mean you don't have to relight it? The Gemara says no, you do not have to relight it. Whoa, that is not the case. Eloy, Adlik, Madlik. All it means is that if you have not yet lit, you can still light. That is, if you have not lit at the very beginning of that time period, sunsets you have, the next half hour, hour and a half until nobody is in the street any longer. So that you don't have to interpret the words mean that you have to have it lit and burning until then. It means that you can begin the process of kindling the menorah until then. That's the first answer to the menorah. Alternatively, the Brisa intends to tell us how much oil. The reference is for the required measure of oil. That is, our scroll explains, each lamp should contain enough oil to burn for that prescribed period. From the time you light, sometime soon after sunset, let it burn all the way until people are no longer in the street. That's how Rashi understands this particular second answer. But let's look at the fifth. Again, he brings the question quite concisely. And he says, it does not mean that if it went out, you have to light it. You haven't lit yet. You that because there were still people in the street. Inami Lishura. What does that mean? If it continued to burn up to and until there's no longer anybody in the street, so you've done the mitzvah already. And now you wish to extinguish your menorah, or to start using it for light. Without electric lights in those days, it would be a great asset. What is just the other? Fantastic idea. This second answer of Gemara, L'shirei, that's how much oil you have to put in. L'shirei means that's how long it has to burn. After that, it need no longer be burning for the sake of mitzvah. And that therefore, for us, practically speaking, if you're going away, you want to travel that night, and your menorah is going to burn for another hour, and you worry about the fire hazard, you can put it out. Now, Achronim say you should have in mind that you're going to do that, so you sanctified only so much oil as you need in order to fulfill the mitzvah. Anything beyond that, you've not sanctified, but you can put it out. And that's all based on this interpretation of that Talmudic discussion and final answer of Inami L'Shirei with the unique interpretation of the rift. Shirei doesn't mean how much oil you put in, it means how long does it have to burn. Once it's burned that long, you've done a mitzvah. You want to use the light now for yourself personally? Go ahead. You want to put it out? Go ahead. So we have seen just how important and how vital the work of the rift really is, and how it really was this work that bridged the teachings of the Gaonim, the style of halachic consequence of Talmud on the one hand, discussion and elucidation of the give and take of the Talmud on the other. Here the rift does both and introduces that period of Rishonim so remarkably. The Rambam, in his introduction to his commentary on the Mishnah, and by the way, the Rambam has Dhamma to Mishnayos, it's a masterwork in and of itself. The Rambam here says that halachos asher asa harav hagadol ben Yitzchak zal hisviku ba'ad kol hakikurim hahem. All of the works that preceded it, all of the works of the Gaonim and of Sifrei Halacha, like the Baal Halachas Gedolos, Halachas Ketanos, they all, so to speak, have been supplanted by, he doesn't say it that strongly, but he says that his work suffices in place of all of those compositions. The Pnei Kololos L'chol Te'eles Hapsakim V'Hakim Shetzarach Aleim Yizmarim is that Ritzon Yilomas Ma'agalos, because he has included in the order of those Masechtas a discussion about practical life derived from the Talmud, but practical life, everything we need to know in our life, based on the Talmud, with explanations of why he has decided as he has decided, all in his Sefer HaHalakha, or Sefer HaLachos. And he says, he has explained others and the others that he included in his discussion of the Gemaras. You can't really catch it. You know, that expression in Yiddish, you catch somebody in a mistake. So that's the way we say it. As a matter of fact, in English, we say, caught them doing something. We caught them in a mistake. We would say in Yiddish, we would caught them in an error, right? So the Rambam uses the same idea, but in Hebrew. To make tfisa alav, you can't grab hold of him and say, oh, caught him in a mistake. Ain't tfisa alav b'hadelav halachas lo atos lo yagiu ad eser v'shum panim. That's an astounding thing. He says, if you look at the works of the Rif and try to catch him in an error where the Rambam would say, I would learn that from a different way, and I would come up with a different conclusion, you don't find 10. You can't count, not even on two hands. You don't even have 10 instances in which I would disagree with the Rif and say he's got it wrong. That's coming from the Rambam. That's astounding. And that's how important the Rif was, how formative he was, therefore, to the remarkable work of the Rishonim who came after him, as we said, beginning with his prize student, the Migash, and the Migash's student, the father of Rambam, and the Rambam, and other Rishonim, and as we said, so many who looked at the Rif, debated and discussed the Rif, causing this tremendous flowering of and propagating of work of Talmudic study in depth that we all enjoy and that we all toil in to this very day. So much of the toil of the Talmud, so much of the Amelus, Torah, as we know it, began with the work of Yitzchak Kalfas. Thanks very much. Good evening, everyone. Once again, our introduction to the commentary on the Mishnah is what we call Hakdama with Perish HaMishnayos. That's how it's commonly known. So this is simply the translation of how that introduction to the Perish HaMishnah is done. Perish HaMishnah was written well before Mishnah Torah, well before the halachic works, the Yarach HaZot. But already in his introduction to the Mishnah and his Perish, he clearly states what his larger goals are all about. And the Rambam says, even in his Hakdama to the Perish Mishnah, Hatoeles Hashayis, Ein Hapsokim. The second purpose of my writing, briefly, but yet in a sense fully, all of the Mishnayos, I'm going to explain, and there were more parts that he did and ultimately wrote that are not published, some that were lost. He says, my point is, Psakim. I'm doing it so that we can arrive at the final opinion. The halachic bottom line. So that we will be able to know how does this Mishnah translate into Jewish life, practically speaking. And then here, again from the introduction, Perish HaMishnayos Hakdama, Kasher Yisbara L'Ishu Ha'adam Hadas V'Hamas. Fascinating way to Rambam to say what kind of people he hopes to help develop. Look at that language. When a person realizes, when it is clear to him that he is of those who are of both good thought and deed, he's trying to develop people who are of das and ma'as, people who have a certain intellectual quality, people who live a life with direction, with thought, which of course means you first have to study, and then turn it into mice, then turn it into action, into deed. But so you remember the das desire, the sichlo, and that a person is thinking about the realities of life and what it is that he must do and what he must accomplish. To live, practically speaking, the purpose of life, that means that I'm going to find the correct and upstanding path, and he calls them part of Hativim, with all of nature around me, with all of the natural created world being used in a constructive way, the way God Almighty intended. Notice in the holistic reading of the Rambam that it is not just only about how you read specifically Jewish life, how you read life, and how all of the world is intended to be guided to a particular set of goals as the Almighty understands. And then here, he says, I'll take a ish, again, this is in the same Hakdama of the Rambam to his Persian text. That kind of a person is the ultimate man. That's the desirable man. That's the kind of human being that the Shmuel wants. This is not just a matter of something that prophets have told us. This isn't prophecy. This is not just exclusively Jewish. He says, שאין האדם שומע אלא שיקראו הדס והמעש. A whole human being is a human being with thought, and then that thought directs a purpose for life. So you see that the Rambam is talking consistently about das and ma'as. You have to have knowledge. You have to plan then how to implement that knowledge and turn it into ma'as. That is what he is already thinking about as he writes the Persian Mishnah. Meaning, and the Rambam, years before he wrote the Yad HaChazaka, was clearly intent upon getting to the Yad HaChazaka. And so right before he writes the Yads, he composes the Sefer Mitzvos, as was very common in Sira and before Sefer Mitzvos Gadol, the Mitzvos of the Mitzvah, to compose the order of mitzvot as one surmises, trying to be working by trees, and to explain them. But the Rambam already has in mind to begin with an order of mitzvot and then to continue with a much larger and more detailed description of how to fulfill those mitzvahs. And he says as much, again, in the Hakdama to Sefer Mitzvahs, he's already talking about the Yad HaChazaka. מפני שקדם לו החיבור המפורסם אשר קראנו לו ספר השמישה. We wanted to, in brief, describe halacha as it comes as it is derived from the Mishnah. We didn't want to tell us everything that's mutter, tell us everything that's usher. You can't do that. It wouldn't be just. You wouldn't be doing justice to the Mishnah to turn it into a halachic work. If we wanted to describe what the Mishnah is saying and what the ultimate bottom line of each Mishnah might be, but to expand upon that, that's going to be a whole other work. I'm going to compose yet another work which will include all of the laws of Torah. All of the laws of Torah. Nothing missing. I'm going to do it as is my want. I'm not going to go into detail. We're not going to describe the various things. We're going to get to the bottom line. I'm going to describe the halacha. And we're going to do it, he says, in a particular order, in a particular style. There, there we have his saying, I'm not going to follow the Talmudic order. This is where the Rambam has shown both his genius, his originality, and the great purpose, ultimately, that I said before, he had in mind way before, early, to give the Jewish people guidance in the most practical way, and to do so in an order and in a fashion that will take all the Talmud, but yet organize it in a completely novel organization with novel structures. So he says, I thought about, shouldn't I use the Mesechtas, use the classes of Shas and the orders of the classics of the Talmud, and I decided not to. He says instead, merely, Shehatov Shetiyah Chalukaso, Sheyusov Halachas Moko B'Sachtos HaMishnah, instead of that which would be the halacha brought out of the Mishnah, and then the next halacha brought out of the next Mishnah, I will follow what the Torah did in Torah Shabbat, what Chazal did, what the Nasi did in Torah Shabbat. There will be an overall book called, let's say, the second phase. First parak, second parak, third parak, and within each parak will be individual halachos, makom mishnah. Where in the order of Shas, you have Mesechtas, Rothschild, and then Mishnayos within each parak, I will similarly have a structure of that nature, but I'm not going to follow the order of things. I'm not going to follow the order of things. Achiyom Rabbi built the sukkah in its own compendium, in its own chapter. Built this law in its own chapter. Whereas in the second sukkah, we know you have a discussion that varies from this to that, from one halacha to the other, from one area to the next. I will separate them. Hilchos Tefillin, Hilchos Mezuzah, B'sha'achalik haklal l'krakim, halacha k'mo she'ta'aseh hamik, aji derech mashal. Hilchos Tefillin, there will be Perek Rishon, Perek Sheni, Perek Shlishi, and then of course subdivisions, individual halachas within Perek Rishon, another set of halachas within Perek Sheni, another set of halachas within Perek Shlishi. This was a completely novel idea. We take it for granted, and then of course after that the Baal Turim, similarly created a structure with chapters and then subdivisions in those chapters. But the first to do that in any form of fashion was the Rambam. Where until then it was, let's do the mitzvahs. We'll do mitzvah 1, mitzvah 2, mitzvah 3, 1 through 613. Or, as we discussed 2 weeks ago, the Rif said, let's look at the Gemara and let's do extraction of halacha and summarization of the Gemara to the point where we understand what the halacha is at the end of the Gemara. But someone to take that all together and say, okay, now we're going to organize it. All of it. And he says, point blank, I'm going to include the halachas that are for our times, that are, well, I want to pay the Rabbi, do not have a bet on Mikdash, and we're going to include all of the halachos in Kachim and Ta'anos that will be, God willing, put into effect when the Heri has Mikdash, even though today, it's not going to be any practical consequence. So he says we're going to organize it in this way. And he says I'm going to be very brief. Now, on this issue of his brevity, it's not only brief, it's fluid. And it's in the language of the mission. So it comes across as being something so natural, and it's very clear as one learns the Rambam that it is the Talmud from which the Rambam flows, but it flows. And that's the genius of the Rambam. The fact that he did not cite these sources, as was mentioned by Dr. Abramson, that was very controversial. In 2 distinct letters, one in which he absolutely defends his position, he says that was done because the simple point of this all is to live a certain life and to do it naturally and with ease and comfort. Not so much to question and doubt and query, as much as to live and to implement Jewish life according to these guidelines. There was a second point, a letter in which he did concede, after much criticism landed at his doorstep, he said, well, I could have included what the sources were, but that's really something that God wanted. It was the Almighty who said, let it be the Rambam as we know the Rambam. Because, as we're going to see, as we look at the picture of the page of Rambam, we're going to see that what turned out to be this, let us call it, I want to say an error on his part, this decision on his part not to have his sources cited was a fantastic source of study, of toil, of Amelus and Torah that goes on and on and on to this very day. Where from did the Rambam cite? What is this source? Why did he choose this source rather than that? And this is the toil of the difficult yeshiva student, because the Rambam is so respected for the cogency of his work that obviously when he has an opinion, he must find what the reason for that opinion was. Finding that reason, looking for that source, delving into the other opinions of the Rishonim and for the original sources of Midrashic literature, the Talmud. That has become so much the expansion of the Rambam's work. There are hundreds of works on the Rambam's Zalakazak. The third page is again a description of the Rambam's intentions when he puts together the Yad and writes these halachos. He says, unfortunately, there is so much pressure of the times, the difficult times in which we live, as was described, the oppression at the hands of the Moshe Olam, of the Almohad, and it was so much because of this disappearing of common knowledge of Torah. And here he doesn't say it, but elsewhere he basically implies that the Gaonic works did not suffice. Therefore, of the Chochmas Chachamenu, Uvinas Milanenu Distatra, understanding is lost. We don't have people who are able to teach. I'm going to set the teachings we need down in writing. With Nezer, the Artichotzli, Ani Moshe, the Rebbe Maimon, Haspardi, the Nishanti, Al Baruch, relying on a Kadosh Baruch Hu, we know Simchalelu Hasfarim, having studied all these books, all of the original sources, for East Mechaber Dvaram, Mishpardim, Michalelu Hakipudim, and taking together all of that which I have studied, I'm going to compose the laws of Isur, Mutter, Tameh, Tar, Im Shor, Dini Atero, Kulan Russian, Bruin, clear, Talmudic, Hebrew, without Kitzara. I take Torah Shabbat Kua, Sura, if we have called. So that Torah Shabbat, in an orderly fashion, will become something that all of us can partake of and all of us can live by. And here, in the next paragraph, he says something that's very important. He says, everybody, young and old, will know what the law is and how to live Jewish life. No one will need any other book. No one will need any other sefer. He says we will have a book that you will be able to turn to. It will be the complete and somewhat concise Kula Torah Kula. Hence he calls it Mishnah Torah, because that's what Mishnah Torah was. Mishnah Torah was a repetition of, and in a sense also some abbreviation of, the earlier Torah. Hence Chumash Devarim is known as Mishnah Torah. He calls it the Yad HaChazaka because that's how Moshe Rabbeinu is described at the very end of the Torah. So what I'm trying to say is that Moshe ben Maimon understood who he was. He really understood what a monumental achievement this would be. And he was unashamedly telling us, I will write this composition of halacha that you will be able to live by. Imagine somebody saying that I'm going to take all of the Torah, and lay it out before you in an organized fashion that you will be able to live by. Anybody else would have said something like that, he would say, that's a big presumption. The Rambam knew who he was. See, a great person without argument can say, and this is what I'm capable of doing, and this is what these times need. And that was the kind of person the Rambam was. So Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who had the Yad HaChazaka, that great strong hand with which he led the Jewish people and provided us with the Torah. Moshe ben Maimon says of himself, I have that Yad HaChazaka as well. And I'm providing the Torah the way Moshe Rabbeinu provided the Torah. That's the hint in his language. And here we have, just briefly, a description of the 14 sections of the Sefer Mishnah Torah, subtitled Yad HaChazaka. In the first Ethel Bo HaMitzvot Shein Ikar Das Moshe Rabbeinu, essentially religious foundations of Am Yisrael's existence, belief in God, fear of God, love of God, the prohibitions that there not be any other deity, that there not be Avodah Zarah. For us, Hashem said, possess a book of knowledge. The second book, mitzvahs that are of a constant nature, loving HaKadosh Baruch Hu, saying Kriyat Shema, prayer, tefillah, reciting brachos, mitzvahs milah. The third, he writes here about the Zmanim Yidum, particular times of the year, Shabbos, Moedim, including with Hanukkah and Purim. Fourth book, about marriage, Kedushin, Gerushin, Yibum, Chalitza. The fifth book, about matters of Easter, prohibited relationships, prohibited foods. The sixth book, Mitzvah Shizchayim Odom Lehen Misha Oser Atzma B'Tvarim, Kigon Shvuos Yudarim. Those halachos of Shua's bikri, when someone takes upon himself an oath, when somebody says a neder. So these are very distinct areas, and all of the halachas that might be drawn about any of these areas, anywhere in Shas, drawn from various Masechtos, he compiles them and puts them all together, and in one space, and in one spot, and in a group of sequential chapters. Let's see what those chapters look like, and what the page of the Rambam looks like. This is the very first page of a very traditional copy of Rambam, and there are, of late, really of late, just the past 30, 40 years, new editions of Rambam. Yosef Kapik, a great scholar and an important scholar, has taken some of the Rambam's manuscripts, some of the Yemenite manuscripts. The Rambam took his own manuscripts and made corrections like he incorporated them all. This is the more and most traditional text, but it's not really as correct as some of the later editions. Then there was the Frankel editions, fantastic number of editions of Rambam. This is the very traditional Sharblat, if you will, the opening page of the Rambam Sefer Hamada, Sefer Rishon of the 14 books. It has, he says, the following mitzvos: Aleph, Leida Sheyesh Shem Elokah, the concept of there being a God, Shloyal L'Machshav Sheyesh Shem Acher, that there is no other God, L'Yachado, and so on, L'Ahava, to love. As he described earlier, that's what the first book is all about. And here you have the very beginnings of some of the most important theological foundations of Judaism. It is our son that Mada was not really intended to be halacha. That is not true. The Rambam intends it to be halacha, every aspect of Mada. Because the Rambam says that if a human being is of a certain nature, as we saw before, that human being has a certain das, and then he has to turn das into visa, into action. So others argue that no, Rambam clearly meant that every part of Yad HaChazon, including Mada, is a halachic work. Halacha does not exist independent of thought, philosophy, purpose in life. It's all unitary. It's all one. So he begins with the ideas of theological basis of the Judaism. Now, just looking at a page of Rambam here, you have the Kesef Mishnah, which of course was not the first comment. The first commentary on Rambam was the contemporary of Ram ben David of Pizkiah. He was, of course, one who wrote with respect but great vehemence about those points that differ from the Rambam. These Hasagos are published along with the Rambam. Here we have another page. We'll talk about Hukas Tshuva in a moment, but let's understand that the Kesef Mishnah predominates throughout the Yad. Kesef Mishnah was written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. Rabbi Yosef Karo, no doubt, took inspiration from the Rambam and said, now that the Tur, Dr. Benosha, has reorganized halacha into the Shulchan Aruch, I'm going to take what I've learned from Rambam and incorporate it into a Shulchan Aruch based on the structure of the Torah, but with a great emphasis placed on what the Rambam's decisions were. Kesef Mishnah wrote extensively on the Rambam, in defense of the Rambam, explaining the Rambam, and that turned on later to become the basis of his halachos, where he says, if the Rambam paskins a certain way, the meaning of the Beis Yosef will be in that direction. Now, as far as having a whole segment of halacha called Hukas Tshuva, that was a monumental accomplishment. It caused the idea of repentance to be taken seriously. Parak after parak, chapter after chapter, about how to return unto God. He admits at the very onset that it's one mitzvah. He describes it as mitzvah asay achas. Person should, to return to God and admit and confess his sin or her sin. But then tonight, chapter after chapter, the how of returning to God. It was of such impact because people began to understand that there's a time and a place and a process of improvement and of self-betterment. But it requires reading the Rambam and studying the Rambam, as many do it, particularly Elul, there's to make Shuvah. But that was a very innovative move, and very important, and very consequential to write the Hilchos Shuvah. Now, here we have, again, a page of Rambam. This is the beginning of the Tefillah. We have some of the leading scholars who commented in Migdal Oz, who actually wrote in defense of the Rambam. Many of the Hasados of Rabbi, this page does not have any of the Rabbi on it. Migdal Oz was Shem Tov ben Abraham of the 15th century, wrote in defense of the Rambam. As we mentioned before, the Kesef Mishnah, and before the Kesef Mishnah, the Lechem Mishnah, to the Lechem Mishnah came.
Can you hear me, Big Dog? Amnidog. Yo, hey, buddy. So you asked me a question yesterday. I was a little terse. Let's get the answer to your question. You were having night tremors, right? Or night terrors? Okay. So let's find out the answer. You just want to know what to do when you have sleep paralysis and night tremors, night terrors? What are the best strategies to use when someone has sleep paralysis and night terrors? All right, here we go. Sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis happens when your brain wakes up during REM sleep. That's right, but the body is still paralyzed. A normal REM. People often feel trapped, unable to move or speak, sometimes with frightening hallucinations. Does that happen to you? All right, so the strategies are to stay calm and ground yourself. Remind yourself this is temporary and will pass. Focus on controlled breathing, slow inhales and exhales. Try wiggling small muscles first, fingers, toes, tongue, instead of fighting to move the whole body. Prevention. Sleep schedule consistency. Going to bed and waking up at the same time. Avoid sleeping on your back, since it can trigger paralysis or something. Reduce stimulants, caffeine, nicotine, alcohol before bed. Do you ever have caffeine, nicotine, or alcohol before bed? Okay, good. Prioritize sleep hygiene. Dark, cool, quiet room. Psychological reframing. Some people find that viewing the experience as my brain is half awake reduces fear. If hallucinations are common, gently remind yourself their dream image is not real. Night terrors. Night terrors, parasomnia, are more common in children. The adults can experience them too. Like nightmares, they often happen during deep non-REM sleep, with intense fear, screaming, thrashing, and the person usually won't remember them afterward. Strategies. Don't try to wake the person up abruptly. Waking during a terror can worsen confusion. Instead, it's your safety. Move sharp objects to prevent falls. Speak calmly and reassuringly without physical restraint. Address underlying triggers. Sleep deprivation, stress, and certain medications can worsen terrors. Reduce stress with mindfulness, relaxation, exercise, or therapy. Establish a predictable bedtime routine. Schedule the wake, especially helpful in children that can work for adults. If terrors occur around the same time each night, gently wake the person 15 minutes before the expected episode. Keep them awake for 5 minutes and then let them go back to sleep. Share general strategies. Good sleep hygiene. Consistent schedules, cool, dark, quiet environment, limit screen before bed. Stress management, meditation, journaling, therapy, and exercise. Medical evaluation and frequent or severe. Sleep study or neurologist referral. So sleep paralysis and night terrors can be linked to disorders like narcolepsy, PTSD, and sleep apnea. Quick emergency advice. If someone is thrashing or screaming during a night terror, focus on safety and calm reassurance rather than engagement. If someone is experiencing sleep paralysis, remind them that it's harmless Do you find, have you ever had a sleep study? How did it go? Okay. Do you have sleep apnea? Do you have a CPAP machine? Do you use it? Good for you, dude. All right. So I know that you didn't really have anything game changing, but when's the last time you had sleep paralysis? Was it in November? Okay. And what did you do during it? Okay. So that's, isn't that more like a night terror? Okay. I don't know if this works, but do you have a nightlight? Why don't you try a nightlight? Okay, I understand that. Um, let's see. Even just like a dim nightlight. Okay, I understand. Do you sleep with the TV on? Okay, well that's probably, like they said, you shouldn't sleep with screens on if you're having these kind of issues. Now, I understand you want to listen to TV or whatever. Do you have a sleep mask? Okay. Do you have a sleep mask? Do you use it? No, not sleep mask. Not CPAP. Sleep mask. Okay, well, can you get a sleep mask or can you make one? I would suggest doing that. It'll make it darker for your eyes, but also it may stop some of the blue light filtering through your eyelids and causing you harm while you're sleeping. Basically, I would try to find a nice little recipe for myself. So I would recognize that I had a sleep terror a few days ago, and I would say to myself, okay, I had the TV on or whatever, I had the screen on. That was an issue. I didn't have a sleep mask on. So I'm going to put a sleep mask on over my eyes and see if I still have them, and then just work it out. And then hopefully you'll be able to get the right suitable fit for yourself. Yeah, I know that. That's not going to make your life easier. I get that. But hopefully this will allow you to avoid some of your sleep issues. All right, then. We should know that, again, apologies. I was a little quick today. Just frankly, because the good super young and I want to watch it. And I didn't answer those questions. But you should know that I'm here for you. And if you need help with anything else, we'll come up with a solution, okay? Excellent. What are your plans today? Okay, so you've been up like a while. I understand that. Have you ever tried sleeping in here? In Discord? In Discord? Okay, well, I'm gonna sleep. You wanna sleep? You wanna sleep in here and see if you get better rest? All right. Well, you got to do it. Have you been up all night? How it is, big dog. All right. Well, you go do what you need to do. And when you're done, come in here, and we'll get you to sleep. Okay? All right. Then.
The Mishnah was born about 15, 16 years before the Beis Yosef passed away. He was born in 1560 and wrote in Salonika with tremendous insight and what we call lumdus into explaining the Rambam. So these are the basic commentators on the Rambam on the page. Of course, there is also the Maggid Mishnah, the Dal of Toulouse of the 14th century. Let's look at the structure of the Rambam here. And we'll use Hilchos Tefillah to appreciate what the Rambam did. Tefillah is a mitzvah. He here says that in Hilchos Tefillah you will have this mitzvah to pray to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the bracha that the Kohanim have to give is yet another mitzvah. Now, we could just say, well, there's a mitzvah to daven. But that's a bit oversimplified. The Rambam took all of the issues surrounding Tefillah and divided them into appropriate chapters. Within each chapter, he proceeds from A to B to C to D. Let's take a look at what the Rambam did and how he did that. He says, "Mitzvah saseh lehispalo b'chol yom." So mitzvah to daven every day. Shenemar, quotes from the pasuk. Davar et Hashem Elokech. If you hashmu alamdu, meaning there's a tradition to understand that those words mean tefillah shenemar b'chol b'chol. What is avodah shalei? What is the heartfelt means of serving? How does one serve God with one's heart? That is the tefillah through prayer. So he introduces it with thought and with a feeling for what it is that tefillah is. It's not just the cold do's and don'ts, but it's the how-tos that are the crux of what he's going to get to. Halacha base. So who has to daven? The fact that the Rambam says that Nashim, women are to daven just like men, very consequential. To this day, it has been so decided halachically by the vast majority of Chachamim as well. Here, in Halacha Dalet, he explains how and why it came about that we have a sidur. That we don't just pray any which way as I want, as you need to. Everyone should pray his or her own way. No, he explains how it came about that people could not express themselves in Lashon HaKodesh. It did not any longer flow or roll off our tongues and out of our mouths the way it used to when the Beis HaMikdash perhaps stood. Certainly during Dayis Rishon, people would be able to converse with each other and express themselves to the Almighty in Hebrew, more so than after the Golos. And therefore we have a standardized tradition. He explains this early on. Let's look at the beginning of the second chapter. So after he has described how Chachamim gave us the Shemona Esrei, the original 18, he then begins Perek Sheni with a description of the 19th bracha and explains how it came about that there's a bracha, V'lam al Shemim, and he describes how Rabbi Gamliel's times were challenging because of the Yinim, those we would call politely sectarians, who were not Jews eventually, but then Christians who were oppressing us. And then he goes on to describe how every day, and he then goes on to say that there are times when you would have the abbreviated bracha known as Kavi Neinu. That's in Halacha Gimel. So there's a rhyme and reason to how these halachos are ordered. Finally, in the third parak, getting a little more specific, he begins to describe Tfilas Shachar. Tfilas Shachar, mitzvah sheyas to follow. What are the times when you begin davening? What is the earliest you can daven? Im Hanei Tzachama, preferably when the sun rises. Zmana until at Sof Sha'ar Revi'is. Which is Hayom. To the end of the fourth hour, the third of the day, dividing the day, of course, you can what we call Sha'ar Zmanios. Note, he left out the opinion, and we should not take it as one that we will ever use. The opinion of the Chachamim would say that you can daven Shachris until noon, until Chatzot. That's a dangerous thing to tell somebody because, what do you mean? I don't have to daven early in the morning. I have until noon. But you don't, because as the Rambam and before him others and after him, everyone says, no, you have to daven by Sof Zman Tefillah. But he doesn't get to that in the first paragraph. He gets to it appropriately in Perek Shlishi. So here he starts to talk about first Shachas, then Mincha, then we talk about Philosophers. The magnificence of the Rambam's organization and the fluidity with which he presents without anything being difficult or without it being, so to speak, I don't want to use the word, but I have to. There's no other word that says it. Without a fetch. Meaning that it flows, and it flows naturally. That is, that this is how we live, and it's not difficult. And it's something that is correct and naturally so. All of this is so unique and so original, and of course so impactful. Because after the Rambam's work, everybody understood. Now we have codified the Torah, Shebitzav, Shemal Peh. And then picking up where the Rambam left off, you have the letter codifiers.
How are you?
Mostly the Shulchan Aruch. It's still about
Oh, tight. How are you, big dog?
This guy who took that idea of codification
Oh, that's fucking great.
to the next
What's
level.
in the hood?
This is the monumental work of the Rambam.
Oh, you're
It's the
looking at it.
central work of the Rambam.
Absolutely. How'd you find
As
out
we have
about it?
seen, it was
Oh, tight. You're from Kick? Oh, you're absolutely right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Apologies for my bots. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource in 2018 and overtook petroleum. Has anyone here ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. I have been doing this since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. As I said, data is Earth's #1 resource, and when I go viral, and they make me a very influential person, and that happens, then I make sure everyone in here has enough money to become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth. If you don't already have it, and you start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talked about some other things that are important in the world, ending world hunger, through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do, one of the things that we do is we build dog. I'm not here to answer your questions until I've gone through my school. Then I'll answer all your questions. I talk about things that in the world thirst, like building. You know, let me talk like building wells in Nigeria, which is a group. I am an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump in seawater onto to make it drinkable. I talk about a lot of things as well that are about futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, vessel, and neutrons. I also like communication, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, Santa Claus mission, space tourism, things like space elevators, terraforming other planets, really advanced things. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 in Hurricane Ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant circuit, which I just think is a really amazing goal. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, following the reintroduction of woolly mammoths. Cool, man. All right, so I'm just watching Jewish history lectures, and shout out to you guys. Hey, I appreciate you coming. Thanks.
was with this work in mind that the Rambam began to write Perush HaMishnah, the Sefer HaMitzvos. And it's with this centrality in mind in which he wrote the Morah Nevuchim as well. Because he basically said, Das, knowledge and understanding, and mindfulness, and a direction in life, an understanding of the entire world and our place in that world, has at its center what we live, how we live, with some explanation as to why we live as we do. And so this magnum opus, Yad HaChazaka, remains today the single most important work, perhaps, of any of the Rishonim of the Yidden. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we come to order? We've got a great evening for you tonight. I think we're going to conclude the fall series of lectures, a trilogy or a hat trick, as we would say in my native land, by focusing tonight on the Machaber, Rabbi Yosef Karo. And I have been experimenting with trying to reintroduce a little bit of humor into my lectures, so I'll begin with a small joke, which is appropriate, I think, for this audience in particular. The joke goes like this. It's a very famous, right? I'm sure you know this one, because it's really in your bailiwick. But the joke goes like this. There's this 19th century Rabbi who goes from town to town and gives people advice on their various problems, and they ask him shilas and things like that. And when he's wandering with his wagon driver between Minsk and Pinsk, the wagon driver looks kind of dejected. So the Rebbe says to him, Chaim, what's bothering you? He says, Rebbe, I feel badly because, I'm sitting up here in the front of the wagon and it's cold and it's rainy and I take care of the horses and I'm doing all this hard stuff. And when we get to the town, nobody offers me a cold drink. Nobody says shalom aleichem. They all run to you and they give you so much covenant. And I know you're doing so much Torah and it's fitting, but I feel kind of like you feel like leftovers, So the Rebbe says, I see where you're coming from, Chaim. So how about this? Before we get into the next town, let's change clothes and I'll sit up front and drive the wagon and you'll be the Rebbe and we'll come into town and you'll get some of that working. And he says, that would be great, Rabbi. I really appreciate it. So they do that. They switch clothes, and Chaim is now sitting in the back of the wagon, and stretched out on the chaise lounge, and he's relaxing. His straddle just popped over the front of his head like that. And they come into town, and of course, all the townspeople come crowding around the wagon, but they don't have the usual expressions of welcome. They say, "Oh, Rabbi, we're so glad you're here. We are very, very troubled. We have this huge halachic problem, and we don't know what to do. We're completely paralyzed. This is a problem that has stymied the greatest minds we have, and we don't know what to do. Please, Rabbi, you have to help us." So he says, "Sure, no problem." So the townspeople lay out the problem for him, and it truly is a brain teaser. And so the Chaim thinks to himself and says, "You know what? This is actually a very simple shaila. Even my wagon driver could answer this one." So the reason for this joke and the segue to lecture is, of course, because I feel a little bit like the Rebbe in this lecture. We're going to be speaking about the great Mechaber, an amazing individual who, of course, charted the future of our orthopraxy as Jews to this day. And the real expert in this presentation is really going to be Rabbi Trump, who's going to be leading us through the textual elements of the contribution of the Mechaber. My goal in the first 25 minutes or so of this presentation is just to provide a little bit of historical background to the life and times of the Mechaber and set the stage, so to speak, so that all of the really difficult questions can go to the wagon driver, which would be the second half. Anyone recognize the picture in the background here? Tzfat, very good. This is a highly educated audience. Please, nobody ask any hard questions. Tzfat is, of course, the place where the Mechaber made his claim to fame. Although he really only entered Tzfat when he was an older man, and he had, in fact, composed most of his greatest works long prior to his arrival. When he arrived in Tzfat, he was considered the elder statesman. He was the first among equals among a very remarkable group of rabbis who had gathered in this northern Israel town. But his life and work really stretched back much further to the Iberian Peninsula, so that's where we're going to begin today. Just a second, I've got to go back one more slide. Here we go. So this is the iconic representation of the Mechaber, which is most likely not at all what he looked like, but at some point someone in the early 20th century probably drew that, and we kind of got fixated on it as an image of him. We call him the Mechaber, literally the author, as a sign of respect. Sfardim tend to call him Maran, our master, or by the name of one of his many famous books, the Beit Yosef, the Shulchan Aruch, occasionally Kesef Mishnah, but not quite as much. We'll refer to him with either of these monikers, but his real name is Rabbi Yosef ben Ephraim Karo. His years are 1488. That date should be fairly significant. It's 10 years, of course, before the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and he died at a hoary old age in the year 5775, which, so we just remember his yours. Obviously, I don't know who types these things, Rabbi Stephen, but he died in 1575. Sorry about that, kind of rushing. His main contribution, for those who may not have been as familiar with what he did, is he is the author of some very important halakhic commentaries on the pre-existing codes that were a major part of the Jewish intellectual enterprise over the prior half millennium, and he authored the one which would really become definitive for Jewish practice, the Shulchan Aruch set table. So I'm going to leave most of the details and discussion of his writings to the second half of this presentation. What is fascinating, however, and I will just give a little bit of an insight into this, is that although one might think that the author of legal texts would be perhaps set in the sort of Weltanschauung of Maimonides, an uber rationalist with a distaste for the supernatural and a reliance on rational approaches to decision making, this is actually not the case at all with the Mechaber, despite the fact that his work displays a tremendous rigor of thinking and deep commitment to the 13 hermeneutical principles that we read every morning in Shacharis. He actually claimed that his work was recited to him by a heavenly being of the Magid, that he had, as it were, a kind of a Jewish muse, a supernatural emissary that was inspiring him to follow the halakha and to write it down exactly as we have it. Fascinating kind of combination of the deeply mystical, Kabbalistic approach to non-rational Judaism, I don't say anti-rational, but non-rational, and nevertheless finding an expression in a legal code that we follow to this very day. So let us place him in his Iberian origins to begin with. And as I mentioned, the times in which he grew to maturity were an exceptional moment in Jewish history. Perhaps one of the most difficult periods that we had endured since the destruction of the temple in the first century. I've been doing actually a lot of reading on this topic lately because in Brooklyn, my lecture series has been looking at Sephardic Jews, and I was struck today as I was sort of thinking about what I would speak tonight that there's a reflection in Raoul Hilberg's work. Raoul Hilberg is the the founding father of modern Holocaust historiography. He wrote a massive book called The Destruction of European Jews back in the 1960s, 3 volumes that chronicled the mechanics of the Nazi bureaucracy. He was especially known and sometimes criticized for really delving deep into the Nazi archives and working heavily with German language sources to understand exactly what was the bureaucracy of murder. And in the introduction to his work, he says that it was basically just like the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And I always felt, when I read that chapter, I always felt like, come on, isn't that stretching it? We're talking about 500 years difference, very different kind of environment, totally different motivations, and I always was, I was relieved when I got past that chapter into the other materials, which were actually depressing on their own, but for different reasons. But the more I read about the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion, I actually see the wisdom of Ulrich Hilberg's association of those 2 events. The Inquisition, the persecution of the Jews in the 15th century was so intense and so inexorable and so unavoidable that you feel the same kind of pendulum of doom swinging that you would see in the 1930s in Germany. Also, a very similar element, which we can sense even ourselves to this day, is the post-Holocaust generation, for at least a century, was deeply affected. The post-expulsion century was deeply affected by that moment, just as we, as survivors in one form or another of the Holocaust, and I don't mean to diminish those the actual survivorship, but I mean those of us who are Sharet HaPleta, still Jewish after the Holocaust, we also regard the Holocaust as a tremendously unique scene in time where there's everything before the Holocaust and everything after the Holocaust. So this is the kind of intellectual environment in which he grew to maturity, that this tremendum had occurred and that the world was never going to be the same, and in fact, it was not. So let's just look at some of the historical elements. The mechanics of the last few decades of the 15th century were shaped largely by this man, Thomas de Torquemada of Segovia, who was the chief inquisitor to the monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. Like the Nazis, Ferdinand and Isabella were slaves to their ideologies. And historians, including Bibi Netanyahu's father, who pioneered this field, still argue over whether this was more a religious imposition on the Jews or whether it was a political imposition on the Jews. But there's no question that all historians agree that they were trapped in this way of thinking and they could not budge from it. What was this way of thinking? At the end of the 14th century, in 1391, there was a wave of forced conversions of Spanish Jews to Christianity. This was technically in violation of canon law. The church had repeatedly banned forced conversions of Jews, but once a Jew was converted to Christianity, there was no way back. The church did not have a legal mechanism to recognize someone who had become Christian moving back or reverting back to their religions, even if they were baptized against their will. This occurred once again at the Disputation of Tortosa in 1414, and so you had a population of people in the Iberian Peninsula who were literally unused. They were converted to Christianity against their will. It's the way that the Spanish kings and queens, and at this point it was slowly coming into formation as a more unitary political entity, they chose different ways to try to deal with this. Basically, by resettling those forced converts into separate areas, they designated them, by the way, as new Christians, meaning they were not quite the same status as old Christians. They were Christian, but they had a secondary class, even though they had been baptized. So they were segregated, and eventually they were even expelled from certain regions. What's especially important here is also the fact that many of these so-called new Christians really wanted to be old Jews. They wanted to revert back to Judaism. They were not allowed to under any legal mechanisms, but they continually associated with the Jewish community. And so this created a conundrum for the Spanish leaders that they had to try and protect these so-called new Christians from their erstwhile co-religionists, separating them, segregating them, forbidding any contact with them. They imposed a whole pile of really incredibly cruel punishments on Jews who maintained associations with new Christians, and ultimately this found its expression in the Inquisition itself. The Inquisition was initially dedicated to those new Christians who were Judaizing. They were forced to convert, but they really wanted to be Jewish. And so the Spanish monarchs launched a massive campaign, which piggybacked on a much older church campaign to try and prevent this heresy, but they pursued it with incredible vigor and energy. Torquemada himself was incredibly cruel. In many cities, they were hanging or burning Jews at the auto de fe, like 10 every week. In some cities, you actually have hundreds of Jews burned at the stake for associating with conversos or being conversos themselves and associating back with Jews. There was a whole series of tortures to try and coerce people to explain who they had received their kosher meat from, or were they in fact lighting Shabbos candles, and a ridiculous array of purge-like mechanisms were put in place. This is a famous painting by Goya that depicts conversos being ritually humiliated wearing just something called a sambanito. It's like an absurd-looking sort of tunic that they would be forced to wear. In some cases, even when they confessed, if they were allowed to live, especially the wealthy ones who were allowed to live on pain of penalty, they had to sometimes were forced to wear this for the rest of their life. This was their designated clothing. They also had this absurd hat, which is related to the hat that the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 mandated for Jews to wear. Of course, it later evolved into the dunce cap, which I don't remember from my own childhood, but my father always used to tell me that he often sported a dunce cap in the corner of his classroom, and it was an embarrassing thing. At any rate, the Inquisition morphed from an attack on these conversos, these anusim who were forced to convert to Christianity, into an attack on the entire Jewish population because they were assisting these Jews in their efforts to rejoin the community. And this culminated in the horrific expulsion of 1492, which occurred with quite a shock to the community. There is significant evidence to show that they really didn't come around to this until quite late in 1492. They gave the Jews only a few months' notice, and they essentially emptied the entire peninsula of Jews, with the exception of Portugal, which would happen later. Now, this caused a massive diaspora of Sephardic Jews. A significant number of them went into Portugal over here, but their haven there was short-lived. They were only allowed to live there with some safety for 5 years, when under pressure to form a dynastic union, the King of Portugal agreed to expel the Jews who were living there as well, although it was kind of he didn't want to lose the material benefit of the massive number of Jews who had become refugees there, many of them quite wealthy. Just think for a second, the economic upheaval of removing a wealthy urban element from the peninsula, it was devastating to the Spanish economy. The way that they tried to recoup it was by seizing all Jewish assets, and even seizing debts that Christians owned to Jews. The crown claimed them, and so Christians, even after the Jews were expelled, had to pay their debts back, but this time to the crown. And that slowed down the Spanish economy for a few years. It wasn't for about a decade until they began to recover again without the Jews. At any rate, in Portugal, the king said, all right, listen, all Jews have to leave. But I tell you what, you can stay if you convert to Christianity, and as a bonus, I will exempt you from any punishment from the Inquisition for 20 years. In other words, if you want to remain in the country, all you have to do is this silly little baptism thing that we don't take terribly seriously, and we will not examine your private behavior for 20 years. The thinking being that after 2 decades, they would eventually, come around to becoming Christian, but they were not going to look too carefully if Jews decided to remain Jewish, go through a false conversion. But ultimately, in 1497, Jews, any Jews in Portugal, either converted and were essentially lost to the Jewish people, or became crypto-Jews, which is a phenomenon we won't treat today, but it's a fascinating one, or they fled. And so you have this massive diaspora, which included the 10-year-old Maher, who probably don't have a really good sense of his origins, but he probably did flee from Portugal, not from Spain. His family originally made the move over here, and then out west. His father died shortly thereafter, and the Macabre spent much of his time wandering throughout the Ottoman Empire, which was ironically far more friendly to Jews than any Christian environment. The leader of the Ottoman Empire, said in fact that he laughed at the kings of Spain and Portugal because he was giving Istanbul such a boon in the form of these literate, economically advantaged and skilled populations. And so Jews flooded, in particular, the Peloponnesus region, Thessaloniki in particular, Istanbul here at the Bosphorus into the Black Sea, and ultimately into Israel. 3 places which the Macabre himself visited and stayed for some time. So as I mentioned, he was orphaned at an early age. We know some of the influences that affected him as he was wandering through Turkey in particular. He was present at the burning at the stake of Shlomo Molcho. He's a rather fascinating individual that I would love to have some more time to speak about, but he was essentially an individual who portrayed himself as a Mashiach, as a Jewish Messiah, probably somewhat deranged, but or possibly he was inspired. There's a fine line between those things, and he was ultimately burned at the stake by the church. This is, by the way, his rather fancy signature, which proclaimed kind of like a loyalty and a proclamation. But he was very moved by the martyrdom of Shlomo Malko. He also met several Kabbalists while he was in Greece in particular, and he formed an especially close attachment with Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Chardodi, the father-in-law of the Ramak, and the brother-in-law of the Ramak, the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and ultimately the grand teacher, as it were, the teacher of the teacher of the great Arizal. So he was very much associated with these, all of whom, by the way, were exiled Sephardi Jews, who were like living as expats in these other countries decades after the expulsion, still lamenting their faith, trying to figure out what it means, and gathering together because they had linguistic affinity in Spanish and Portuguese, and thinking about messianic thoughts inspired by people like Shlomo Molcho. We know only a little bit about his family life, largely through his own references. He mentions 3 different fathers-in-law, from which we derive that he must have been married 3 times. We do not know the dispositions of those marriages. Possibly he was a widower 2 times over. We do know that he buried 3 of his children during his lifetime, and 3 of his sons survived him. Other than that, we do not know a lot about his personal family life. His major activity was primarily in his period of wandering. Like many of these greats, Ibn Ezra as well, much of his writing was while he was wandering from place to place. But by the time he settled in Tzfat, it's rather amazing phenomenon. Tzfat is a city that is, this is actually an entrance to a shul, his base Maranda, the house of our master, of Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Mahdi, Tzfat was this unusual moment in time where you had an explosion of Jewish creativity that was virtually unparalleled in all of Jewish history. And what is the reason for it? Did I tell anybody the Abramson rule of history? If you don't know the reason, the answer probably is money. Exactly. Thank you. Obviously, this is a graduate student in some highly prestigious school. Tzfat it's a place that is not mentioned anywhere in Tanakh. It has no Jewish history to speak of in the vast majority of the sources that we have. But the Ottoman Empire, which has recently expanded there, granted tax credits, tax breaks to incipient industries, particularly in textiles. Textiles is a favorite field for Jewish merchants, And so a lot of these Spanish and Portuguese Jews were attracted to this place. It happens to be a very beautiful place. It's about 7,000 meters above sea level, and it's got this kind of like special air to it. And the early Kabbalists who gathered there, which included Shlomo Alphabets and the Ramak, his student, they created essentially a form of spiritual tourism, because what they would do, and I'm not making this up, this is a really amazing thing, they would go on these self-imposed exiles called Gerushim. The Ramak actually recorded a book called Sefer Gerushim. A friend of mine was going to be translating it, God willing. And they would just go wandering in the fields and valleys and dales around Sfat, and they would like suddenly be moved to kind of like mystical inspiration. And they would describe those inspirations, saying they were moved to like recite a particular parak of Tehillim, or they would meditate there for several hours. They would receive these insights, and later they associated these places, possibly with some historical antecedents, sometimes not, with grave sites of major figures from the Talmud. And so the rumors that these great Kabbalists were doing these things attracted more Kabbalists to come there, including the Arizal, came from Egypt to be able to study at the feet of the Ramak and Yosef Karo and others. And it created a nucleus of Jewish spiritual activity that lasted just about 7 decades, and then it was all over. There was a series of earthquakes and plagues, and it just never regained the same kind of spiritual energy that it had in the 15th century. But this is ultimately where Rabbi Yosef Karo retired, and it was way more active than Boca Raton. It was incredibly active with great minds. If you can imagine, in this tiny little village, you have crowded in there all of these Nobel Prize winners. Like there's the Ramak, the Al-Sheikh, the Yosef Karo, the Arizal. It's overwhelming. And there's a whole story that I think will take us a little bit too far afield to really explore. But there was a discussion led by a man named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav to actually take advantage of the gathering of such great minds and reinstitute smicha that had really lapsed sometime in the ancient period, and to try and declare that the rabbis who were present in Sfat would in fact be able to begin a new smicha movement. Again, it'll take us far beyond our field to explore that particular experiment, which ultimately did not come to fruition. So these are some of the great Kabbalists there, clothed in there's a blue, which is associated with a warding off of the evil eye, and here is the grave of the Machaber himself, with its tzedakah box on it for visitors. So this is just intended to give you a Vorspeise to the real meal, which is going to be an exploration of what exactly did he write, why were his contributions so signal to Jewish culture and life. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to the wagon driver, Rabbi Trump. Thank you for your attention.
First of all, just Shusar Atamabamaker is really led to this series with Dr. Edelstein to its beautiful conclusion right now. This is something which is as a host that Arshel has the opportunity to host, to be able to learn both the context and the content of what makes such a big difference in Jewish history. I'd like to really it's just so fascinating to be able to hear the historical point. Let's try and dive right into content itself. Now, we're at the end of a very fascinating series, because what we've done up to now is we've learned a little bit about the Rif and the Rambam, very, very much the development of Halakha until the crowning glory of Rav Yosef Karo, the Machaber, the author himself. What I want to do is really to explore a model, and then to look at that model in an example, to see what it was that he did and how beautifully he did it. What we're going to do is the following: we're going to do a development of Halakha briefly, which touches on what we've been doing in the last few weeks, but just to see where Rav Yosef Karo fits into this bigger picture, and we will hopefully explore a specific example to see how his writings actually reflected this itself. We'll start at Sinai. Sinai, of course, the year 2448 from creation, was the year in which Hashem endowed humanity, us, small biological scraps of material, with meaning by giving us the Torah and saying, when you do things, this matters. But the interesting thing is that Hashem gave it to us in two forms. Hashem gave us both the Torah Shabbat, and the Torah Shabbat. At this crowning moment at Sinai, we were endowed with two aspects of Torah. The first one, of course, the Torah Shabbat is the written Torah itself, initially in the form of the Luchos, and later on in the Torah Shabbat, the written scrolls that we have, and where there's a debate as to whether the whole Torah was written at the end of the Sinai experience, the desert experience, or whether it was written in sections and put together at the end of the 40 years, so that we could have it in one piece or in sections. But nonetheless, the Torah Shabbat and anything which was added to the canon, and the 24 books of Tanakh, Torah, and Nevi'im, is included in the divinely inspired writings of the prophets and of Moses. This becomes the Torah Shabbat, the written Torah. What most people forget is the other side of the equation. That is the Torah Shabbat, the oral Torah. Now, this is a bit of a hazy area for most of us, because it's very hard. There's a lot in here. In fact, the way the Rambam does it, he divides it in his introduction to the Mishnah and in Hilchos Mamre into either 3 or 5 sections. On more basic level, 3 sections, he basically says that in 3 parts of the Torah Shabbat which is given, there is the accompanying traditionals to explain what was written in the Torah. So when the Torah says Priyei Sadar, when it talks about this fruit, the oral tradition tells us that fruit is the citra, not the mango, not the banana, not the apple. It just means the citra. So we know that. It wasn't a matter of debate, it wasn't a matter of deriving. It was what it was, and we transmitted that from year to year. That's why there's no community in the world that shakes the mango. That's section number 1 of Torah Shabbat. Section number 2 of Torah Shabbat is, in fact, is what is called the tools of expansion, which means God gave us what we call the Yipil Milos, the 13 principles that Rabbi Shmuel talks about, where we're able to, it's the sort of toolbox to expand the concepts beyond it. It's not just making the camp with what we had, it's taking the raw resources, using certain logical tools to expand the Torah Shabbat even further. That's another a separate section, which is done over stages of later Jewish history. And finally, the last section was called Gezeras and Siyagim. So, the perimeter fences to protect the Torah Shabbat. All of these things were incorporated in the oral Torah. Written Torah and oral Torah at Sinai. And this is how it was for centuries. For centuries, we had the written Torah was all we had written, and with the exception of a few notes here, a few notes there, there were no volumes, there were no books. It was all orally transmitted. Until many years later, when we reached the times of the Mishnah and the Gemara tells us in Gittin that unfortunately, around the time of the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, in the years ensuing following the Hagganic persecutions, the Bar Kokhba revolt, there was a real fear. This was about the time that the Smicha was being obliterated. There was a real fear that this would be lost. This transmission from generation to generation, from father to son, from mother to daughter, this was going to, at this point in time, completely be lost if something wasn't done drastically. And the Gemara records, they had to commit it into writing. So they did so, and the tutelage and the power of the man by the name of Yehuda Anasi had not only just the financial wherewithal, but also had the political wherewithal to be able to gather all the saints in Israel together to be able to write down Mishnah in the form of these 6 sections, what is now known as Shas. Shisha Sadarim, the 6 sections, which are Zohar about agriculture, Moed, which are about the festivals, Noshim, and relationships, Mizikim, when it comes to damages, Kodshim, referring to Korbanos, and that which goes around the entire Tuma and Tara laws. All of the Torah Shabbat there was essentially canonized into these 6 different sections. But it was constructed in a very fascinating way. And as we know, for anybody who's learned Mishnah and Gemara, it is not exceedingly easy. And part of the reason is because it is what's called inductive learning as opposed to deductive learning. Inductive learning is in Lahadja, when you talk about mathematical induction. So if you have a series which says 2, 4, 6, we know by induction that the next number is 8, because we can induce the formula is n plus 2. That means whatever it is plus 2 is the next one in the formula. We haven't been told the rule, so we can induce the rule from the series that we've been given. The Mishnayos, in a certain sense, were constructed in a way that we weren't just getting information. We needed more. We needed to induce the rules. We needed a record. We needed the transmission skill to be able to unlock that rule. And in a different way of looking at the way I try to describe it for those who are not from the Southern Hemisphere, anybody's trying to study how to play cricket as an example. But Dr. Epperson has in this regard. But if anybody wants to learn how to play cricket, so one way of learning the way to play cricket is you open up the Encyclopedia Britannica and you read what it is. Another way of doing it is you watch a cricket match and you hear the commentator talking about, that was hit for a six, past the third slip, on the way back, the batter just missed getting into the crease before the bails were knocked off. And you're all foreign language. It's slowly you piece together when you see the conversation about the experience. You work out the rules for experience are. So it's constructed in a way which is very much the conversation about it, which we have to work backwards to get back to what the rules are. That's what because it's part of the educational way in which we get the rules. It's not just a textbook. This is very important because this is where the Machaber, this is where the Rabbi is going to be so instrumental in this work. A few years later, 300 years later, the process was still under such threat that the following conversations about the Mishnah in these 6 silos was still at loss of being lost, and under the guidance and redaction of Rabbi Ashi, rabbinic of the later 5th generation Amoraim, sages of the Gemara, they took those writings, those conversations about each Mishnah, and they formulated the Gemara, the Talmud, into essentially 36 volumes, which are most of the Masechtas of Shas in those 6 silos. And this became, of course, the canon in a certain sense. Once it was closed, there was no more Gemara, there were commentators on the Gemara, but this is it. Now, the reason this is important is, where does Halacha go from here? We have the Torah of the Islam, which is what's called in Chazal, V'kaimotz, in one corner, is not to be changed. And the Torah up there, which was oral, transmitted, and then transmitted in the written way to access, but that's part of the educational way that we maintain it. What happens afterwards? So we see over the generations what we call the codifiers on the page. The people who are the halakhic experts who start taking this work and turning it into halakhic rulings, but on the page of the Gemara itself, in the same format as the Gemara, as was discussed just in this series of Yitzhak, or actually the other way around apparently. Let's do it this way. Now, Yitzhak al-Fasi, which was discussed, we're not going to go back. So Taliban, Dr. Edmondson talked about this a couple of times periods ago. But Yitzhak al-Fasi wrote the halakhic commentary at the back of the Gemara, essentially omitting anything which wasn't presently halakhically relevant at this point in time. We also see later on the works of Rabbi Rothschild, a very fascinating personality, a person who bridged the Ashkenaz world and the Sephardic world. He was actually exiled from Germany upon persecution of his Rabbi, the Maharam of Rothschild, was imprisoned and ransomed, died in prison, in fact. When he saw the writing on the wall, they knew they were coming for him. He took a trip down to southern France and ended up, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, in Toledo, which was still at a good time, still the golden age of the Spanish Jewry at this point in time, and spent time with the Rashba, one of the great sort of Spanish Jewry, very fascinating person. What he did is a really similar thing. He wrote a commentary essentially on the Rif, right? It's like al-Fasi, commentaries on the halakhic commentators of Gemara, but he didn't change the format of the Gemara. He changed it was the same rubric, it was the same halacha, it was the same Gemara, he did not change, in a certain sense, the headings or the way it was formatted. He simply codified what was there in the way it was. So if you want to learn about Pesach, you have to go to the Gemara in Pesachim. You want to find out about the same, you have to go to the 10th chapter of Pesachim, Arab Pesachim, work through all the sugyas over there, and then distill into halakhic rulings at the end. And that became where we find halacha up to now. Of course, the revolution of halacha entered when we started to meet people who codified by topic rather than by page. And of course, the head in this revolution was none other than the Rambam, who discussed the last time. The Rambam's incredibly unique contribution was the Rambam took essentially all, and this is almost a repetition, he took 14 topics of all Jewish halakhic thought, and he basically started the process again. He said, I'm going to tell you halacha from square one all the way onwards into 14 categories. Everything in halacha, and his kever, you could see the beautiful fountain which goes to 14 marble pillars, each with the name of one of the books of halakhic categorization, which the Rambam has there on the right, or some of the 4 of those 14. Into the books of the Rambam, what we call Mishnah Torah, which is the repetition of Torah. What was revolutionary about this, as was discussed, but now we're getting to the why it's meaty for us, is that essentially is the first person to do this. Nobody else was moving away to create a new system, a new table of contents for halacha up to now. And he did it very logically. There were subsections, subsections. Everything was clearly annotated and it's not a typical page in the Rambam looks like, as we know. And what's going to be important for us, it's not so much the Rambam right now, but the right-hand corner. This is all the outside column section. This is where the spine is, on the left-hand side here, is the works of the Kesef Mishnah, which is going to be Rav Yosef Karo. Because one of the first and most important works, as you see, of Rav Yosef Karo is going to be his commentary on the Rambam. Moving in this direction at the same time, another person who contributed to this new work called the reformatting of halacha was a person by the name of Rav Yaakov ben Asher. You know, more familiar in a more familiar setting as the Baal HaTurim. You know, when we always hear those gematrias, and you know, those, and everything. So you say, oh, that's a Baal HaTurim. The Baal HaTurim did write gematrias from the Torah. He talked about lots of numeric coding in the Torah, but that was by far paled in comparison to what he really did. Those are very relevant and wonderful to read. For what is his significant contribution to all of Jewish history is a separate book called the Ba'ar Baturim, the four columns section. What he did was he said, as opposed to the Rambam, he said, let's take all of halacha and put all of contemporary halacha to the exclusion of Beis Hamikdash, to the exclusion of laws which pertain to Eretz Yisrael and the mitzvahs like familiars for arts necessarily, to exclude certain things which relate to Tumah and Tahara. Things which are relevant to us is going to be excluded, like his father, who was in fact Rabbi Rothschild, the person who wrote the commentary on the Gemara, the halachic commentary. Instead, what he did is he set up these four sections, what he called Orach Chaim, the way of life, which is about ritual life, Even Ha'ezim, which is about relationships, Yoredeh, which are more ritual, relates to Nida, Avedas, Meshchita, the Ta'arab is possible, and then finally, of course, Kosher Mishra, business law. Those are the four sections of all halacha. What's fascinating to us, of course, is that this is a page of Torah, where the Torah, Rabbi Yaakov is writing his commentary in the middle. Of course, the important commentary we look at over here is in the right-hand column, which is the Beis Yosef, also Rav Yosef Karo. It is fascinating that Rav Yosef Karo was the commentator on two of the newest formattings of halacha. This lays the stage for where Rav Yosef Karo enters. Rav Yosef Karo was started off by looking at the people who wrote halacha in the new format, in a certain sense, in their own reconstructed format, and linked it back to the page. Because there was a great rift that was happening. And in fact, you see this in the writings, there were part of the burnings of the Rambam, there were many reasons for burning the Rambam, but was the newness of this. Is how do you have the right to leave out the sources and reformat halacha in a way which you've never seen beforehand? So one of the works that Beis Yosef did, what the Rabbi Yosef Karo did, was to say, let's take what we have, the Gemara, and let's find how it leads into and connects to these new formats, these new silos of halacha, whether it be the 14 books of the Rambam or the 4 books of the Torah. So so this is, in a certain sense, the background to what Rabbi Karo was trying to do. I want to take a simple example just to make this more real to us as we see it played through. So an example of just a very simple example. Washing hands, Netilas Yadayim. Okay, as an example. So right, I apologize. I think I set up all the sources. I could just grab one. That's all right. Thank you. Thank you so much. What we're going to do is we're going to do exactly that movement. There's the 4 steps that we have up to now. We're going to move to the Torah Shabbat as codified in the Gemara, through the Rambam and the commentary of Rav Yosef Karo on the Rambam, through the Torah and Rav Yosef Karo's commentary on the Torah, and moving into finally the grand crowning glory of his career is writing of the Shofar to see what he was really trying to do. So here we go. Very, very, very simple section. The Gemara says the following. This is the Gemara to be found in Talmud Bavli. In Brachos, it is in the source sheets as well. This is a very short line. The Gemara says the following. To Omar Rav Chia Bar Rashi Omar Rav. Rav Chia Bar Rashi says the name of Rav. There are 3 times one has to do something immediately. Meaning there's 2 activities which need to be proximate to one another. When a person is about to shecht an animal, they need to do smicha, put their hands on top of it. That needs to precede the process of shechita immediately. Teichef legeula, something which we do every morning, is that we need to finish the last half of the Shmoneh of the Kriyas Shema, which ends with Baruch Atah Hashem Ka'al Yisrael, and immediately afterwards jump into the Shmoneh Esrei, even avoiding saying the word Amen. And finally, Teichef Netilas Yadayim Bracha. And immediately after washing our hands, we need to do a bracha. These are the three techifos. These are the three things Jews need to do right away. Besides for booking a hall and a date to the new email address, right? So this is what the Gemara tells us. Now, I have an interesting enough that it's a little bit ambiguous over here, because what does that last statement mean? It says that we need to be very quick to go from washing hands into a bracha. Well, what does that mean? What exactly are we referring to here? All of a great territory, because we have a few options as to what they can mean. So for this, we move straight into the first level of codification off the page. That's the Rambam. The Rambam says very clearly over here. We can move into the way the Rambam codifies this halacha. So again, the Rambam is now extracting the halacha to be found in the Seches Brachos into his own category, which is Hilchos Tefillah. He says, I'm going to talk about Tefillah. There's going to be one book about prayer. In prayer, I'm going to tell you how you're going to wash your hands, how you're going to say your brachos, how you're going to daven. Here's how he explains it. Sorich Adam, the Nagegas Yadav, a person needs to dry their hands after washing and then eat. However, the person should make sure to dry their hands off so they shouldn't be eating impurity. When you wash your hands after the meal, what do we call the washing after the meal? We call it Mayim Acharonim, the later waters. There's the Mayim Rishonim, the first waters, and there's the Mayim Acharonim, the later waters. When you do those last waters, he says, take it to the Netilas Yadayim, Birkas Hamazon. When you do those Netilah, that last Netilah, that last washing of the Mayim Acharonim, the later waters, as the meal is finishing up, immediately after you do that, you have to make sure to whip out your bencha and start saying the Birkas Hamazon, blessing in place of the end of the meal. That's what the Rambam is saying. He is essentially interpreting that Gemara. He is saying when the Gemara talks about washing and bracha, what washing is it? It's the washing following the meal, and which bracha is it? The bracha following the meal. That's what the Rambam has done and has codified for us. He doesn't tell us where, so if you listen to this Rambam, he doesn't tell us where he got this from. The Rambam doesn't tell us his sources. The Rambam is just telling us. Now, if we were well versed in all of Talmud, we know that. But if you're reading the Rambam for the first time, this is the first time when we read this. So in lieu of that, the commentary on the outer column of the Rambam is in fact the Kesef Mishnah, the first work of Rabbi Yosef Karo. He wrote it, the name of it is Kosef Kesef, it's the silver of the Mishnah. Why Mishnah? Because the name of the book of the Rambam is the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. So this is the silver of the repetition. So it's sort of like the adornments of the Mishnah. What is he trying to achieve with this? So let's take an example. What's the first thing that the Rabbi Yosef Karo is doing in this event? He says, take it until a Sedai. He says, the Perak Ketz of the Barchim, Meir Derachim Bar Ashi, Amarai. So the first thing that Rabbi Yosef Karo does is he gives the source which the Rambam invented. The Rambam never footnotes in his works, the Rambam explained where he was getting from. The Rambam, in his absolute brilliance, was distilling all of the oral Torah into these categories. The first thing Rabbi Yosef Karo does for us, he says, see here. Right? The first thing he does is, this is the Gemara, where it comes from. That's step number one. Goes on. If you're going to skip a few lines after the source, he says, Umashma Midiri Rabbeinu, the Rashi, based on our master's teaching, the Rambam's teaching in Rashi, he points out that it seems like you're allowed to speak between the last waters and benching, and so he goes on to explain that the only hefsek, the only break which is really a real break, is not speaking. Speaking is fine until you actually lift up and pour a cup for Birkas Hamazon, but it is which is going to be the problem. So what the base Yosef, the Kesef Mishnah, Rabbi Yosef Karo is doing in this particular situation, is he's giving us a source and a little bit of expansion, a little bit of nuance in the way the Rambam is reading it to exclude talking as being a break in this particular instance. Okay, this is what he's contributed to the explaining of the Rambam. And he writes this for all the books of the Rambam. Let's go a little further. Now we move on to the next generation, a century later. The Tur, Rabbeinu Yaakov, is now codifying halacha. He is to be found in Hilchos B'Tzias Apat, that's the halachos pertaining to the meal. Everything in Judaism is prescribed and regulated. So here we're talking about the meal. And here is what he says. He goes on to give us a very clear description. He says the person should just wash their hands and immediately say Amoti. He says, however, מרבנו יואל כוסל שאין לחוש על הצק הפסק בין נטילו לאמויצי. כיוון שהשולחן לפונו ודעתו לאכול, לא יחושב הפסק הדס. So something called Rabbi Yoel says, you don't have to worry too much if you wash your hands Netilas Yadayim at the beginning of the meal, and then say something to somebody else and sit down and eat. Why? Because the table's there, the food's there, your mind's on the food, you're about to get to the meal. That's not considered a break. Don't worry so much about the break between the first Netilah, the first washing and the meal. The only time you need to worry about it is the second washing and the last bracha. You see, there's a little bit of ambiguity as to what the Gemara already meant. Do you mean the washing and the birkas hamoitzi at the beginning of the meal, or the birkas or the netilas at the end of the meal and the birkas hamazos? Rabbi Yoel felt there was no problem making a break at the beginning of the meal, and he quotes as well. He says the following. He says, "V'chein pirush Rav Alfas." It says Rav Alfas. That's the Rif. Rav Rambam Zal and the Rambam is restored. However, the Adoni of the Harosh, my father, my teacher, my master, the Rosh, Rabbeinu Asher, today is Zichron Livracha, quoting his father, he said, my father was very careful to only speak in ooms. No, that's not what he meant. My father was very careful not to communicate at all once washing hands and then eating the meal at the beginning, which is the practice that we have today, right? We don't make any we don't speak, we don't do anything else between washing and having avoidance. By a Rothschild, in fact, had a trick. When he would sit down to a Surim Acherem, then in fact he would be the last person to wash. As I like to say to my guests, there's an ancient Shafi saying that he who washes first speaks least. Right, when it comes to washing. So what the Rosh would do was he'd make sure to be the last person in the line, break between washing and saying the bracha on Amoitzi would be in fact very minimal. We're seeing an interesting thing over here. What's emerging in the Tanakhic book of the Torah is that there's a debate. Is there no breaks at the end of the meal and then we're washing at the end of the last bracha, or is there no breaks at the beginning of the meal between the Netilas Yadayim and the Amoitzi? It's a debate. The fascinating thing about the Torah is as much as the Torah is in a certain sense coalesced all of halakhic liturgy up to this point into one place, he very rarely rules on it. He never tells us what to do. Isn't it interesting? He quotes the Rambam at the beginning. He quotes the contemporary, the Rosh, the later contemporary of the Rambam, the Rosh later on, and he leaves it. And the Torah does this very often. Sometimes he will rule and say what he believes, lean in the discussion. But very often, as over here, what happens is he leaves it hanging, which leaves space over here for those commenting on the Torah to say, well, what do we do? Bottom line, what do we do in this situation? I understand there's two opinions, there's an ambiguity in the Torah, what do we do? Bottom line, yeah. So this is what happens. The Beis Yosef, who is now Rabbi Yosef Parakara, not commenting on the Rambam, but commenting on the Torah, does a very similar thing. We're not going to read it all inside for the sake of time, but Rabbi Yosef does exactly the same thing. He says, well, you want to know where he gets this from? It comes from that Gemara in Brachas. You want to know those opinions that he talked about, the Rif and the Rambam and the Rosh, those were the people he was commenting on? Well, here's where they're found. This is what they say. He quotes it in full extent. So the first thing he does is, like his commentary on the Rambam, he sources everything. Where does it come from? In a certain sense, he's the bridge between the page of Gemara and the new construction of halacha under the Torah. Then he does something which is very important. He goes on to describe other people who say this. He quotes, in fact, to Yerushalmi, which seems to indicate that if a person doesn't speak between the Netilas Yadayim and saying Amotz at the beginning of the meal, they're going to have a good meal. Which seems to suggest, like one of the signs, it says the following, V'chein nachon la'asos yizar gam b'mayim rishonim. It's also in his humble commentary on the Torah says, I'm going to put my card on the table. I believe that it's true that you shouldn't make an interruption between the Mayim Achronim, the last waters, and the Birkas Hamazon, but you should also not be speaking at the beginning, like the Rosh says. So he is actually now weighing in on that particular machlokes and adds a few extra details at the end, which we're not going to cover about the Seder and our Netilos at the night of Pesach. Which now leads us to the last and final stage, which is the Shulchan Aruch. To appreciate the Shulchan Aruch, we need to appreciate the journey along which the Rav Yosef Karo is new. He has explained the sources of all the Rambam. He has contextualized the entire Torah, all 4 volumes of it, which now turns into the many, many volumes we have at the back of the shul right now, because of his commentary, which has expanded way beyond the short paragraphs that the Torah has. And finally, after all is said and done, the most remarkable sefer which has changed all of Jewish history is the Shulchan Aruch. What does he do in the Shulchan Aruch? Here's what he does. This is now Yosef Karo talking in the same format, in the same schema as the Torah. He uses the same 4 books, the Orach Chaim, the Even HaEzer, Yoreh Even HaEzer, and Baruch HaShem Mishpat, but now he shortens it to a statement which is the following. In this particular section, Yesh Omrim, there are those who say, She'enav Tzarech Li'Yisrael Min HaSich Ve'en Mitzvah L'Amot Six. There are those who say that we don't have to be so concerned about making a break between our first mitzvah around the meal and saying Hamotzi. And there are those who say that one should be careful. In one short sentence here, summarized centuries of scholarship. And if we have read the Torah and the Rambam and the Beis Yosef and the Kesef Mishnah, we know exactly what he's talking about now, and we know exactly who he's referring to. And then he gives us the Torah of Israel, and in 2 words, he tells us we should be careful. What his commentary says, all of our meals today is as a function of the fact that he said that Torah is higher. This is the way we're going to do things. Ladies and gentlemen, we've decided halacha is this way. The Shah is a hiloch by Islamis Mikra Hefsek, and says you shouldn't wait to spend on takes to walk more than 22 amos, 22 cubits unnecessary. What the Shulchan Aruch has done over here is he has distilled the history into a very simple, into a unified into a unified direction of learning. This is a simple example of that process of formation of halacha to what we have today. Of course, after the Shulchan Aruch, you're going to have blossoming of scholarship, of centuries of scholarship, exploring the Shulchan Aruch himself. But nonetheless, this became the full, and almost like that. This is the bottom of that funnel of halacha, which has been filled throughout the centuries into one coherent site. Taking into consideration with deference both sides of the debate, but actually telling us what to do. That's what the Shulchan Aruch comes into. Simple example of what he did over the centuries. What a remarkable contribution to Jewish history. We're not going to focus on all of it. I want to just focus on one thing that Dr. Abramson mentioned, and that is the Maggid. The Shulchan Aruch wrote other Sfarim as well. There are numerous other Sfarim. One of them is what is called the Maggid Meisharim. Right? The Maggid literally means the teller. And he describes in this book, as Dr. Abramson mentioned, that he had nightly encounters with some sort of spectre, some sort of angel that he made, which is again the unusualness of such broad halachic scholarship. He doesn't mention that at all in his halachic work, has a completely different description when he talks about his nightly encounters. It's a very fascinating sefer. He writes it very personally. He talks about the personal wonderings that he has and the questions he broaches with this angel that he asks him on a nightly basis and the conversations they have. Very, very fascinating. It's actually written, it's formatted on 2 cycles of the Torah. So he talks about the Torah and various stories in Tanakh by Rav Yosef Karo. In fact, if you go for a walking tour in Tzfat today, they can show the house where he used to stay when he was visited by the Maggid, and every step, every stone in Tzfat has a special history to it. This is very much in this milieu. What is fascinating is he describes the beginning of the sefer of how he merited to have this angel join him. And the angel sort of came and visited him and then stopped visiting him. And when the angel came back to him, he said, how can I ensure that there's a continuity of this relationship? And the angel said, you're very involved in halakha. You're very involved in the codification process that age result of halakha. Don't forget Mishnah. Don't forget to keep learning Mishnah, which means keep going back to the page. So coming back to the conversation. Don't lose track of the end result and thereby lose the context in the Torah Shabbat from which that came. That's how you're going to ensure a relationship with me. To the angel. Just a very fascinating reconnection over here. And just as an example, this is a section, a very short section that he has about his Kabbalistic metaphysical wonderings that he broaches one particular subject. He talks about death as an example, just to give you a sense of just the broadness of what was going on. Here's one particular conversation, just as an example. Hillel Shishi on Chofei Teves, so he's talking about it, he says, I was thinking about a particular pasuk, I'll walk in front of Hashem in the lands of the living. Yeah, and then we say, as we said, Hadal Yaakov Einei Hashem Amavsa Machasitov. It is precious or it is hard for Hashem, it's weighty to Hashem, the death of those who are his Hasidic, his pious. He says it is hard for Hashem when those who are righteous die. Death is so difficult, it is sort of stripping two interconnected pieces of one entity. It's almost like trying to take skin off meat because the two are really one entity. Therefore, he says, to Mihai Solik, what does Hashem do? He sort of reveals even more of the schar that is going to be shown to them, that there's this automatic magnetic connection the soul returns to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is Davik La'ela, and it automatically electrically returns to its creator, that is Parid Mikufa Belit Sa'ad. And there's no pain in that experience because the neshama is returning to its source in this way. And that's how Moshe Rabbeinu and Aaron in fact died. Soul doesn't leave until it sees the divine presence among it.
Good morning, colleagues. Now, I know you're busy. It's the first day of classes for the year 2019 and happens to coincide with the penitential month of Elul for 5779. And you're really busy, I'm sure, with 1,000 different things. But I'm walking onto campus this morning, beautiful September morning here in Brooklyn, New York, in this whole new city. And of course, all throughout the University, students will be beginning classes for a new academic year, hoping to greet their future cheerfully and with great promise. So I couldn't resist. I have to share with you just a short message, hopefully to inspire you and to share with you the excitement I feel as we begin this great new enterprise of a new academic year. It occurs to me as I reflect that I have actually never left school for any September since I've been 6 years old, with the exception of 1 year when I was kind of like trying to find myself in my college years. But otherwise, I have been in school in September every single year for my entire life since the age of 6. Now, why is that? You might say it is a failure to launch, and that's certainly quite possible. But the fact is, I love school. It's so amazing how privileged we are to spend time with young people who are interested in ideas, who are interested in exploring their futures, and interested in so many things that we are passionate about. You know, we just have to give thanks to God for this possibility that we have to work with students in this manner. So in this regard, I just want to share 2 quick ideas, hopefully to give you your own jumpstart into this academic year. The first is something that I read in an interesting book on the scary topic of climate change. Here it is. It's in a book called Falter by Bill McGibbon. Quite an interesting read. I haven't finished it yet, but fascinated with one thing he says in the early chapter. He says, essentially, if we're in some kind of a game, this is some kind of like a project that we're all engaged in trying to win something, trying to win, a livelihood, trying to win a spouse, trying to win a family, a future, who knows, all those things. What is the game? What is the object? And he posits that the object of this game that we are in is to maximize dignity for all its players. And I thought that was such a fascinating way of looking at life. We're trying to maximize dignity. And so that reflects on our role as instructors. We are trying to maximize the dignity of all of our students by giving them the tools they need to achieve their potential, to achieve a livelihood that will allow them to cover their needs and to provide for their families. God willing. What an amazing concept. So I think we should think of ourselves as basic dignity providers. That's what we want to do. We want to try to provide for their dignity. Second, what is our most valuable resource? What is the greatest tool that we have to affect this dignity in our students and in ourselves as well? It's not money, although that's a really valuable thing. It's not the beautiful physical location in which we teach. It's not the books. It's not the computers. It's not even our own health. It is our time. Time is the only resource which cannot be renewed. Once we lose it, it's gone. And I know because I'm a historian, right? I studied something which actually doesn't exist anymore. Don't tell my bosses I want to keep my job. But we have only time to give them. So therefore, let me suggest to you that if we want to do both of these things, if we want to maximize dignity for our students, and we want to use our resources most effectively, and perhaps the most important thing we can do is to start on time. Now, I'll tell you that this has great pedagogic value. When you start your class right on the dot, you may lose a few students who are walking in late, but if you start late, so accommodate for those students, you will always start late, and all the students lose. On the other hand, if you start right on time, as it has been my practice for many, many decades now, it means that all the students realize, hey, this class starts right on time, and if I'm not there, I'm going to lose out. So you actually maximize the amount of time you have to teach, and you maximize dignity thereby. Listen, I hope this wasn't too preachy, but it's such a beautiful day here in Brooklyn. I wanted to say something nice to all of you. Thank you so much for being involved in this larger project of extending dignity to all of our students, our staff, and our faculty here at Touro College. I hope you have an absolutely transformative, fantastic, excellent academic year. Maimonides was one of the most amazing thinkers that the Jewish people has ever produced in over 3,000 years of history. He was a brilliant halachist, someone who knew Jewish law extremely well. He was a popular leader who provided counsel and support to Jews in far-flung regions all across the Middle East. He was an extremely talented physician, and of course, he was a brilliant philosopher. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to just talk a little bit about the course of his life and his literary works, and then we'll focus in on the book that we will be studying in this short series, The Laws of Tshuva, or The Laws of Repentance, which is one section of his magnum opus, the Mishnah Torah. So Maimonides was born in 1135 in Spain, and his family was forced to flee from Almohad persecution, and the atmosphere there began to sour for Jews. He spent many years wandering across the coast of North Africa, briefly lived in Israel before they finally lived in France. During the course of his wanderings, he picked up much training. He was educated in Tunisia, for example, and he spent quite a bit of time studying medicine. This served him in good stead because after the death of his father, and particularly after the premature death of his brother, who was supporting the family in a shipwreck, the young Maimonides had to turn to a career in order to step up and provide for his family. He ended up becoming a physician, and of course, his career was stellar in nature. He ended up becoming the physician to the Grand Vizier of Egypt himself. According to some sources, he even served in Saladin's court and was sought after by Richard the Lionheart as a physician. He wrote very widely on medical topics, primarily in Arabic. Everything from mental depression to hemorrhoids were treated by Maimonides. A very big treatise on asthma, for example, and he was widely sought after as a master physician. Our context, however, is his Jewish work, and in that area we should consider two particular kinds of books, both of which really come together in the Laws of Tshuva. First of all, Maimonides is famous, perhaps in the non-Jewish, the broader non-Jewish world, as the author of great philosophical works. The premier among them is The Guide for the Perplexed, which is essentially a overview of Judaism and a defense of Judaism for those Jews who were especially attracted by Arabic philosophy, which was in its heyday in the 12th century and which borrowed freely from many earlier Greek models. And Maimonides aptly described the philosophical position before Judaism, which made it a highly competitive ideology with some of the other intellectual trends that were drawing away the young Jewish minds of his time. Another segment of his work, a very large segment, is his popular works, written in Hebrew quite often, which are very accessible, not written in highfalutin philosophical language for the most part. And the greatest of those is his Mishnah Torah. The Mishnah Torah is essentially a repetition of the Torah, and what he meant by that title was that he took all of the laws which were represented in the Bible, in the Mishnah, in Midrash, and especially in the Talmud, laws which were spread out across a massive corpus of rabbinic literature, and he organized them into a logical Western fashion in this massive 14-volume work. It was heavily criticized for reasons that we will mention shortly, but it was unprecedented in his day, and it's still not been equaled. Specifically, what the Mishnah Torah does is it covers all of Jewish law from the beginning of time. That is, it discusses aspects of Jewish law which are not observed. For example, now that the temple is not standing, certain laws of sacrifices and so on are not observed. Nevertheless, he wrote a complete compendium of those laws. He also wrote about the distant future, or perhaps the near future, when the Messiah is here. The Jews, of course, believe the Messiah has not yet arrived. And he writes about the future, what it will be like in the Messianic period. So this huge work of Jewish law describes a tremendous scope of Jewish activity, everything from how one ties one's shoes in the morning to literally how one must sleep. Phenomenal book. the laws of tshuva are one section of one volume of the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand, which is another name for the Mishnah Torah. His book met with tremendous criticism in certain quarters, particularly in southern France, where it was felt that Maimonides was excessively influenced by non-Jewish philosophical models, Aristotle in particular. And in the Mishnah Torah, there was a feeling that his a very simple Hebrew text, deceptively simple, because the scholars of Maimonides know that his phraseology is anything but random. He's very, very particular about the exact phrases he uses. But this very accessible text did not have a great amount of scholarly support to it, meaning he did not provide references to where he derived his conclusions. And many scholars felt that without providing these footnotes, so to speak, he was behaving in a haughty manner and not allowing the text to be analyzed by great scholars. Maimonides' approach, however, seems to have been that he was writing a popular manual of Jewish practice that was intentionally simplified without those footnotes. At any rate, sadly, in the 13th century, there were book burnings of Maimonides' books, sponsored by Jews, that were a tremendous shame for the Jewish people as a whole, as Maimonides' works were consigned to the flames in some quarters. Nevertheless, the great ego, as he is known, outlived this controversy, and of course his works went on to universal acclaim. Now let's focus specifically on the book that we'll be discussing over the next few videos, the laws of tshuva. So basically, tshuva is a Hebrew term meaning it's derived from the root lashuv, to return, to go back, to respond. It refers always to a reflexive kind of motion. As Rabbi Soloveitchik puts it in one of his essays, it refers always to a return back to center, back to home. Tshuva in English is probably best translated in this context as repentance. And in his characteristic style, Maimonides essentially takes what seems to be a very inward kind of act. Repentance seems to be something that is inside us, non-verbal, it's not easy to express, but he fleshes it out in 10 very explicit chapters. How exactly does one do tshuva? How exactly does one repent? How exactly does one get back to center in one's life? Fascinating psychological analysis, theological profundity, and deeply moving work that I hope you enjoy. So, because the laws of tshuva touch on so many other topics of a philosophical nature, this happens to be an especially important work for the discussion of Jewish philosophy as a whole, hence borrowing from many of the things that he will write about in books like The Guide for the Big Lengths. For example, one of the strong motivating factors for tshuva is the world to come. One hopes that one will rectify one's wrongs in this world so that in the next world one may live, with lots of Chinese food, for example. And so this, the book, The Laws of Tshuva, also has to have a discussion of what is the world to come. What is paradise in Jewish philosophy? It's not at all so simple, and we are willing to discuss it as we move through this series. So the book, The Laws of Tshuva, of course, is the other side. What is punishment in the next world and this world? How does God mete out punishment? Perhaps the most difficult question in every monotheistic religion, Judaism included, is why do the righteous suffer? And that, of course, is addressed head-on in this book, The Laws of Tshuva, and a fascinating response from one of the greatest minds the Jewish people has ever produced. Now, quickly, just one fast word on the first chapter. Maimonides begins with the laws of confession. Ironically, he will push off a discussion of what teshuva is until the second chapter. But in the first chapter, he concentrates almost exclusively on the idea of vidui, or confession. And it's a fascinating question. Why start with confession? Why not, as he does in so many of his other works, talk about the general topic and then move into the specifics. Confession, one would think, is one of the specifics. And by the way, this confession, Jewish confession, is a personal confession that is done privately. One will actually pronounce certain words that are often in a written text, usually written in the plural form, meaning we did this, we did that, and one is included in these long lists of transgressions. It is not done to another human being, with the exception of wrongs between human beings. There are wrongs between two people, and between a person and God. Between people, there is a question about how one confesses how one is wronged another person, but between a person and God, only God hears those confessions in the Jewish practice. At any rate, what's so big a deal about confession that we should start with that even before we talk about tshuva? So many of the commentaries focus on the idea that really confession is kind of like opening up the floodgates. It's the very first step in order to make tshuva possible. Unless a person is prepared to admit to him or herself that he or she has done wrong, then one really can't make any progress in tshuva. One has to have a searing self-analysis. One has to look carefully at oneself to review one's actions from an objective perspective as possible. And if one finds those actions are wanting, then one must confess. And this, like opening up the taps, allows the cleansing waters to flow, allows tshuva as the process to begin, and it will take us into the next chapters of the book. I hope you found this useful. Please try the second chapter. Hello, I'm bringing you back to the second chapter of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva. I'm going to depart from the organization that Maimonides places on these laws in this chapter because it's very hard, I think, to understand the sophistication of his thought in these short videos. I encourage you to get a copy of the book, which is available both in print and as an electronic download. And before the holiday, what I'm offering it as a free download. So please visit my website. I'll put the URL on the bottom here so you can pick up a copy and follow along for yourself. But for the time being, let's concentrate on chapter 2. Maimonides did not give chapter titles to the laws of Tshuva, but just to try and encapsulate the main ideas into a single word, I found it's kind of useful for my own thinking. There are several halachot in this chapter that deal specifically with how to ask forgiveness. But in many ways, I think the most profound element of forgiveness discussed here is how to forgive oneself. And that's really where we have to begin. Because Maimonides gives us in this second chapter a useful working definition of tshuva, and more significantly, a definition of who is a Baal tshuva, who is someone who has already mastered tshuva. So let's get right to it. First of all, what is tshuva? I don't like to translate that into repentance because the word repentance is really very narrow in the English translation. In Hebrew, tshuva means returning to center, returning home, a response. It means coming back to who you really are and who you really think you want to be. It's an aspirational kind of statement to be a Baal tshuva, someone who is a master of tshuva. So Maimonides gets at this in a roundabout way, but towards the middle of the chapter, you can see that there are really three classic elements to tshuva. The first is charata, or regret. The second is vidui, or confession. And the third is azivat hachet, the abandonment of sin. These three elements are basic to any of the approaches to tshuva that we will see among the Rishonim, those generations of scholars around Maimonides' time in Jewish thought. It is interesting to note that many of them expand significantly on several areas. For example, Rabbi Yonah, rough contemporary of Maimonides, lists 20 different levels of regret. Just regret alone has 20 different expressions, which is pretty depressing. So Maimonides kind of glides over that and concentrates on the other aspects of it. But once again, the basic three elements are regret. You regret what you did. You confess what you did, and this confession again is a private confession. It's one that a person makes only between him or herself and God. Some exceptions, if you're wrong with another person, you'll have to see inside the book to see what those exceptions are. And then finally, azivat, the abandonment of the sin. Maimonides begins the chapter, however, with some definitions, and he doesn't define teshuva right away. In fact, we're not really going to get to that until chapter 7. But what he does define is someone who has mastered teshuva, who is a baal teshuva. And he uses two distinct terms. The first is the one I'm using loosely, baal teshuva, the master of teshuva, and the other is the baal teshuva gemura, the complete master of teshuva. What's the distinction between the two of them? A complete master of teshuva, and this is really the litmus test for teshuva, is if a person finds him or herself in exactly the same situation that they once did the wrong thing, and they nevertheless overcome the temptation. That is a baal teshuva gemura. That is a complete baal teshuva. So let's say, for example, I'm walking by a non-kosher Chinese restaurant, and I'm overwhelmed with a desire to have some mushu, something or other, and I succumb. But then after reading, laws of teshuva and things like that, then I go back and I pass that same restaurant, and I am hungry to the same degree, and I have the same amount of money in my pocket, and I have the same amount of time available, and yet I decide to keep walking, and I get some kosher sushi instead. Then I am a baal teshuva gemura, a complete baal teshuva. If only it were so easy. The problem is, and it's an existential problem really, is that you can never be exactly in the same kind of situation twice. Like the pre-Socratic said, you can never step in the same river twice. There's too many variables. Let's say I had a different kind of feeling that morning, or let's say, for example, I hadn't had mushu in a long, long time, and so I have an especially stronger desire for it. Or as the Sefer Hasidim, another rough contemporary of Maimonides puts it, David was able to withstand the temptations of Abigail, but he was not able to withstand the situation of Bathsheba. You never know how things are going to be different. And so therefore, one's always kind of in a state of sort of dynamic suspense. Will I succeed to overcome the same temptation if the variables are however slightly altered? So that's the second category. The baal teshuva gemura, the complete baal teshuva, is the one who's in exactly the same situation and overcomes temptation. We never really know if we're going to be there. So the best we can hope for is to be a simple baal teshuva, and that's someone who has completely decided in one's heart that one will not succumb to temptation again in the same way. And Maimonides writes that only God, the knower of all secrets, really knows if a person has reached that level, but that's ultimately what we have to strive for, is to become a baal teshuva, at least to decide completely on our heart, to resolve in our heart, never to repeat that harmful behavior pattern again. Now, Maimonides offers some concrete definitions as to what do these Baalei Tshuva do? What does a Baal Tshuva do with his time? What are the strategies that he employs or she employs in order to get to that exalted state? And this will be fleshed out throughout the entire book. But there are 5 that he mentions up front here. 5 distinct kind of behavior patterns that a Baal Tshuva engages in. Now, let's just quickly go over them. The first one is the Baal Tshuva engages in prayer. The Yetzer Hara, the desire to do evil, about whom we will have much more to say in a later chapter. The Yetzer Hara is always finding new ways to tempt us. And the only way we can really succeed is with help from a supernatural source. And as a result, prayer is really an essential aspect of tshuva. Secondly, whereas prayer is all about, reaching upward for help, what kind of child are we if we're always asking for our parents, but when our siblings need help, we have nothing to say to them? So therefore, charity is the second thing that a Baal Tshuva engages in. A Baal Tshuva is always generous with his or her resources, whether they are time or money or even listening ability. That's what a Baal Tshuva does, is he or she is sensitive to those around him or her. The third element is an acute sense of avoidance of temptation. The Baal Tshuva knows how weak he or she is, and therefore he or she will seek to avoid those kind of scenarios in which he or she has been tempted in the past. So there's kind of a caution about where one walks. Fourthly, the Baal Tshuva changes his or her name. And there's a lot of interesting discussion here. I put some of it in the book. But changing one's name, some people understand this quite literally. Changing the way people refer to you is a way of saying, I am not the same person who did those things. That's more complicated for these short videos. I suggest you look in the book for discussion there. And finally, changing one's place. Going to a place where people don't necessarily know you as well. That engenders humility. Where you can't rely on the same kind of support network that you always had, and you have to look to yourself to try and bring yourself back from that initial downfall. So those are 5 basic behaviors of the Baal Tshuva that are discussed here. And notice that all of these are linked to the concept of forgiveness. Once again, there's a lot of discussion here about how one goes about asking for forgiveness from another person, from God, of course, in prayer, and from oneself. That's the most significant element of forgiveness here. We have to understand that we are weak. We are going to make mistakes. There is no one on this planet who has ever not made a mistake. So says the sources all the way back to Moses and beyond, in fact. But nevertheless, we have to deal with our weaknesses and strive to overcome them. The last thing I want to say in this very quick video is a beautiful metaphor that Maimonides borrows from the Talmud that goes back to step 1, which we discussed in the first chapter, and that is confession. What is, he borrows this beautiful metaphor, a person who confesses without actually intending to change, without actually intending to go through the next step, which is Aziva B'Chet, the abandonment of sin. That is like someone who goes to purify him or herself in a ritual bath while holding a defiling creature like a dead lizard in his hand. So if you want to go into the mikveh, and we have the cleansing waters of the mikveh bringing you to state, which is part of Jewish thought of what a mikveh does, ritual bath, then you really have to let go of the list first. You have to let go of your commitment to commit that transgression. If you are still holding on to the desire for that mushu pork, you're just never going to get clean coming out of the mikveh. So that's about it for chapter 2 and a quick run through. I hope you found it useful, and please join me for chapter 3. The third chapter of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva is perhaps the most significant, most well-known of all the chapters, because Maimonides sets up with a Talmudic image of the structure of a human being and the structure of the universe. Specifically, he says, basically, if you look at an individual human being, whatever righteous deeds that person has performed accrue to his merit, and whatever negative or harmful deeds that person has performed accrue to his demerits. And on Rosh Hashanah, the day of judgment in the Jewish calendar, every single human being is marched before God, and God looks at the balance of their good deeds and their bad deeds, their positive aspects and their negative aspects, and he does what appears to be a simple mathematical calculation. Those who have a majority of good deeds are called tzaddikim, the righteous. Those who have a majority of bad deeds are called rishonim, or the wicked. And those who are apparently 50-50 are called beinonim, or intermediates. Now, he also clarifies that, some individual good deeds may carry a tremendous amount of weight, even though they're only done one time and in one place. They're still extremely important, and they knock out many of the negative deeds that may have multiplied over a long period of time. Basically, there are those 3 structures: the completely righteous, the completely wicked, and the intermediates, the beinonim. Then he goes on to say that those who are judged on the positive side are written down in the book of life. This is all familiar to anyone who's studied anything about the high holidays and written down for the coming year. And those who are on the negative side are unfortunately not written in the book of life, and their decree is sealed on Yom Kippur, what is going to happen to them negatively in the coming year. And those who are in the middle, they're kind of like hanging in abeyance until Yom Kippur. Hence, we have the 10 days of Shuvah, the 10 days of repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. In an academic setting, I like to say that, Rosh Hashanah is the exam day, but if for whatever reason, you have a valid excuse, you didn't show up for the exam, you were in a car accident, whatever, so then you have makeup exam day 10 days later where you can take the exam again. Now, and Maimonides says, however, that the way we're supposed to look at ourselves is as if we are all Beinanim. We're all in the intermediate category, meaning don't look back on your year self-satisfied, saying, oh, I did all these good deeds, because perhaps some of those bad deeds that you inevitably did are of huge importance and tremendous consequence, and they would wipe out most of the good things you did. So therefore, he says your mental attitude should be that you yourself, all of us, are Beinanim, are intermediates, hanging in the balance in that 10-day period between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. He goes on to say that this is the same for an entire community, an entire nation, an entire world, in fact, the entire universe. And since the entire universe in those 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is hanging in the balance, every individual act a person does could conceivably tip the balance for the good or conceivably for something awful. And that's what charges the so-called Yomim Noraim, these days. They're often translated as the high holy days, but really the word Norah is like terrible, in the sense of terrifying. So the days of terror, the days of fear, those 10 days, they're really crucial because that's when we're going to seal the fate of the universe for the coming year. It's a really big deal. He ties this into the shofar. The shofar is extremely important because it is a cry of alarm. It's a call to war in ancient culture. And it's a very simple instrument that's capable of a huge range of sounds, from wailing to angry, shrill blast to a cry of anger to a protest. It's all kinds of things. But basically, Maimonides says that the shofar says, wake up. Wake up, pay attention. This is really the important part of the year where you have to make it or break it for the coming year. It's a very powerful section of the laws of Tshuva that I think helps focus my thoughts going into the holidays. Now, there's a lot more to say in this chapter, but I just want to point out one other detail that I think is personally worth the entire price of admission to these classes. He says one great thing that's very, very important for me. He says, if you ever do a positive deed and then it doesn't work out for you, let's say you do some favor for another person and then that person betrays you. It's happened to me, I'm sure it's happened to you, where, you do something nice and then you turn around and someone spits in your face. So if you regret having done the good deed in the first place, according to Maimonides, you lose all the merit of that good deed. So, for example, a friend of mine, a colleague from back in Florida, she was telling me how, and I described this in the book, by the way, she was rushing on a Friday afternoon to deliver a Shabbos meal to a family that was in need. And she put all the food in her car, and she got out, and she was rushing over to this other family, and she came to a stop sign, but she made a rolling stop right in front of a peace officer, of course, and she was pulled over, and she got a big ticket for running through a stop sign and so on. And afterwards, she was saying, man, if only I hadn't been delivering that food to that family, then I would never have been in that situation. I would never have rolled through the stop sign. But Maimonides would say, as I shared with her then, she was grateful, that no, you can't have that attitude. You should only feel good about the fact that you are delivering food to a needy family. You should only feel good about the fact that you helped another family in need. You can feel badly about your driving, you can feel badly about, the policeman, you can feel badly about all kinds of things, but do not feel badly about a good deed. If you feel badly about it, you lose all the credit for those good deeds that conceivably could tip the balance of you and the world to the negative, God forbid. So therefore, it's important that when you do a good deed, even if it doesn't turn out, when you do a mitzvah, even if it turns out and slaps you in the face, still feel good about the fact that you did the right thing. That is an incredibly easy way to gain a lot of merits as we go into our holiday season. Thank you for watching. Chapter 4 of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva is actually one of my favorites because here in Chapter 4, the Rambam really gets down into some solid details of exactly how we should behave when we want to do Tshuva. Not about the value of Tshuva and the physical implications of Tshuva, but actually, how does one do this? And there's a tremendous amount to discuss. I'm just going to focus on a couple of things that I find particularly meaningful. It seems that a lot of what the Rambam concentrates on in this chapter is about, things that get out of control. Like, for example, when you say something negative about an entire community or a large group of people, and then you realize, oh my gosh, I shouldn't have said that. I really regret that. Now, how do you fix that? How do you go back to each individual person and say something, a word of apology to them? Like, for example, you say something that's bad about, the community of Los Angeles or of New York. How are you possibly going to go to all the people who live in Los Angeles and New York and apologize? So you could make one great, massive apology and hope that all of them hear it, but that's not very likely. Similarly, what if you are a judge and you judge incorrectly and someone is, incorrectly found guilty on a large scale, in a real court of law, or maybe even a simple scale in terms of human relationships? Who knows what implications that false accusation may have in the future, how it may play out in the future. And you have simply no way of knowing how the implications will, be realized. You can't chase down all those things and apologize properly. So a lot of this fourth chapter is about, controlling the limits of one's sin such that you don't get into this situation where, oh my gosh, it's impossible to do tshuva on such a large scale. He also discusses the idea that, sometimes we get into this habit where we say, I will do an Avera, I will sin, and then I'll do tshuva later. I'll do an Avera, and then I'll do tshuva later. Like, it's okay. I don't feel bad about it now. I really want to do this thing, so I'll repent later. It'll be okay. And you know what? The Rambam says that is, in fact, an impediment to do tshuva, because you're going to have to do tshuva for having that attitude. Similarly, what if one has this attitude of, well, I'm going to do the wrong thing now, but don't worry, it's coming up to Yom Kippur, and on Yom Kippur I'll do tshuva for it then. Yom Kippur will take care of it. This kind of attitude is definitely not helpful to tshuva, and that's on the front end of the mirror. That's on the side where I could avoid doing this thing wrong to begin with. The Rambam also concentrates in chapter 4 on various types of behaviors that close oneself off to the possibility of tshuva. For example, maligning one's teachers, or laughing at people of authority, or refusing to accept rebuke. All these kinds of attitudes are very caustic and have a negative, very deleterious effect on one's ability to do tshuva in the future. And finally, my favorite section is when the Rambam draws our attention to a series of behaviors that we might not take very seriously as being sinful, but in fact, it is that lack of sensitivity that is in itself an impediment to tshuva. Let me read to you, for example, a few of them. I really like these. Okay, for example, in the fourth halacha of this chapter, he goes through a list of 5 things that, these are common behaviors that people just don't take seriously. They don't think that they're really negative behaviors. And, we could spend a lot of time talking about each of them. But let's just look at the last 2. One who honors oneself through the downfall of another, saying that there's no sin because the other person is not present and will not hear and be embarrassed. Instead, one merely praises one's own good deeds and intelligence, in contrast to the deeds and objects of the other person, with the intent that people should notice who deserves honor and who deserves disdain. This is like something we all do. We all kind of look at it. Other people say, oh, I'm way better than that person. But that is something that blocks us from tshuva. It prevents prevents us from being spiritually sensitive enough to be open to the possibility of change that Teshuvah represents. Finally, one who suspects the innocent, saying that this is no sin. What did I do to him? Did I do anything other than suspect him? Perhaps he did something wrong, perhaps he didn't. One does not realize that it is a great sin to consider a decent person to be a sinner. Meaning, when we look down on other people, even if we don't say anything, even if we don't voice our thoughts whatsoever, that in itself is an act of pushing ourselves up at the expense of another, and that is just a roadblock to tshuva. By elevating ourselves at the expense of another, even if it's something we do completely internally, that itself is a kind of personal feel-good measure that is ultimately a roadblock to tshuva. We have to see ourselves even in the behavior of those who do wrong, and understand that, under certain circumstances, that can be the same kind of fault that we have. That sort of attitude, that sort of openness to the reality of the possibility of failure is the kind of healthy attitude that, according to Maimonides, allows for appropriate tshuva. It's a really complicated chapter, I think quite fascinating, quite insightful, but it requires deep meditation. Anyway, so thank you for listening, and I hope you'll check out the next chapter. Hello. I suppose you are here because you want to watch another Jewish history video, and I'm really grateful that so many of you do enjoy these videos, and I think it's fantastic to have a relationship with you in the comment section and things like that. But I want to talk to you about something different today. If you've only been following me for a while, you may be surprised because I only really talk about this once a year. Basically, it is my annual revision and republication of a book that's very dear to me, my translation and commentary on Maimonides' Laws of Repentance. So the story behind this book, I think, is kind of cool. About a dozen years ago, I started reading Maimonides' Laws of Repentance around this time of year in order to prepare myself for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, my holidays. This is the season of, renewal and personal introspection and self-development, and I like using Maimonides' amazing text as a sort of springboard for my own sort of self-evaluation. What am I going to do with myself for the next year? And that sort of grew into a translation project, which I put online. It turned out to be kind of popular. I was sort of surprised. And then every year I come back to it. I reread Maimonides. I reread my translation and my notes. I significantly revise them. I say to myself something, well, I cannot believe I actually thought that a year ago. Now I know something so much better, and I'm worried about what I'll write next year. But at any rate, I do this every year in memory of my late father, and it's something that I treasure very much. Last year, I created 40 small videos that go through the 40 days of repentance that begins with Rosh Chodesh Elul, which is the month before Rosh Hashanah, all the way through Yom Kippur. And I'm going to give you a link here where if you want to watch those videos, you can find them on YouTube on a separate channel because they're not history videos. I didn't want to miss them out with these ones. And I also have a Facebook page where I posted all of them there as well. The text is there, especially in the Facebook part. So, everything is free and open and available to everybody. If you want to get a copy of the book itself, I'll put some links in the little notes at the bottom. There they can be found, of course, in regular online bookstores in particular. Anyways, that's it. I'm really excited about this project. I love doing it every year. Some of you have found it very meaningful, and I'm just really grateful to be able to share this wisdom of Maimonides with you. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll get back to the regular program of history videos right now. to return to center, to return to home, try and determine what are our core priorities and what they're like around us to see how far we have strayed from. So the month of Elul is a great kind of spring cleansing of the soul, but we do it in the fall, and we also have a spring cleansing it before Passover for that. And there's something really special associated with Elul that I'd like to talk to you about. Specifically, that's the month that exposes my mind. It's great power and vigor of medieval Jewish thought, and we cast a long shadow well into our own today. And this is a very important book called The Laws of Repentance. It's a section in his magnum opus, the Mishnah Torah. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. And this is a book that is made from the It is really a step-by-step guide to repentance. Not just one repentance. It's really a unusual kind of thing. Be sure to go to the first comprehensive legal guide, pragmatic guide to repentance. Over and please look at the comment section. Anyway, why this book is so important? Because I, for many years, have been studying every Bible, like many Jews around the world, to turn to Maimonides as a source of inspiration here. And about a decade ago, I decided that I would put more effort into it, and I wrote a translation of it. There are very serviceable, strong translations already out there, but it was like kind of my own personal devotion. What ended up happening is I shared this translation with some of my friends that liked it, and around this time, there were some new self-publishing options available on the internet. And why not? I'll put it online. So I created an online version of it that turned out to be rather popular. As you can see here, this is the original version that I published in 2012, and it's a great investment. And you can get used copies now for $900. So there you go. Anyway, every year since then, I have done this book. Self-publishing allows me to do these things. I have updated the translation and the commentaries. And over the years, it's kind of taken an unusual role because as I go through my own tshuva process, the book does tshuva as well. And every year I try to solve those things that I really should have written last year. And I try to add new things, insights I discovered over the current year. And the book is really a lot like but I do kind of speak in generalities. I'm pleased to say that a lot of people have found useful, and we've actually established kind of a learning community on Facebook and elsewhere, where at the month of Elul, we offer together this book is dedicated to my late father, and he was a person who speaks to this person of blood, so I'm very glad. Okay, so let's spend a couple of minutes to talk about who was Maimonides, what did he write, and then try to place this particular book in the larger context of his scholarship. There is a very popular saying that from Moses to Moses, there is no one like Moses. And that's obviously comparing Moses of the biblical period to Moses of the medieval period, our Moses Maimonides. His Hebrew name is Moshe ben Maimon. Moses, the son of Maimonides, and then you add that little suffix at the end, Maimonides, son of Maimon. That's how he's generally known in the secular literature. He was born either 1135 or 1138, so 1204. His place of birth was southern Spain, which was just coming out of the nation period known as the Peninsula. And there was a significant amount of unusual cooperation between Muslims, Jews, and Christians, a kind of triangular relationship in the Iberian Peninsula. But if you can say around the time of Maimonides' childhood, when the Almohads invaded, and that huge spirit of intolerance began to Maimonides' family decided to flee, by the way, his father and several generations came from a long, long line of religious judges, very elite in the family. And they made their way across the coast of North Africa. Now, Moses was a bit of a prodigy. He wrote something out of a remarkable work, even as a teenager, that are still studied today in commentary commission, for example. And as they were going from here across the coast of Africa, which at the time was really a leading center of intellectual activity in the Arab world, he studied medicine, which was a fitting career for a young Jewish man back then, not so much nowadays. And he picked up quite a bit of medical knowledge. But his real love was definitely scholarship and Torah study. And he wanted to focus on that. However, the premature death of his father and his brother David, who had been supporting the family, his brother David died in Sudan. Meant that Maimonides suddenly had to be so regular, and so he decided to kind of put aside his rabbinic studies and focus essentially on being a doctor. He actually became they eventually settled in Egypt, Cairo, and there he became the chief physician to the royalty in Cairo, and he lived in a town called Fustat, and he made his way every day their family and come back at night where he would deal with these rabbinic issues. Somehow, in the midst of all of this, he managed to write a tremendous amount of material, not only an extensive correspondence with Jewish communities and Palestinian communities, he was regarded even then as a major leader, and he provided guidance all over the work of Jewish communities in the far-flung Palestine. But he also wrote some really important books. And I'm going to focus on there's two basic kinds of works that Maimonides offered. So the one, which is especially relevant to the project that we're doing right now, is popular. The most significant of which is the Mishnah Torah, from which the book that I wrote on today. This is written in a really basically, kids get a basic education. By the time they're in middle school, they can decipher my mind difficulty. And it was a amazing restatement of the entirety of English law, including comprehensive documents, past documents. They took about 20 editions, and it goes through every single detail of what it means to live a life as a Jew. Another amazing document. It covers even things like how to sleep. It covers things like how to think. It's really tremendous document. I think it's something about the other type of work is much more artistic, much more designed for a specific audience. The most famous work of this nature is the so-called Guide to the Perplexed, which is written not in easily accessible Hebrew, but rather in Judeo-Arabic, and it was written for an audience of people, one person in particular, who, was confused by the how to justify Jewish thought in the context of popular philosophical thought of today, and goes for some of the Jewish philosophical writers. This goes up with doctrines, and these are fascinating, which is of course what gave him some prominence in the outside world to this day. It is a philosophical classic, certainly one of the greatest works of the Western world. One more detail, which is overlooked, because this is an area of writing which is perhaps not aged as well as the writings. He wrote a bit of medical treatment on typically in Arabic, on a whole host of topics on as knowledge of composing medical treatment that were the cutting edge for the 12th century. Fascinating kind of stuff. Now, this lifetime, where he met with tremendous controversy. There were, particularly in Europe, there were circles that criticized his Guide to the Perplexed because it relied very heavily the greatest thinkers of the world. Aristotle, Greek philosopher, and many European Jews felt that Maimonides' thought was somehow tainted by the introduction of another controversy was the fact that in his popular work, the Torah, he omitted all of the traditional scholarly apparatus that footnotes. And it seems like in his defense, the Mishnah was going to design a much easier book to read, but given the public background of Mishnah Torah, and said, hey, wait a minute, why did you think this rabbi or that rabbi? How do you know what they're thinking? How do you know you're going to? So all of this is omitted from Torah. However, the later commentators, the great Rabbi Rothschild, the author of the Code of Jewish Law, filled in that by writing commentaries themselves. And when one studies the Mishnah Torah, one sees the sophistication of thought, which is somehow boiled down to very spare, limited Hebrew. That in itself is a work of understated genius that long-time students have replicated. That's kind of like the scope of his great writing, most of which were completed while he was working full-time as a doctor. So this is all my way of introduction to the book that I'd like to spend more time talking about in this video and others, specifically Maimonides' Punch is this book. And over the years, it's written so anyways, this is a section, it's the first volume of the Torah, which he addresses how does one repent? How does one look at one's own life? How does one identify those mistakes that one has made in the game? How does one apologize to those one's hurt? How does one change one's own? How does one even how does especially those who love? These are the things that are dealt with. It changed my life every year. The next video in this series will be start actually the message of how to. I will point out that this year is something special because since I was able to usually around springtime, this was of course the process of the virus together. This year's commentary was mutual experience with all the other global level that the virus together. I had fun by adding in lots of sections with this little kind of coronavirus icon, which is things or thoughts that seems to be while we were going through the challenges of the virus. Let's just say two things that are really special about it. First is that people who have limited knowledge of these conditions. This is the first comprehensive treatment of repentance in any spiritual tradition. Specifically, this is part of legal text, meaning how does one do this? How does one not do this? It's not kind of an inspirational text or think this thought. Okay, go to this person, apologize. If you don't accept your apology, then this next step, this third step. I'm sorry, you should have done this. You know, as they say, when the rubber meets the road, this is actually underhand. How do you do something? It's like taking this person's serious self-help book. I felt that it said it's much more than just how to because if you want to get into the conference on for a long time, for example, how does one repent if one's life is already fake? We're not Free versions online. My translation is really good. I look forward to producing a few more videos that talk about the content of the book as we consider ourselves for the level all of these. I'd like to talk to you about Maimonides on Tshuva, specifically looking at the work of the great Moses Maimonides and his contributions to world thought. We're going to specifically hone in on aspects of his thought that are especially relevant to the season we're in. Moses Maimonides. The goal of today's presentation is to talk a little bit about Maimonides and get some sense of his life and work, because it is Erev Rosh Chodesh Elul, that is the eve of the new month of Elul, which in the Jewish tradition is an extremely important month because this is the month leading up to the high holidays, to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And so during the month of Elul, Jews around the world for centuries engage in searing self-analysis and self-reflection and determining, how can we make ourselves better? Individually, in terms of our families, in terms of our communities, what could we do to become better people, better citizens of this globe? And especially in this particular time when we are coping with the tremendous challenges of the pandemic and the economic repercussions of the illness that is sweeping across the globe, this is a time when it is especially useful for us to reflect on what Maimonides has to teach us. Who was Maimonides? So the name Maimonides is actually Greek in origin. Ides means son of, and this suffix is used to represent a lot of different medieval figures. Nachman Ides means the son of Nachman. Gershon Ides means the son of Gershom, and so on. And so Maimonides really refers to his father's name, Maimon. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, or Moshe, the son of Maimon, is where we get Maimonides. And he lived there's some dispute over his actual birthday. It's either 1135 or 1138, but he passed away in 1204. He's known generally as the Great Eagle because of his tremendous contributions to Jewish intellectual history and really to world intellectual history. He's regarded as a philosopher of phenomenal influence on Western thought, and we're going to look at that in greater detail in a minute. So he was born in Spain at a very special time in Spanish Jewish history. This is the end of what's commonly known as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence. Now, it has been argued that it's a little bit exaggerated, that it really wasn't complete coexistence, but there's no question that for about 300 to 400 years, there was an unusual calm in relations between Christians, Muslims, and Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. There are a lot of different reasons for this that are political and economic and cultural in nature, but there's no question that this happened to be a period of incredible creativity, an explosion of spiritual and literary activity among the Jews of Spain. They were given unusual political powers, or they earned unusual political powers. You had, for example, the amazing Shmuel ibn Hakrela, a Talmudic scholar, who also was a poet of considerable renown, and get this, he was the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. I mean, how is that possible that you can have someone who actually writes Talmudic commentaries and poetry and is a general for 16 years as a Jew, a very proud Jew, leading Muslim soldiers? This is the kind of thing you don't see too often in Jewish history. And he's just one example. We have so many people who achieved tremendous things during the Convivencia. Yehuda Levi, a little bit towards the end of this period. The great Chasai Ibn Shafrut, incredible people did fantastic things. The Rambam was born right at the very end of this period when there was a downturn, specifically because of the invasion of the Almohads. This is a much more intolerant group of Muslims who wanted to crack down on the kind of freedoms that had been granted to Muslims, to Jews during this period, Christians as well. And so, unfortunately, Maimonides, while he was still a child, he had to flee with his family and leave the Iberian Peninsula and make their way across North Africa. He essentially begins to study in Tunis in particular, and the trade that he picks up is medicine. It was even in his teens when he completed his first major work, which is still studied to this day, his commentary on the Mishnah, an incredible work of scholarship that is mature for really someone who was just a teenager when it was completed. So he moved on from there to Egypt. And in Egypt, he returned to full-time Torah study while still a very young man. And he relied with his family together on the income-earning power of his older brother, David. His father had passed away at this point. Unfortunately, while he was still a young man, David died in a tragic seafaring incident where his ship was lost at sea. Maimonides mourned the loss of his brother for the rest of his life, and he was very heavily dependent on him, not only financially, but also emotionally, very close with David. At any rate, this meant that the family, the Maimonides family, were now in penury because they had lost their fortune at sea as well. And so Maimonides put out his shingle when he became a medical doctor. He ended up reaching really the heights of medical fame at that time, and he was actually hired by the vizier of the highest ranking figure in Egyptian government to be his personal physician and that of his family. So he actually lived in a town called Fustat, which is within donkey's commute of Cairo. We know this because in his own personal correspondence, Maimonides describes his typical day. And he would get up incredibly early and have to ride his donkey into Cairo, like I take the Long Island Railroad, and he would go in and he would spend his whole day treating the family and nobility and royalty in Cairo, and then he would come back at night and he would be met with a whole lineup of people who had all different kind of religious questions to ask, and he had to make judgments, he had to die on and so on. He had a really incredible workload in front of him. So that's basically what he did. He was like a superstar doctor. And I should mention also that he did not let his scholarship as a physician slip either. He actually published quite a few treatises on a whole range of topics, primarily in the Arabic language, dealing with things like asthma, with depression, with various medicines and herbs. That was one of the major tools of the trade of 12th century physicians, was knowing what concoctions should be prescribed for various conditions. So he wrote quite a bit about pharmacology, 12th century level pharmacology, and those writings have been preserved because they have a lasting value, and there have been many studies done of them. One of the things about Maimonides that is so amazing is that he really reached in his personal career the heights of achievement as a scholar of religious texts, and also in the secular world. He was like the number one doctor, the Surgeon General of the Arab world at the time. There were even some interesting suppositions that he may have been sought after as a physician for the Christian world as well. He thought that he could treat Saladin's court, he could certainly treat Richard the Lionheart. So how is it possible to have a person who's really world class in both of these areas of activity? A lot like Shmuel Ibn Abdullah I mentioned earlier, it was like the head general of a Muslim army at the same time as he's writing Talmudic text. So the question I'm going to ask you is, why don't we have Maimonides like figures all over today? Why don't we have, like, we have like the Rosh Yeshiva of major rabbinical seminaries in America and Israel, and they're like phenomenal, controlling, amazing. But they're not running the the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They're not necessarily writing nonfiction works on nuclear fission at the same time. Why is it that we don't have people like this? It's 1,000 years later, and it's hard to find anyone in Jewish history who comes close to the achievements of Maimonides. Maimonides is just an amazing outlier. From Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. That's a statement that's applied to him. From Moses, the biblical Moses, to Moses Maimonides, no one like him. Let's continue our presentation with his work. So, setting aside his Arabic works, primarily in the realm of medicine, he wrote two major types of works that proceeded in very different vectors and affected very different audiences. The first area of his work is what I'd like to call popular. He was a deep believer in making information accessible to the widest possible range of readers. And to that end, he completed not only the commentary on the Mishnah, which I mentioned earlier, but a dramatic restatement of the entirety of Jewish law called the Mishnah Torah. This is actually a title page of one volume of that medieval print. The Mishnah Torah, as he describes in his preface, is an audacious project. He basically said that the entirety of Jewish law, in particular halakha, is scattered in so many different places. There is, of course, the core texts, which are like the Chumash, the 5 books of Moses. And then there is the oral Torah, which is normally expressed in the Mishnah and then later amplified and expanded and clarified in the Talmud. But the Talmud is monstrous, it's huge, it's much bigger than the Chumash. And furthermore, the organizational system that animates the discussion in the Talmud is really quite alienating for someone who has not already invested significant number of years and effort in its mastery. Because the Talmud is only loosely organized around topics. It's not at all like a typical Western book of thought, because it doesn't proceed, for example, from general topics to specific. It doesn't have clear paragraph breaks. It's really based more on a kind of a stream of consciousness argumentation that spans literally centuries and literally thousands of speakers. Where a conversation, let's say you have Tractate Shabbat, which talks about the laws of Shabbat. That sounds pretty reasonable. But you start talking about the laws of Shabbat, and in the context, because there's many rabbis speaking one to each other in this context, in the context of speaking about the laws of Shabbat, you happen to mention carrying a barrel from one room to another on Shabbat, and someone says, oh, barrels, they make a certain kind of barrel in Greece that's very heavy, you couldn't possibly lift it, and someone says, oh, I've seen those barrels in Greece. You know what else they have in Greece? They have these amazing haircuts in Greece. And they say, haircuts? What kind of haircuts are amazing? And then you end up on this tangent upon a tangent talking about haircuts when you're supposed to be talking about Shabbos. What's going on here? So in order to and eventually the Talmud will say something like Gufa, and you get back on the point and you go back to the discussion of carrying things on Shabbat. So it's very hard to find any specific law in the Talmud unless you literally know the entire Talmud. It's kind of like looking up, some of you on the call might be closer to my age, where you remember like phone books. These were kind of like big printed books. Books, by the way, are kind of like printouts you get from a printer, but they're bound on one side, so they're easy to carry. If you can imagine this thing called a phone book, right, where everyone's cell phone number, before they had cell phones, is actually printed there. And it's all in alphabetical order. If you want to know how to call someone, you up the book, you look up their name, and you call them. Well, can you imagine what it would be like if it was only loosely alphabetized? You had most of the A's in the first section, but some of them could be in the D or the F or the M section. You wouldn't know. You would have to literally read the entire notebook to know where you might find a D. The Talmud is organized like this, and it makes it wonderful, and it makes the study and highly vibrant. But it's like crazy if you just want to look up a particular law about whether or not this chicken is kosher or whether or not a barrel is barrel on Shabbat and things like that. So what he said was, in the Mishnah Torah, which literally means the repetition of the Torah, I'm going to go over all the laws through every single bit of Jewish writings, and I'm going to restate it in an organized, you can use the word Greek style, but it really is Greek style of systematization. So that all the laws of Shabbat are in one section that deals with the laws of Shabbat. And I'll break down that section because these are all laws about carrying on Shabbat. These are laws about haircuts on Shabbat. These are laws about everything. And you'll be able to actually look up things very quickly. That's why I call it the Mishnah Torah. Now, in order to simplify it, because it was intended for a larger audience, he wrote it in very basic Hebrew. It's kind of like middle school level Hebrew. If you have a child who's studying in middle school, they should be able to make their way through much of the Mishnah Torah. But he omitted all footnotes. He kept it very straightforward. And even when there was a dispute in the Talmud between two or more rabbis over what is the practice, and it's not clearly resolved in the Talmud, Maimonides took a position that the law follows Rabbi X and not Rabbi Y, and simply recorded it that way in his Mishnah Torah. This got him into trouble, as I will mention in just a second. So he wrote works like this that were hugely influential. This is really what's called a code of Jewish law, really influenced later codes like the Torah and the famous Shulchan Aruch, the set table that was written several centuries later. But one really important thing I got to mention about this that distinguishes him not only for being one of the very first people to attempt anything like this, certainly not of this scope and size, he also ruled on every possible aspect of the human condition, meaning later codes of Jewish law were much more modest in scope. They only dealt, for example, with the laws that apply to the post-temple era, because there's a lot of laws about how to offer sacrifices and a lot of agricultural laws, things like that, that would not apply necessarily when Jews are living in the diaspora. So they're much smaller and much more focused in nature. Maimonides ruled about everything. He ruled about the time when the Jews still had their temple and lived in Israel. He ruled about the times of the Messiah. What would happen when the Messiah came? The other later codes generally didn't go into this in detail, if at all. He ruled on all kinds of matters of personal opinion. Like there's actually a whole book called Hilchot Deo, which literally translates as the laws of having an opinion, right? And it talks not only about opinions like political opinions, it really focuses on, what is the right diet, what is the right attitude to other people, how do you focus your emotions, things like that. You don't normally see emotions legislated in a law code, but that happens in the Mishnah Torah because the Mishnah Torah and the Maimonides approach was, let's do the whole thing all at once. And that way, if you want to know the whole Torah, just start on page 1 of Mishnah Torah and go through the entire thing, which is, by the way, a revered Chabad practice in the 21st century. It started in the 20th century, where, they'll finish the entire Mishnah Torah either in a yearly or a triennial cycle, and it's an amazing achievement. So that's one area of his work, one category of his work. The other category of this, by the way, you can see the entirety of it. It's a massive thing. This is like a 14-volume set, and these are big format volumes, right? These are huge things. The other area in which he made tremendous contributions, and this is perhaps felt more in the outside world with influence on the scholastic philosophers, Thomas Aquinas and others, is he wrote a few works, the most important of which is clearly this one, that are designed for a very different audience, designed specifically for those intellectuals who are looking for philosophical guidance. But what is the meaning of Judaism? What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of our existence as a whole? So this book is the Moreh Nevuchim, the guide for the perplexed, or the guide for the wandering, the guide for us, the teacher of the lost, in which he addressed a specific individual, actually, in Judeo-Arabic, not in the more plebeian basic Hebrew that had a longer-lasting impact on the Jewish community in many ways. The Moreh Nevuchim went through all kinds of very difficult philosophical conundrums that really take their inspiration from many of the rationalist ideas of the Greeks, in particular Aristotle. Maimonides was very much enamored of Aristotle's thought. He only differed from him in certain key areas of philosophy. Otherwise, he felt that he was an incredibly enlightened individual and, in fact, had a lot to offer the world. The Moreh Nevuchim was also quite popular among the reading public, but both of these works got him into trouble. So much so that in southern France in particular, there was a tremendous amount of controversy directed against Maimonides in his lifetime and lasted for several centuries afterwards. The low point of it actually resulted in the public burning of Maimonides' works by the Dominican friars at Jewish suggestion. Really? I can't believe I said that. That's what it was. In Paris, in 1232, Maimonides' works were consigned to the flames because other Jews had denounced it as heretical to the church. And the church was actually invested in this, and so therefore they seized the opportunity to actually destroy works that they felt were heretical. 10 years later, they would do the same, by the way, to 24 wagon loads of very precious Talmudic manuscripts, a date that is still observed by some French Jews as a fast day to this day. And apparently, the books were burnt on exactly the same spot where 10 years earlier, Maimonides' books had been burned. It was a very dark and tragic period in which intellectual history to think of Jews denouncing the work of the great eagle such that they would be destroyed. Now, what were the objections? There were two major objections that we'll focus on for the brief time we have. With the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides was accused of hubris, of excessive arrogance and pride, which if you actually read Maimonides, you know how far he distanced himself from arrogance and strove for humility and achieved tremendous humility in his own person. And they argued that the reason why we see this is because, first of all, he's taken on this massive task of restating the entire Talmud, the entire corpus of Jewish law, and he doesn't provide footnotes. He doesn't clearly indicate when he disagrees with a different Talmudic figure. We'll see a little later an example of this shortly, where he simply encounters rabbis arguing Talmud, and he evidently chooses that one rabbi is correct, the other rabbi is not, because he only presents the correct opinion. Now, in Maimonides' defense, he wanted to write a simple book for more common readers, such that, he didn't want to burden the text with tons of arcane, essentially what would become footnotes. He simply said, this is the law. Follow this law. Do not follow these other opinions. Or he didn't actually say, don't follow these other opinions. He only included the laws that he felt would be followed. And that's not at all the nature of Talmudic debate. It has lots of back and forth. And in a sense, it was kind of like an attack on the entire rabbinical industry, because he said, you know what? I'm sure you guys are enjoying your Talmudic arguments in yeshiva, and they're wonderful, and I love them too. But you know what? People need a guide, and so therefore I'm just going to write all of the laws down here, which laws we follow, and I'll leave it like that. And other rabbis, particularly in southern France, said, hey, you can't do that. You're shutting out the entire debate that is endemic to the Jewish intellectual tradition. Now, ironically, the critics in many ways won, and Maimonides won. Maimonides won because we are still studying his work 1,000 years later, and the critics won because what ended up happening is there became another rabbinic industry of writing commentaries on Maimonides, some of which were composed by people like Rabbi Yosef Karo, who later went on to write the Code of Jewish Law. So there were even more commentaries available now on Maimonides himself. So ironically, both sides kind of came out ahead in the end because we still have a long-standing a body of questions about Maimonides' work. The criticism against his philosophical works, like the Guide to Reflex, were in some cases even sharper, however, because Maimonides did not make a secret of his devotion to the thought of Aristotle. He felt that Aristotle had a lot of really bright ideas. And by relying on Aristotle, it's kind of like saying, hey, the Greeks have wisdom too. And Greek, by the way, for much of the medieval period was considered synonymous with non-Jewish, right? Like Greek wisdom was the pinnacle of non-Jewish wisdom. And so here's Maimonides, who is accepting value from whatever source it derives from, and saying, yes, here, this is the way Aristotle sees the world. There's a lot that can be appreciated from a Jewish perspective in Aristotle. And so a lot of the more traditionalist Jews in southern France were saying, what? Oh my gosh, this is a rabbi who is quoting a pagan? This can't be. We've got to chuck it overboard. Or as we find later, actually during Maimonides, Maimonides' reliance on Aristotle, or his willingness to borrow from Aristotle, would of course be later replicated by many non-Jewish thinkers who read Maimonides and said, wow, he's smart. We should spend a lot more time studying Aristotle, and so on. So those are two reasons why he got into quite a bit of controversy that lasted for several hundred years, although the more new regime is still considered a tremendous classic 1,000 years after its composition. Okay, now let's actually look at some of Maimonides' work, and I want to tell you a little bit about why this is so personal for me. Those of you on this call, I saw the list of who signed up, and I appreciate it. You know that I have been involved for about a decade in a long-standing project. At this time of year precisely, we engaged in Maimonides on Teshuvah. Over the years, we've set up actually a learning community that has a couple of thousand members in a few different platforms. We've been learning with me every year, and I'm so pleased that so many people study. What exactly do we study for those of you for whom this is new? One of the sections of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah is really a very special work. It's his Hilchot Teshuvah, his laws of repentance. So 10 years ago, maybe a little longer than that even, as a personal act of attempt to repent of my own failings, I translated that into English. There are very serviceable and useful translations already available. They're available for free online at Chabad.org, with very good translation available there. But I thought, you know what, I'm going to work through it myself for my own purposes. And I shared the translation with a few friends. A few friends liked it. So a couple years later, I said, you know what, I'm just going to put it online. And this grew until where we are right now. Here, this is the 2020 edition of this book, which is pictured on the left. Maimonides on Teshuvah, the Ways of Repentance, where I essentially translated it and I offer a pretty chunky commentary afterwards. But this year, and by the way, this is not by the way, really central, because this is dedicated to my father, whose picture is here in the center of your screen, who passed away 6 years ago, and the book is dedicated to his memory. And I know just the kind of person he was. He really enjoyed introspection, reflection, self-improvement, and that's why I associate him so powerfully with the words of Maimonides. Anyway, this year is quite special because I go through the commentary again every year, and I revise it and revamp it. And this year, because of the coronavirus, it was an incredibly productive period of thought for me, and I'm hoping to share some of those ideas with you. If you look at the bottom of the book cover featured on the left, you see it says here the 8th edition, commentary revised during the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. We should all be rescued from this terrible disease as soon as possible. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is let's actually learn some materials together, okay? And let's go straight into the text here. I encourage you, of course, to join our learning communities. All of this is not the commentary, but the translation is already all online, and I have I think about 75 videos of varying length over the years that address this, and I encourage you to go to the Maimonides Facebook group or the YouTube channel and participate. So here's the very beginning of Maimonides on Tshuva. I just included the English part. These are the words of Maimonides himself. My commentary is in a smaller font on the right, and I just showed you 2 pages here. So Maimonides says that every commandment in the Torah, whether it's a commandment to perform some act or a commandment to refrain from some act, if a person transgresses and fails to perform or actually performs a forbidden act, then they have to confess before God. They have to do tshuva. Now, I've used this word tshuva many times. I get a feeling that almost all of you are very well familiar with this term, and because so many of you are familiar with the Rambam. But what tshuva basically means, I translate that to repentance, but that's not a good translation. The word tshuva in Hebrew really means to return, to come back, as a word to recenter, to get back to one's core priorities in life. That's what tshuva is. To return to one's beloved, return to one's family, return to God, return to one's true self. That's really what the concept of tshuva is. There are many mystical concepts as well, which we discussed in the book and elsewhere, but for now, that's a simple definition that's definitely an improvement on repentance, which sounds more like a afterthought. So look at the second paragraph. He says, how should a person confess? The person should say, please God, I have sinned. I have wronged, I have rebelled before you, and I've done such and such. Now note that there are several verbs going on here, and in fact later on he will break down what does it mean to sin as opposed to wrong, as opposed to rebel. You know, like they say, I'm not sure it's true, they say that the Inuit have 26 different words for snow. I think Jews have about 26 different words for sin, right? Different shadings of how bad the act was. At any rate, the essence of confession is this. It is reflecting on your own life, reflecting on the past year in particular as we go into Rosh Hashanah and identifying what you did wrong. We go to the last paragraph here. He says that no, actually, let's go to the end of the first paragraph. This is the essence of confession, and anyone who expands on such a confession, going into greater detail, deserves praise. Exact same phrase, by the way, used in the Haggadah when you're talking about the Exodus from Egypt. The more you talk about the details, the more praise you receive. So in the case of confession here, the other end of the Jewish calendar, from Passover now to the holidays, the more you actually get specific. Only between you and God. This is not like a Catholic confession to another human being. It's a confession to God and to yourself. Focus on how did I do last year. That is step 1 of tshuva. Just knowing what you're dealing with. And this is the psychological act of self, I don't want to say self-immolation, but at least self-examination. Rigorous. Put yourself in the crucible of your own history and try to imagine, did I do this right? Did I do this wrong? Did I treat that person correctly? That's really what's going on. Now, we'll look at the last paragraph here, the Rambam, who says, furthermore, anyone who harms another person, physically or financially, so in other words, we're talking about a transgression that's not between you and God, between you and yourself. But if you harm someone else, if you harm their financial status, if you harm their property, if you harm their emotional state, if you offend them, then you can do all the tshuva in the world for yourself. You have to make amends. Right? He continues, even though he may repay what he owes, you can, give money back to that person. In fact, later on, the Rambam will say, unless you take care of that, you're not walking into Rosh Hashanah with a clean slate. Hashem has the word. God says, well, I see you've done confession, very nice, but you still owe $10 to your neighbor. You didn't pay him back for it. But even when you got that done, if you haven't confessed it, if you haven't articulated it to yourself, you haven't made any progress. And tshuva will be held back. So you really have to go through this process first and foremost. That's the beginning of the laws of tshuva. One of the most amazing things about this book, and why you don't have anything like it in the later codes, is because Maimonides will now go through step by step. How does one do tshuva? How does one repent? How does one apologize? How does one make amends? How do you do it if the person is far away? If you don't know who that person is? What if you offend? Like, what if you say something wrong about a whole community? You have to do tshuva to that entire community. How do you do it? How does one possibly achieve those things? And then, this is an amazing step-by-step guide to how to make yourself a better person. In my humble opinion, it is the first guide of this nature, of this complexity, and this detail in the entire Western religious tradition. I am not anywhere near as well versed in the Eastern religious tradition, but I'd like to argue that Maimonides is probably first there too. This is a step-by-step, physical, concrete guide to how to make yourself a better person. You can see why I like reading this every year, right? And I actually approach the month of Elul with a lot of excitement and enthusiasm because I know this is going to be the month where I'm devoted to trying to figure out how to get past those obstacles I created for myself over the past year. Let's have a look at an example of this. So here, this is actually from chapter 4. There are 10 chapters. And I should also mention, by the way, oh my gosh, this is such a phenomenal book because in order to treat this topic specifically, it's not like talking about carrying barrels and what kind of barrels or what's in the barrels and how far you're carrying it. We're talking about deep philosophical, personal, psychological concepts. And so he gets into a lot of amazing things like, what difference does it make if you do tshuva? And it makes a lot of difference. In the beginning of chapter 3, a very chilling passage, he talks about how, the entire world is kind of like balanced on a fine point, whether it has a majority of positive merits or a majority of demerits. And in fact, if that tiny balance is ever changed, if that ecosystem of goodness is ever damaged, the entire world suffers. So he has to go into a lot of philosophical concepts in this book. He has to talk about, what is the meaning of good and evil? What is the nature of reward and punishment? Why does God even care about what we do? What happens life after death? Aren't we hardwired to do things we do? Is there such a thing as free will at all? Especially if God is omniscient, if God already knows what we're going to do. Doesn't that say that we don't have free will because our future's already planned out? These are the kind of deep philosophical inquiries that Maimonides makes in this book, and it is a work of soaring genius as you go through his explanation of these things at really a very fundamental level because this is a popular book. Okay, so look at this one here. There are 5 things that we assume a person cannot normally rectify through tshuva. He does this thing towards the middle of the chapters where he says that, these are really bad things. And you're going to be in big trouble if you ever do them. And you can't do tshuva. And later says, you know what? But tshuva, it beats everything. Nothing can stand in the way of tshuva, quote unquote. That if you repent, even of the most awful things, God will forgive you. This is how you repent. So here's an example. He starts out by saying, you can't normally rectify through tshuva. Later on, there is a way to do it. We'll talk about it. Because these are things that people don't take seriously. And people do this sin. They don't even catalog it in their brain as a sin. So when they come to the tshuva, they can't think of these things. 5 different things. First, one who eats as a guest at the table of a host who cannot afford the meal. This is a minor form of theft. The guest says, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't eat anything that he didn't offer me. So just think about Maimonides, what he's saying. He's saying that there are times when you take something from another person and you may not even realize it because the other person at least superficially offered it to you. What if you, for example, steal someone's time? You're on the phone with them. They say they've got to go, but you importune them to stay with you. So they do because people are polite and they stay with you. But in reality, you've stolen their time. You didn't respect their statement that they want to leave. So that's a form of theft. You can't be true for it. You can make yourself crazy about this. You go on and on, think about, oh my gosh, all the things I did. Nevertheless, let's not forget what the Arizal said. The holy mystic, the Arizal said that a person who doesn't find tears on Yom Kippur, on Tshuva, does not have a full heart. And that's a pretty strong statement. But I think what he means is that if you haven't gone through the process to dig deep enough to find the things you've done wrong, such that you bring yourself to tears, you haven't done this right. You haven't gone through tshuva completely. That's why Maimonides on tshuva is so helpful, because he walks us through step by step, rather than having an amorphous kind of like, I'm going to sit down all alone in a hut and like meditate on my failings, kind of depressing. He says, okay, let's look at this category. Did you do this? Think about your year. Did you do this? It's really very helpful. Let's look at, there's so much cool stuff here. Let's look at number 5. One who suspects the innocent, saying that this is no sin. I saw someone and I said, you know what? I suspect him or her of doing these things, right? Didn't take away anything from the person. Didn't even share with that person that you had that feeling about them. But the fact is, that kind of intellectual failure to have a generous opinion is something that Maimonides says you should reflect on that. You might have to do tshuva for it. Like, the sheer depths to which Maimonides descends in our personalities, in our psyches, try and identify those kernels of rot and decay is phenomenal. And one of the reasons why I love Maimonides so much. Okay, let's go to the last text. This is a book that has 10 chapters. There's tons of things in that to discuss. I'm only looking at a few items for our purposes. This is from chapter 7. Maimonides says, a master of tshuva. And by the way, there's a big distinction between a master of tshuva, so-called Baal tshuva. We use that terminology rather loosely today, but this is referring to someone who has truly done tshuva for their deeds. He makes a distinction between the master of tshuva and the master of tshuva, the complete master of tshuva. But that's more in chapter 2 and 3. Let's stick to chapter 4 now. A master of tshuva should not think he is far from the level of the righteous because of his past sins, committed intentionally or otherwise. This is not so. Rather, the master of tshuva is beloved and cherished by the Creator, as if his sins have never happened at all. Furthermore, the reward is greater, for the master of tshuva has tasted the taste of sin and separated from it, conquering his nation. The sages taught that in the place where the masters of tshuva stand, not even the completely righteous can stand. Meaning, their level is greater than the level of those who have never sinned, because they, the masters of tshuva, conquered their evil inclinations to a greater degree. That's an amazing concept. And now I want to just give you a little insight into Maimonides' take on this, and it goes back to something we talked about earlier with this controversy. Maimonides relies very, very heavily on Talmudic wisdom. Most of the things he says are drawn straight from Talmudic quotations. But scholars of Maimonides know, and there are many on this call, scholars of Maimonides know that looking very carefully at Maimonides' text and what he omits, sometimes how he reorders information, is extremely instructive and shows you the depth of his point of view. So this passage here about the master of tshuva, and the place where a master of tshuva stands, not even completely righteous can stand, that's in the Talmud, yes. And you know what? There's another opinion there too that says, no, not at all. The completely righteous are way more righteous than the master of tshuva. Why would you say that someone who did a sin and now repented? Very nice, sure, I love that. But why would you say that's better than a person who never sinned at all? How can you say something so, extreme? Maimonides doesn't even quote that. Right? Talk about the hubris that we discussed in the beginning, where he's making decisions as to what is the correct halakha. He doesn't even bother telling us that there are some people who feel that some rabbis who feel that the completely righteous are on a higher level than the masters of tshuva. Maimonides is clear. No, I'm sorry. If a person has sinned in the past and has overcome that sin, of course, it's a big deal to do that. But if a person has overcome that sin, then they rise to a higher level than even those people who have never sinned at all. A very encouraging thought. For those of us, myself definitely included, who have things we regret in our past and flawed personalities, Maimonides is kind of holding out some hope to us that, you know what? You can reach an incredibly high level of righteousness. You can become a great person. Here's how you do it in this book. Okay, folks, that's it for my comments on Maimonides for now. I'm really grateful for you being online with me so I can share with you my enthusiasm for this. I think that's it for the questions and answers. Thank you very much for attending, and I hope you all have a fantastic Rosh Chodesh Elul. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone. I want to first open by thanking the adult ed community and everybody else for pushing to keep programming even during these complicated times. But again, using the challenges of the day and using them as opportunities to be able to learn from speakers that we can't always have in person. We did have Dr. Davidson recently for Shabbos, I think right before the CM Shas. And that was a fascinating presentation. So it's certainly a pleasure to have him back this evening. Dr. Henry Evenson is the Dean of Torah College in Brooklyn, a specialist in Jewish history and thought, and has spoken in many different places. The topic this evening is a very interesting one, and certainly is on many of our minds. A plague epidemic in Jewish history, perspective and preparation of the Yom Noraim. As much as we feel like we are in a situation that we have never experienced beforehand, it's not the first pandemic in history, and it's not the first pandemic that has affected Jewish history. And many of the interesting chuvas that have existed throughout the centuries have come up again with the India and others, or Yisrael Salam, there's so many fascinating topics that unfortunately are coming up again, but maybe give us the physics in the same way that they arose to and from those situations, and hopefully was behind them and they were able to move forward, that here soon we will be able to as well.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, and thank you, Mr. Stu, for organizing this talk. I'm really very honored to speak to such a such an impressive gathering of people. And I'm a historian, so I spend most of my time thinking about things that already happened, that are all fallen, already overlaid. I don't know how well I'll do with it's a part of it, but Mr. Stu did ask me to try and spin this talk a little bit in that direction. So towards the end, hopefully I will share at least what I get from. So I have two things basically to start with. The first thing, as well as Zach said, we have been here. We as a world have experienced what everything this world has to offer, and plague is certainly among them. For example, the fascinating document from the Jewish National Library of Israel that is a prayer composed in Bombay of all places, three languages here, specifically regarding. So we know from place we have a lot of historical memory that relates to this situation. At the same time, we've never been here before. This is really an unprecedented era in so many ways. Unprecedented because it's the advent of new technologies that allow us to overcome some remarkable challenges associated with it. In two ways. One is we have the reasons for the plague in the first place is rapid, inexpensive global travel that allowed the plague to be detected in the closing weeks of 2019, and then shortly thereafter finding it on our own shores. This is something which allows the plague a tremendous vector of acceleration that we haven't had historically, but at the same time, we have never had the internet before. So while the plague drives us apart as a community, something which is very antithetical to so much of Jewish culture, the centripetal force of Jewish gregariousness drives us back together, and we're able to do it with things like soothsayers, for better or for worse. What does that mean for us as a society? This definitely has, for example, potential caustic effects on Jewish civilization, breaking apart those things which we work so hard to bring together. And although we may right now rejoice in the ability to be connected, including in this very sphere, there's some community associated perhaps with greater understanding of the past, we know on our own about this better discussion. So I have three objectives for our discussion tonight. The first is to give a brief overview of plague and pandemics in Jewish history. Just a very cursory superficial overview, but I think there's some interesting lessons derived. Second, perhaps some thoughts on our communal responses so far, meaning as far as the pandemic scoreboard goes, how have the Jewish communities adapted to our challenges? And finally, at Mr. Sisham's insistence, since we are now late in Elul, what does this mean perhaps on a personal level for how we orient ourselves to the young children? And I'll share with you some of my own thoughts and perhaps they may be useful as well. So let's go to the first objective, which is to discuss the historic buildings. To be sure, we have spent a lot of time thinking about pandemics ever since really the Jesus Christ. As you can see here from the Golden Haggadah, 14th century Spain, Haggadah, we have enjoyed all kinds of artistic depictions of these plagues in Egypt as part of our identity. The beautiful ideas that make up the Jewish self-image is so wrapped up with the plagues that affected Pharaoh and the Egyptians and then allowed us to be free. So you can see here the depiction of boils is something we certainly we were trained as children to appreciate what this must have been. And here's a beautiful art deco example, another Haggadah. This is the Byzantine Haggadah of 1920, and you can see very evocative, somewhat cartoon-like depictions, but certainly we grew up with these images. These are things that affected our psyche right from the very beginning. And so we are no strangers to plague. The vocabulary of contagion was certainly changed over time. Beginning with our earliest texts, the Bible in particular, there's a lot of discussion of different kinds of negative, different kinds of plague, saras, and so on. We have, obviously, when you look at these earliest sources, a lot of supernatural etiology. These plagues primarily associated with divine punishment, as the Egyptians, obviously, but also in the case of, for example, Miriam with the Russian Torah, the idea of character assassination resulting in a type of plague. So it's not necessarily a scientific model by our contemporary standards, but a lot of scientific responses evolved as a result. The biblical president describes quarantine, although not using that term, which is, of course, much later, indicates specifically a 40-day period of isolation with quarantine. And even social distancing. I mean, someone puts the machane, kind of the camp, is something that we find in our earlier sources. We also have a lot of fascinating discussion in our earlier sources about vectors of infection, like homes that are infected, clothing that is infected, whether you can sit on a blanket that has been infected, all kinds of things like this. They're rife in the earliest texts and also in the oral tradition of those. And I would like to suggest perhaps that this early concentration on plague may have propelled many a young boy into the medical profession and later, of course, now as well. But if we skip over the biblical texts, which have some very rich depictions of plague affecting both Jews and non-Jews, including some kind of fascinating dilemmas like David's dilemma, which we actually read every day in the weekday chakras. When David says to God, he's essentially responding to God the Navi's challenge that he's going to be punished, and he has to choose between famine, war, and plague, and David chooses plague over the other two punishments because he wants to be placed in the mercy of God's hands rather than at the mercy of other people. Or, for example, or he accused of hoarding his wealth because he was, after all, king by subjecting himself to famine. He wanted to be treated equally and he chose plague. So we have this kind of thing really very deeply embedded in the biblical tradition. Moving a little bit further, the first kind of mysterious case of plague in the period of late And in this context, I'm putting a question mark on the reasons that you see is the great theory of plague of 132. And I'm sure you've all heard of it, though probably not by that name, because after all, this is the plague that affected Rabbi 24,000 students who all died in a single season. And it is as a method of semi-mourning to commemorate that period of Spira, when, depending on which tradition you're associated with, there'll be refrain haircuts, live music, and all kinds of things. Now, looking at the Talmudic text that describes this, I'm sure many of us call it familiar, the Talmud says that it was a disease called askara, which is typically translated as diphtheria. And that would be pretty amazing, especially because for some reason it seems to only affect young men of military age who were studying under the great Rabbi Akiva. But there's a kind of a fascinating one-word hint as to something else that might have gone on. That's in Rabbi Shavira Gaon's history of the Talmud, which was written quite a bit longer later. We're talking about 600-700 years later, but he wrote, apparently based on the oral tradition, that it was not Askara that killed the students of Rabbi Akiva, but rather persecution. Persecution from whom? Persecution from the Roman Empire, because this was deep in the throes of the Bar Kokhba Revolution. This coin shown here is a coin from that period. It's actually recently discovered this summer. And Rabbi Akiva was, of course, a great supporter of Bar Kokhba in his attempts to throw off the Roman yoke from Israel. It ended terribly with the Romans, after a hard-fought battle, eventually crushing the rebellion and destroying the Jewish population in the province of Yehuda, and of course putting Rabbi Akiva to death in a horrible way, making his flesh off his bones with the iron rods, iron rakes. But it's not at all impossible to imagine that the massacre of 24,000 students was not a natural event, but was in fact Roman persecution. So if that is the case, this is a Talmudic example of euphemism. We can't really call it an epidemic. What we can point to, however, is that Rabbi Akiva did spend energy searching for a vaccine for the causes of this disease. He argued that it was primarily due to the students not showing proper respect for each other, and their lack of mutual respect led to divine punishment in the same kind of way that we saw in the biblical period, and that's really what that was the fundamental reason for the downfall. So we really can't take any hard and definitive lessons from this area. And let's look at the 14th century, which is the period which is typically known as the plague. Definitive article plague, and that's supposed to be bubonic. This is a disease that ravaged Europe and the Mediterranean basin in the middle of the 14th century. There's some dispute over the actual vector, but most historians and biologists argue that there's a particular type of Asian flea that caught a ride on some boats that were trade in the Mediterranean, and that flea infected rats. The rats spread throughout the area, and this will become relevant in a moment. And the mortality rate was incredible, as high as 50% in some communities, until it finally wore itself out. An absolutely devastating death within the space of just a few years fundamentally altered the trajectory of European civilization and required the development of new technologies. Ironically, in many ways, it's very similar to our own time. Let's look specifically at how the Jews encountered this period. So one of the things that Jews often believe is that there was some kind of Jewish relative immunity to the plague for one of several reasons. It turns out that none of these reasons actually have any scientific basis. For example, the notion of Jews were communists. That is probably true because Jews would typically bathe an astounding once a week. It's considered, just unhygienic for medieval standards to bathe so often. But bathing in honor of Shabbos once a week is certainly not meeting any kind of standard of hygiene that would, successfully repress any kind of contagion. Secondly, Jews wash their hands before eating, at least people wash before eating bread. But this was typically done just with water. It's not done with any kind of soap, which, as we know, is something that brings down the coronavirus, for example. There's an interesting theory since it's believed that the bubonic plague is carried by rats, and it is a widely accepted truism, although I've never seen any hard facts about this, that Jews prefer to keep cats rather than dogs, and the cats would chase away the rats, leaving the Jews less likely to catch the plague. Once again, we do have some passages in the Talmud that say one should not own a bad dog or a dangerous dog. Nothing that I'm aware of that specifically prohibits cats, but it's hard to believe that this is really a significant factor. What is probably true is the opposite, that the Jews likely suffer much worse than non-Jews because Jews are historically quite urban in nature. We like to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of at least one Chinese restaurant, hopefully a pizzeria as well. These are the kind of things that we live for. And so Jews living in urban centers are subject to what's called urban penalties by sociologists. The close contact that Jews had with one another in the cities, villages, and towns made them much more susceptible to diseases like this. So it's more likely than not that Jews actually suffered worse than non-Jews in the Black Plague, and we simply don't have good data on that. I've already mentioned these two things, and just to give you a sense about what it must have been like to visit the mikvah, to disabuse you of any notion that that was somehow a great cleansing act. It's true that Jews were required to bathe beforehand to remove the chatzitza, to remove any kind of separation between their skin and the water. I'd like to show you an example of a period mikvah which still exists, actually from the 14th century in Carpentras, France. I was very fortunate before the virus to be able to visit this location, I think a year and a half ago. And this short video, which I'll show you now, shows you two mikvahs in the basement and the sub-basement of this 14th century synagogue in France, on the Rhone River. The upper one, which you'll see first, was built in the 18th century, and that in itself is fascinating. The second mikvah, which you see towards the end of the video, it's only a 2-minute video, you'll see what it must have been like. This is the mikvah in the 14th century. The basement of the Carpentras synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would gather for services, which they would listen to through a vent in the room. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This building is from the 18th century.
Okay, and the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which was shortly that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikvah, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's right from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, because it's really the height of the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, and there's no natural light can descend into the space. they use, and one for Passover. But the most amusing thing about the Kapsel are the discoveries associated with the new excavations, and these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
Okay, so you get a sense of what it must have been like immersed in the 14th century, and no way did it be very Now, what definitely you did feel during the 14th century was a social upheaval that went along with the devastation of the Black Plague. All troops of penitents, Christian penitents, used the plague as a massive punishment from God, would travel around Europe. They were so-called flagellants. You see here that they're actually whipping themselves as a form of penance for their imagined sins. I use another example of flagellants from that period. And they would go around looking for, people to repent, to force them to repent. These were often a likely target, as we should see. Here's some absolutely terrifying examples of the horrors that came out of the Black Plague. This particular series represents death as a kind of egalitarian marauder who takes from all levels of society. He takes a nobleman in his knight's armor. He takes a wealthy merchant. You can see in the background the hourglass. Time is up. Will help him even a young couple after difficult. And this particularly terrifying example of a young child being taken away from a poor family. There's no distinction made as to race society whatsoever, including the Jews. And the Jews, of course, as a result of this suffered tremendous violence. The Jews were typically blamed for the spread of disease because it was widely believed that the Jews had entered into a pact with lepers, had taken their diseased body parts, dumped them into the wells of Europe, and poisoned the water for everybody. This is actually a St. Valentine's Day massacre from 1349 in Strasbourg, France, and the Jews are featured here being publicly burned because it was believed they were at the center of this. There's actually a lot of connections in modern day thought, specifically in the notion of a conspiracy theory that Jews had found some other partners that they could bring into this conspiracy that was deeply misanthropic in nature. This particular example from Joshua Crafton was the devil Jews, their lower work on anti-Semitism that it shows on the left a Jew wearing a sort of oriental turban. Often Christian artists use that to try and designate Jesus being exotic and different. And on the cross is the victim of a blood libel charge. The argument that Jews used to kidnap and kill Christian children to take their blood for various purposes. And in this particular example, in his left hand, the Jew was holding a little pouch that contains the body parts, the cast off body parts of lepers. He's putting it in the well, and out corkscrewing from the water is some kind of devilish demon who urinates his poison back into the water, thus spreading the contagion throughout the Europe. This is the idea of Jews and blamed for the religions. We see this particular theme of Jews and connection illness really stretched from the Black Death all the way through to the modern period. The Nazis were very fond of portraying the German. This example here, Nazi propaganda from Poland, shows that you should be aware of Jews, the frighten the Jews because they carry typhus. And there's actually some specific connections with, here's something also from the Nazi period that gives across the conspiracy notion that at the center of das Jüdische Kultclub, the Jewish conspiracy plan, there are all these different groups, they're naming all these people, including Rothschild, Churchill, Stalin, and of course, but they're somehow connected with somebody, Baruch and somebody, and most of them were all involved in this conspiracy. Just to give you a little bit of a chill, I felt this chill when this particular act was
published in a British paper that also has this kind of like conspiracy feel to it, flow charts, and although there are the sort of ominous looking silhouettes of Jews, clearly labeled as a very Jewish document that the Yeshiva University Star Academy Yad Israel portrayed as Western language. So, this was not, I think, intended as an anti-Semitic prediction, but nevertheless makes me nervous about things. So this is the experience primarily of Jews in the Black Death, and it resonated really for centuries afterward. The idea of the Jews to blame for disease, Jews acting in a conspiracy, these are things which we felt even in the 20th century. So there are numerous plays, larger and smaller, of course, that punctuate the centuries. Some of them take some of the greatest thinkers in Jewish thought. For example, the phenomenal Ramat, Moshe Cordero, the author of Torah, the author of Pardes Momin, first great synthesizer of Kabbalah. Took a lot of these rather bizarre, strange ideas of the Zohar and laid them out for the first time in a systematic way. His death was in the 16th century in Tzfat. Of course, he was one of the major figures of the great resurgence of spirituality. In Tzfat, the Jews were lost into a place. Similarly, incredible Gaon with Moshe Sato, who lived a life of phenomenal genius and intellectual productivity, very prolific career, yet hounded by his critics right across Europe, from northern Italy until he finally found refuge in Amsterdam. And then, although he was bound by oaths that he was being by to Bate Din, not to engage in political study and teaching in particular, until he was 40 years old and until he lived in planet Israel, he undertook to take his family from Amsterdam to Israel at 1938, and he died there of a plague, probably cholera, just a few months shy of his 40th birthday, truncated and otherwise brilliant. There are so many individuals at various points in time in Jewish history that succumb to plagues. It's definitely something to take it. Some of the best minds. But we're trying to look more at sort of communal reactions, communal responses. And I think one of the places where you see this, especially, is in the 18th century. This is a brilliant title by Ellie Fisher, a scholar of Israel, wrote in a time of cholera. I hope some of you appreciate that title. And in particular, you see a huge spread of like searching for Kabbalistic suggerot or remedies, sort of like devices to try and protect people from the plague. This is especially strong in the 17th century. Again, Europe at that time was reeling from the tobacco of the Shabbatite Tzvi, false messiahship, and many Jews were turning to this kind of extra-rational Kabbalistic devices. Very well placed in Jewish intellectual history, however. The amulets are pretty much as old as Jewish writings. But people like Rabbi Rothschild were heavily criticized for creating various types of amulets like this one, which were designed to ward off contagious disease. This is, of course, before we had any kind of scientific basis for contagion, although the Talmud does point to a lot of common sense rules about how to avoid crowded places and avoid certain types of contaminants. Nevertheless, there was no real strategy other than sort of isolation and the use of these amulets, for which, by the way, Rabbi also suffered tremendous persecution. We begin to see real changes in the later 18th century with the scientific innovation of vaccination. Vaccination, you might be studying in Spanish, you may recognize the word vaca in there, or cow, because many of our early vaccines were based on cowhide. It basically involved, and this is something that, by the way, the Chinese had for centuries and centuries. They would take, for example, the carcasses of diseased animals, and they would grind their flesh sometimes into dried out powders. They would inhale the powder to try and give themselves natural or acquired immunity. This came to Europe in the 18th century as Jenner and others began to experiment with this. They didn't get injections right away. They would kind of do things like roughen up the skin on the forearm and then lay on a piece of flesh from some kind of animal to try and develop, or from the skin of something, for example, smallpox, which was a tremendous scourge of the era. And as this began to become much more prominent, Catherine the Great, the Tsarina of Russia, mandated the first wide-scale inoculations. You begin to see that Jews are coming around to this new science as well. In a famous work, Ale Trupa, a very early modern work of medicine by Rabbi he specifically argued for vaccination as early as 1785. This is after tragically losing two of his own children to smallpox. And the sort of Jewish rabbinic mindset adopts this very early on. We see very strong leadership, particularly in Germany. We see very Israel, really the premier example of the Yekish values of modernity and Torah simultaneously. Strongly urging Jews to adopt this Jewish methodology. And of course, we have big figures like William Salt here, an American who discovered the vaccine for polio. And this is something that is very entrenched in Jewish thought, and I'd like to come back to a little bit later. But the adoption of science and data-based approaches to contagion and disease is very prominent in the early modern period. Jews are early adopters of this, and they believe in science. The background of Jewish culture is really quite amenable to the adoption of science. Also, Kabbalistic remedies, things like that, are not necessarily invalidated by science, but they can, sort of support science or vice versa. But there's no question of Jews believe in science as a valid reaction to mutation. At the same time, you have more standardized responsive literature that clearly indicates that social distancing techniques should be employed. The influence cholera epidemic in 1831, and this is, by the way, before it's discovered that cholera was waterborne. To track down the source of the bad water, you can really take care of the disease as a whole. When people didn't know where it was coming from, Rabbi behavior put out some really fascinating social distancing regulations. He argued that minyanim should not be larger than 15 people at a time. And amazingly, he also argued that, if necessary, the non-Jewish police authorities should be brought into force maximum in time. Can you imagine, calling the police to make sure that we don't have more than 15 people in a given city? But that is precisely what Rabbi argued for. He also introduced a fascinating Yiddish, which I didn't realize until I started doing research for this, which has become the de facto custom of Ashkenazi synagogues. The custom was, and of course you can read Shulchan and Rabbi and so on, there's a lot of regulations about this. It's kind of strange when you think about our current practice. But the custom was, particularly in the Muslim region, that only one person said Kaddish per document. And that meant that you had multiple people who were in a veilus. They had to, figure out Kedima. They had to figure out who had priority over the other. But according to the questions that were put to Rabbi Hager, the demand was so significant after the cholera epidemic that he revealed that many people can simultaneously recite Talmud. And that is, in fact, the dominant reality that everybody who's not Muslim says the Mortar Scottish together. And you could have, not only 20, 30 people saying Kaddish at the same time, and that's largely because of this cholera epidemic and the behaviors and response to it. Also very well known, although somewhat disputed in its details. There are a few different accounts, and it's hard to exactly listeners, but apparently the most popular version of this is that on Erev Yom Kippur, of course, fasting, but the Yisrael Salanter got up because of the cholera epidemic. He made kiddush in front of the entire congregation and ate in front of everyone in order to indicate that the impetus to preserve one's health actually overrules laws of fasting on Yom Kippur, and he demonstrated it with his own body in order to make sure that people would have the questions about it. And perhaps here I should return to really something I wanted to say earlier about the Jewish mindset, but I think predisposes Jewish civilization towards a science-based approach. Very clear in my reading, at any rate, halacha, that we have this concept of Amira Satanta. I'm sure the Raj, perhaps in the question and answers, will be much more enlightened on this. But the concept is that danger is more serious than prohibition. In other words, a physical danger to life or health is priority over a religious injunction. So whole simon, a big chunk of the simon in Yoredea, the Shulchan Aruch, Holy Jewish law, that goes through all kinds of bizarre practices that would normally be forbidden. But if they have a chance of being an effective therapy for an illness, then they should be adopted. Because this concept that the danger to health is more serious than religious injunction. I think, it reminds me very much of my own grandparents, my own parents. I think this is kind of drilled into our Jewish psyches from our childhood. We have to take care of their health first. And I believe they were probably, channeling hundreds and hundreds of years of Jewish intellectual tradition when they were teaching us. And you see this very clearly from the Yisrael Salanter's activity, and we see that so that brings us really to the tremendous year 2020 and challenges of COVID-19, which have been absolutely horrific. We in New York and suffered greatly, suffered badly. There is no one who does not have a first or second degree appointments. There's not suffering from it. Many of us who show on this call had a personal bout with COVID-19, but so how have we reacted in our times? Now I'm trying to use my hat to story a little bit. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of COVID-19 history is that the prevalence of worldwide rapid communication allowed posting like Rabbi Herschel Schachter shown here, according to American posted, to not only respond to questions related to this illness, but to even proactively legislate, which is, by the way, something which is not typically the way halacha works. Halacha, Jewish law, typically reacts to a situation. Someone has a question, and a person provides an answer. But even the rapid exchange of information globally and the incredible need for information to be disseminated as rapidly as possible, a lot of the answers were coming before most people even had the questions. And we shocked them, especially prolific. I just read in great journalist Peter Goldschmidt. He wrote kind of a journalistic book review of a new book that just appeared. It's a 600-page compendium of halacha on COVID-19. It's very neat book, and it includes stuff from Rabbi Herschel Schachter and many others. But think of it. COVID-19 has been with us since the spring, and we already have a major authoritative 600-page guide how to deal with COVID-19. This is not typically the way that halacha faces itself. This is a dramatic escalation for the sake of human life. I think that's very, very impressive. And of course, there are many surprising things. and for many surprising statements. For example, this amazing letter that she wrote in May from the young Israel of Deerfield Beach. And once the decisions were made to restrict the number of people in Kenya, here's a letter written. The signator was the executive board, and I presume that this is the president and perhaps the chairman of the board. Writes, "Dear young Israel Deerfield Beach members, listen to the tone of this. It is with complete disgust and revulsion that we are forced to share with you that in spite of our own words of Ashram, the leader of our community, the authority, clear legal guidance, and those who you and Israel, Judah, and so on and so on, there were a number of people who blatantly violated our school's policy and indeed participated in a rogue minion, right? As this is the ultimate breakaway minion, this past show. This level of raw chutzpah and dangerous, bold and italics, so based to screw up the process. Potential danger to life. Cannot be tolerated. This type of behavior and the individual perpetrator must be responsible for significant consequences, and therefore, the people who went to that rogue minion will be stripped of any current positions and schools, denied any forms of community and honors, including Elias, Kriya, etc., banned from our local Chinese eatery, incredible punishment, lucrative stamps and punishment. But nevertheless, this gives an indication of the strength of a motion. But on the one hand, there are us who went to the Roman, after all, they are thinking that they are fulfilling God's word by attending a prayer forum, but at the same time, by violating the community standard as set down by the Rav, they're crossing the red line that is such a public disease that was posted all over the internet. So these are some of the central challenges that we are facing in our own society that may have, some political background to them, but I do believe that this concept of a health danger is more serious than religious prohibition, which is ultimately going to drive us. So I'd like to now, and now definitely my historian has completely fallen off my head because I'm going to address Mr. Steve's suggestion that we see if we can derive some direction for ourselves when we come to I want to mention, of course, that this is not my comfort zone. I'm typically a bit more comfortable talking about things that are written down in books and now I'm sort of thinking about things in the future. But I will share with you three things that I know at this time of the year and they change a little bit as a result of COVID. The first thing that I do, which I'm not going to share with you in great detail, but is that my wife and I, every Elul, we write a unique sabah. Yeah. Specifically the last will and testament, disposition of our property and assets, but it is an ethical will. This is a very old tradition. Many Jews have this back easily to the age beyond of writing a letter to your children about what you value and hoping that they will continue. And we write a different letter for each of our children and our children-in-law and our grandchildren, trying to say something meaningful because their advice, who knows what's going to happen in the coming year. By the way, just a small side point, I can't mention this. Perhaps the most famous sabah of all time, the famous ethical will of all time, is now written around the 12th century by Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, very important Ashkenazi figure. And wrote a long ethical will, which is studied to this day. I have a printed bound copy of it in my own library, in which he includes all kinds of specific, commandments for his children. One of which is that none of them ever marry a spouse with the same name as one of their own parents. And this is a widespread thing, right? Yaakov will never marry Shendel if Yaakov's mother is also named Shendel. Shendel, the Kala, will have to get another name like Shendel Chaya or something like that in order. And there's no basis for this anywhere in the recorded tradition, neither in the written Torah, the oral Torah, the Kabbalah. Nobody's ever found a source for this. So the reason I'm telling this is because the Hutzler Rabbi, a very important 19th century Hasidic rabbi, he once wrote that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known how seriously people would take that particular rule that he wrote down in his Torah, he would have included the Ten Commandments as well. That's a joke. I can't tell you laughing, but I forgot that. That's good. Thank you for that. So anyways, that's the first thing I do. I won't tell you too much about that. The second thing I do, which I'm very proud of, I think it's a good thing for me, is I go back to the Rambam. The Rambam, Maimonides, wrote the first guide to Tshuva, the first guide to repentance, the first how-to guide. There were scattered references everywhere throughout the rabbinic tradition, but no one had brought these ideas together, systematized them, organized them, and made a practical, numbered list of how to do it. An amazing to-do list, and I strongly believe every person should study in my evaluation. It's really, really deeply philosophical. There's all kinds of areas. Now, I've been doing this for close to 20 years, and about 12 years ago, I decided on my own my own project is I would translate it into English, which I did, and I shared it with some of my friends. My friends liked it, so the next year I improved the translation. A couple years later, I actually put it on the internet, and it ended up becoming popular. So now the tremendous facility of internet-based publishing, this is the 2020 edition of this translation and commentary. And as you can see, the 8th edition here says commentary revised during the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. So I'd like to share with you two little bits that I received on my own yearly reading of the Rambam, because I went through it this year after the horrible spring that we went through. And I think there are two major takeaways that I get. Here at the beginning of this book, he says, and I'll just translate it for you, every mitzvah is in the Torah. They not say, whether it's a thou shalt or a thou shalt not. A person transgresses any of them, whether intentionally or not. The first thing a person has to do is confess those sins. The first thing you have to do is take stock. This is the beginning of Tshuva. Take stock of your year and figure out where did I go wrong? What did I mess up? I mentioned I do three things in my development. The first thing is that it's about to my children, my wife. The second thing is I go through the Rambam, before I books. And the third thing is I have my Musar checkup with relation. It's my father, the young Israel of Lawrence Sears, and I usually make a good hour, 9-minute appointment with him to say, okay, Rabbi, I have to get my Musar. I messed up so bad this year. So I went through some things with him to try and work out some of my own ideas and try to work through some of my own conflicted attitudes. And one idea that came through as we were talking this elbow was something that I've really been thinking about a lot. This is from the commentary that I put in this in my Martyrs on True Book, and you see, sometimes like every new piece I've given this little coronavirus icon to it. So what I really think about a lot in this confession aspect of it, and I think it's useful for you as well, maybe support, I found it very productive to review my year and think about what did I waste my time. Was something like when people are getting sick and dying, and you hear about people who are perfectly normal on Monday, they stay there in the hospital, and then they die on Shabbos after. That is a major centering moment. You have to say, what was I so worried about this little argument, or that little problem, or this tiny amount of money? And I think the confession that I'm really going to focus on when I go to the this year is to think, was I thinking about Rothschild facing such serious events? Second element that I'd like to share with you, the final element, is this amazing section of Rabbi. This is the chapter 3. And I'm sure many of you, if you've ever looked at this section of the Rabbi, will be familiar with it, because it is absolutely shows. He writes, I'll just One whose merits exceeds the merits is righteous. One whose merits exceeds the merits is wicked. They're equal in number of 50 yards each of each. As if the Rambam doesn't run the same way that the Balatanya does, but they're indifferent, or at least it's not a different. It's the same thing with an entire nation. If a country has majority merits, great. Majority demerits, not so great. And so does the entire world. And the Rambam continues, a couple of blocks later, he writes that the right attitude when you're going into Rosh Hashanah is to regard yourself not as being righteous. Don't say, oh, I'm all good with my righteousness. I must be a majority. You have to think, well, wait a second, I'm a majority. I am right on the knife edge of too many demerits. And any action I take right now could tip the balance, not only for me, but for the country, and in fact, the entire world. So minorities of brilliantly and chillingly places really the fate of all humanity in our individual hands with this alliance, empowering us and charging us that during the period of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur in particular, it says in Yeshua, we really pay tremendous attention to our interactions with others and to be sure that we are building up assets for ourselves and for the entire world. Now, one of the things I reflected on is my commentary, when I used to read this for so long, for many years, I always thought about the Cold War. I always thought about how the United States and the USSR were always perched on the edge of the someone were to flip the switch and they had mutually assured destruction. That's what it. And that was kind of like, a science fiction kind of imagination. But with coronavirus, the way in which this disease introduces itself is so capricious and so facile that people are worried about touching each other, standing within 6 feet of each other, breathing on each other, hearing the shofar. It's so tender, so touch and go. Every little action so strong that these so just like in the beginning, in the first halakha, he's saying, take stock of yourself, take stock of what you waste your energy on. In this particular halakha, I'm thinking everything counts, every decision is so crucial. And that's terrifying, but at the same time empowering. And that's what I'm going to try and do. With that, I have come to the conclusion of my presentation, and I'll be happy to take some questions. But I want to first wish all of you Stephen Chassina Tova. Hope that in the excuse of our learning this together, hopefully we will all merit a Shana Torah with Rothschild in Pakistan. Thank you very much for listening. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so thrilled to see you all again this semester. It is such a rare privilege to be able to speak to you about things that I find so fascinating. And it's amazing to me that so many other people enjoy these things too. You know, I can't talk about it at home because my wife is our history, please. But it's really great that we have a little bit here, and I'm looking forward to an absolutely fantastic semester this year. As you can see from all the men who are coming in tonight's men's night, thank God the college is really booming. We're having a tremendous semester. Our enrollment is really growing in a very significant way. And hopefully we can grow this program as well. It's great to see so many of you here on the first night. And otherwise we should run out of seats. So the topic that we're going to look at this semester is one that I've avoided for a long time, primarily because I don't have a strong sort of like personal cultural historical affinity. As you can tell from my superior sense of fashion and my sense of humor, I'm a Litvak or an Ashkenaz, so I don't know a lot about the Sephardi, but I have had so many requests for people to speak about Sephardic history that I really can't put it off any longer. I'm also a little bit intimidated because I have not studied the languages involved in great depth. My Spanish is pretty weak. And my Arabic is almost non-existent, but I'm going to challenge myself and push myself to be able to see something with some intelligence, I hope, this semester. Luckily, today is not so bad because we're going to be in the Roman period, so Greek and Latin are languages that I had the merit to study in my undergraduate days, so it's a little bit easier. But with that said, let's go straight into the material, and I'll give you an overview of what we've planned. So the topic is the Jews of Sfarad. Sfarad is a term we'll explore its etymology shortly, but basically refers to the Iberian Peninsula, which is, for our purposes, basically Spain and Portugal. The Jews of Sfarad have a very distinct identity that is perhaps stronger than any other Jewish subgroup in our entire history. Maybe perhaps the Baghdadi Jews have a stronger sense of identity, but really the Sephardim have maintained their identity despite 500 years of exile from their homeland. So exile within an exile, a Sephardic exile within a Jewish exile, it's really kind of an amazing thing. And so what we're going to do is over the first half of this academic year, the fall, it looks at the history of the Jews of this region up until the Great Expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese events of 1497. And then in the spring, we'll continue with the Sephardic diaspora, which then gets more confusing because they intermingle with many of the populations of the East, the Mizrahi communities, and we'll tease that apart over the next few semesters. We are very grateful to our sponsors, the Jewish Pro-Life Foundation, who donated this lecture in memory of David and Dorothy Rugman. And to let all of you know, but of course to let the internet audience know, which by the way has grown significantly. We hit the million views mark a few months ago, and thank you. And we're encroaching on 10,000 subscribers. That number really sounds good, so I'm looking forward to hopefully getting that number. I'll share it with you. But the point of all of this, the reason why we do this, besides the fact that it's really fun to talk about Jewish history, is that we want to raise funds for our undergraduate students. It's all, well and good for us. We're all adults and we have some free time to spend studying these things. But we have to give our young people the wherewithal to be able to complete their degrees and achieve enough disposable income to be able to get away for a Monday night. So our scholarship has raised so far $7,096. I have a goal of $100,000. It's a little bit away, but don't worry, we have a few weeks to hit that goal. You can certainly donate online. Sponsorship of a lecture is $250. Your presence here is sufficient sponsorship for me. I'm very grateful to have a live audience. But if you'd like to help out our students, that's really very worthwhile for all of us. Okay, so as I mentioned, the fall lecture series is going to be associated with the Jews of Iberia and the Jews of Sfarad from the earliest times, which is going to be our topic today, until the expulsion of 1492. Just to give you a sense of this period, we're going to concentrate especially on the Jews of the Muslim era. And by the way, I should also take note that tonight, of course, is the anniversary of the terrible attacks on this country of 9/11. We live in very heightened times of great tension between Western civilization and Islamic civilization. And, we're so wrapped up in many of the political contexts that are so brutal and so vital even today in the Middle East and even here in America that we lose sight of the larger historical picture. Ironically, as we'll discuss more towards the end of today's lecture, but certainly in coming lectures, we're going to be studying a period of remarkable friendship and amity between Jews and Muslims, a period of great coexistence that allowed the Jews to flourish in a Muslim environment in a way which really, we only saw glimpses of this in ancient Babylon and perhaps in modern America. So we'll explore that. We'll also explore the roots of the discord that would develop and eventually rise in great violence in the 19th century in particular, but that's going to be for the second semester. But we're going to concentrate on the Jews of Muslim Spain, Al-Andalus, which goes from the conquest of 711 to the full expulsion of the Jews from Christian Spain in the 15th century. Just to give you a sense architecturally of the feel of this culture, this is the Gate of the Lions. It's a plaza inside the Alhambra, which is associated with one of the greatest Jewish figures of the period, Shmuel HaNagid, also known as Samuel Ibn Agrela, who is one of these remarkable figures, unique in Spain in many ways, who achieved excellence both as a secular individual, active in politics, active in the military. He was the commander of the armed forces, and at the same time, a Talmud Chacham, a person who is regarded as a great Talmudic scholar as well. And he's associated with this particular plaza of the Lions that shows some really beautiful Arabic-style architecture. Here's another view of the Lions themselves. You can see that it's really quite a distinctly beautiful culture that has lasted, dates back about 800 years. Just gives you a sense of the beauty and power of this unique Jewish Islamic civilization that we will be exploring. The plans for the spring, of course, are going to be quite different, because then we'll be looking at the Sephardic Jews in exile as they were dispersed from the Iberian Peninsula throughout the Mediterranean basin into Central Asia in some cases, and then, of course, up into Northern Europe, places like Amsterdam, where they had a huge impact, people like Spinoza and so on, and also out to the New World. We'll look at crypto Jews, we'll look at the Jews of New Mexico, and all kinds of fascinating consequences of this 500 years ago event. So that's basically what we're planning to do for the entire academic year. Any questions or arguments at this point? Not yet. Good. I'm really excited, so let's get straight to the material. So, why is there an exception for the Spartan? Why is there an Iberian exception? I don't know. Hopefully, by the end of this term, we'll be able to determine some thoughts for ourselves. But let us understand what is unique about Sephardic Jewry. I would like to, at this initial moment, point out two very distinct things about Iberian Jewry that make them stand out in high distinction from Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Shown here, of course, the statue in Cordoba of the great eagle, Nesher Hagadol, the Maimonides, who is one of these uniquely Sephardic figures who was elevated to a position of world fame for his philosophical thought. Also, at the time, of course, he was a very famous physician, serving to the royalty in Cairo at that time. But his roots were in Spain. He referred to himself as a Sephardi, the Sephardic one, because he was very proud, like many Jews for hundreds of years, of his Sephardic heritage, even though he was exiled as a result of a brief but powerful period of Islamic extremism. So he's an exceptional figure, but he's not exceptional within Spain. Is that so? There are really a number of figures that are associated with this unique confluence of secular and religious authority and capacity that we find in Spain. We definitely find, I think we'll zoom in, yes, here, this is, for example, the Spanish government even though they had expelled the Jews, they're still proud of the Rambam. They still put him on their stamps like this to indicate that, there's this unusual aspect of Sephardi Jewry that they're being able to excel in both of these areas. They're able to find a unique balance between the secular and the religious that is a very hard balance to strike anywhere else. In Ashkenazic lands, you do find Jews who excel in the secular, particularly when you get to the early modern period, the Enlightenment. Then you find an explosion of Jews who are very prominent in the sciences, in all of the humanities, the arts, and so on. But you don't find those people, those Einsteins, as it were, also being Rosh Yeshiva. You don't see them leading major congregations, writing works of religious significance, and so on. But you do find that in Spain. That's a very special thing. And we'll look at many of these figures, such as the Rambam, Shmuel ben Avraham, Yehuda Halevi. We can go on and on, looking at these figures who excel in both. It's also interesting, it's not so well known, that sometimes their exploration of secular culture was quite surprising by religious standards. For example, the aforementioned Shmuel ibn Agrela, one of the things, by the way, in Islamic Spain, poetry was something that was valued tremendous status. But today, we tend to value movie star, right? Matt Damon, it's Will Smith. I mentioned Will Smith because a lot of my undergraduates say I have a striking resemblance. But there's we respect these as creators of high culture. In Spain, it was all about poetry. And the poetry was culturally part of the mainstream to a degree that it's hard for us to even imagine it. They would have poetry slams. They would have parties where they get together and they are challenge poems where they would see who could make up the best poem on the spot. They would commission poems that would be written and recorded and retold for the benefit of the masses. And Jews were deep into this poetry, Arabic language poetry, which they innovated using Hebrew meter and rhyme, and vice versa. Hebrew poetry was also, significantly advanced by its counterpart by the Arabic. And sometimes the subject of those poems, to finish my point, extended into areas that would be very surprising. Like, for example, here Shmuel ibn Avraham, who's writing commentaries in the Talmud, and at the same time is writing drinking poems and writing love poems. Now, this doesn't happen in Lake Poetry. You don't have the Rosh Yeshiva writing love poetry, right? So it's a very, very distinct kind of feature that is not at all unique in Sephardic history. It happens over and over again. So that's considered a mark of excellence to be able to demonstrate, being a leader in both the secular and the religious world. Secondly, and perhaps related to that, what is the contrast between Sephardim and the other major ethnic group in the Jewish world, the Ashkenazim, is the degree of insularity as a value. We could look at different points in Jewish history to try to find origins of this distinction, but for sure there's a vector for Ashkenazic Jews that looks inward, whereas for Sephardic Jews it looks outward. And perhaps the key date would be 1096, the horrendous Rhineland massacres associated with the First Crusade. In those massacres, which occurred in northern Germany, the heartland of what is Ashkenaz, Jews chose, under duress, quite often to commit suicide and even kill their own families, their own children, rather than submit to baptism. And this was kind of like a turning point, as many scholars have identified, Robert Chazen first among them, as, this is a cultural marker for Ashkenazi Jewry, that when stressed, we will go to the mass, even to the point of giving up our lives. Horrible chronicles from that period continue to be remembered in synagogues. Today we read the Harakamim prayer every Saturday, which memorializes those martyrs of the 1096 massacres. So Ashkenazic Jewry, certainly from 1096, but one could arguably say earlier, begin to look at the outside world as fundamentally toxic, as dangerous, and that all things of value must be inward focused. And that Ashkenazic culture begins to fold within itself, writing commentaries upon commentaries, so that we look sort of like as an inward turning helix or something. That's a bad metaphor, but maybe I'll edit it out of the internet version. Sephardim don't do that. Sephardim, on the other hand, when pressured, and their pressure was to an extreme degree, they begin to find ways of accommodating that pressure. They say, rather than giving up our life, we will find ways of persevering in hiding. Now, of course, the greatest example of this is the Inquisition, which ultimately, found its endpoint in the expulsion. This is a picture of a Jew in the Inquisition being forced through a ritual of humiliation, wearing the San Benito and the large dunce's cap, which was a hat worn to humiliate people who were accused of Judaizing. We'll obviously have more time to speak about this towards the other term. But for Sephardic Jews, the idea was when we're pressured like this, to commit suicide would be a complete denial of all of our values. We must find ways to cope with the threat by becoming crypto Jews, by hiding what we need to, by maintaining perseverance for generations upon generations, a tremendous level of spiritual heroism in its own right. But that's a strategy of coping with the outside threat. And that's a way of mimicking the outside world, of disguising one's true identity in order to adapt to the threat, whereas for the Ashkenazi Jews, it would be martyrdom or nothing. So a very different kind of direction that Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews took. So there's just a couple of ideas behind the Iberian conception. What I'd like to do over the course of this class is, I forgot one more detail. Sorry. Another difference that is extremely important to remember when we're talking about Sephardic Jewry is the fact that for most of its history, Sephardic Jewry was on the periphery of the Jewish world. And there are a lot of things that you can do when you live on the periphery that you can't do if you live in the center. So what is the center? Obviously, in the ancient period, the center would be in biblical Israel. But shortly after the exile of the first century, the main center shifts over here to the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, here in what would be lower Iraq and Kuwait. That's where the great Talmud academies are, Surah, a little bit higher up, Tongalisa. That's really the main axis around which the Jewish world moves intellectually. Other major centers, of course, would be in Alexandria, later in Cairo, a developing center in Greece and in North Africa, but primarily the center of the Jewish world is over here and even further to the east. Spain is way out here at the other end of the Mediterranean. It's a long sea voyage, an even longer and harder overland voyage. And so Spain, even though it's quite an ancient community, as we shall see today, it nevertheless is very far away from the center. And as a result, the method of adaptation to threats, to opportunities, it can be quite different from what happens in the center. One of the telling stories of the 12th century in particular is Spain's intellectual self-emancipation from the rest of world Jewry, as Spain finds its own voice and its own unique way to identify its Jewish heritage, and begins to express this in the so-called Golden Age of Yehuda Halevi and others. So we'll explore that later on in the term, but it's very important to remember that for most of its history, Spain was in the periphery, far away from all of the activity in the rest of the Jewish world. Jews evince a remarkable degree of consistency. The legal code is, it's hard to say universally maintained, but nevertheless universally respected throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. But if you have a shaila, if you have a question, and this is a few years before email was invented, you have to send a message. When there's no official postal service, you have to essentially leapfrog it from one Jewish village to another, and you have to wait years till the message gets to the academies in Babylon and then gets back to you in Spain. So it made sense that Spain would slowly develop its own intellectual tradition. Yeah, okay. So what are the major periods that we're going to explore? Here's our historiography. We're going to look at the ancient period. That's the earliest settlement, which is your question exactly, up until the Muslim conquest of 711. which is a date which has been enshrined in American culture. You probably didn't know this, but all of those fast food places, one across the border, named after the Muslim conquest of Spain. And so that's going to be today's lecture, and next week's lecture will be focused on those two periods. Then we're going to look at the Muslim period, which goes from the early 8th century to a period called the Reconquista, which is broadly defined as several centuries worth of Christian reconquest, hence Reconquista, of the Iberian Peninsula from the Muslims. And it takes place over a series of centuries as they're slowly driven to the south. And then we're going to look at the Christian period. We're looking at the Jews primarily in northern Spain from the 13th century, when the Reconquista really gets moving, until the expulsion of 1492. That's our visualization for the semester. Okay. Oh my gosh, now we'll get to the real history of the earliest settlements. And when did these Jews get moved? So, this entire class is almost completely based on the work of this scholar, Solomon Katz, a native of Buffalo, born in 1909, a war hero. He won the Bronze Star for his service in World War II. And he was, for most of his life, a scholar at the University of Washington. I read for this class, reread actually, a book he wrote in his early 20s, which is all about the Jews of Visigoth and Gaul. And I have to say, I nearly cried in some passages. That shows you how strange I am, that I nearly cried. It was so good, so amazing. It was written, 80 years ago, and it was so brilliant. And it showed me what we call in Hebrew the Riga Hadoros, the decline of the generations. Because he wrote this thing in his 20s, back in the 1930s, and there was no problem to write a scholarly monograph and just, quote passages in French, German, Greek, Latin, whatever, and not translate them. Because you figured everybody who's reading these knows these languages. You can't get away with that anymore. Scholars must translate into a major language like English or something like that. So it was really a pleasure to read a work with great scholarship from an era when this kind of polyglot scholarship. He's American-born too, but this polyglot scholarship was valued. Anyways, it was a brilliant book, and almost all the research that I'm going to talk about today comes from that book. First of all, when did the Jews come to Spain? So we have a series of fascinating legendary origins, meaning that Spanish Jews like to say these things, but we have no real good historical basis to validate them. Here's one. It comes from the book of Obadiah, biblical book of Obadiah, where there is this passage here that refers to Sarfat, which normally we translate as until France, the Galut Yerushalayim, and the exiles of Jerusalem, those Jews who were exiled from Jerusalem, Asher B'Sfarad, who are in Sfarad. Wow, that's it. It's all over, right? There's a reference right there in the Bible about the Jews being exiled from Jerusalem. You can place this because it is, the author of the book of Rothschild. We're talking about the first temple. We're talking about 6th century BCE, being exiled from Jerusalem to Spain. My gosh, that is an amazingly early source. What's the problem with this source? Very good. Who says that Sfarad refers to Spain? Right? That's the word we use now for Spain. But who says that's what the biblical book of Elijah refers to? There are lots of words that can change meaning over time. And as Jews began to explore Europe, they applied words, place names from the Bible to various places for who knows what reason. There's no reason to say specifically that the Sfarad referred to here refers to land we call Spain. So we know that the Jews from Elijah, we do know that the Jews who were exiled from Jerusalem went to a place called Sfarad, but that could be, I don't know, the island of Cyprus. It could be Boca Raton. We don't know. It just says Sfarad. So the problem is etymological. Who says that Sfarad refers to Spain? Hang on a second. I'll show you one more example. Here's an example from the Talmud, the same kind of problem. This is Tractate Talmud. It's a little better. It says here, Aphilus or even quotes from Galia that come from a place called Galia, Le Aspamia, to a place called Aspamia. So Aspamia sounds even better because there is a place name that sounds much better called Hispania, which would be Spain. And we'd like to say that Aspamia is Spain. But as Dr. Katz demonstrates with absolute clarity in his book, you can find about 8 different place names that are very similar and actually are more logical, closer, more closely related geographically. So there's no real way to tie either of these kinds of places to Spain. They may be etymologically related, but not necessarily historically. Please. So we don't have good connections, but here's one fun one, by the way. The Spanish term don, which means like Lord, sounds a lot like the Hebrew term Adon, which also means like Lord or Sir. So you have these kind of fanciful things, which is interesting, but no real proof. Let's go to something a little more serious. In the 16th century, an early Jewish historian named Moshe ben Shem Tov ibn Habib claimed to have seen an inscription, meaning like a gravestone, written in Hebrew that had the text that read in English, "This is the grave of Adoniram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, that would be an amazing inscription that would really help us date a Jewish community in Spain to the reign of King Solomon, because if he is collecting taxes in Spain, and so much so that we have this rather unusual name, Adoniram, who is actually acting as an envoy, it sounds like it's a really good proof. And in fact, Moshe ben Shem Tov believed this inscription and he wrote about it. The problem is we've lost the inscription. There are a lot of doubts about the veracity of this account, so it's hard to rely on this sort of statement. Without the inscription existing and without modern standards of evaluating evidence, we just don't know if we can rely on it. It is a suggestion, though, of an origin of Spanish Jewry that goes back perhaps 3,000 years, rather dramatic. Finally, this is our scientifically best and earliest example of the Jewish settlement of Spain, and it goes back to a little baby girl in the village of Adra, where an inscription was found in Latin that read, that was discovered in the 18th century, and that's already in the Age of Enlightenment. We have a lot more confidence in the worship that happened then. And a transcription from the Latin text was made by a scholar named Juan de Mariana, and the text read as follows. And here you can see it's somewhat, it's broken up, and we don't have all of the letters intact. We have a blank couple of lines, then we have the phrase Nia, and then there's a little sort of an asterisk, it's actually a circle. Salomonula. The MO is wiped out, but it makes sense from context. It would be of Solomon. An una mens quattro figura Judea. It translates from Latin, here lies, we assume is what it's written, it's a gravestone, some little girl named something ending in Nia, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months and a day, a Jewess. And this particular inscription, although the inscription itself is lost, the source is fairly reliable. It dates back to the 2nd century of the Common Era. So the 100s, we know for sure there was at least one Jewish girl, daughter of Solomon, who died at a terribly young age and was buried in Spain. Her name might have been Julia, Anya, Chinia, something like that. But this is our earliest example, a reliable scholarly example of Jewish settlement, and it dates back to the 2nd century. Quite old. Okay, but there's more. It gets so cool. Now here's the problem. As I mentioned earlier, we have a tremendous paucity of Jewish records, and our source base is quite biased. This is partially due to the fact that Spain is, once again, the periphery, right? There was like no Chinese restaurants anywhere in the entire peninsula. So who moved out there? You only have these scattered settlements. Almost everything we know about Spanish Jewry comes from church records. And we'll look at some of them. So here's a fascinating passage from the book of Romans in the New Testament. That's, if you're not familiar with it, if you go to a hotel room, you open up the drawer in the bedstand, you find a book there, you flip, it looks like a Tanakh, and then there's something added at the end. That's what that is. So St. Paul, who was famous for traveling throughout the Mediterranean basin and winning converts to Christianity, he has a letter that he writes from Corinth, which is in the Peloponnesus in Greece. He writes a letter to the Jewish Christian community of Rome. Jewish-Christian, because in Rome, in Paul's day, there was not a clear distinction between who was Jewish and who was Christian. There were Christians who were born as Jews and continued to observe the Sabbath and Kashrut and things like that. And there were Christians who were born as Gentiles who adopted more of these early Jewish Christian practices. And it was something that would only really be teased out over the next few decades. At any rate, he writes to them. He says, look, I'm sorry I haven't come visiting in a long time. And I really do want to come, and I will do it whenever I journey to Spain. And he clearly says Spain using language that was common for that time. And at the end, he also says, therefore, when I have performed this and have sealed to them this fruit, meaning I have talked to them about the value of Christianity, I shall go by way of you to Spain. So let's think about this for a second. What does this say about the possibility of a Jewish community in Spain? Let's mention Jews in Spain. Okay, so we know there were definitely enough Jews there that we saw that young girl's inscription. But why would he be going to Spain in the first place? To convert Jews to Christianity. That was his big deal. That's much of what he did. He also converted pagans, but it definitely is more likely for him to find an audience in places where there is a Jewish community. So it's an indication, perhaps, of him Jews living there. Here's a map that shows where he was in the Peloponnesus. Rome, of course, up here, in Spain, all the way up here. So he's clearly making like this grand tour of the Mediterranean, going around from place to place, hopping from Jewish community one to the other, often arguing with the Jews, trying to convince them to convert to Christianity. And Spain, of course, was on his list because Spain had that community. It's kind of like a sideways argument, but it is rather convincing, I think. When we look at the Synod of Elvira, this is an early church gathering in Spain about the year 305. It actually happened very close to this ancient structure, so we have to have a picture of imagine what it must look like. We have 3 church rules that were imposed that clearly refer to Jews, and they say something about community. But when we look at these 3 sources, you'll see that it's kind of hard to imagine what the community was like and look through the hostile lens of the church. But let's have a look at those 3 rules. So here's the first one. Canon 16 reads, Catholic girls may not marry Jews. They're heretics, incidentally, etc. So obviously there must have been some kind of problem of Catholics marrying Jews. We can understand that. By the way, the distinction between Jews and heretics goes back and forth through much of this period. Sometimes they're considered one category, sometimes 2 categories. But okay, we can understand this, and this can be kind of like a statement of faith, right? Even if there are no Jews there, you could still say, like in Japan, they sometimes have anti-Semitism. There are hardly any Jews in Japan, but you can still be anti-Semitic. As the same Japanese. Here's another one, though. Look at this. If any cleric or layperson, meaning like not an official functional church, eats with Jews, he or she shall be kept from communion as a way of correction. So what do you make of this? What would this say about the Jewish community of Spain? That's a very good point. I think what it basically means is that, Christians are eating with Jews, and clerics, priests, are eating with Jews, that they're getting along well enough that they can have brunch together. And the church is saying, look, we've got to stop this, because who knows, one thing leads to another. Eventually, as Nick stands, who knows? So this indicates that the Jewish community was at least significant enough that they are eating with clerics. Now, here's my favorite. Check out this next one. This is great. Okay. Landlords are not to allow Jews to bless the crops they receive from God and for which they offer thanks. Such an action would make our blessing invalid and meaningless. Right? This is the church writing this canon. Anyone who continues this practice is to be expelled completely from the church. So it's a kind of a harsh punishment. Yeah, no one allowing Jews to bless their crops. But what does it say about the Jewish community? What does it mean? What does it imply? That they were strong in what sense? I mean, if you have like Christian peasants, and it's the beginning of the planting season, they say, "Oh, look at that! We're planting now. We better do everything right." Let's, and whatever. What's the typical Spanish name? Maria says to Juan, you better get out there, find a Jew to bless our crops because we want to make sure everything grows right. It speaks to a great integration of the Jews and the Christians to the degree that the Christians will rely on the spiritual activities of the Jews. And they don't see it as a contradiction. They don't see it as a problem. The church has to spell this out and say, listen, if you're getting one religion at a time, you can't get blessings from the Jews and get blessings from us. I'm sorry. It's not like you double up the blessings. You choose one or the other. That's it. So this is a remarkable kind of document that, even though it's written from the perspective of the church, and it doesn't say directly how large the community is, how widespread it is, how powerful it is, it does give indications that there must have been something significant if they would find it necessary to move this way. Now, that's up until the 3rd century or earliest time. Now we get to the terrible Visigothic period. And this is a period, I have to say, that, I mentioned that I read Cats and I cried. I actually cried for 2 different reasons. Sometimes I cried because I saw how scholarship had changed so much in 100 odd years. But I also cried sometimes because this is a very, very sad period of Spanish-Jewish relations. And in fact, we shall see that one of the reasons for the beginning of the rapprochement between Jews and Muslims was primarily because of the absolutely incredible persecution that the Jews suffered under the Visigoths in the 7th century, as we shall see. So what exactly is the Visigothic Empire? Spain at this point was part of the Roman Empire, but Rome was falling apart. You will recall that Rome is sacked in the year 405 by the Vandals, and they spray painted all over the Colosseum and things like that. That was a joke. Hardly anyone laughed. Thank you, and they're laughing. But there are also other groups related to the Vandals, such as the Ostrogoths. Those are the Eastern Goths, and the Visigoths, or known as the Western Goths. The Visigothic Empire was related to the Roman Empire, related to its downfall, and based primarily in Spain and in Gaul, as you can see here. And in 476 is probably the high point of the Visigothic Empire, and they go through some of their own changes, which have a dramatic impact on Jews. It's important to recognize, however, that although they were Christians, the Visigoths were originally not Catholics. They were Arians, spelled with an I, not related at all to like the Aryan nation. It's not a Nazi concept. It goes back to a bishop named Arius. The Bishop Arius from North Africa argued a different relationship between God and Jesus than the Catholics did. The Catholics wanted to maintain that they were somehow united in a Trinity together with the Holy Ghost. I have no idea what this actually is, but the Catholic doctrine was very much wrapped into the identity, meaning the unity of these things, whereas the Arians wanted to say, no, there was clearly a hierarchy. There was God the Father and Jesus the Son, and this made a big difference to them. So while they were Arians, the Jews were actually fairly well treated. It was considered a heresy by the Catholics, and in 325, at the Council of Nicaea, Arianism was officially decried as a heresy by the Catholic Church. But Jews did fairly well under the Visigoths. We have no instances of any specifically anti-Jewish legislation recorded by the Visigoths. It basically maintained Roman law. So to the degree to which Roman law has some anti-Jewish discrimination, and that will be a larger discussion than we have here, time for here, but the Visigoths essentially just kept the same legislation. So Jews would not have been treated differently in Spain than they would have been treated, let's say, in the Italian peninsula, because they were under the same body of law. But things changed dramatically when the Arians decide to abandon the heresy and become Catholics. And that happens in the year 589, when Mechared I, shown here in this 19th century painting, decides to convert to Catholicism. And at this point, the Jews of Spain lived through 122 years of incredible, increasing persecution to a mind-boggling extent that makes it much more understandable why the Jews would look to the Muslims as their deliverers from the newly Catholic regime. To be sure, the phenomenon known as the zeal of the convert is at play here. That because the Visigothic kings had for several hundred years flouted the Catholic Church and maintained a heretical movement, when they decided to return to the fold, they wanted to demonstrate literally their bona fides, their good faith, by showing just how Catholic they were. And in their interpretation, the way to do that would be to really persecute the Jews badly. And this is, in fact, what they did. Through a period of increasing legislation against the Jews, it's hard to even imagine how it was actually implemented. But implemented it was. Montesquieu, the French philosopher, wrote, and his insight is brilliant here. He says, tous les maximes, tous les principes, tous les buts de l'inquisition. That all of the maxims, all of the perspectives, everything was similar to the Inquisition itself. I said that in French because I really like how sounding like cats did everything in different languages and stuff like that. But basically, you can read that because it's almost totally English, right? But essentially, it's true, you know. And in fact, if you go jump much further in history, the great Holocaust historian Raoul Hilberg traced the development of Nazi ideology to the Spanish Inquisition, which can really be brought back to the Visigothic period after the conversion of Mechared I. The period that we're going to look at now extends from 589, with Mechared's conversion, to 711, and it is just incredibly hard to imagine how this actually happened. Again, we do not have any Jewish sources to describe how Jews managed these draconian laws. We only have the laws themselves, and there are certain standards that we can use to evaluate law statutes for historical information. For example, if you see, like, I think if you're going to go back over 500 years in time and look back at this period and say, wow, look how often America had to pass drug-related legislation. Look how many times they had to reiterate extreme jail sentences for people who abuse drugs. What would you say about the legislation? If you didn't know anything else, didn't read any newspapers, didn't get any social history, all you had was the laws on the books, what would you say about drug use in America? That it was exploding, right? That they had to keep reiterating these laws because people were flouting them. So we see from the laws some sense of how society must have existed. In the case of the, well, we'll see. So let's look at some of these. First of all, Mechared, against the wishes of many churchmen, forcibly baptized the Jews to Christianity. Now, many churchmen, Gregory the Great among them, for example, indicated that it was against church law to forcibly convert Jews to Christianity. And in fact, it defeated the whole purpose of the existence of the Jewish people in Christian thought. Under a bull known as Sicut Judaeus, which means given that the Jews lived, the idea in medieval Christianity was that the Jews were to be preserved in a subordinate state in order that when Jesus came in a second coming, then Jews could recognize Mashiach, recognize him as Messiah, and that would validate what Christians had believed all along. If all the Jews were to be killed, God forbid, then there would be no one around to validate that, to act as a witness. It was also known as the doctrine of witness because the whole point of allowing the Jews to live was to preserve them from a later period. That's just a theological argument. There are, of course, social and economic and other arguments. But basically, for most of Christian history, most of Christian history in Europe, Jews were tolerated as a lower class population, persecuted from time to time, but never the subject of genocide and rarely the subject of mass forced conversions because it contradicted church law. So a lot to say about this, but we don't have a lot of time. Lecker and Helmut grew from this, and he insisted on forced baptism of Jews. Originally, he only insisted on the children of mixed marriages, which also shows that there were mixed marriages, probably involving women converting to Judaism. But later he extended it under his successor Sisablot, it was actually extended to all Jews. All Jews were forcibly converted. We know that many Jews fled to nearby Gaul, which would be the region of today's state of France. Others, though, decided to convert because they hoped that this would pass, and then they would be able to practice their Judaism secretly. If it was just a conversion in name only, how serious can it be? So you see already the presaging of some of the patterns of response to threat that we'll see later in this. But once this again sounds like the Inquisition. Once the Jews were baptized, they were not trusted to be real Christians. Smith, and by the way, one thing I do like about the Visigoths, the kings have really cool names. I will give you a few really cool names. I have to like that about them. But Smith, he instituted oaths that, for example, if a baptized Jew, who technically should be a full Christian, is called to court, he had to take an extra oath because he could not be trusted as a true Christian. But they did have leniencies because these newly Christian former Jews did not enjoy being poor, so they actually had laws in the book saying that these newly Christians don't have to eat pork because they don't enjoy it. But the fact that they have to say that they don't have to eat pork means there must have been a significant number of them. Punishment for a series of crimes, such as being caught lighting candles for the Sabbath, or not working the fields on Saturdays or things like that, ranged. There was lashes, typically the number would be 100 lashes, confiscation of property, exile, and then this mysterious term, decalvatio, which scholars debate what this exactly means. According to the literal translation of the Latin means to make balls. So some theorists think that it must mean scalping, as this individual from the 19th century was scalped, which was practiced in North Africa, not by the Visigoths, but by the Berbers. But scalping in North Africa was not called decalvatio, and it was quite often fatal. And whereas in Visigothic Spain, people who suffered decalvatio tended to survive, so it might have referred to shaving the head as a kind of humiliation, or perhaps pulling the hair out of the head. We're not sure. It's certainly not a nice punishment, and it was meted out several times to the same individuals. So it could have been merely shaving, or it could have been something much more violent. Punishment for conversion to Judaism, however, is pretty stiff and terrifying. Typically, conversion to Judaism happens in a relationship with marriage, and the punishment for such conversion for males, to use the term that Solomon Katz refers to, would be amputation of the virile member, and for females, it would be amputation of the nose. So very horrific kind of punishments that were imposed to try to stop mixed marriages. And then there are a whole series of bizarre laws that are passed talking about forbidding the observance of Shabbat that require Jews, again, who are technically Christians now because they have been forcibly baptized, but these new Christians had to report to a priest prior to the onset of the Sabbath, and then during the Sabbath to make sure that they were violating the Sabbath. And when there were holidays like Pesach or Sukkot, if you wanted to leave town, the laws actually state that you have to report to priests along the path to your destination, like you're on parole, and make sure that you were in fact not observing the holidays. Now you try to think about this, it's mind-boggling. Was it actually enforced? It's hard to imagine that it would be, but one indication of the reality of it is that specify punishments for Christian accomplices, meaning priests who are lenient with Jews, who do not want to work the fields on Sabbath, and others who accept bribes in order for the Jews to be, removed from these various punishments. These kinds of laws, like the drug laws we talked about earlier, indicate that there was a significant sized Jewish community, that they were technically Christian, but secretly flouting a lot of these laws through political bribes. And it's hard to read Jewish history through these kinds of documents, but you get a sense of how horrible it must have been to try to live a Jewish lifestyle under this kind of legislative environment, where there's so much corruption, and that just to do the simplest Jewish thing, you had to pay a bribe or suffer potentially horrific punishments. So that's this awful period from 589 to 782. 589 to 711. And that's the point when Jews call out to Muslims south of the Iberian Peninsula in North Africa and actively assist in their conquest of Spain. That will be the topic for us next week, but before we go there, let's just look at a few little bits of information we can get about their culture and their economy from the tiny amount of scattered sources we have from this period. I mentioned already the weakness of the sources, that almost everything we have comes from non-Jewish sources talking about the Jews. But we do have a few inscriptions and a few other pieces of data that give us a sense of what the eternal Jewish life is like. We know that their language was originally Hebrew, indicating also quite an ancient civilization. We know because, for example, the Christians record that there was when certain churchmen died, the Jews liked them so much that they attended their funerals and honored the churchmen by chanting psalms to Tehillim in Hebrew. So at least they had literacy enough to read Hebrew. There are a few examples of this nature. We also see in the earliest inscriptions trilingualism. So this is a Tortosa gravestone that's badly damaged. It was used for a long time as a paving stone. Many of these paving stones do. And you can see at the very top there is a Hebrew inscription, which doesn't say a lot of tremendous information to us, but it fits with a lot of traditional Hebraic forms that are associated with funerals. Then it continues in Latin and finally in Greek. A few interesting things like the five-pointed candelabrum you can see over here, which is actually a very traditional Jewish symbol in a lot of ancient inscriptions, not the nine-pointed candelabrum of Hanukkah, and not the six-pointed candelabra of the temple, but a five-pointed one. Perhaps it's not trying to reproduce the temple, but the idea of menorah is a very ancient Jewish symbol. I mentioned already at the funeral of Hilary of Ars, the Jews sang psalms there. Under Erwin, again, these cool Visigoths names, he demands 100 lashes for any child over the age of 10 who studies Torah. So the punishment, of course, is draconian, but it also tells us that there must have been children who were studying Torah. This is actually, I'm going to use this on my kids when they don't want to get out of bed in the morning. Do you know what the Jews of Visigoth Spain had to go through? It gets to a fever pitch where it's hard to even imagine that this legislation was actually implemented. That under Egika, one of the last of Visigothic kings, Jews are first forbidden to engage in trade locally, and then with any Christian, and then finally even internationally. Like the Jews are not, how are they supposed to make a living if they can't do business with anyone, literally? So it was completely intolerable. And we'll say next week, I'll talk about what few sources we do have about the trade that they engaged in at that time. Laws banned agricultural work on Sundays, which culminated in the confiscation of lands, also indicate, by the way, that Jews were agrarians. The Jews must have been farming at this time, which is not typical for much of the period. Okay. The Jews were finally, unsurprisingly, accused of treason at this time. This is a statue of King Rabbi. And of apparently this is not a very accurate depiction because Wamba, according to Cass, is probably not his real name, but it's a diminutive. Wamba means pot-bellied. He looks pretty buff here in this 18th century statue. But under King Wamba, Hendrik from Nimes to the north tried to mount a rebellion against Wamba and the Visigoths. And Jews, when they heard about this, they fled there only to join his side. Unfortunately, the rebellion was unsuccessful, and the Jewish plan to overthrow Wamba was foiled. In 693, another similar rebellion was put down. Once again, Jews now looked to the south, trying to get Muslims to join them in overthrowing the Visigoths, once again put down. It was only in 711 that we finally had the Muslims coming across the Straits of Gibraltar into the region where they were welcomed by Jews, and the Jewish participation in that conquest of Spain is something that we'll spend our time on next week. But once again, ironically, on of all days, 9/11, when we explore a period when the Muslims actually came to the rescue of the Jews, and the Jews lived for 500 years in relative stability with them in Spain, that gives you just a sense of the scope of Jewish history, and that we should try to understand things within this larger culture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to a fantastic semester with you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself had a fantastic time preparing the research for it, and it was great to see so many of you in the live audience again after the hiatus of the summer. And for all of you on the Internet Lab, I hope you found that a very satisfying intellectual experience. It's an important time of year right now. I'm recording this September of 2017, just before the start of the year, and it occurred to me that I should probably stick some kind of call to action on the end of this video, because we're living in very difficult times, and my small contribution, which I'd like you to share in, is to try to spread a little bit more knowledge and a little bit more awareness of the fascinating aspects of Jewish history that made such a huge contribution to world culture. And I hope they're useful for you and useful for your friends. So here's three quick ideas how you can take this to the next level. The first is, don't keep this video to yourself. I assume you're watching on some kind of social media, so hit that share button. And more than that, why don't you write a little blurb at the top that says something like, "This guy is such a jerk, but I love his talk," or something like that. But say something, share with your friends, and let them see it. Maybe it'll help spread this or at least knowledge. Second, if you are in the greater New York, New Jersey area, why don't you come on down and visit us and attend the live audience. The lectures are free, open to the public, and I'd love to have you in the audience and ask some really hard questions. I may not answer them, but I'll probably edit them out in this version. And third, this is perhaps most important. Why don't you consider supporting our undergraduate students? A big part of the reason why we give these lectures is because we want to try and promote the study of Jewish history here at Total College, and we need your help. So please click on the link that's provided and consider donating to our electric funds to make it easier for our students to attend college here. And I guess that's about it. I hope you all have, as the reading goes, a seamless Tova. May it be written and sealed for a good year, and I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to see you again. I'm so pleased to be continuing this series on the Jews of Sfarad. Tonight, we're going to look at another period of Sephardic history that's not very well studied. I was pleased with the response to the Jews of the Visigothic era. We're going to look at a foundational couple of centuries when the Iberian Peninsula population of Jews began to move from being a peripheral and minority and highly dependent culture to becoming eventually an independent, distinctive, and ultimately one of the high points, one of the golden ages of all of Jewish history. So these 200 years, which are going to extend from the year 711, which is the date of the Muslim conquest of the peninsula, to about 910, which is the birth of Hastai ibn Shaprut, a truly remarkable character that we'll speak about next Monday night, next week, God willing. That's what we're going to focus on today. And I'll also draw to your attention that the format of the class is a little bit different today as it was last week. For the past several years, I've tried to focus my presentations around the life and works of a particular individual. Not so much because of my training or inclination. In fact, I would rather not do that. I was trained as a social historian that tends to look at like movements and masses of people and things like that. But people like to learn about individuals. They like to attach the grand arc of history to a particular life. And so that's what we've been doing, and I think that's for many years with some success. So this is another week where we're just going to speak in episodic points about several individuals, but primarily we're going to concern ourselves with the development of the entire population over 2 centuries. And next week we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming. We'll ask the question, who was Hastai ibn Shaprut? And I'm confident you'll find that the answer is completely fascinating. Okay, so let's go straight to our material today. First of all, the good and welfare. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by my good friends Vic and Catherine Crespin. Vic and Kathy were my students when I lived in Florida for quite some time, and they're personal friends as well as lifelong students. Vic in particular is very attached to Sephardic history, and so he was especially motivated by this series. They, like actually the Brays, who also made a donation to our Student Scholarship Fund, did so in connection with Hurricane Irma that affected Florida so badly, and everyone there should recover from the storm as much as possible, as quickly as possible. And so in gratitude to Hashem for protecting them from the dangers of Hurricane Irma, they dedicated this class. Just out of for fun, Vic and Kathy run a construction company, KBC, and I'm putting a little plug for them because I think their work is absolutely fantastic. This is a car dealership. For those of you who are native to New York City, this is what a car dealership is supposed to look like. Right? This is in Miami. It's got a Miami sort of vibe to it. That's the way it's supposed to be. And here is another municipal building, if I remember correctly. They do really amazing work. The lecture last week, I am really surprised with how well it did. I mean, again, once again, it's the Jews of Visigoth Spain. Who knew that that would be as popular as, like, you know, videos about kittens who fall off chairs and things like that? But you know, over the span of 1 week, I thought I'd share with you statistics. We got over 1,800 views, 99 likes, 50 shares, and the average watch time, which is usually a measure of the degree of penetration you have into your audience, was over 20 minutes, which is about 5 minutes longer than my videos on average. So it really turned out to be a topic that captured people's interest, and I'm very grateful that this is finding some resonance. And as I mentioned, the real benefit is to our student population. We raised $2,000 over the past week. We're now up to $9,000 and $96. Still a little short of my goal of $100,000, but we have a few more weeks yet to go. Almost all of the lectures for this semester are already sponsored. We have a couple of them left. Otherwise, I'll have to make up something else. Maybe we'll give away fridge magnets or something like that. Okay, let's go to the material itself. Tonight's lecture is going to be reliant very heavily on the work of Eliyahu Ashtor. There's not a great reservoir of scholarship on the 2 centuries between the Muslim conquest and the life of Hastai ibn Shaprut on the Jews specifically, and he's certainly one of the primary sources. He was originally born in Berlin as Edward Strauss and earned his PhD from Germany. And then he emigrated to Israel, where he became associated with the library at the Great Hebrew University. There he wrote some very lyrical studies. It was an entirely different generation of scholarship when history had to be entertaining. And so even though he's doing deep academic work, he has these amazing passages where he puts you right there in the scene. He describes the weather, he describes the clothing, and there's no way he's just making that stuff up. But it reads really well, and he's a very great popular historian. His Jews of Muslim Spain is available in 2 volumes. You can see it's really a 3-volume story. It's quite a significantly thick book, but definitely worth reading. So we're going to rely very heavily on his research tonight. Okay. So let us begin, first of all, with a sort of a reset on our thinking about Islam, because the relations between Jews, especially Israelis, and Muslims over the past 200 years has been increasingly fractious and difficult. The reality is that much of this is occasioned by the nationalist movements that first arose among Eastern Europeans and Jews among them, and were ultimately expressed in Zionism, which is fundamentally a nationalist movement of the 19th century, even though it obviously has roots going back to the biblical period. And then in the 20th century, the burgeoning Arab nationalist movements as well, which naturally came into conflict with Zionism. And we're not going to, in this semester at any rate, go through the dramatic and often tragic moments in that history, but there's no question that over the last 200 years, Jews and Arabs, especially Israelis and Arabs, have gotten along atrociously. When we take a broader historical viewpoint, however, Jews have actually fared, on the whole, much better under Muslim lands and under Muslim control than they have under Christian control, for a whole series of reasons that I'd like to explore over the next 2 slides before we get to Spain. So we have to understand that the period that we're going to be discussing today, and in fact for the next few weeks, is a period when Muslims and Jews were actually quite close. Not to say that they were beloved of each other and that they were tolerating each other's differences without the occasional punctuation of violence or polemic, but compared to the experience of Jews in Christian Europe, it was actually much, much better, and allowed for the flourishing of Jewish culture at a few key points in Spanish history in particular. Let us examine some of the factors that would lead us to this conclusion. First of all, we should bear in mind, and this is especially true in Spain, that we have 3 cultures in a triangular conflict in the Iberian Peninsula: the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim. And when you look at the 3 points in the triangle, it's not like, what do you call it? Is it isosceles when they're all identical? Equilateral. It's not an equilateral triangle. Islam and Judaism are structurally much more similar than Christianity and Judaism, for one side. Islam and Judaism both place emphasis on orthopraxy rather than orthodoxy, meaning both of these faiths are very much behavior-oriented. They have codes of law. The Jews have Shulchan Aruch, halakha. The Muslims have Sharia, also codified in 4 distinct traditions. They're all ritualized. Actually, there's very little distinction between ritual law and civic law and criminal law in both faiths. They're all part of one whole. There's much less emphasis in general on specific articles of faith, of creed, whereas in Christianity, creed is incredibly important. And fine distinctions of, as we saw last week, Arian Christianity versus Catholic Christianity, and later versus various denominations of Protestant Christianity. These become very significant seams between populations. Islam does not have that same distinction, nor do Jews. Both the Abrahamic faiths that existed in the Arabian Peninsula are much more focused on how one behaves, how one dresses, how one eats, how one does business. So structurally, they have a great deal of similarity. Furthermore, to a large degree, many of these similarities are actually imitations. I mean, Islam, which began in the 7th century, borrowed openly from Jewish practices in a lot of different ways. The idea of orienting oneself towards a particular direction while praying. A number of times one prays is ritually codified. The idea of tzniut, of modesty in dress, particularly female dress. The idea of a dietary code, kashrut, halal. All of these things are mirror images of each other. So in other words, Muslims and Christians in many ways have a shared cultural vocabulary, makes it much easier for them to communicate with each other. Christianity, on the other hand, developed in an entirely different direction, focusing much more on ideas of belief over very fine historical and theological points. The status of the Virgin Mary, for example, the status of the Immaculate Conception, all kinds of theological debates that often are dizzying for the average person, not easy to put down, but very easy to associate with heresy and apostasy and things like that. So in other words, structurally speaking, Muslims and Jews have a lot more in common with each other than Christians and Jews. Second very important point, the familial relationship is much closer chronologically and philosophically between Jews and Christians than it is between Jews and Muslims. What do I mean by that? Christianity emerged out of Judaism. Christianity was originally a Jewish movement. All of the early founders of the Christian church were Jewish. And it slowly, over the space of about 10 or 12 decades, became a Gentile movement in which most Christians were actually of non-Jewish stock. But in the first 100 years of Christianity's existence as a movement, it was very difficult to determine exactly what was Jewish and what was Christian. And so as it emerged, this very closeness caused a degree of antipathy, where in order to define themselves, Christians had to contrast their behavior, attitudes, ideas with the other faith. I think I've given you all in previous classes the Cholent metaphor, right? I don't want to redo the Cholent metaphor. I see some people shaking their heads. I'll have to do older videos on that one. But basically, in their desire, think of it as a mother-daughter relationship, in the daughter's desire to establish independence, she has to assert why she is different, why she does things differently than her mother does. And that sometimes creates a certain kind of negative tension. As the very perceptive and heroic theologian Rosemary Radford Ruether once put it, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology. What she meant by that was, in an attempt to elevate Christianity as a faith with the right hand, it was necessary with the left hand to denigrate Judaism. So that's by nature of the very closeness of Judaism and Christianity, they have a much more negative relationship with each other. Islam, on the other hand, which was born 6 centuries later, is like a grandchild, and the grandchild does not necessarily have. Put it like this. Put it like this. Let's say the Zaidi comes over from Daheim. He comes over from Europe, grandfather, and he's very observant and keeps the Sabbath, keeps the dietary laws and things like that. And the son, who was born here in America, has already tossed a lot of those things overboard, like tossed filling overboard. And so, he's constantly irritated by his father's piety, and his father, of course, is nonplussed by his son's irreligiosity. But the grandson has no inbred hostility to religious behavior, and he looks at his Zaidi and says, "Oh, isn't that cool? Look what Zaidi does on Shabbos, and look what Zaidi eats, and look how Zaidi prays." So the grandson doesn't have the same degree of hostility to the Zaidi the way the son does. So Islam in this relationship is like the grandson, who looks to Judaism and doesn't see it as a threat to his own identity. He sees it as possibly, hey, maybe we could get something from that. And so the possibility of a synergy between Islam and Christianity and Judaism is actually much more possible, both for the structural reasons and for the chronological reasons. And in fact, later on in this course, when we look at some of the interesting blends of Sufi thought with Jewish thought in surprising places, like, for example, the influence of Sufism on the Rambam's own illustrious son, Abraham, is fascinating. So with these two factors in particular, the Jews actually had a much more of a possibility of achieving some kind of modus vivendi, if not even a rapprochement, the Muslims, made it much more possible. Not to say that there were not moments of violence, not to say that there were not moments of discrimination and persecution, but on the whole, it was definitely much better in Muslim lands. I recall a few years ago, I was looking at a bibliography of anti-Jewish polemics, and it was for much of the medieval period. I wish I would remember the title. And I was amazed because about 4/5 of the book were listings of various anti-Jewish polemics published in Christian lands, and the remaining fifth was the index, the table of contents, and a tiny little section on Muslim anti-Jewish polemics. It was just not a big industry. They didn't have a readership. They didn't have the same kind of appeal. Mashen came, which is not the case, let's say, with the contemporary period, the 20th century, we live in a very different time, 21st century. Okay. To give you a sense of the, this is not to say that this is like Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, and America and everybody loves each other. Definitely Jews were not first-class citizens. They were second-class citizens without doubt. But much of that relationship was outlined by a document known popularly as the Pact of Umar. Umar was one of the early caliphs of the 7th century, shortly after Muhammad himself. And according to tradition, he answered a series of questions posed to him by non-Muslims, most likely Christians, about, well, okay, so now Islam is the dominant religion and we live in Muslim lands. How are we supposed to behave? Umar answered in such a way that outlined a series of abilities and disabilities that Christians and like ancient Jews would have to live under, and that kind of set a legal standard for that. It's quite likely that the Pact of Umar was actually authored much later and was used to kind of justify the status quo, which pertained anyways. But for the sake of argument, we can understand that it's something that pertained in the 7th century as well. Basically, the argument of the Pact of Umar was that Jews, as the al-Kitab, people of the book, as a monotheistic religion that had received, according to Islamic theology, at some point communications from God in the form of prophecy, they were to be tolerated qua Jews. In other words, Judaism was a protected religion within Muslim lands, as was Christianity, later for other reasons, so Zoroastrianism as well. But basically, Jews were allowed to practice their own faith within Muslim lands. There were limits. They were not allowed to practice their faith in such a way that it might attract Muslim converts. The same went for Christianity. For example, they were not allowed to, have too raucous celebrations for Purim or Simchas Torah. They're not allowed to build their house of worship to be taller than the mosques, and in fact, widely ignored. They were not allowed to rebuild mosques, they're not allowed to rebuild synagogues once they fell down. In reality, Jews and Christians would just simply pay bribes, and they would be able not only to repair their synagogues, but in fact to build new ones. Although that was not universally true in some places. Well, I'll get to that in another class. At any rate, they were to be maintained in a second-class status at all times. At some points, there were discriminations in terms of modalities of dress, of occupation, and things like that. Sometimes irritating symbolic nation, but for the most part, it was something that Jews could live with. Christians also lived on it. They were known as dhimmi, or protected peoples. They had a financial disability. They had to pay a special poll tax called jizya, which was for their non-Muslim status, which was higher than the zakat, the charitable tax that Muslims had to pay. But on the whole, it had something that Jews really admired, a concept that we'll come back to a little later. It imposed across the entire Mediterranean basin, the southern part of the basin, a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. Jews were not equal citizens, but they knew their place and they knew their rights. Within their positions, they knew how to operate. So the Pact of Umar actually guaranteed Jews a tremendous degree of stability and the possibility of expanding their activity both internally in their own culture and also economically by extension with other Jewish communities. Contrast this, by the way, to what we talked about last week, with the incredibly chaotic and absurd decrees of the Visigothic kings ordering that everyone converts to Christianity, and then even though they converted, saying that we don't trust that you've actually converted, so we're going to persecute you some more, and you can't do business with each other, you can't marry each other, incredible degrees of persecution if you suspect you're keeping the Sabbath, all kinds of things like that. The Pax of Lamar was, to use the Arabic term, gewaldic. It was like wonderful. Jews were really happy with it, by and large. Okay. So that's just to frame our remarks really for the next few weeks about the rapprochement that was going to happen there during Israel. So the first thing we should understand is what was the role of the Jews in the Islamic invasion, which happens at the Strait of Gibraltar, which is actually an English sort of mispronunciation of the name of the first conqueror. But basically, Spain fell like a house of cards early in the 8th century. The Muslims, you can see from this map, actually can't see most of it, but they're moving across the coast of North Africa with tremendous rapidity. Actually, let me go back to the big stuff. Look at this. This is the expansion of Islam. This is where it starts out in the first half of the 7th century. Then it expands to this region here between 632 and 661. And just a little over 100 years later, it's already in Spain. So imagine the scope of this conquest. It was overwhelming. There are many reasons that we could point to for this rapid conquest. But clearly, one of the things was that most of these societies were very poorly constructed, had very limited ideological underpinnings, and so they were ripe for conquest by the Muslims. Spain, in particular, nobody was really a big fan of the Visigoths. Christians included were not big fans of the Visigoths, and so they were not able to mount a serious defense against even a very small contingent of Muslims who made their way across the border. Now, in Christian historiography of the Middle Ages, in seeking to explain the debacle of such a rapid collapse of this Christian kingdom, they pointed quite often to the Jews and argued that the Jews had secretly conspired with the Muslims to invade, and they assisted them actively, and it's really the Jews who were the traitors who made this possible. Modern scholarship has without a doubt demolished that argument. The Jews did not extend an invitation. On the other hand, when the Muslims came, they were certainly not displeased to have the Visigothic rulers evicted from the peninsula. The maltreatment that the Jews had experienced at the hands of the Visigoths was so extreme that the Muslims were a very welcome change, and Jews actively assisted with their conquest of the peninsula. We'll describe exactly how that happened. But the real invitation was actually the Visigoths themselves. One of the last kings was named Witzia. I love those names. And Witzia, whose profile is shown here in an early, actually it's not a profile, that's his visage. I don't know if you can sort of make it out there, it's kind of blurry. But when Witzia died, there was a dynastic struggle, and a certain number of his sons were shut out of the annals of power. And so they conspired with each other to invite the Muslims to take over the peninsula and to support them in the reestablishment of the Visigothic rule. Of course, they were quite surprised that when the Muslims came and they saw that it was actually Taka, very nice land, very fertile, and the climate was great and so on, that they were loath to relinquish control to the Visigoths. But it actually came from Visigoths themselves, who were displaced from power. They were the ones who invited the Muslims in. The Christian chronicles that describe this describe them as traitors, that they were coming in, bringing the Muslims in to try to establish their own holds in the throne. Once again, the Jews had very little inclination to repel the invaders, but they were not necessarily the initiative. So what exactly would happen? And we see this in the Muslim chronicles time and time again. The Muslim chronicles, by the way, have little interest in fabricating this. They do have to deal with the reality that we're talking about a very small military contingent taking over a large amount of territory in a very small amount of time, and they have to explain this. And basic military strategy indicates that one of the most fundamental aspects of winning a war is not necessarily the bravery of the soldiers, not necessarily the high technology of the weaponry and things like that. It's almost always all about, and I say this by the way as someone who's never, fired a gun in the military ever, but it's almost always about logistics. It's almost always about supply. It's almost always about making sure that the soldiers are well provisioned so they can go on and keep fighting. If there's no food, the war is going to end very rapidly. So you have to have a tremendous amount of organization to make sure the food supply, is constant and that there are reinforcements always available. So basically, if you have a very small amount of soldiers invading the peninsula and you've got to go from city to city, how are you going to possibly maintain this? Especially if you have to leave behind soldiers to guard every single city that you go through. So basically, this is where the Jews were instrumental in the Muslim victory. And what would happen is the Muslims would come up to a city, which was typically walled. This is the city of Avila. The walls here are constructed a few centuries after our period of time, but they do give us some sense of what it must have been like to approach a walled city. And the Muslims would have to somehow gain entry. They would use various engines of war that were portable, such as battering rams, catapults, things like that. They would take advantage of local vegetation, trees, to try and launch themselves over the walls, things like that. But once they were able to gain entry to the city, and according to the Christian chronicles, perhaps with the assistance of the Jews living inside the walls themselves, then they would have to take over the city and then move on to the next one. How can they retain control of the cities they conquer unless they have allies and assets that will maintain the new Muslim status quo? So the Jews were very happy to act in this capacity. Jews were highly urbanized peoples in general. We have to live, as I like to say, within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of a Chinese restaurant. So there are lots of Jews in these urban areas. It always amazes me that people laugh at that joke, no matter how many times I say it. But so the Jews are urban. They hate the Visigoths. The Muslims come in. They've heard rumors about how the Muslims will give them dhimmi status, and they have to pay a little extra money, maybe a couple disabilities, but they will otherwise be protected. And so they essentially act as the loyal guardians of the city for the Muslims as they go on in their conquest. And so this catapults the Jews to positions of municipal power, allowing the Muslims to continue their conquest, guaranteeing their loyalty to the Jews, and it really works out really well for both the Muslims and the Jews. Not so well for the Christians. Let us also remember that Christians, even though they may be, struggling with the Visigothic yoke, if they don't like what's happening in Muslim lands, they can always appeal to Christian populations on the other side of the Pyrenees. Jews, on the other hand, are a minority everywhere. It's not like they can make a short boat ride or take a short hike and they can find other Jewish communities that will come and rescue them. Jews are very much invested in the stability of a country, and so they tend to support the ruling authority, even if that ruling authority is slightly discriminatory, as we shall see. So the role of the Jews in the conquest is not so much in the invitation, but definitely in supporting the logistics of the Muslim advance. Another map of looking at the Muslim expansion. There's also another major internal development that happens in the latter part of the 7th century. The Muslims themselves go through an interregnum, and they have a major shift in the balance of power between the Abbasid dynasty and the Umayyad dynasty. We will not go into the details about these things, but basically there is a power struggle, and the Abbasids lose to the Umayyads. The Umayyads are eventually going to be the controllers of the entire Mediterranean basin, but it's not at all clear in the third quarter of the 7th century that this is going to happen. But it turns out to work out very well for the Jews, primarily because of this man, Abd al-Rahman I. And there's an interesting story that connects him specifically to the Jews. Al-Rahman was one of the major players in the Umayyad dynasty, and he was forced out from the capital of Baghdad in one of these, internecine conflicts. He ended up wandering in secret and in hiding with just a few of his loyal servants, making his way across the coast of North Africa, seeking some kind of refuge and dreaming of something larger in terms of a political future. He came to the city of Kairouan, which is distinct from the city of Cairo. Kairouan is basically in the region of what we call today Tunis. And while he is there, he meets up with another man who ironically had the same name, Al-Rahman. We won't try to keep him from being confused. This Al-Rahman, who lived in Kairouan, was a powerful figure there, and he had a Jewish fortune teller. This story, by the way, is told by the servants of the Umayyad Al-Rahman shown here. So we have it with a great degree of credibility in the sense that it comes from a non-Jewish source about a Jew acting in a positive capacity for Muslims. And this Jewish soothsayer, it's hard to imagine exactly what this person was, some kind of fortune teller or advisor or something. He tells the local ruler Al-Rahman that a man named Al-Rahman is destined for glory. And Al-Rahman says, great. He says, it's not you, it's someone else with the same name. And you will be able to recognize him because of his distinctive hairstyle, which I have to say I was very disappointed. I looked all over the internet. I could not find a picture of this distinctive hairstyle, but it involves side locks. Apparently he grew his hair long at his temples. I know that sounds a little spooky for Jews, right? Sounds like Bayes. But apparently Al-Rahman had very distinctive side locks. So the Kairouanese, Al-Rahman says, okay, well, I guess that's what it is. And this new guy from the Umayyad dynasty comes into town, and the first Al-Rahman recognizes him, and at first he wants to attack and kill him, but the Jew says, no, you can't, because it's destined by God. You will have no power over it. So he says, all right, I guess I have to make my peace with him. And he shelters him and gives him support. And ultimately, the second Al-Rahman, the one shown here, goes on to cross the Straits of Gibraltar and conquer Spain and become the first Umayyad emir, meaning ruler or king of Spain. So what's really important here for our purposes is that one of the early envisioning of the Jews in the idea of an Islamic Spain is of the Jew as a loyal servant, as a moral advisor. And we'll see that over and over again as a kind of trope in Muslim historiography and period. When he established himself in Spain, he was really quite a brutal individual, engaged in putting down rebellions. Don't forget, there's still Christians living in Spain, and they're not entirely happy with this new Muslim rule. So he was very brutal and definitive in putting down these rebellions. But at the same time, he established something that Jews tend to love, which is this term I used earlier, Rechtsstaat. Let's just take a quick moment to explore that idea. The word Rechtsstaat is German, and as I say it now, I realize, it's such a guttural Rechtsstaat. It sounds like you're about to spit, right? But Billy Crystal says famously, Yiddish is German with phlegm. Anyways, a Rechtsstaat means a state-staat governed by law, Recht. And this is something that Jews desire to make. The worst thing for Jews is anarchy, right? It says in Rabbi, you should pray for the welfare of the government, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. The idea is, since Jews are perpetually a minority, with the exception of biblical times and, of course, modern times instead of Israel, the worst thing that can happen to Jews is if you live in a state where the rule of law means nothing. There's no predictability. And in fact, Jews tend to prefer to live in states as long as they are Rechtsstaats, even if those laws discriminate against them. You can look at, for example, South Africa, beginning of the 19th century. You can look at certain parts of Quebec in Canada, up until, let's say, the 1950s. Many countries, Jews are very happy to live, even if they have some disabilities, social or otherwise, as long as they know that, nobody can break their store window with impunity. That a Jew can sue a non-Jew in court and expect the laws to be applied fairly to them. Even though they have disabilities, legally, civilly, and socially, as long as it's predictable and you can live within those boundaries. So essentially, that's what happens. The Abd al-Rahman sets up something which is fundamentally a Rechtsstaat, and that allows for a tremendous flourishing of Jewish culture. Spain is a Rechtsstaat. All of a sudden, you have this new phenomenon that takes place over decades, that Jews start migrating to Spain. Think about the tremendous reversal here. Jews are being expelled from Spain in the Visigoth period. Nobody wants to live in Spain. And all of a sudden, it's slowly picking up more and more Jews who are moving through North Africa from the Middle East, and they're making their way to this pioneer frontier country. It's kind of like, if you will, Florida after air conditioning was invented. And I mean that, half seriously, more than half seriously, because Florida is kind of like way out there, and it's a peripheral place. And yeah, there are some Jews who are settling there, especially after World War II, because there are a lot of Jews from New York who were stationed down there with the army. And then all of a sudden they say, Taka, it's pretty nice here about, 10 months of the year. And it's fun. And then so you have a bit of chain migration in the 1950s. And then once electricity and air conditioning is universal, and oh my gosh, there's a Jewish explosion in Florida. Because who would want to live in Florida except during hurricane season? So Spain is like that too. Spain is like this crazy, awful place to live under the Visigoths for hundreds of years. And then with the Muslims, all of a sudden, there's a tremendous amount of potential there. And so Jewish population begins to grow. As I mentioned earlier, this trope, this theme of Jew as the wise and loyal servant, as iteration after iteration in Muslim literature at this time. And historically, we know of quite a few individuals. We'll just illustrate one of them who's extremely important. There is a court musician in the late 18th century whose name is Abu ibn Nasr al-Mansur. That's a Jewish name. He's a Jewish court musician. And it happens that in one of these disruptions that happens in Baghdad, a musician, a non-Jewish musician named Ziryab, is wandering through the region. When al-Mansur hears that Ziryab, not a Jewish musician, is available, he immediately urges the emir to bring him into his court. It happened that the emir at that time agreed and then promptly died, but the al-Mansur's loyalty to the advancement of culture even caused him to argue this with the new emir, and so they brought in this person Ziryab. Now this is remarkable on many levels, but one of them is that you actually have a rivalry with Ziryab. I mean, if you were the court musician, why would you invite another musician to the court? And especially when you've done your job, you've convinced the emir, but then the emir dies, why would you do it again with another emir? The Muslims, who at this time are great lovers of poetry and music, and we'll explore this further in the next two lectures, they were amazed with al-Mansur's dedication to the sheer genius of this man Ziryab. Ziryab, as it happened, was actually a genius who made a tremendous impact on the Muslim court by bringing a lot of Baghdadi influences to Spain. Everything from modes of dress to etiquette in gatherings to how food was eaten, literally how food was served, how food was consumed. These are all innovations or introductions from Eastern culture that Ziryab had brought to Muslim culture. And the Muslims, they actually have a very strong historical memory, and they refer back to al-Mansur as the person who brought Ziryab to America, to to Spain. I was just thinking, it's like if you were to say, for example, that some professor at Touro College was the guy who brought Einstein to America, right? That would be a huge claim to fame. Not as big as Einstein's, but nevertheless, being the guy who brought Einstein to America, that's talked about pretty good things. So this over and over again, this idea of the Jew as someone who cares about the welfare of society as a whole and acts on behalf of the society is something you see over and over again during these 200 years. At the same time, we have to contrast this with, the only word I can use is mishigas, that Christians were engaging at this time. The 9th century in particular, when you read these things, it's hard to believe that people actually did this. But apparently, there was this whole wave in the 850s of suicide by martyrdom that Christians engaged in. The only thing I can say that's positive about it is that we didn't take anyone else with them. You know, this was not like a suicide bombing where other people were hurt. This is just a case of suicide. Suicide for martyrdom. Basically, what would they do? They would, Christian zealots, typically monks, often eunuchs, would go to, they would dress up in Muslim clothing. They would go to mosques for the Friday prayers, and just when the Muslims were at the high point of the prayers, they would stand up in the middle of the crowd and they would start reviling Muhammad. And Muslims have a tremendous allergy to this kind of speech. And they, the crowds would be enraged, and sometimes they would be murdered on the spot. Sometimes they would be dragged away. In one particular case that happened in the Grand Mosque of Granada, if I remember correctly, the two monks who had committed this act had their feet and their hands, and then ultimately their heads removed, and their bodies displayed outside the city gates for some period of time thereafter. But can you imagine what this would be, where you would go to the mosque on a typical Friday, and you expect to just go home and have children and so on. Maybe not children would be Saturday morning, but you go home and you expect to have a regular. But then all of a sudden, there's some crazy guy who gets up and starts saying terrible things about Muhammad and Allah and things like that. This was a really bizarre phenomenon. So contrast the idea of these suicide, I don't know what to say about them, with the loyal and trusted Jewish servants, and the Jews really were leveraging the contrast in a very positive way. You can see how ultimately they would rise to levels of authority. There was in the 850s also a fascinating debate, of which we have only one side, a debate between Bodo Elazar and a man named Alvaro. Bodo was a man who was actually very high up in the Gaulish court in what would be today France, and a Christian, and he ultimately forsook his faith, joined the Jewish faith, and migrated to Spain, where he ended up living in a Jewish community, marrying a Jewish wife, and so on. He took the name Elazar. And not only that, he developed the zeal of a convert, and he used his prior experience as a Christian to proselytize other Christians to become Jewish. He ended up engaging in a dialogue with a man named Alvaro, who was a Jew in Spain, who was converted to Christianity. And they engaged in this back and forth literary critique of each other's letters, were published and were circulating. Unfortunately, at some point, the Christian reader edited them, and all we have are Alvaro's responses to Bodo. But in those responses, you can read what Bodo must have liked. So we have this very hot exchange between a former Christian convert to Judaism and a former Jewish convert to Christianity. It was a dramatic thing that was happening also in the 850s. So at the same time, you have Christians getting up in the middle of the mosques and saying these things about Muhammad, you also have this extensive literary debate between two converts that actually was the talk of much of the towns. Okay, so you get a sense of how Jews are beginning slowly to kind of find their place and find their confidence in this new culture. What about internal Jewish culture on its own, separate from the Muslim development? So one of the most important things to remember about Spain at this time, these 2 centuries between 711 and say 910, is that Spain is still ultimately a periphery, right? Spain's way out over here, a tremendous amount of distance between it and what is ultimately the heartland of Jewish culture over here in the lower Euphrates and Tigris River region. This is where the academies of the Talmud are located, primarily the great academies of Surah, Pumbedita, Nahardar. These are the great places where the Talmud was written, the Talmud was studied, and so on. And so Spain is way out on the outside. If you want to think of a metaphor, I would say something like, let's say, California in the 1850s. There are a few Jews there, but it's a long way between Chinese restaurants, kosher Chinese restaurants, probably a lot of Chinese restaurants, but kosher Chinese. So it's like California in the 1850s. There are a few Jews there, but it's certainly not a happening place. New York would be the happening place at the time. So how do Jews move from being this bizarre, once persecuted periphery to becoming actually the leading light of the entire Jewish world only a few centuries later?